Carolyn had already fulfilled her dream of becoming race with a highly advanced technological civilization, the Izudaarian race. They had wisdom close to that of gods, and they were born with power and perfect figures. Each of them was as handsome as a god, and there was not a single flaw in their bodies. They didn't use words, they communicated using brain waves. They controlled mechas, and they had long lifespans and individual strength. They could control wind, fire, lightning. By saying this, Carolyn meant that she had temporarily finished dealing with the matters of human society. She invited me to meet her and help me research the custom-made mech I want. She also wanted me to bring her a vacuum environment. Suji was sitting on a chair in the orchard, peeling an apple. The thought of the great sage of the Isodar civilization, the supreme human scientist who created the language of God and fabricated life, the leader of the human race who controlled the future of the Protoss, and the crazy imagination of him gave him a headache. Levis had been like this before. I just wanted two hearthstones at that time. He lowered his head and slowly peeled the apple with a knife. She even listed this as the top secret and deleted this part of the human who activated the pineal gland. However, he was not in a hurry to see Caroline. It had only been 200 years. The external hacks of this civilization were too exaggerated, and in the future it would be even more exaggerated. At that time, it would be best to custom make a mechanical suit. And even now, it was beyond Xuji's imagination. It brought him an indescribable surprise. This knowledge of their lava technology civilization had filled him in a lot, and it had even greatly inspired their research. It had allowed Xuji to understand the power of biological genetic code and the power of self-evolution. Now, they had unified the Stonewall region and captured several rank 6 Emperor-to-be demonic beasts. Although they were still in a remote area, the Stonewall region was only one of the 13 regions. Although it was 3 times the size of the primordial world, it was still the most remote and weakest lava domain. In the near future, the rise of the Ishtar people would inevitably lead them out of the Stonewall region and into the ancient land of lava. They would wage war and spread the glory of their civilization to every corner. This piece of land was 100 times larger than the previous world. It was boundless and had unlimited potential for development. The territory of the Isidarian people was less than 4%. It was too remote and small. They're considered a powerful and terrifying high-level magical beast race when they're an adult rank 4. They're equivalent to some sub-dragons and green dragons. Furthermore, they have mech armors, which will increase their combat power. Shuji had already predicted that a war was about to happen. Their technological updates are already unstoppable. If the demonic beasts continue to be complacent, they will definitely lose. The war was about to break out, and the Ishtar people were about to leave the Stonewall region. And for Shuji, this was the perfect time. While they're busy preparing for war, it's the best time to release new player species. Why? The reason? Simple. The creatures with extraordinary potential that the players had evolved were all non-human, so they were naturally from the monster faction. They were the kind that would be beaten up by the people of Isidar. They would probably be hung up and beaten up. In the previous world dungeons, the players were all proud and had even occupied the upper echelons of the world. But now, an extraordinary race with a more advanced technology than them. This was definitely the most difficult hell-level instance dungeon in history. When they face a race with cheats, they will definitely scream like ghosts and howl like wolves. Xuji looked at the strange little guys in front of him. They were whispering to each other, completely unaware that their tragic fate in the future had already been arranged by someone else. FETK. He was finally seeing a famous scene. God of creation, eat the apple. I'm telling you newbies, this isn't just any famous scene. This is the God of creation eating apples series peel and eat. What? Could it be a legendary secret skill? The people around him were shocked. Another strange creature said with a solemn expression, "Yes!" As everyone knew, when the God of creation ate an apple, he would usually eat it with the apple's skin. This scene of him peeling the apple with a knife was a rare scene. You can say that the planning team is giving you newbies some benefits. Instantly, the surrounding newbies were mesmerized by his words. As expected, the high-end evolutionary sandbox world of the Big Boss was something that could never be imagined outside. The old players continued to boast. I'm telling you, do you think that fruit knife is an ordinary vegetable knife? It was the blade of the law of causality. A super divine artifact on the same level as the divine throne of creation that the first beta players used to wipe out the team. It's usually very rare to see you, but it's impossible for you to immediately transform the moment you come in. You'd better learn from us. Ding. System prompts. Player, I'm really not a demon. I'm a good person has evolved into a species scared you to death 3000. You have obtained an achievement reward. The old players, who were still bragging to the new players, they were stunned on the spot. He hadn't even finished bragging, and he had already been slapped in the face. Which newbie was so fierce? It's only been 2 days since the closed beta, and it's been more than 40 hours. Even if he stayed up all night, isn't this too fast? When they thought of this, they quickly went around to see who this newbie was. When he arrived at his destination, he found that it was a white balloon fish. It had a pufferfish-like structure and a bulging stomach. This ball of balloon fish was made into the shape of a Kongming lantern. Its mouth was opened downward into an O shape, and a small drag basin was burning below. The Kongming lantern flew in the air and changed its shape crazily, sometimes turning into a beautiful girl, sometimes into a SpongeBob SquarePants, sometimes into a fierce man. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim, 666. Quick! Into the final chicken. FTK. This one's not bad. Awesome! The balloon species breathed in helium, hydrogen, methane, leg air. They all have different uses. Whoop! If one could store a wooden leg energy in their stomach, then become a beauty, kiss someone, and then blow it out, who could stand it? No one could withstand it. The #1 expert in the assassination world. The premise was that the balloon fish could hold its feet. Funny face. The crowd gathered around and discussed animatedly. They instantly thought of many uses for this species. The future of this species was boundless. Someone asked, I'll scare you to death. Tell me the truth. What's your relationship with Stephen Chow's I'll kill you? The balloon? In the air. I've been a professional in scaring people for 30 years. The imagination of the other world's aboriginals is too poor. I'm preparing to enter the 3 realms and promote the traditional horror cultural image of Earth. Supporting the sky of the world of monsters. He turned into a beautiful Sadako spirit in the air, and then into a ferocious ghost face. Everyone was shocked. However, it could transform crazily and become light. It could scare people to death in the middle of the night, and could transform into any form of ghosts to scare people. No wonder it was called Scare You to Death. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. I'll bring you a live broadcast of sexy balloons and online scary people. Voila! In the air, it led the white lanterns and balloons in the sky to change their direction and fly forward. Everyone up and sighed. This was the first time he had seen someone enter the World Channel in such a carefree manner. This species had too many functions. He had now turned himself and his species into hot air balloons in advance, so their movements were very convenient. When they arrived in a new world, they had the right time, place, and people at the start. They could occupy the highest terrain in the sky and find a landing point. It was a perfect start. He's meticulous. This kid is definitely not simple, someone said coldly. That's King nonsense. It looks like another super big shot. In the pitch-black world tunnel, Shia Naiming kept floating. A new world. The second life of the extraordinary world, weird, the incense of all living beings. I entered as a weirdo especially, scaring people, and shared a share with the cute girl. She took the kind incense, and I took the evil incense. Wouldn't it be great if I became an evil god? It's better for one of us to be the villain than those strange ones. This was a plan that he had been planning for a long time. He had even prepared this species for a long time. There's no such thing as the worst species, only the most unsuitable species. This species of mine followed the tide of the times and came here. There's a great opportunity. I'll scare people and absorb their fear. I'll walk the weird path and find a way to open up my own path of the devil path. The more he thought about it, the more beautiful he felt. I've watched hundreds of domestic horror films and know the tricks scaring people. Aren't they scared to death by me? Even if they survive the initial stage of fear domestic horror movies, I still have famous foreign horror movies waiting for them, but there's no hurry. Scaring people takes time. If they get too scared in one go, their fear threshold will increase, and they won't be able to collect fear anymore. They have to do it step by step. Gradually, he passed through the teleportation array that the Xuji had built for him and entered the underground world of lava. Suddenly lit up. Weird! I'm coming! The two most famous, beautiful female players. I'm gonna have a cute girl on my left and a beautiful female player on my right. And I'm gonna reach the peak of my life. His eyes suddenly lit up. He had arrived in a new world. He flew for 3 hours, and all he could see was a huge mountain and forest. Instantly sighed at the vastness of this vast foreign world. But the next second he saw a fiery red in the distance. Is it the sunrise? His smile gradually froze, and as he got closer, he realized that it was a hot, red lava river. At this moment, he realized that this was not the three realms at all, but a brand new, unknown, vast world. However, in the next second, his expression completely froze. This was because he was looking down from above and saw a huge crater in the ground in the distance. He saw a broken machine inside. What is this? He looked down and saw a man's body in the pile of broken machinery. He had been dead for a long time and had become a skeleton. He was holding a rectangular black phone with a full screen in his hand. Cell phone? His whole body trembled, and his hair stood on end. We're very popular with rectangular cell phones. This is an octagonal, diamond-shaped full-screen cell phone. It's not the style of us earthlings. Screenshots. A picture was instantly sent out. With the huge difference in time flow, in everyone's eyes, the moment this player entered, a screenshot was instantly sent out. Let's see. This player. The next second, one was stunned and silent. They saw a new world. There was an alien-style mobile phone and some unknown broken brown machinery. This seemed to be a world of technology. World of technology? The forum was in an uproar, and many people were talking about it. It was a world of extraordinary powers before, but now it's a world of technology. A technological civilization similar to our Earth. Black questions don't GPG. When I saw the phone, I felt a sense of familiarity even though it's not the model from our Earth. Shock GPG. 666. This is the unprecedented anticipation of this civilization. Everyone. What this meant. The previous, transcendent world was too real. It was so detailed that it did not feel like a game at all, but the real world. The delicate details were experienced in every corner, and it was 100 millions better than the open fancy sandbox games like old Rolly 5. Rationality was too terrifying and unbelievable. Some people even said that if one could get their hands on the bloodline inside, they could also cultivate to become a transcendent and become a wizard on Earth. But before this, it was only in theory. Right now, this might be a world of technology. We can always copy science and technology. How could it be plagiarism when it came to scientists? We can at least learn from it. I don't think it's possible. If it's really a science fiction civilized world, then wouldn't the development of our human civilization leap forward in an instant and cross hundreds of years? This game can't do it. The netizens were discussing it and felt it was very impossible. This was because it would be beyond everyone's imagination. It was just a game. After all, although it was said to be a myriad of worlds, it was still fine before. The extraordinary world and the people on Earth felt separated. However, if this sci-fi world was really as real as before, it would mean a terrifying meaning. It could even change the scientific civilization on Earth. The human society in the real world experienced a technological boom in an instant. Of course, there were some crazy fans who had enough confidence in this. I think it's possible. The game's production team is mysterious and unpredictable. If it's really a high-level science fiction world that can give us modern science to learn from and use as a reference, then I'll be blowing my own horn. Rio 8. I also believe it. Look at their black technology. Maybe there really is a world with technology that surpasses Earth's. Yup. Spore Evolution was publicly announced to be a cross-era virtual online game jointly developed by more than 100 countries. It's 100% realistic, and it's a learning-loving game. Tsujiji smiled. He looked at his small orchard in the countryside and the ordinary small field. He did not expect his reputation and mysteriousness on the huge internet had become more and more impressive. He was in charge of a small orchard in the countryside of Tongcheng, as if he owned the whole world. He turned his gaze and looked at a certain place with interest. At this moment, all the major research institutes were shocked. All departments mobilize. The world of technology. It might be a world of technology. A young man in a white coat walked around and roared loudly. Carry out in-depth analysis of the photo. While the netizens were still talking about it, the research institutes around the world had fallen into an unprecedented tense atmosphere, as if they were preparing for the Third World War. Yes, they excited than ever. Their goal always been very direct. It was to obtain knowledge and extraordinary power, transform the Earth's low-leveled civilization, obtain alien technology, and walk into the vast universe. They also had the dream of the universe. One small step for humanity, one big step for Earth. The photo, mechanical wreckage, suspected to be an arm, a part of some kind of mechanical armor. Phone, full screen, octagonal, black. As the information came in, the people in charge of the major research institutes were breathing rapidly, and their eyes were bloodshot. Oh my God. Look what we found. We finally got what we wanted after such a long time. It's right in front of your eyes. Oh! This was too unbelievable. A technological civilization It's even possible that it'll surpass the modern Earth's technological world. But the researchers and scientists in white coats walked back and forth, constantly revealing their crazy language. Activate the hidden plan. The person in charge was a white-haired old professor. He was always solemn and strict, but at this time, he also revealed a side that no one knew about. His neck was red as he roared excitedly. Are we really going to activate it? Someone asked. Activate? Yes. The person in charge said loudly. Our Earth has obtained an opportunity that has not been seen in 1,000 years. Ding! In the evolution sandbox, a system notification rang out. System message. Congratulations to the player Sweetie, my favorite, for evolving the species' little steel bench and obtaining an achievement reward. 1. Happening. Everyone was stunned. This was the backup plan left by the Secret Research Institute. Even though they knew that they might be punished if they interfered too much, they still secretly placed a second person on standby. This person was about to enter the sandbox world, and this was their biggest trump card. And right in front of him was his greatest opportunity. They were planning to enter world of science fiction. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ding! 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 In the evolution sandbox, the sound of achievement rewards rang out one after another, and potential species were evolved one after another. Everyone suddenly felt that this was too scary, so there were so many big shots hidden among them. As for the I love Sweetie the most player, he had already received orders from his superior and quickly entered the Dark World channel. His heart was filled with passion, and he insisted on his soldier's dream to serve his motherland, the world of technology, for the glory of my beautiful Jian. Cha! Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. This player looked at this vast new world with great excitement. However, he slowly raised his head and saw a sky made of green leaves. The sun shone down, and it was beautiful. I love little Sweetie the most. His face instantly darkened, and his mind went blank. This was F.A. Was it the ancient wood world? On the forum, I love little Sweetie the most. It's so scary. It's an incredible world. There's a lot of lava here. I found the remains of a mecha. But I'm sorry, the principle and structure are beyond the imagination of the people on Earth. I can't show you. After the post, I love Sweetie quietly sat on the spot and looked at the sky blankly. It was as if all the light and hope had disappeared from her eyes. Then, a strange-shaped plant appeared behind her. The plant looked up at the sky and said, "Thud." He immediately went offline and ran out. No. This bastard is lying to us. There is no mechanical armor chestplate remains, no black hexagonal energy stone. These do not exist at all. This is a scam. Do not be fooled. Do not come in. After a while, a third person came in. He looked at the sky in a daze and then looked down at the two people in front of him. They were sitting on the ground leisurely and playing Gomoku with small stones. Are you really not lying to us? He instant vomited blood. Real and fake. Fake and real. Who could tell the difference? Let's fight the landlord. After, out to post, he came back to speak. Not long after, 4 or 5 of them came in. They looked at each other, and when they saw that everyone had come in, they immediately began to curse. This was emptying all the hidden cards that we had painstakingly accumulated. When will revenge ever end? The other side, in the high-end players group chat. The racer of Mount Haruna. Let me tell you something shocking. a bunch of big shots have suddenly appeared in the ancient tree world. All of them are bruised and battered, and they've come to my place in a daze to spend money and buy a race. He had become rich in an instant. I secretly increased the price by 30%. We'll squeeze these rich people dry. The system, Mengmei evolved to a Dragonai. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand evolved into Kun. They were also dumbfounded, and they cursed in their hearts. The speed of Mount Haruna was really something. They dared to oppress those big shots. Did they not know what kind of power stood behind them? Once your real identity is discovered, your water meter will definitely be broken. After laughing out loud, his expression turned serious. He felt that this situation was unbelievable. This might be the unprecedented explosion that shocked the game after the evil god of Cthulhu combined and descended. A vast world of technology and civilization was waiting for the Earthlings to excavate. These high-end game players already knew that Spore Evolution wasn't a game created by humans, but a god. This was a link to the universe and a huge opportunity for Earth's civilization, allowing humans to walk into the vast universe. The data of the characters in the game would gradually affect reality and subtly change the physical fitness of the players. It was also a great opportunity for them. Dig. It's strange that you guys can poach that cheating race. Suji sat in front of the window, resting his chin on one hand on the table, and looked out at the world outside. To hell with the universe. It's still my family's little orchard. However, since you guys love to imagine so much, I'll make my development speed catch up with the speed of your imagination one day and become a real universe. No one would have thought that the vast universe, endless heavenly worlds they had imagined were just an orchard in the countryside of his house and a deep orchard cellar, 1,000 meters below the orchard. This morning, Xuji suddenly received a phone call, which he rarely received. It was a call from a senior executive of a foreign company he used to work for. Xuji could vaguely remember the other party's appearance. He was a middle-aged boss with a big belly and deep dark circles under his eyes. However, he spoke with a lot of vigor. He had been very good to Xuji back then, and had been kind to him for promotion. This nice guy was asking about Xuji's cancer, and some of his former colleagues were also showing their concern on the other end of the phone. It was obvious that the phone call had made them hesitate for a while. The leader did not want to hurt Xuji's self-esteem, so he tactfully proposed a project for his project team that allowed him to participate remotely through the computer, and he would be given a part of the reward after the event. Furthermore, Xuji had been assigned a very simple job, and he was very familiar with it. There was no doubt that his colleagues were trying to help him with his terminal illness after he resigned. At this moment, he finally came back to his senses. It had only been 2 months since he had resigned. It had been 2 months. In their eyes, he was still the poor young man who had cancer, spent the rest of his life in an orchard in the countryside. In fact, after 2 months, his cancer would enter the final stage. He had to go through chemotherapy every day and save a lot of money to maintain his difficult life. It's only been 2 months and I'm already at level 6. I'm so excited that I'm planning to build a mecha and take a walk in space. His ex-colleague suddenly called him, which made him feel real. He was a little dazed. He thought of his former colleagues on the task force and friends who worked overtime and stayed up late to rush projects. He felt like he was in a different world from them. No need. I've found a good job in the countryside. I can be self-sufficient. Xuji quickly spoke up and tactfully rejected the offer. It would be very difficult to deal with those idiotic players and the research institute that was causing trouble. He was indeed very with work. On the other end of the phone, there was a sudden silence. Really, okay? It was Brother Lai from the working group. He was an old man in his 30s with 2 children. He had taken a loan to buy a house in a big city. He had to pay off a loan of 8,000 yuan a month and was living under a lot of pressure. Brother Shuji, Sister Yun has broken up with you. She's not a good person. I knew she wasn't a good person from the beginning. It was Xiao from the group who was gritting her teeth. She was a lively girl from a famous university. She had also come to this foreign company as soon as she entered the company for an internship. She was Xu Zhuji's child and had a good impression of Xuji back then. I'm really fine, Xuji laughed. The other end of the phone fell silent again. After a long time, Xia Xiaoxiao said, "Then we won't disturb you anymore. I wish Brother Shuji good health. I'll live my life happily." The 3 of them hung up the phone and deliberately did not ask Shuji what job he had found. After all, what good job could it be to inherit the orchard left by his parents in the countryside? In their eyes, it was just farming and working hard. This young man with cancer just wanted to keep his last dignity and didn't want them to worry. In fact, after they hung up the phone, they looked at each other and felt emotional. He didn't know when his body would be unable to take it. A programmer's job was a youthful meal, and there were many problems with his body. What was the purpose of this mediocre life? Even these boring office workers and white-collar elites were full of yearning that had suddenly appeared in the past 2 months. That wonderful and free world was full of yearning. Now, to Xuji, he no longer needed to work. Money and power in real life were at his fingertips, and these things were no longer in his eyes. The hot-blooded heroes of the era in each world, Diki, Medusa, Ermin, their lofty ideals and the pace of the gods in pursuit of truth, were also imperceptibly influencing him. Now, he was starting from nothing, and personally creating one world after another to deduce his future cultivation path towards eternity. This was what he found interesting. Looked ahead. We've let the new players in. Let's see what they do. I just need to watch slowly. And now that 30 to 40 years have passed, it's time to meet the request of the Isodar people. Or perhaps Caroline. He stood up. I hope that when I go in, this player will not be captured by the Izuzudeardians and paraded in the streets for the discovery of the new species. I hope he will not be photographed as a memento. Xia Naiming was also very confused now. It was really like seeing a ghost. His goal was the primordial world. He was a species that was born to scare people. He wanted to save the saviors of the 3 realms, who were in deep waters and suffering by following the great opportunity of the era of anomalies. However, in other worlds, it would lose its effect and become a complete younger brother race. What could a mimicked hot air balloon do? It's a creature of little value that's on par with a slime. At the very least, if I can't enter the 3 realms, at least let me enter the ancient tree world. At the very least, it's safe there. There's a big shot who's set up a base there, and we can ask the racer of Mount Haruna about how to use his money to become a surrogate and transform into an elf. Then the new world. This place was extremely dangerous. There were lava rivers all over the place, all kinds of terrifying, extraordinary life forms in the forest, and mysterious mechanical wreckage and mobile phones. And he was a weakling. At this moment, he really wanted to switch places with the players who had entered the ancient tree world. Both of them had come to the wrong place. However, when he wanted to leave, The other player forums were instantly excited. They asked him to continue exploring this new vast world and livestream new maps. Brother, don't panic. We'll support you. That's right, there's a lot of danger ahead, but don't be afraid, because we're a group of gays behind you. Kind little eyes. Shia Niming was even more dumbfounded. This was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. I'm not an idiot. Don't pull me into your camp. He was extremely sorrowful. He was a very serious person. And he didn't want to be assimilated. Even some well-known players came out to join in the fun. Don't panic, the racer of Mount Haruna said. I'll drive you. Cute girl, brother. A small step for humans is a big step for technology. The future of mankind is on your shoulders. I'll lend you my luck. The other research institutes had also mixed in and expressed that they would do their best to help because they had no other way. They could only explore this extraordinary world through this player. As Shia Niming livestreamed, he flew in the sky and soon saw a group of goblins riding wolves in the wild. This was a group of short, wretched, wrinkly green-skinned beasts. They wore extremely dirty beast skins and rode on war wolves, roaring from high above and throwing spears at the sky. La la. Woo, la la. They roared fervently, as if they were going to strike down the sky lanterns. Shia Niming was scared out of his wits. How could a modern person who lived like a prince have ever seen such a scene? It was as if a group of gay men were shouting at you. He felt that he was too miserable and too difficult. As an ordinary person, it was normal for them to become stronger while lying down. This was what the public thought. It was unrealistic for those who transmigrated to be face-smacking and reaching the peak to be like long ocean. People would die. He hurriedly continued to fly higher, shaking off this terrifying group. When he found a safe place in the forest, he brought the hot air balloon group and continued to add fuel for the Kongming lanterns. When he went online again, he found that the netizens had already discussed a plan. This was because a society that seemed to be a technological civilization was enough to make them excited. They had to be extremely careful to set up a strategy for this balloon player and the best solution to survive in the other world. Brother Balloon, don't be afraid. We are scientists and wilderness survival experts on the forum. We can definitely help you rise and dominate an era. The mechanical arm is severely damaged, so we can't get any results from the research. It looks like they've only lost power, but they might still be able to communicate. But how to do is a problem. The most important thing now is to find a safe place to rest and gradually understand the rules and culture of this world. Screenshots. While they were discussing, the balloon player sent a screenshot of the goblin, which shocked them. Magical creatures also exist? Technology and magic coexisting? The goblins are an opportunity. I can think of way to shapeshift and blend to the goblins, transforming into these things. If it's too light, you can fill your body with some straw, leaves, or soft mud to make your body look heavy. Countless people started to analyze the situation on the forum. They were serious. He was looking for the optimal solution to survive in another world. This was also the best method. By imitating a goblin and filling the balloon with a real object, in addition to the chameleon's mimicry characteristics, it could be simulated, and there was a high probability of not being discovered. But someone immediately said, "This world is unknown. I don't know if goblins have methods to see through the disguise of their own kind. It's best to let one of my balloon race subordinates test the disguise and stain its body with the goblin's urine and body odor. This way, I won't be suspected." After a round of analysis, Xianiming's face turned bitter. After a few attempts, he tried to follow the netizens' advice and spent half a day looking for a suitable way to replenish his weight. He found the goblin's urine and covered a balloon fish with the urine. He bloated his stomach and became a goblin. His skin was imitated and had the chameleon effect. He made a mimicked sound and was not discovered. "I've succeeded." He was overjoyed, and with the help of countless people, he successfully disguised himself as a goblin and sneaked into the goblin tribe. But on this night, he saw an extremely terrifying scene. The goblins rode wolves during the day and at night, thinking that wolves were divine partners. Xianiming's hair stood on end. Was this their wolf culture? This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying and savage foreign world's aboriginal civilization. At this time, with the help of the netizens, in just half an hour in the real world and several months in the game, he successfully started a fire, built a house, and found Xian to cook for him. He gained the respect of many goblins and became the king of goblins. The netizens were ecstatic. The farming flow has been activated. First, develop the tribe. Change their terrible habits. Get them away from the beasts. We can even let the goblin train in magic. It is goblin mages, goblin warriors. Our previous extraordinary civilization might not be afraid of them, even if we face this technological civilization. Arg! They were born with magic cores. Big shots, quickly start your research. He's naturally gifted in magic. With everyone's help, this player gathered the intelligence of the entire internet and developed civilization at a crazy pace. He also made the new goblins of various races learn languages and arithmetic to improve their intelligence. The goblin civilization was developing in full swing. A group of balloons was released near the tribe to monitor everything. Xianiming sat on the beast chair in the tribe. As expected, farming is the beginning of the other world. I'm like a traveler from a novel. With my own internet, I can post on Baidu, and the netizens will help me for free. At first, he was still very nervous, but now he suddenly felt very happy. Although the balloon species was weak, with the advice of a group of think tanks, they could instantly gain a firm foothold in this new world. Perhaps, in the near future, I can really change my name from the previous Xianiming. I'll scare you 3,000 times, but it's changed to Yao Niming. I'll take your life for 3,000. Yao Niming, hey, you even sound like you're cursing in a Sichuan dialect. He smiled, but his smile gradually froze as he saw two black meshes flying over from the sky. In the sky, the two Isodalans communicated telepathically in the black mech. The stone wall region is too big. We're here to build a satellite network and signal base stations to lay the groundwork for the future war on the front line. Eh? Is that the goblin tribe? One of the Isodans said. Another man, who was as handsome as a god, transmitted his consciousness. Destroy it. These disgusting races are like wild beasts and have strong reproductive abilities. It is said that they can be found in several regions outside our stone wall region and are a rare intelligent species that can cross regions. Compared to these intelligent species, I prefer the Kana tribe from the aqua blue region. Their women are as beautiful as us. However, their Naga Hydra was at the Celestial Emperor realm and was very difficult to deal with. This ancient land of lava is too big, so wide that it's beyond imagination. In the middle of their discussion, they decided to destroy the goblin tribe. The people of Isodar loved beauty and were passionate and romantic. They hated such a disgusting and twisted race. Wait, don't worry. This goblin tribe seems to be a little different. Two Isodalos landed and started a live broadcast on the central network. Everyone! Everyone! Emergency notice. We found a special goblin tribe. There were also special balloons flying nearby. There seems to be signs of life. Screenshots. Immediately, the gazes of Izudarians on the internet gathered. Radar detection. A shock spread out. The handsome Acidalian's face turned serious as he gradually located an unknown life form. It looks like a goblin, and even the texture of its skin is similar. But in fact, it's a balloon creature with special skin. It's filled with straw and mud, and there's no magic nucleus. What? Is impossible. Perhaps it's a new and unknown magical beast? It's creating a virtual image of itself, hiding within the goblin tribe, and becoming the goblin king? No magic core, but it has intelligence. A mimicry creature? On the internet, waves were stirred. At this moment, Shia Niming was also shocked to see two mech armors falling from the sky. Two perfect modern humans walked out of them, and he was so scared that he went out to post. Screenshots. Everyone! Look, there's a high-tech civilization in a mecha. I'm going to die. Instantly, the entire forum was in a frenzy. Quickly pretend that you are a goblin. No! The goblin might die. Pretending that you're a peasant. Quickly transform. Now, it's time to test your escape ability. 72 transformations. Countless people were shocked. He didn't expect it to come so quickly, and there was no time to develop at all. In reality, their actions were completely useless in the face of absolute strength. This was because they had scanning radars. The technological development was too terrifying. As long as a mecha passed by, there was no place to hide within a radius of several thousand meters. The new species would definitely be discovered. Two streamlined black mechas landed in the primitive tribe. They opened the hatch of the mecha and walked down. They saw a paddy man quietly standing in the field. The Ishodar people's internet was boiling with excitement. They found it unbelievable and could not understand such behavior. Pretending to be a straw doll. What going on? Foaming at the mouth and tilting his head? Are you pretending to be dead? What a cute race. They disguised themselves as goblins to blend in. And now they're disguised as grass people to escape our sight. In addition, the scientists' internet began to discuss. This is a new species. The wave detection report is out. Its skin is extremely elastic. It's a balloon-shaped creature that can mimicry others. It has high plasticity and no magic core. Everyone, what use have you thought of? A few days ago, Miss Caroline mentioned the human priority plan. Our research has been stuck at this point. Perhaps this new species is the most crucial plasticity material for our research. You're saying, right. This material was light, thin, and elastic. It's shape-shifting and extremely malleable. It's perfect for us Izodians to use as contraception. Humans are the first to choose. Not have noticed me. The paddy man took root on the ground and struggled in its heart. Why is it that other people's farming career is smooth and successful, but I'm about to be caught when I've just started farming? I have to hide and develop. Don't touch me. Otherwise you will humiliate me, and bully me today. In the future, I will definitely kill your entire family and exterminate your entire clan to avenge today's humiliation. Bring him back for the experiment. The handsome and perfect Isodar stretched out his hand, and a wave of spiritual energy wrapped around him. The paddy man flew into the air and quickly took the other balloons with it. The mechanical armor flew into the air. The human priority plan. This may be another huge step forward for our isodal civilization. Later. My name's Shia. I never thought that my dream would come true in the end. In the end, I still took my revenge and became the terrifying Demon King who killed the most people in history. I've killed hundreds of millions of Izuda people. Maybe I can change my name to 300 million for your life. Just as the player was captured by the Izudarian people under the bewilderment of countless netizens, Xuji walked into a coffee shop and was about to make contact with the leader of the Izudarian people, Caroline. The mechanical city of Velia. In the southern area of the city center, there was a dark brown, exquisite shop. Black was the color commonly used in mechanical armors, and a favorite color of the people of Izudar. Dim lights hung on the walls, and the yellow light shone down on the black ground, giving people a sense of peace and gentleness. The red-haired girl at the counter had a ponytail and was wearing a white shop assistant's apron. She was very well developed, and her waist was unusually slender. Her cute and delicate, beautiful face was lying on the counter and staring blankly ahead. She was hugging a cute, furry Tier 2 black fox as a pillow. She looked like she was in a daze. But in fact, she was focused on the mechanical revolution, on the computer network in her head. I failed again. If I didn't use the hosting hack software, would I really not have any fighting talent? She leaned on the counter and was shocked. Her cute little mouth opened slightly, and her consciousness was transmitted over. Sir, what would you like to order? A cup of beaver milk tea. Xuji sent his consciousness over and sat down to wait quietly. He sat in the coffee shop and looked out at the clean magical wind street outside. From time to time, there were mechanical war chariots whizzing past in the sky. One by one, flawless, tall, and handsome young men and women walked around like perfect gods. Even Xuji had to admit that this was a good world for a vacation, a highly advanced technological civilization. The passionate, kind, and hospitable people of Ishtar. There was also an endless land of ancient lava outside, which allowed you to pilot a mech to achieve romance, while also allowing you to explore the unknown and magical land. Thank you for your visit. The red-haired girl raised her hand slightly, and the black glass cabinet on the counter opened. An exquisite black glass cup flew in front of her. The adorable red-haired maiden's voice rang out from far away. Dear customer, I'm going to play games. Please remember to pay through the shop's online system after you're done drinking. She closed her eyes and lay on the counter, completely unguarded against a stranger's actions. Xuji was dumbfounded. This was a situation that was very difficult to imagine on Earth. He sipped his tea and looked out of the window quietly. Armors operated by intelligent machines were acting as cleaners. All their physical work was done by machines. This world is very fair. When one gets something, he has to lose something. So never be envious of the superficial happiness of others, and the same goes for the people of Izudar. Although they've achieved full automation, don't need to work, are born with good looks and strength, and don't even need to go to school from young age to directly pass on knowledge in their minds. A seemingly free life, chasing after your dreams, and even exploring the ancient lava domain. Xuji sighed softly, but they've lost. Lot of Earthlings' experiences, such as the 985 system at work, the 9-year compulsory education, various cramps, 5 years of college entrance exams, and 3 years of simulations, and Xuji had seen such a civilized society. They had really lost too much. For example, crime, fear when walking at night, scheming and fraud between people, and the beautiful Izodane girls who dressed sexily without wearing safety pants. They were not afraid of people peeking at them. They did not have the slightest bit of vigilance against their own race. the protos. This was because the moral law was written into their genes. This was a basic condition for mutual trust, so that there were no barriers in society, and the root of unconditional trust. Anyone who met on the street was kind and could be trusted completely. Xu Ji took a sip of his coffee and marveled at the corruption of this civilization. They don't need to be on guard and build a high wall of loneliness in their hearts because they have a firewall. There can't be no evil people here, because what are evil people? A chuckling voice came from afar, crisp and pleasant. A tall girl strode into the coffee shop. Evil people are people who harm others for their own benefit. They persecute others' interests to satisfy themselves. And when everything is within their reach, then people will not want to be evil. The beautiful girl in the cap sat down. Her voice was soft, and there was a happy smile on her face. It was as if every word she said was a smile, and she did not hide the joy she had been waiting for a long time. It's finally here. Xu Ji looked at Caroline and also showed a rare smile. He did not expect that she would be able to come this far, even though she did not have Levis wisdom. She had given him too much of a surprise. It wasn't an era that could shake the entire world just by giving one opportunity. All of this brilliance was due to the great era that Caroline had started. Without her, this era might have developed in a completely different way. Caroline was a traditional Izodar person. She was kind, passionate, and stubborn. She had indeed realized her dream. She had become the second Levis, who had dedicated his life to live for the glory of the people of Ishtar and walked on the forefront of science. Carol laughed. In this world, if there was a choice, who would want to be the bad guy? Who didn't want to be a good person who was trusted unconditionally by their neighbors, bathing in warmth? Therefore, if we add a little more genetic restriction, the social atmosphere will remain here forever. Our race will be wary of the outside world and treat the inside with sincerity. It's because it's too tiring to be on guard against everyone, against their own kind. Back then, our dream of communicating in the milk tea shop has been moving forward. Today, it has finally come true. Caroline laughed very happily. She sat down and sighed with emotion. Her eyes were bright and glazed, as if they were as resplendent as sapphires. It was an expression that she had not seen for a long time, as if she had seen through the 100 years of her youth. Do you still remember my dream back then? Ah, ridiculous young girl's dream. May all the people of Ishtar be born equal. People were born powerful. Human life is like a god. Yes, after so many years, you've finally done it, Xu Ji said. She was too tired. In the outside world, she had to maintain her dignity and pressure. Only here could she reveal the softness in her heart, as if she was chatting with a friend. Caroline stood up like an elegant and beautiful tour guide. She bent over and smiled. Then, my ancient god, would you like to take a look at the mecha? To visit the laboratory of our Izudearian civilization? It's been a long time since we last met. Every time we meet, it's another you, and you've become much beautiful and powerful. Xu Ji looked at Caroline. She was already at the 5th rank, which could be considered a very fast progress in her cultivation. The two of them, out of the cafe. This was a huge ecological valley, with lush forests and greenery intertwining on this land. Caroline brought Xu Ji on a tour of the Ishtar people's black technology. Xu Ji gasped in admiration at every piece of technology. It was simply too terrifying. There's a forest in the distance, an ecological garden, and it's keeping the magical beasts we used to live in the ancient lava land. Of course, I've done enough experiments. At this moment, it was as if she was taking Xu Ji on a tour of the Isidarian Zoo. Any precious and powerful magical beast could be found here. He could even see some goblins and nagas. a beautiful marine race with fishtails and human bodies. This was the outer area of the Science and Technology Institute, which allowed tourists to visit. There were some handsome young men and tall, beautiful girls walking back and forth, making exclamations as they looked around. Most of the demonic beasts are no longer a threat to us. Once they're captured by us, they'll no longer belong to us, said Caroline with a smile. Every one of us in Isodar is proficient in C. We can invade their brains, modify their memories, and modify their nerve responses. It was like a doll, a high-end toy that could be played by anyone. You could easily give a lion magical beast the memory that it was a dog. I can mess with their dignity, memories, and nerve reflexes. Xu Zi's expression was calm. The C language of the magic nucleus, which was used to create life codes, had been mastered by every Izodane. This was a terrifying race. Every single one of their clansmen could become a god and modify the memories and behavior of magical beasts. They could enslave them in a terrifying way that no one would know, of course, said Caroline. We, the people of Isodar, have the law of wisdom equality. Unless it's an enemy force, we are not allowed to tamper with wild magical beasts with wisdom, which means that they are creatures of 4th grade and above. Intelligent life is equal, and we grant them human rights. Caroline was very gentle. In fact, if it's a magical beast from our side, we will give it citizenship, and the symbol of our citizenship is C++. It's under the protection of the brain firewall. Although it was simple and comprehensive, there were many meanings behind it. Although the people of Isodar were arrogant and did not worship God, they were not arrogant either. They were determined to move forward, determined to the future of science, and retained the respect that intelligent life should have. They were wizards who pursued the truth on another path. Caroline brought Ixuji on a tour of the research results, as well as the magical beasts along the way. However, we, the people of Isodar, still have an important problem waiting to be solved. That is, every newborn. Despite the efforts of countless great wise men in our civilization, it is still difficult to guarantee that every newborn will definitely activate the pineal gland. This is only natural. Even Xuji had not been able to do it back then. After all, it was not a creature of pure flesh and blood, and it was inevitable that there would be mistakes in the root. Even now, after so many years of development, Caroline's initial promise had not been fulfilled. Most of the Isodarans were still living together with the Isodarans who had gained wisdom. However, due to the laws written in morality by the new humans, both sides lived in harmony, and there was no racial discrimination. There were even cases, old humans constantly killing new humans. Although the Homo evolutus were powerful and could control wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, the guilt mechanism in their genes made them unable to attack humans. On the other hand, the old humans had no such restrictions at all. This allowed the weak old humans to kill the Homo evolutus directly. Although the Homo evolutus were powerful and had fast thinking, they didn't dare to resist at all. They could only avoid attacks everywhere and eventually get killed by the mecha. As Caroline spoke about the grudges between the two races, she sighed. She felt that this matter was very troublesome. The problem of the human race is getting more and more serious. It has been a hidden danger for many years. Even if it could subvert civilization and lead to destruction, we can't use violence against them or carry out a plan to purge them. This is because if the old humans are killed, the future generations of the new humans may still be the old humans who can't open the pineal gland. This can't be cured. However, after so many years, we have a new plan, the Human Priority Plan, which can effectively solve this problem. Xuji was a little surprised. They already had a solution to the problem that he couldn't solve back then? He had to admit their development crazy and fast. What method? Shuji asked curiously. Of course, replied Carolyn with smiled. Direct solution. Because that's impossible. Our plan is to imitate the reproductive patterns of the magical beasts. The fertility of the magical beasts is very low, but every magical beast is very powerful. Shuji, silent for a few seconds, you mean, even if we reduce our fertility rate, we must prevent the birth of ordinary humans. Like magical beasts, they have a low fertility rate, but powerful offspring. Every offspring of the Ishtar people can open the pineal body. A true god. Caroline's face was serious. It can conduct a genetic test on the embryo that has just formed 10 days ago in the womb. If it is not third-class citizen and does not have the qualifications to open the pineal gland, it will be directly aborted. After all, it was a humanitarian solution if the embryo did not develop intelligence. After days, it was not considered a massacre. If the newborn is below third-class citizen and has the qualifications to activate the pineal gland, then give birth to it. Of course, this will make our reproductive ability extremely low, just like those high-level magical beasts. Caroline smiled. But the world is wonderful. We are already high-level magical beasts in a sense, aren't we? Suji was shocked, but he continued to walk and chat slowly like an old friend. This was indeed an alternative solution to prevent the birth of ordinary humans who couldn't open their pineal gland. The old humans would also choose to agree, or even participate in it madly, hoping that their future children would have the qualifications of the new humans. If this was carried out, it would be a very feasible plan. Both sides would agree, and no more old humans would be born. After this generation of old humans died of old age, they would all be united as new humans. Xuji could not help but applaud the perfection of the plan. The people of Ishodar were indeed a terrifying scientific civilization where the wise gathered. He had personally seen their scientific civilization advance madly. In fact, the problem between the new and old humans has always been a problem for us. Once the human selection plan is completed, our future will be the start of the perfect human plan. The perfect human project? Xuji asked again, in surprise. Yes, it's an ultimate human science project. It's also known as the Protos Plan, which will push our civilization to the peak. However, because the problem of the old and new humans can't be solved, it's not easy to announce it. The perfect human plan is just like me, explained Carolyn patiently. I'm a perfect human now. Rather than explaining, why don't we experience it directly? She suddenly smiled. Give me your hand. Xuji extended his hand. Caroline grabbed Xuji's hand in a natural and unrestrained manner. A gentle light spread out from her hand, making Xuji feel very warm. Xuji sensed something. This was the second-rank spell, Spring Breeze Bath. Caroline stretched out her hand and spread out her fingers. With a smile, she said, Do you know why I can easily cast spells? Didn't he need to delay his casting? Please look at my palm. Only then did Xuji realize the terrifying scene. Her palm was soft and white, and on each of her green fingers, the fingerprints had already formed an exquisite and dense totem array pattern, which formed a natural totem array. The fingerprints of a human's palm were very delicate. There were 10 miniature spell formations on each of her 10 fingerprints. In addition to the other parts of her palm, there were more than 30 spell totems on her 2 palms alone. Xuji's breathing quickened. He knew what this meant. Every civilization has its own training system, doesn't it? He asked. Caroline's smile was as beautiful and brilliant as an elf's. This is the cultivation system that we, the people of Izar, have developed sacred sigil. And this is just a pair of hands. There are still countless patterns on the other parts of the body. The texture of a person's skin is very delicate. Our arms, thighs, neck, and any other place can copy the formation patterns, and human skin can shed and regenerate. And we, the people of Izadar, use this to constantly control the shedding of our bodies and write in the genetic modification of the skin texture to achieve the divine pattern of the skin. Of course, the strength of the Izadarian will depend on his talent. This is something that other systems and civilizations can't do. Only the unique, extraordinary system of the Izodians, combined with the extremely precise brain computer, can perform fine adjustments to the body. Xuji, shocked. He had never thought that Caroline would have already reached this stage. He had once told Caroline that every extraordinary civilization had its own unique, extraordinary system, and that they would be able to walk down their own path. And now, she had actually done it. It was a unique cultivation system that combined the system of science and technology and the system of transcendence divine patterns. Before this, Xuji had thought that the people of Isidar could train, but their combat level was too low for those of the same level. The establishment of the palm pattern system allowed them to be extraordinary among their peers. Their powerful combat strength could even be comparable to the invincible powerhouses of the same level with the qualifications of a heavenly emperor. This made up for their shortcomings. They had established their own extraordinary system, combining science and extraordinary, one of a kind. Divine patterns can be copied into 10,000 formation diagrams at most. It's a path that can complement and amplify each other. A path with almost infinite possibilities. Of course. Carolyn smiled and said, "The fingertips of the palm and various parts of the body can be copied with totems with various killing abilities. As for the feet, there are also totems with acceleration abilities. This was the true body of a god. All of them correspond to the various functions, and they're perfect." Was this the perfect human project? Xuji was already extremely shocked. The people of Isidar had already achieved such heights. Caroline coughed twice. To put it simply, after this plan, every girl in Isidar will not only be beautiful, but will also bring you a feeling that will subvert your imagination. Even other human girls will no longer interest you. This is the true woman of the Protoss. Our perfect human plan is to surpass the old humans in all aspects. If one aspect is not perfect, how can we be called perfect human? Carolyn continued to walk forward, her expression turning serious once again. Therefore, the new and old human beings made us not dare to execute this plan immediately. This was because the two races were still living together. They were married and living in harmony. However, once this plan is carried out, the new human beings and the old human beings will be completely divided. No new human beings will marry the women of the old human beings, or the men of the old human beings. When Xuji heard this, he could not help but sigh with emotion. He had witnessed a terrifying iteration of the development of civilization. Each of the plans to cross the era had made each of them evolve crazily. They were approaching the perfect god clan. A chip was inserted into their brains. They didn't have any transcendent genetic talent, but they were able to develop from nothing and develop to a terrifying extent. Of course, Caroline said, "This perfect human plan has been left on hold, because the problem of the new and old human beings cannot be solved. Now, the human priority plan has a solution too, because they found a special material." "What material?" Shuji asked curiously. Caroline was still smiling as she led Shuji through the zoo of magical beasts. The probability of a new human baby activating their pineal gland is very low. 1% of first-class citizens, 3% of second-class citizens, 10% of third-class citizens. So we need to come up with a new method. She showed Xuji the experimental product, which was a kind of transparent plastic film made of a special material. It blocks most of the ordinary useless offspring, but it's also permeable. The genes that can swim over are all very good, and the probability of it increasing the probability of becoming a new human has been increased by several times. It's a special type of molecular material. Caroline brought the ancient god to a cage and pointed at a balloon-shaped fish. It stuck its head out and looked at the beautiful girls passing by. It was very curious. What strange creature! Caroline was a little curious about this strange creature. It seemed to be locked up in a zoo and watched by humans. In fact, it seemed to be very happy. Was it lying on the ground and watching the traveling humans? It's because of this that we've solved a scientific problem that has been troubling us for decades, said Caroline. The problem of human race, the arrival of this life, is simply the savior of the Ezodians. We've completed the last part of the human optimization plan, and we've opened a new chapter for the next era. Shuji and Caroline were touring the zoo. As they spoke, they had already arrived next to a balloon fish. This balloon fish was being watched like a monkey in a zoo. A bunch of cute girls took photos and screenshots of it, thinking that it was as a new species. They were extremely curious. He lay on the ground and kept looking for an angle. He mumbled, and Shuji could read his lips. There's no tights. This world is full of trust between people. Xuji was speechless. He had a toothache on the spot. Scum! The shame of humanity. After he came to the high civilization aliens and was captured as a zoo gorilla, the first thing he did was become a zoo maniac? A little sense of crisis, okay? At least scream, cry out about their atrocities, ask for human rights, or find a way to escape the zoo. Shuji felt a headache coming on. The players this year were even more idiotic than the ones before. They were very optimistic, because they did not really die in this game. The people of Izadar these days had been completely defenseless after several generations of reproduction. They treated people with sincerity, but in the end they had no idea that being spied on. What happened? Caroline could not help but ask. It's nothing. Xuji took a deep breath and looked at the magical beast in the cage. He said, this species, it seems to be a little special. It's very special. Caroline's interest was instantly piqued, and her chatterbox was still open. Her eyes were bright as she said, this balloon fish race was just discovered a few days ago. In a goblin tribe in the southern region of the Stone Wall region, there seemed to be an ant-like queen ant on the pyramid steps, and the one in front of him was their king. It seems to have a high level of intelligence, but there is no magic nucleus in its brain. We can't read its mind using sea language, or even communicate with it. X nodded. Caroline continued, we have already raised its species in batches. They possess very good elasticity. They are natural, biological filtering membranes. It can be used as a safety measure, and it's already in the production line. We're about to execute the human selection plan. Xuzi's expression became strange as he looked at the balloon fish. On the other side, in the Spore Evolution Forum, countless netizens went crazy and were extremely shocked. They watched as this player was quickly captured. In less than an hour in the real world, which was more than half a month in the game, his species was captured and brought to the laboratory for inhumane research. A group of scientists in white coats crazily surrounded him. Screenshots. 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 In half an hour, he sent pictures and screamed like crazy. Everyone was shocked. Studied by aliens? Brother, you've also become a senior researcher. To be able to participate in experimental research, even if it was just being researched. Funny face. Don't mess around. This scene was clearly very terrifying. Okay. It was as if an earthling been captured and dissected by an alien from a higher civilization. It was terrifying, because it's almost time now. Don't worry. Quickly take a screenshot. Let's continue to understand their civilization. While everyone was still in shock, an even more terrifying scene occurred. They discovered something extremely terrifying. The level of technology in this mysterious race's laboratory was so high that they couldn't even understand it. In the laboratory, the scientists in white coats and their assistants did not communicate with each other. From the beginning to the end, they did not say a word. It was as if they were born to understand each other's words. When the netizens saw the live broadcast, they went even crazier. It's too scary. This race is all mute? Heavens! Every time we came to a new world, we had to learn the native language. But now, we have no way to learn it. Could it be that this civilization has already broken away from the shackles of language and doesn't need to open their mouths to communicate? Instead, it's like the aliens in the movies, brain waves transmission. Soundless. Motherfucker. It's like watching a horror sci-fi movie. Before this, some people had thought that this game couldn't be so powerful and that this civilization couldn't be a science fiction civilization. Even if it was, it couldn't be so advanced. At most, it would be similar to modern human civilization. But now, every understanding was completely shattered. They had been slapped in the face. The kind that was beaten until it was swollen. The height of this civilization was not something that the humans on Earth could understand. It was so advanced that it was extremely difficult to come into contact with and understand it. This was because there was no way to learn a language. It was equivalent to a natural barrier. It was impossible to understand the other civilization. All the major research institutes on Earth were dumbfounded and completely shocked. After a while, something even more shocking happened. They saw the balloon fish being made into a safe balloon by the scientists. They were wrapped in a Durex-like packaging and began to make an assembly line. Holy shit, T1. FTK2. Aliens also used this thing? They were all stunned. Only this sentence was left. Their brains were filled with mush. They had thought that they were researching some high-tech weapon, killing weapon of the law of causality, or star-annihilating cannon. Who knew it was this? It felt like this was definitely one of the top 10 most incredible alien incidents of the 20th century. All the major research institutes were speechless. They looked at the computer screen and their heads started to hurt. What was going on? Could there be a deeper meaning to it? Even advanced technological civilizations had to use this thing. They were deeply suspicious of their scientific lives. As for Shia Niming, he was even more miserable. He looked at his own race, and it was even worse than the Alchemy Emperor. No, they were more or less the same. The racer of Mount Haruna. Cough, cough, cough. As expected of the balloon fish race. They have more uses than we thought. Thank you for helping us develop it. Alien technology is awesome. Learn medicine to save the world. Don't panic. Didn't you say that you wanted to go to the three realms and become a strange, terrifying demon king who would scare countless people? Now, your wish has come true. You're already a demon king who has killed countless people and stained your hands with blood. The crowd was also in a heated discussion. In a sense, that was indeed the case. They laughed so hard that their stomachs were cramping. They felt that he was too miserable and kept comforting him. Yeah, that's right. You are the first human hero in history to slaughter a large number of aliens. We are proud of you. Funny face. It's true. It was too awesome. I'm really envious, jealous, and hateful. You've been a fierce and ambitious character ever since you debuted. Realize our dreams. A man should kill without mercy, and his undying karma was all in killing. Funny face. Shh. Naiming was speechless. A man should kill without mercy. The everlasting karma was all in killing people. Why did these words sound so perverted now? Am I too impure, or is the power of this group of idiots growing day by day? When he saw the encouragement from these people, he was shocked. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He began to ignore this group of people. His high blood pressure was almost out of the window. After several twists and turns, he successfully got out of the laboratory and transferred to this zoo. He was locked in a cage and was surrounded by tourists like a giant panda. He was instantly rendered speechless. He could only take a deep breath. The netizens outside are telling me that this is a huge opportunity. This technological human is observing me, so I can also take the opportunity to observe them and understand their civilization and structure. These so-called netizens were naturally those from the research institute who had mixed in with the netizens, hoping that he could provide more information. Furthermore, they would do their best to help him rise in this mysterious technological world and explore all kinds of things. This was the greatest opportunity they had so far. Furthermore, they promised to pay a huge sum of 1,000 sand coins for each screenshot. It'll be different if you pay. At this moment, Xia Naiming's expression was grave. He laid his head on the ground, constantly looking for an angle and observing the girls passing by. For the great renaissance of Earth's humans, I will not shirk my duty. Screenshots. 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 Pictures were sent out. Countless people were shocked. Although there was no realistic image, this angle, this hazy feeling, it was too wonderful. Countless netizens were making a fuss and expressing that it was indeed smart. The 1,000 sand coins for a screenshot was very worth it. The scientist? The Australian scientist? They were extremely sorrowful. This online player was poisonous. He thought that we were paying for this kind of photo. Why didn't our people go in? Instead, he could only rely on this guy. And what happened next made their faces even darker. System prompts. Due to player Scaredy Cat spreading unhealthy pictures, he has been banned by the official platform. The staff of the various secret research institutes vomited blood and fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't that there weren't people who had tried to make things difficult in the forum before. After all, Spore Evolution Forum was also a forum, and it had to abide by the basic laws. Just like other forums, if one messed around, their account would be banned. But this one in front of him, unprecedented. This was the first time he had seen a big shot who had left Navavis village and entered the universe get banned. He was instantly silenced. This was also a record-breaking. Big Boss is indeed a big boss. Sexy balloon, selling films online. Everyone was amazed. He's simply too outstanding. No wonder he's an elite veteran in our industry. As for Shia Niming, he looked at the people on the internet and was also very distressed. Wasn't it just to earn some money? After all, it would be a lie to say that they were not envious of the money that was so much in a screenshot. According to the current exchange rate, 1,000 sand coins were equivalent to 2,000 yuan, and this exchange rate was still rising. Some people had already started to hoard it, and it was said that there was a trend of Bitcoin. I'll just ask you, a screenshot for 2,000 yuan, are you willing to trade? This was a choice that anyone would make. It was a very simple multiple choice question. This was a path where money fell in the sky, and there was no way not to pick it up. No one, rich to that extent. Shia Niming couldn't help take a deep breath. These people are too bad, and I'm too young. He only believed their nonsense after his Chunibyu syndrome acted up. They kept making silly remarks and almost fell for their tricks. They used money to attack me, and I was assimilated by them and joined their camp. He didn't know that some research institutes were planning this in secret. He just thought that these idiots were deliberately messing with him. Thinking of this, he began to take it seriously. I can't be bewitched with animals. Although he was locked up, life still had to go on. It was already very difficult for him to transform a species into this world. The reason why he was teasing these guys was that he had been captured and had no choice. Now that he had successfully survived, he had to work hard to get out of this predicament. Lu Xun had once said that as long as one was alive, there was hope, right? It was obvious that this terrifying technological world had exceeded their imagination. Even Hell Mode instanced dungeons, this alien world. Although there were dangerous extraordinary lands, such as magical beasts, there were also radar scanning. It was normal for him to be discovered and captured by high-tech means. In this world, the seemingly powerful magical beasts were just sightseeing animals in their zoo. I've been silenced. I can only rely on myself, but it's not a problem for me, Shia Niming said, with a serious face. After all, he was still an elite human being with outstanding intelligence and confidence. It was just that he had been led astray by those idiots. According to my observation, the aesthetic appearance of the humans in this world is roughly the same as that of us Earthlings. They are handsome and perfect, and they seem to be highly developed in civilization. It seems that they have lost the ability to deceive and are full of trust between humans. As an alien, although our technology is not as advanced as theirs, I can still conquer them. He had a plan for this, and there was a case on Earth. Meow. Aliens' combat power was not high. They could easily conquer Earthlings. By acting cute and looking at humans with innocent and cute eyes, they could turn humans into shit-shoveling officials and cat slaves. Alien. Fish lips. Shia Niming lay in the cage and continued to observe these perfect humans who were as handsome as gods. He looked for all kinds of angles and continued to lie on the ground to look at the girls and observe the customs of this human. My species are ever-changing. They can scare people to death, but they can also act cute. A pen can calm the world. A martial artist can decide the universe on a horse, and he can oppress Zheng Tai. As he thought of this, the balloon fish suddenly bounced slightly and turned into a cute little cat. It kept walking elegantly in the cage and acted cute. Wah! This species is so cute. He can turn into many cute little animals. A group of girls who were watching exclaimed, blinking and taking pictures with their eyes. As expected. Niming smiled. Although he couldn't hear the humans' conversation, he could still tell from their facial expressions that they had taken the bait. Furthermore, he also obtained a more important piece of data. They don't have any cameras. It seems like they are taking pictures with their eyes. What kind of advanced civilization was this? It's too terrifying. He found it even more outrageous. Woo-woo! He turned into a cute puppy, looking at the crowd with watery eyes and wagging his tail crazily, which caused another round of screaming. One day, my species will become a cat-like pet in this world. After all, balloon fish have very low IQs, not higher than cats and the like. However, they are raised in every family, but they steal information and form a huge network of connections. He thought. All of a sudden, he thought about it carefully and had an unbelievable thought. Could it be that the cats on Earth were from a race that was even more inferior than Earth and had secretly invaded the world like him? They live in every human home and collect information about humans. For ordinary humans, television and computers were technology that they could not even imagine. When one thought about some things the other way around, one would feel a little creeped out. However, he was still determined. If I can't win with force, I can only act cute. This is his only way out. First, quite smart. Xuji was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed involuntarily. This was indeed the best choice. It could be said to be wretched or unrealistic, but there was no other way. What's wrong? Do you have any ideas about this balloon fish? Caroline smiled and asked curiously, ever-changing. It's indeed a wonderful creature. Nature is always amazing. It's nothing. Xuji shook his head and looked away from the player who was trying to survive in the zoo. To him, this was just a small interlude in his life. This player was too far away from himself and the height of this civilization. Xuji continued to visit the Izodal people's technology and research results under her guidance. His main goal for this trip was still to build a mechanical armor. This was because he was only a level 6 god, and there were 2 major levels between him and a level 8 god. Only gods had the ability to cross the universe and wander in space. He was still too far away. During this period of time, he had to get a mechanical armor as a means of transportation. Otherwise, if he suddenly had to go to space, he would be completely helpless. Perhaps he could go to space, a sandbox, in the future, in solar system, and no matter what, a mech armor would have the ability to protect itself. It's a tier 7 combat strength. Xuji continued to move forward. He was of great use to himself in all aspects. He was a very realistic person. The mechanical armor would greatly increase his convenience in reality. It was the most direct and fastest way to increase one's strength. He was worthy of a certain amount of attention and effort. This is space technology, quantum entanglement. Perhaps in the distant future, we will be able to achieve quantum communication. Caroline stopped in front of a glass cabinet and introduced Xuji. The future. Not bad. An impressive magic technology civilization, Xuji said. All of these pieces of advanced technology were already extremely terrifying, and they were all enough to produce progress and influence that transcended the times. Every country would have to pay a heavy price for these scientific research results if they were to be left on Earth. What a terrifying civilization! This is the technological boom of the technological side. He continued walking. After walking through the ecological park in the biotechnology area, they came to a huge 8-story dome exhibition hall. This was the Research Institute of the Machinery Civilization. At this moment, the entire Research Institute had used a lot of their financial resources to specifically research vacuum meshes for Xuji. Although Caroline's main research was in the field of biology, the mechanical scientists of the Isidarian people still had many. They insisted on the romance of magical machinery, And because they had opened up the potential of the brain, mechanical technology was updated countless times faster than before. Now, a research institute made up of 10 new humans, with their updated technology, is already comparable to Livivis. Caroline also smiled. You can imagine how terrifying the speed of our civilization is. Jeez. Understood. Their physical levels were not high. After all, cultivation could not be achieved overnight. However, their technology could already mass-produce high-end mechanical armors. They had even reached the level of a Tier 7 Heavenly Emperor. Although their combat strength was not at the level of a top-tier Heavenly Emperor, it was still shocking. In the ancient lava domain, the magical beasts were also developing rapidly, and many celestial emperors had appeared. However, they had no advantage over machines. The current Isudar only occupies 4% of the ancient lava domain, but their combat power is comparable to that of all the magical beasts in 30% of the territory, and it is still growing rapidly. Carolyn sighed and said with incomparable pride, "Even without me, the current human society can still maintain order and operate stably, because the order of civilization has completely matured. I can already retire after my success." As she spoke, Carolyn's words were filled with pride for her own race. This was a feeling and pride that came from the bottom of her heart. Just like when she rejected the gods back then, she had an unbelievable self-confidence. She took Xuji to a secret base. "How's the match test going? Has the human selection plan been tested again?" Under the faint white light above their heads, human scientists in white coats walked back and forth in a hurry. After going around one corridor after another, Caroline brought Xuji to a secret core room. A long, sleek black mecha was placed in a glass cover. "This is our vacuum magic-powered mech. It's made from lava, altered its molecular structure, and forged using mana techniques." Caroline's brainwaves slightly flickered. She had already activated a mechanism somewhere, and the air in the entire glass cover was quickly sucked out, forming a vacuum state. Not only can it resist vacuum, but it also contains the wisdom, performance, and power of the entire Isodal race. It is the best. Bad. Xuji took a look at it. This mechanical armor was very sci-fi and handsome, and it suited his aesthetic very well. Furthermore, it could completely achieve vacuum pressure resistance. It could be said that Caroline had put in endless effort and paid a great price for it. "I still have to test it out in practice." Caroline looked at Xuji with a face full of desire. Xuji was speechless. He knew what she wanted to do. She was curious about the empty world. However, this mecha indeed needed to be tested in reality and let them improve it. It didn't matter if their wishes were fulfilled. Wasn't it just a vacuum? To them, it was an extremely rare domain, but to outsiders, it couldn't be more common. "Sure," Xuji, with a smile. "Really?" Carolyn's eyes were bright. Of course. Xuji was not that stingy or short of money. He said, "I can take you and some researchers to the vacuum world for field exploration." Ka-cha, ka-cha, cha. In the next second, the entire 8-story research institute quickly twisted and rose from the ground. Layers of soil fell off, revealing a black mechanical and exquisite metal body, which turned into a huge mechanical spaceship. The human scientists were walking around, and their thoughts echoed in the rooms. "For the glory of the Isodales! I've been preparing for countless years for this moment." 13 superdrive furnaces. Test adjustment complete. Vacuum emergency shield ready. Optical camouflage stealth shield activated. The lava cannon is fully charged. The human ecological species, 13 oimil animals, plants, magical beasts have all been brought along. We are ready to test the living environment in the vacuum at any time. A solemn voice reverberated throughout the huge mechanical spaceship. Xuzujis, in the room? He didn't even have time to react. The entire research institute had already been prepared to this extent, but in the next second, he couldn't help but laugh. In fact, Xuji had also thought of taking advantage of the Uzulpal people's test to go to the universe to take a look. He had never been there before, and the highest distance he could go was only the Earth's atmosphere. Xuji wanted to say, "Like you, I have the great dream of the Sea of Stars." However, he didn't say anything, because he wanted to maintain his dignity in front of this unbelievably advanced technological civilization. Let's go. The entire research institute is built for the research results you want, the ancient. Caroline's eyes burst with a bright light. She stood in front of the core cockpit with Xuji and looked out of the glass window. Great ancient God, how did we enter that world? Space travel. A wormhole. Space-time transfer? The eyes of the scientists in white coats around them were also burning with anticipation. The researchers here were the most elite of the human race. It could be said that most of the Izodane's wisdom was gathered here. The leading scientist was a female assistant who had followed Caroline for many years, Viviana. The fact that she was able to follow Caroline had already proven that her talent was not low, and her degree of trust was unquestionable. Up to this day, she had already held a high position and was the president of the Western Human Empire. As the president of a human empire, her arrival also meant a lot of things. As for the golden giant dragon, Michael, he was also standing on the ground. It was very smooth and beautiful, and his whole body was inlaid with shiny magic crystals. At this moment, this golden dragon was 3 meters tall. It stood on the ground, and the fat on its stomach kept rolling up. It tried to stand up straight and serious, like a human soldier standing in the military posture. But it seemed to be very difficult for it. As soon as it relaxed and stood up straight, the fat on its stomach would roll down. Life is really good. You've gained a lot of weight. Xuji was stunned as he looked at the group of scientists. This was really a small step for humanity, but a big step for Earth. It was an extremely memorable day for the people of Isodar, and for Xuji, he was also looking forward to it. It was also a big step for his own Earth. He could finally leave Earth. Of course, he was looking forward to it, because he had seen the historical moments of many civilizations. He no longer had a strong sense of ceremony. He looked at these top human scientists and helplessly explained, "This is a trip. I'll only take you sightseeing. People of Ishtar, don't think too much about it." Xuji continued, "I have a special way to bring you into the vacuum. Don't act rashly, and listen to my command the entire time. And this period of time might not be short." Caroline's expression turned serious as she replied, "I understand." A super ancient god had disappeared for so long before reappearing. Back then, she had guessed that it might be a long journey before they could reach that world. Caroline thought about seriously and replied, "Without me, the current Izodal civilization can still operate normally, and this mechanical spaceship has prepared a power source that can be used." A long time. However, she could not help but ask, "How long will it take for us to come back? If we can come back alive?" Xuji thought for a moment. "About 3 or 4 years. That was 1 hour. In reality, perhaps we will encounter a special race." Caroline's voice was heavy. Although she didn't point it out, in her eyes, it might be related to the enemy race that destroyed the ancient human civilization. World. Her heart was already filled with excitement. Xuji's expression was calm. Although it was a little unexpected that Caroline had created such a big thing, it did not escape Xuji's control. After all, he had already made preparations before coming here. Xuji was also looking forward to, and curious, about letting them see the vacuum environment. They live in the underground lava world, and their horizons are too low. They are like frogs at the bottom of a well. This is the limitation of the environment, the vast universe that has never seen the sea of stars. How will their civilization develop if they see it? Hence, Xuji formed a group of tourists. Otherwise, a mesh as a reward might not affect him. Xuji gave her a heads up. But be careful. There might be strange things happening. I understand. Any miracle that cannot be explained by science is only something that cannot be explained by current science. Caroline's expression turned completely solemn. The entire mechanical spaceship quickly took off. Its vast, streamlined, and exquisite body was like a huge black cigar as it flew into the sky. After flying for a while, it left the human mechanical city and came to a forest. It's starting. Turn off all energy sources. Otherwise, the interference of various energies may cause instability. We might be torn apart alive and disappear into the unknown space-time. Xuji stood in front of the glass window of the cabin and looked at the entire land of lava outside. Shut down? The surrounding scientists in white were stunned. Once it was turned off, the entire mechanical spaceship would instantly crash. Close, said Caroline, with an unquestionable tone. In an instant, countless Izadar scientists shut down all the power sources. The huge mechanical spaceship descended rapidly, as if it was going to crash into the mountains in the next second. Suddenly, there was a flash. Boom! A ripple from a teleportation array. Xuji controlled the teleportation array to open up a huge black crack, and the entire spaceship was swallowed up in an instant. It appeared in the distant mechanical city. Countless people looked up with shock on their faces. Die. In the mechanical spaceship, all sorts of alarms sounded. Our spatial positioning device is sensing an unknown vibration. My God, the displacement device table shows unknown displacement data. There's a major malfunction. The scientists were shouting loudly as they looked at the electric meter. They were so excited. They had been guessing and even simulating 13 ways to arrive in the world of travel. With that, they had developed more than 100 monitoring devices to collect experimental data during the travel. We've already detected spatial fluctuations. Perhaps we're shuttling through space, collecting data. Don't activate any energy-powered devices. Otherwise, we might get lost in the turbulence of space. This is a power that the current Isodaanians cannot reach. Spatial travel, this is the power of God. One of the scientists said loudly, his face red. At this moment, they didn't dare to use any energy-powered devices at all. They allowed the mechanical spaceship to shuttle and drift freely. This was already a domain that they couldn't understand. As for Caroline, she was standing in the distance. She quietly looked at the scientists' exclamations and did not move. She turned to look at the ancient god next to her. You're amazing. Just a single life form can transport an entire ship. Xuji. Say anything. This was indeed the power of a god, and only a god could do it, which meant that it was a level 8 mythical creature. But it wasn't his. He was still too far away from being a god. This, Herman's power. After a short teleportation through the television formation, a black mechanical spaceship the size of a basin, smooth and beautiful, appeared on the red rosewood table in Xuji's living room. This black mechanical spaceship was placed on the table like an extremely exquisite black toy. Beside it was a coffee table and a delicious meal. The moment they arrived, they had already given an order to the intelligent subbrain. Block the images outside this ship. Xuji was eating at the moment. He put down his chopsticks and looked at the mechanical spaceship somewhat helplessly. Its arrival was faster than he had imagined, and it was also more exaggerated than he had imagined. But in the end, it still did not escape his control. Xuji thought about it for a while, but he did not put down his chopsticks in the end. After I'm done eating, I'll send you guys to the sky for a tour. After all, I've never really been there before. However, the Yuzudarian still felt that something was wrong with it. It was so stable that he even suspected that he had passed through space. Xuji thought for a moment, and suddenly looked up at the ceiling of the living room. It was a hanging fan, a large 3-page fan that was a few hundred yuan for an ordinary family. He stood up and used a black rope to hang the mechanical spaceship under the fan. First gear. Xuji looked at the hanging fan on the ceiling of the living room and slowly started to rotate. He immediately returned to the dining table and continued to eat with his head lowered. This should be enough. And wang. The entire Easel mechanical spaceship trembled like the earth was shaking. It was experiencing an unprecedented vibration. It spun wildly, and the dial of the testing instrument flashed red, indicating that the data was abnormal. Ah! This was an unknown displacement. Is this a spatial turbulence? I'm dizzy. It's spinning. Heavens! Is this the terrifying part of spatial travel? Record. Up and record. In the entire spaceship, countless Isodale's faces were red and fanatical. They were swaying left and right as if they were sitting on a merry-go-round, but they were full of the fanatical scientists. They were madly checking the electronic instruments. This is precious experimental data. Hualala! The weather had been very cold recently, and the temperature in the living room seemed to have dropped a few degrees under the rotation of the fan. The lava world. I don't feel like winter is coming. It's hot all year round there, and the Esidalans are wearing very little and sexy clothes. Xuji sat in the living room, holding his chopsticks and calmly eating the home-cooked dishes from the gourmet world. Occasionally, he would look up at the black mechanical spaceship that was spinning madly under the fan. Under the high-speed rotation, it had become a black top with a hazy shadow. Due to its irregular shape, it even jumped up down as if a rubber band was tied to it. Xuji suddenly had this strange thought. In terms of the span of our technological civilization, I'm like an earthling holding an alien flying saucer from an advanced civilization that can fly across the universe and hanging it under an electric fan? He didn't feel this was wrong, because he had give them something to do, right? After spending some time with them, Xuji still understood the character of this race. Once they had time to think, these scientists would be able to do things for him. Only a ghost would know their intelligence. Would they discover any clues when they were idle and directly confuse them? Not being able to think was the best choice. There's no other way. I have to prevent you guys from imagining things and seeing through my flaws. Xuji ate very quickly and finished his meal within 3 minutes. All that was left on the table were empty bowls and plates stained with yellow gravy. He brought them to the kitchen, turned the tap, and soaked them in water. After I'm done with today's work, I'll send them to heaven and come back to wash the dishes. He washed the dishes every day. He suddenly felt that he might need to find a nanny. There was now someone to cook his meals. In the food industry, every meal was a unique delicacy, But he still lacked a butler who was in charge of the household chores and cleaning. But at the mention of the butler, Xuji had an idea. A perfect butler. One of his first reactions is Xiao Wei. If I can get my hands on Xiao Wei, that would be pretty good. After all, the weird Xiao Wei is the most perfect woman in everyone's impression. She's beautiful, kind, smart, and hardworking. She causes people's dark jealousy, and they'll go back with hoes and shovels to dismember her body. He wouldn't dismember her body. There were no side effects to himself. As a butler, he was very assured and safe about the grotesque gathering of the wish power of all living beings. But how to get it was a problem. And Xiao Wei was so small, what could she do? Only Dawei could be a butler. This was a problem. For a monster to become so big, a giant that was 100,000 feet tall, the number of people's fears that it had to gather was quite terrifying. Maybe I can go to the Izudearian and get a housework robot. It's very simple and violent. However, it would be troublesome to build such a big one. These two thoughts flashed through his mind, but he still had to think about the specifics. As for finding a native from the universe to be a nanny, he had not thought about it yet. Let's not talk about the size. Only big bosses who cultivated the 9 revolutions' mysterious art and the evil god of Cthulhu could become so big. As for those who had these abilities, various factors did not allow it. Having a huge body is also a problem. As he thought, he stopped the fan and brought the mechanical spaceship down from the living room. Boom. In the mechanical spaceship, countless scientists in white light lab coats were lying on the ground. If they weren't powerful, they would have been foaming at the mouth after being dizzy for several days due to the space turbulence. Huao acid. At this moment, suddenly stopped. The spatial turbulence that passed through worlds and time has finally passed. Perhaps we have to experience this spatial turbulence every time? Or maybe we're just unlucky and encountered a natural phenomenon by chance? This is too dangerous. He almost died. Have you recorded all the major data? Record. White lights shone in the mechanical technology hall. In front of the sophisticated technology equipment, the top scientists of Ishhodar were pale, but they were still examining the data. Their faces gradually became ecstatic. This precious data, what was it to experience these spatial storms? They had guessed from the beginning that the price to pay for crossing through space and worlds was very high. The risk was extremely high, and what was in front of them happened to be in line with their guess. A space-time storm was too scary, just like a small boat in the ocean that encountered a storm, swaying in the wind. At this moment, they finally experienced the power and vastness of nature. But the next second, the world spun again. The entire mechanical spaceship seemed to have been jolted by someone, and it jumped twice. After Shuji unzipped himself from the fan, he used one of his hands to shake the mechanical spaceship. He was a little curious. Although it looks small, it's quite heavy. It's probably about 50 pounds? He stretched out his hand, and a rusty old scale with a scale pole that was placed in the corner of the orchard outside flew into the living room. This was used to weigh lychees in the orchard. He fiddled with the black weight. 53 caddies. My guess was right. This technological civilization is more advanced than I thought. It should be a lightweight alloy made of magic technology. The technological equipment made with extraordinary powers is similar to a magic artifact. There's no need to test the hardness of the equipment, as it can withstand vacuum. After finishing these things, he didn't have the mood to delay. It was better to finish this work as soon as possible. He took out a white woven bag containing rice and the mechanical spaceship and walked out of the orchard. invisible body of Kui. A hazy air-type spell turned into a faint, distorted storm and blocked Exuji's vision. He directly took off into the air with the bag on his back and flew towards the clouds. He was like a pillar of light that shot into the sky, straight into the atmosphere. Exuji was no longer an ordinary rank 6. Now that he had experienced the world's extinction time and time again, his cultivation was close to that of an emperor-to-be, and his overall strength was twice as strong as when he had just entered rank 6. It would not take him much energy into the atmosphere. Within the mechanical spaceship, there were all sorts of vibrations. Boom, boom, boom. It's accelerating. The spatial displacement device told us that we are in the process of a stable displacement. The gyroscope device tells us that the direction is stable. It's very fast. Could it be that we've already passed through the spatial turbulence and are approaching a period of peace? We're about to safely arrive in another world? The machinery of precise calculation flickered. The scientists in white lab coats were fiddling with the equipment like crazy. The atmosphere of the entire mechanical spaceship was extremely tense. Even though they were extremely confident in their civilization and technology, this was the first time they had experienced such a thing. They were extremely nervous. After a round of inspection and reorganization, they could feel that the spaceship was still moving forward steadily. They immediately took a deep breath and relaxed. It had been very uncomfortable these days. After countless days of spinning and shaking, like the waves of the tide, they finally softened in their seats and heaved a sigh of relief. It was a wonderful feeling, like a ship that had survived a storm and welcomed the calm blue sea. Detect, analyze the data we just obtained. Now that it was safe, Viviana began her work. She sat on the mechanical control console and constantly analyzed the data she had just received. However, in the next second, her expression gradually froze, revealing a look of disbelief. According to the surface area of the spaceship and the mechanical inertia, a virtual force gradually appeared. Impossible! Is there something wrong with my brain? Krevish screamed. She quickly hit the keyboard. After a few tries, she suddenly growled to an Eastern female scientist beside her, Li Bing. Let me use your brain for a while. Li Bing was stunned for a moment, then quickly used his brain to connect to the display screen in front of Viviana through wireless communication. These scientists seemed to have their own personal computers and worked in front of them. But in fact, it was just a screen. They connected it to their own brains as the computer mainframe. And the display screen was only for convenience of operation and communication with others. Viviana used Lei Bing's brain to calculate, and the result was the same. This is her expression completely happened. The other scientists also noticed that something was wrong. They came to the screen and saw a terrifying virtual image on her computer. The image was a variety of data calculations. The virtual force-bearing image was a virtual analysis based on the surface area of the spaceship that was in contact with the outside world, as well as the takeoff height and angle of the force. They clearly see. It was like a human's giant hand, dragging their vast and huge mechanical spaceship with one hand and tossing in the air. It was as simple as throwing a basketball. All the scientists present were stunned. This was not the most terrifying thing. Then, they saw a scale. The automaton universe ship continued to travel steadily. A scale? This is impossible. Someone among the scientists in white coats shouted. Then, the Isodelans fell silent. In fact, This was also what all the scientists thinking. They were stunned on the spot, their minds full of disbelief. How could they encounter such a strange thing while passing through the turbulent flow of space? Just thinking about it felt ridiculous. Was there a life form that could survive in chaotic space? Or a vast giant? An unknown mysterious being that could lift up a mechanical spaceship, single-handedly grab their spaceship, weighed it, and then left. Just thinking about it made his hair stand on end, as if he had just brushed past the god of death. What happened? Carolyn strode over. She noticed the commotion and asked the scientists, "Is it testing the survey data? Is there anything unusual? Data loss?" The main purpose of this mechanical spaceship was to probe the surroundings. Therefore, it carried more than 100 types of external environment detection instruments for only two purposes. First, research means of crossing worlds. Detect, collect data, and start research in the process of arriving in another world. Perhaps they can open up new scientific fields. And the technology of the Aesidarian people can reach the height of crossing worlds. Second, investigate the vacuum environment. This might be an unknown world, dangerous and mysterious. Perhaps the previous super-ancient human civilization was destroyed here. It is necessary to investigate the various data. This mechanical spaceship was equipped with the most advanced testing equipment. Lady Caroline, according to our examination, this is the scene we saw through the spatial turbulence. The president of the human empire of the West thought for a while and finally spoke. Caroline's expression gradually froze as she looked at the virtual physical image. She took a deep breath. Not only is she not shocked, but she also smiled. It's a little strange. I didn't expect that there might be a big secret hidden behind the few tremors of our spaceship. Ray deduction. All science in the laboratory. Activate multi-core deduction mode. Yes. Countless scientists spoke. More than 30 of them quickly connected their brains to a special large mechanical screen in front of them. Dual-core, tri-core, quad-core. His computing power was constantly rising. Each of them was a computer, equipped with super-fast computing power. When combined, their computing power reached an even more terrifying height. By gathering the wisdom of many people and complementing each other, the error rate of the deduction was greatly reduced. Recalculate. Caroline put on her white coat. Her face was serious and cold as she stared at the big screen. Voila! Loading. The large LCD screen on the spaceship lit up and began to display images. In the virtual image in front of him, there was a stationary mechanical spaceship. Suddenly, an unknown object grabbed half of it, the metal shell of the spaceship. Calculating the shape of the object holding the spaceship according to the surface area of the spaceship, a mechanical voice was heard. Gradually, a 5-fingered palm appeared in his eyes. The palm grabbed the spaceship and tossed it up. The palm pattern has been calculated. Ding! Ding! A precise picture of a pair of palms and fingerprints quickly appeared on their computer screen. What is this? A human's fingerprint. It completely matches the fingerprints of a human's palm. Heavens! What kind of human could have such a huge palm? It can easily hold an entire universe ship. The Aesidal scientists turned pale. It was undeniable that their technology had reached an unprecedented level. It was so advanced that it was like a fingerprint unlocking. Just touching their spaceship was so precise. Carolyn looked at the vast palm that had appeared out of the void and was holding onto their mechanical spaceship. Her expression turned grave as she said, Continue with the calculations. Calculating, he continued to deduce. In their eyes, the hand that held the spaceship had opened for the first time. The palm of the hand throws the mechanical ship up 37 meters. The upward throw was not vertical, and the time taken to exert force was uneven, which was in line with the force of the object thrown by the palm. According to the angle, the inclined area, the palm, has an elbow. In the virtual mechanics image, a virtual arm appeared behind the palm. Preliminary deduction, according to the angle of the throw of the mechanical spaceship, the length of the forearm is likely to be 3,710 meters. This length is in line with the calculated lever movement and various actual data. At the same time, the ratio of the arm length to the palm is exactly in line with the human body structure. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. In the cockpit of the entire Ishtar people, the sound of rapid breathing rose and fell. This was the joint calculation of a group of scientists, and it was almost impossible to be wrong. There was really a vast giant holding their spaceship at the moment when their minds were blank. Continue the deduction. Carolyn stared at the screen with a calm expression as she spoke slowly. However, her fingers were clenched so tightly that they were pale, showing that she was not calm in her heart. I'm calculating 173 measuring instruments, collecting data. Only the sound of the operating machines could be heard in the research hall. In the following image, they saw a hook ruthlessly hooking onto the stern of their mechanical spaceship, according to the force exerted on the surface of the spaceship's body. The entire mechanical spaceship was like a big black fish that had been overturned, and it could not resist at all. According to the displacement data, after being hooked by the hook, it is swinging in a circular manner. It is speculated that there is a suspension rope structure on the hook. With the calculation, the scene changed again. A large fish hook hooked onto the mechanical spaceship, and a virtual rope appeared on the hook. It was like a pocket watch swaying left and right, and a screen appeared. Their technology was too advanced. From the data of the movement of the mechanical spaceship, they could estimate the length of the elbow. From the hook to the mechanical spaceship, they could guess there was a rope on the hook. At this time, after being suspended, the entire mechanical spaceship moved, causing a deviation in angle and force, similar to a lever balance deviation movement. It is suspected it was placed on a scale and was being weighed. Ding! On the screen, a long scale was simulated with a fixed point in the middle. The hook on one side was hanging a mechanical spaceship, and the position was lower. On the other side, there was some heavy object. In the beginning, the position of the mechanical spaceship was very low, but it was slowly being raised. In the end, it was equal to the lever, and the weight of the two sides was equal. The force and inclination involved could be calculated by a supercomputer and placed on a lever to adjust the balance. According to the data, it's suspected that they are adjusting the scale to weigh the hooked mechanical spaceship. During the adjustment process, the entire scale shook slightly 7 times. It seems that the weight moved through 7 dents and finally leveled out. The data is being compiled. Real-time simulation in progress. The images gradually pieced together. They saw an arm with a palm grabbing the vast mechanical spaceship and tossing it into the air. At this time, the fingerprints and palm prints of the palm were quickly displayed on the virtual screen. Next, there was a hook that hooked onto the tail of the mechanical spaceship and hung on the scale. The hand moved the scale and kept weighing. The scale moved 7 scales and finally reached the same level. Then, The entire mechanical spaceship was released. It was as if it had entered a new space, surrounded by soft squares. He activated stable flight. This was the entire scene of the calculation. When the results of all the deductions appeared on the screen again, the Isodans were shocked. Oh, it's unbelievable. This process, what exactly is this? The truth of the world? The universe? Vacuum? An unknown giant that we encountered while crossing dimensions? They were excited and a little frightened. At this moment, it challenged the boundary of their understanding of the world. This has shattered our understanding of the world. At this moment, the scientists standing in the Science and Technology Hall had an indescribable, complex feeling. This was the first time they had explored the outside world. Any unknown and unbelievable situation that appeared in front of them was worth studying to deepen humans' understanding of the world. After a moment of disbelief, the people of Isodar chose to accept it because their civilization was highly developed. What you think is impossible might exist. When you unconditionally believe in science, deny something, and criticize its feudal superstition, this is also a kind of superstition. In fact, it was not just the Isodians. The Earthlings had also been in the process of understanding the world and pursuing science, but they were also limited by the times. For example, if you were born in the 6th century BC, your perception of the world would be what modern people thought to be ridiculous. If you were born in the 16th century, that era was the battlefield between heliocentric and geocentric. You might even be a supporter of geocentric, burning heliocentric heretics to strengthen your own science. The so-called superstitions were relative and limited by the era. In every era, people would have a new understanding of the world. It wasn't until the moment humans walked out of Earth and saw a vast blue planet in space that they confirmed that the Earth was indeed round and that people wouldn't fall from it because of gravity. Giant? Hook? What was that? We, the people of Isodaros, may be limited by time. We are halfway through civilization, not the end of civilization, that can overlook everything. The Supreme who knows the truth of all things. Looking at the simulation of the mechanical spaceship, Caroline's heart suddenly ached. She could not help but close her eyes. I used to think that the high civilization of the Isodar people was enough to make us proud. In our technological world, there was nothing that was incomprehensible. However, this scene was striking her heart. Vaguely, it was as if some pride he was proud of was breaking. Our world is like a flower vase. Only by breaking its self-sealing beauty can we see the outside world. Ancient God, is this the reason you brought us to the universe? The first thing we saw after coming to this unknown world was a terrifying unknown existence that shattered our laughable pride. She suddenly laughed. Her smile was bitter, but it was as if she had been relieved of a heavy burden. Before she came, she was very proud. They even brought the ancient gods to visit their scientific and technological research and biological achievements in a flaunting tone. At that time, the ancient god seemed very satisfied and kept nodding during the tour. But now it seemed that the god just didn't want to expose their poor research and hurt their confidence. She clearly knew that she had long been blinded by a single leaf. The other party only smiled gently as she led the way and introduced him, not pointing it out. All these years, we've lost the footsteps of the truth seekers, and as we grow stronger, a super-intelligent civilization with tens of millions of wise men has made us complacent completely, proud, and lose our original intentions. We should be arrogant, but this arrogance cannot be the reason for the destruction of our civilization. She suddenly opened her eyes. The only thing that science can't understand is now, I can't understand. Viviana stepped forward and saluted with her back straight. Let's start our research, just like how we studied our own brains before. Let's go back to our original intentions and live up to the good intentions of the ancient gods. The moment Carolyn's voice fell, the surrounding scientists all withdrew their expressions and nodded their heads. They were extremely solemn, as if they were young and inexperienced students eager to learn. As they sat in the classroom, they started to deduce and calculate the data. There was a reason why their scientific civilization had tens of millions of wise men. A series of detailed data analysis soon appeared in front of the scientists. They paid the most attention to the scale. In their discussion, they were more inclined to believe that was a fishing rod with a weighing function. It's a hook. It was able to fish up things and weigh them in passing. It possessed an unbelievable amount of power. Gradually, in the virtual reality, a golden scale-shaped fishing rod appeared in their field of vision. This was the mysterious mythical tool that fit the image the most in their eyes. Perhaps it's some kind of divine artifact. It's a world-level divine weapon that can cross worlds. Some sort of hook or scale. Moreover, they had a heated discussion and came up with several speculations, which eventually formed the hypothesis of two universes. The scientist who pursued the theory of the world lake said, "Each world is made up of lakes of different sizes, and many fish live in the lakes. Some are big, some are small, some are strong, and some are weak. The rivers and creeks in the lakes are the passages between worlds, and anglers are the law-keepers of worlds. They reject the smuggling of worlds, and they fish in the rivers between lakes. Any powerful fish that tries to sneak in will be fished by them, and their crimes will be measured according to their weight." The ancient gods paid a huge price, or perhaps they had already reached an agreement and passed through the checkpoint to redeem us. Perhaps, without an ancient god leading them here and becoming their guide, they would have been caught and killed by the terrifying angler. However, the scientists who followed the time employment theory did not agree with this view. They said, "He wandered through the world gap and saved travelers who were time and space. He also asked for a reward. Have you forgotten that we were trapped in the void? If we were to fall here and there, we might have died in this rare natural space storm. It was this vast giant who saved us from the space storm. As for the weighing of the scales, it was to calculate the reward. The ancient god paid the reward. This theory was about employment. The giant was a businessman who saved people and got paid. These two theories both seem to have extremely reasonable arguments and evidence. The scientists of the two schools also argued, with red faces. But no matter what, this world had displayed its vastness. That unbelievably vast giant had easily lifted up their mechanical spaceship with a single hand and weighed it, making them feel a deep sense of powerlessness. The world is too big. It's filled with unknown and unimaginable miracles and creations, gods, supernatural life forms, and even rules. Half an hour later, Caroline strode out of the research hall and entered the long corridor. In time and space, there is an indescribable vast existence, like a fisherman sitting on the shore of time and space, fishing all the things in the world. Such an existence, perhaps you can call it, she thought, for a moment. Void-dangling fisher, after a day's experience, they had just passed through the world's tunnel, and they had already experienced such a terrifying and unnatural imagination. All the scientists in the mechanical spaceship were in a state of shock, and it might a few months for them to recover. For the people of Ishtar, the impact was unprecedented. However, no matter what the two speculations were, they could not escape the rescue of the ancient god. They were both inclined to believe that the ancient god had met the vast giant and made a deal with him. I thought that the people of Isidar had become a god, and even had their own cultivation system, the divine vein. I thought that we were already extremely powerful. I didn't expect that we were still ignorant. Carolyn lowered her head and looked at her fair and delicate palm. This was the combination of technology and extraordinary, a unique system of sacred sigil. Only the delicate and precise computer could do this. Her fingerprints had been transformed into totem patterns. On her fair skin, there were many array patterns. The emergence of the divine vein system also allowed the people of Ishodar to have their own path of cultivation. Their combat power was not weak even among the top genius, magical beasts of the same level. They had thought that they had reached a high altitude, but they did not expect that the ancient god was still the only true god in the world. The people of Isidar still could not understand his existence to this day. Caroline came to the corridor and saw the ancient god standing quietly in the same place, still not knowing how to express the gratitude in her heart. She hesitated for a moment, but still said in a soft voice, "Thank you for bringing us to this unknown world and giving us the Izudardians a chance to face our weakness." Xuji was at a loss for an answer. He stood at the window of the spaceship and suddenly interrupted Caroline's words. He said slowly, "Look, a vacuum has appeared." Caroline's beautiful eyes widened as she turned her head to look. The shielded windows of the spaceship seemed to have opened up like a prologue, revealing a vast and endless world. What a beautiful and vast this was! The sky was vast and boundless, dotted with stars. The specks of the Milky Way scattered across the sky like a waterfall, enough to make any life feel weak. At this moment, while they were continuously studying and exploring, the main body had already flown to the atmosphere and gently opened the woven bag. He used his mental force sorcery to launch the entire mechanical spaceship. "I'll pick you up after a while." Boom! The entire mechanical spaceship left the atmosphere and slowly entered the universe. This is the void world? Carolyn looked at the brilliant sea of stars and the vast universe's vacuum, feeling extremely excited. We've successfully completed the world crossing. We can move freely now. Open the protective cover of the mechanical spaceship. Xuji's words pulled Caroline back to reality. There might be unknown and terrifying life and civilization in this world. She had many questions to ask the ancient gods, but she choked back her words at this moment. She immediately used her spiritual power to communicate with the spaceship. "Everyone, we have entered the vacuum world. Activate the propulsion force and activate the protective barrier to prevent enemy detection. Prepare your weapons to meet the enemy that may appear. History will remember this moment." In an instant, all the scientists in the spaceship began their emergency work and trial and error. It really is vacuum pressure. It's not man-made. There really is a vacuum that exists in nature. Oh! The zero-gravity phenomenon has already occurred. As countless human scientists exclaimed in shock, the decorations in the spaceship began to float up and down. The entire person also floated up gently like a balloon. Xuji had told them to shield themselves from the spaceship so that they would not be like GQI and repeat the same mistakes. This would cause unnecessary chaos and cause a bunch of astronomers and satellite stations to observe. As for the Earth and the satellites, they were still blocked. In a sense, this spaceship is really a UFO to Earth. Modern humans can't detect it at all. Xuji also floated up slowly. Through the window of the corridor, he looked at the decay of outer space and silently felt the beauty of all this. Outer space. This is my first time truly entering the universe. He was only at the 6th step, and when he had sent Jikai off earlier, he had only arrived at the edge of the atmosphere. At this moment, even he, like Carolyn beside him, was filled with surprise as he felt the special zero-gravity environment. This was a completely new experience that could not be felt on Earth. It must be known that even on Earth, the number of astronauts who could enter space could be counted clearly. Moreover, it required years of tough training, which was simply unbearable for ordinary people. How should I put this? The universe? Is it a big step for our Zerg civilization? Xu Ji looked at the vacuum scene outside and could not help but laugh. However, it's only a short-term 4-year exploration and sampling. For the sake of building mechanical armors, even further areas are not considered for now. The universe ship was still flying, exploring the outside. It was flying at an extremely fast speed, constantly accelerating and turning into a streamlined brilliance. In the acceleration time, a month passed quickly. The scientists' emotions became more and more stable as time passed. They began to detect the entire vacuum environment in the spaceship. There, a large amount of radiation. This world is too strange. The rocks floating in the sky are even comparable to a world's huge round planet. It's too far away from us. Even if we fly our entire lives, we won't be able to reach it. Is that fiery planet of lava the same structure as our lava river? In disbelief, Xu turned his head to look. After a month of flight, the entire Earth had turned into a small, vast blue planet. It was grand, magnificent, and as vast as a legend. He still felt a sense of disbelief. Did I really leave Earth? What are you looking at? Caroline suddenly stood to the side and followed Xuji's gaze, but she did not see anything. How's the research going? Xuji asked. Caroline had a serious expression on her face, and it was hard to hide the joy between her brows. She was incomparably excited as she said, "There are radiation sources everywhere in this world. It's a very good source of energy." Although the conversion rate was low, it was enough to support the voyage. Because this world is very unique, there's no resistance. In theory, we can continue to fly at a constant pace. As long as we don't stop frequently, we can almost break even. Carolyn continued to analyze the situation before excitedly saying, "This journey will take about 3 to 4 years. We'll really have to live in a vacuum for some time. Furthermore, we'll be bringing a large number of species from our world to survive. We'll have to see how things go." In addition, they would also conduct various species reproduction experiments to see what the babies born here would be like. In fact, we've already experimented with live animals, and we've even conducted a body explosion test in a vacuum environment. And now we're going to open the cockpit. Let's test out our magic vacuum mech. Do you want to come? Xu nodded. Caroline immediately brought Xuji to the magical mechanical armor he had seen earlier and opened the cockpit. The magical mechanical model was ZK-04. It was a vacuum series mechanical armor, the most advanced technology of the Asidarian people. It had the capacity of 2 people, and was more than 5 meters tall, streamlined and beautiful. After entering the cockpit, the 2 of them sat in the pilot's seat, one on top of the other. After entering, the hatch closed, and a mechanical magic armor slowly flew into the vacuum through the exit passage of the mechanical spaceship. In the brilliant galaxy, you can try to operate it. The basic mechanical operation process has been transmitted to your memory, reminded Carolyn as she operated her mech. On Earth, Xuji sent the mechanical spaceship off and gradually landed back in the orchard. For them, the flow of time was extremely fast. They had already been flying in a vacuum for some time, several months, while Xuji had only just landed back in the orchard and completed his mission. He glanced at the small sandbox at the door and went straight into the living room. He continued to wash the dishes and look at the little black pet in the orchard eating dog food. Finally, a place to be useful. It was originally a fusion creature, a large number of parts of the evil god of Cthulhu's Rubik's Cube. It was originally planned to be used as the land of the gods, but plans could not keep up with changes. There was a good destination in front of him to make magical mechanical armor. The Cthulhu evil god's version of the magical mechanical armor. Furthermore, he would have the help of the Magus community in his meditation. He could reach a very high level in the future. Its function is now determined. Xuji smiled, and his expression gradually turned to look at the lava world on the other side. Taking advantage of the temporary absence of the overbearing Carolyn, the civilization of the ancient lava earth magical beasts has also begun to revolutionize. A new form of society with mechanical hard disks has appeared. They are even more perfect protoss. Xuji looked into the distance. In every world, he did not want to be crushed. Without competition, there would be no surpassing, and it was the same for the lava world. He had placed his hopes on Finba to lead the magical beasts to fight, but he had not done anything. Finba, I've misjudged you. I've created a very high starting point for you, the most powerful talent in the entire lava world. You've always had it, and you've never lost it. You've been living too comfortably, but in the end, someone has risen for you. The Beast Clan, the Hainaga. Xuji closed his eyes slightly and looked at this new, crazy ocean civilization. His heart was beating wildly. Caroline, an Isidarian, may die from dreamsling in the ancient lava world. The ocean took up a huge part, and it was not an exaggeration to call it a vast ocean. As the world continued to become vast, in order to shape this ocean, Xuji had to use his own water tap for the South-South Water Diversion Project. But it was no longer enough. He had once gone to the ocean and stolen a large amount of seawater to irrigate this land. Today, the largest ocean was the size of 3 primordial worlds. It was more than 300 acres and could be called a real sea world. The land of lava, on the other hand, was extremely sealed off. It formed a water cycle, and the water vapor evaporated and fell. Xuji had not replenished his water supply in the past few years, but he was able to maintain a very good ecological civilization. On this piece of land, a civilization had completely erupted. In the vast and mysterious ocean, the weak Naga race had suddenly emerged and conquered many sea magic beast races. They had already entered the era of ocean city-states from the era of ocean grazing. Beautiful underwater coral cities could be on the seabed. The city-state at the center of the ocean, Kovidia, in Naga language, meant the center of the world, the kingdom of God. On the street paved with shells, red corals lined both sides of the street, and night pearls flickered with light. There were merlucks riding on seahorses and walruses, holding bone forks and walking back and forth. In a circular air bubble, a handsome man of Isidar was walking on the street, touring the unique foreign civilization. The world is too big. There are 13 regions, and it's extremely vast. I came to the Blue Water region to trade some special ocean treasures. The Naga race suddenly rose to power in the last 50 to 60 years. They had a great emperor, Helandong. He fought his way through, experienced countless deaths and tribal wars, and unified the Naga race. He led the weak Naga race from the era of grazing to the era of farming, and then to the era of city-states today. He began to conquer all the sea demon beasts, but they were still a feudal monarch with slavery. Even the people of Isidar admired this great lord. He was a righteous man, and his love and life would not change until death. This great emperor lord is very powerful. He's extraordinary, but he still submitted to us and talked to us on equal terms. It had to be said that the Ishtar people loved beauty, and their attitude towards the sea tribe civilization was quite harmonious. They also respected all intelligent races. They stood at their height and looked down on all races. This was their pride, and they had the confidence to be proud. The sea tribe civilization was also unwilling to be enemies with this terrifying race. This was because both sides were equally matched. They had the extremely powerful 7th-level Emperor of the Ocean, Helan Dong, as well as several heavenly Emperor-level sea magical beasts that they had conquered as their guardians. But it was only a matter of time before the people of Isidar surpassed them. "Sir, do you need a tour guide? We can take you on a tour." Countless Naga siren girls came over to act as his tour guides. The girls' eyes were burning with passion. How could there be such a beautiful person in this world? The girls of the Naga race all wanted to marry the people of Isidar and have their high level of civilization. They would also get citizenship and become a Protoss after marriage. The Protoss could change the memories of other races at will and create and fabricate the ability to live. This was too terrifying. Only with nationality could one build a firewall to protect the brain, have divine authority, and rule over all the living creatures on the earth. Marrying an Ishtar man was the same as marrying an omnipotent god. A half-naked, handsome man with a shell necklace and pearls hanging from his ears stood in the corner with his eyes closed. The Isidar, Caroline, the perfect god. He was Helan Dong. He had suffered too many hidden injuries to be able to make it this far. He didn't have much time left. He was unwilling. What was the point? After I leave, I have no power to resist. I can't change the trajectory of fate, even if I want this world to be ruled by the Naga of the sea. He returned God's palace. This was a vast illusionary, 5-colored ocean coral, and the Alice was sitting on the branches above it. He sat on the throne and touched the resplendent ocean gems on the armrest. Next to them were shells and delicate coral decorations. He looked a little lonely. He was going to die, an inevitable death. Even the most talented ocean monarch could not escape. Suddenly, he saw a pure and beautiful woman arrive. It was the first princess of the Naga siren, Miko. His wife had also taught him well. When he was still a down-and-out teenager, eldest Princess Miko met him when they were out hunting in the tribe. She fell in love with him at first sight and eloped with him, under the objection of countless people. They went through countless pursuits and trials. In order to protect the woman he loved, he grew up and reached where he was today with glory and peerless martial strength. He also led the Marine tribe to develop civilization. My life can really be written into a wonderful biography. Helan Dong, the emperor of the sea tribe, was silent for a while. He held the hand of his beloved woman and closed his eyes. Miko, the girl you love, the pure and kind you. In order to prove that your judgment was not wrong, I went through all the obstacles and came to this day. Let the world believe that you've made the right choosing me. Miko, Harland whispered again. Surrender to me after I die. They are an invincible race, and no one can defeat the gods. Harlan Dong looked at the horizon and thought of the day when his fate changed. A beautiful princess in gorgeous clothes eloped with a poor boy from the slums. They left the ocean and ran on the beach. The beach, the princess, and the young man. That scene and the footprints on the beach seemed to be engraved in his memory for eternity. I'm very happy to have you. Dong finally closed his eyes. His memory was gradually fading away. The great sovereign of a generation was dying. Wah-woo-woo-woo. The silent conch's muffled hum spread out along with the seawater, echoing throughout the entire ocean city of Covidia. A faint singing voice drifted in the air. Vast water, when will you gather into the spring of the vast ocean, condense into the heart of the ocean of all living beings, and let your ancient people offer their piety? Oh, the great Harlanden, you're our beacon of light, and all the water in the world is born because of you. In the ocean city, countless people of Isudar raised their heads slightly. They seemed to hear the wails of the entire sea race, and the song that penetrated everything spread with the ocean. They could clearly see the crying Naga princess holding the body of the king of the ocean, Harland, flying into the air like a meteor across the sky above the entire ocean. It was as if she was wearing a colorful butterfly coat, walking on the golden beach of the ocean, gradually moving further and further away. Their king has slipped away. However, an unbelievable thing happened 3 days later. A miracle happened. Harlanden returned. He had lived a second life. A treasure of the ocean named Heart of the Ocean appeared on Harlanden's neck. Only the Naga princess had disappeared. That crystal is a magic core. Is it the magic core of the first princess, Miko? There were rumors that their love had moved the sea god. The Naga princess used her life to pray to the sea god in exchange for a second rebirth. Harlanden wore the magic core of the Naga princess on his neck as a sacrifice for their eternal love. The emperor of the Naga sea race, Harlandong, had a narrow escape from death. After he regained his youth, he was talented and bold. It was as if he had put away the grief of his wife's death. He waved the brave and hot-blooded king of the sea in his youth and led the Naga race to continue developing their civilization. 3 years had passed. Harlanden was either trying to develop technology or to learn from the Isodalans and create his own divine language. However, he found that their technology was far inferior to that of the Isudardians. They had managed to develop their own language and change the code of life, but it was still easily deciphered by the Protoss. His brain was still no secret to them. Another 13 years had passed. Caroline led the top scientists of Isudar to an unknown world. This opportunity. His expression was grave, and his eyes were filled with wild ambition. He chose to challenge the most terrifying being on this land, the god of magical beasts, who was known to possess the most powerful strength. Finba lived in the palace. He still chose to immerse himself in the programming in his mind and play games. However, his strength was slowly increasing at every moment, even if he did not cultivate. He had never cultivated, but he was already standing at the most terrifying height in the world. This was the strongest existence on Earth. The battle went on for 7 days and 7 nights. One day Harlandong returned, bathed in blood. He held Finba's head in his hand. Just as the people of Ishtar thought that Harlanden was going to start a war with them. After studying the magic core of Finba for several months, Harlanden's fighting spirit, which had been stimulated to the limit, suddenly disappeared. He chose to surrender. "We, the merfolk, swear that we will never be enemies with the people of Ishtar," he said. "That's a wise choice." The people of Isudar left. No one in the higher-ups of the merfolk knew why their king of the seas, Helandong, would make such a choice. In Sea God Palace, Harlanden closed his eyes and held the heart of the ocean crystal on his neck. He was full of love. A clear female voice suddenly came from his body. "Harlanden, I finally understand. I can't defeat for you. Only the race can defeat them." She laughed and muttered as she recalled the past. It seems like the young man eloped with the innocent princess and young girl. He braved through all difficulties and became stronger for their love, and came to this point. In fact, it was the princess who eloped with the innocent boy. For their love, she constantly created an environment for the boy to become strong, silently guarding him, secretly eliminating enemies for him, and allowing him to obtain endless glory and a capital to marry her. Fifth, Miko smiled, but her smile gradually turned cold. Not every kind, great, and hot-blooded hero can rise and live to the end. She lived behind the scenes and had the smartest intelligence in the world. But she fell in love with an innocent and hot-blooded teenager. She eloped with him and gave up too much for him. Even today, she was willing to become another him and live with his identity. In a sense, Carolyn, you advance for your idol Levis, and I live for my lover Harlandon. We're the same kind of people. She had originally wanted to have a battle between races. Her talent was not inferior to Carolyn's. She was like Levis, a chosen one who was born with perfect wisdom. Otherwise, she would not be where she was today. Even Harlan Dong thought that he had worked hard to get to where he was today, and that his wife was just an innocent girl. But now, she had chosen to give up the battle of destiny that was destined for her, the battle between races. I smell destruction. We, who are hiding in the deep sea, may not be spared. She lowered her eyes and opened her palm, staring at the magic core of Finba that the Isidarian had taken away. This core contains the most perfect life code and tells me a terrible secret. Caroline, your pride made you respect intelligent life and did not kill Finba. Therefore, you do not understand. Tainting life, desecrating life. The entire Izodale will be destroyed. I can't defeat you, and I don't need to defeat you. You'll only bring about your own destruction. Since then, the sea race had retreated and lived in peace with the Isodar people. At the same time, they developed new technology and lived in peace with the Izodians. They studied the system of divine patterns, but they didn't reform their own civilized society. They still relied on their mouths to communicate, and they even refused to establish the internet to maintain their primitive social civilization. Each of their brains could not communicate with each other. Because of their lack of communication and memory transmission, they couldn't pass on wisdom. They could only build Ocean University and various education schools for the newborns of their future generations to learn. Furthermore, their main course of study was to construct the brain's spiritual sense barrier, which was also a firewall, and to modify the brain's original C language. He had to reconstruct the original programming that constituted his life code. They required every adult citizen to be a programming expert and to learn to build their own protective wall language. The brain language of every clan member was required to be unique. Such a primitive move left the people of Isodar speechless and even amused. No memory inheritance. It's clearly forbidden brain bridging and communication between races. He could have learned the knowledge of the entire civilization in a minute, and the father could have passed it on to his son, but he insisted on building up his learning and going through a long period of learning. Every Naga of the sea has to build a firewall to prevent outsiders from invading. It's ridiculous. Their simple firewall can't stop us Izudardians if we really want to break in. It's hard for them to progress if they don't exchange and learn. The most terrifying thing about the Ishtar people was their ability to connect. The scientists could implement multi-core deductions, and the personal firewall of the Naga of the sea was like a piece of paper under the combined computing power of the Ishtar people and multi-core computing power of the network. But the sea race was still stubborn. 4 years had passed, and a war that was supposed to break out had yet to break out. On this day, the people of Izudar sent a piece of exciting news. Caroline had returned to the lava world with her mechanical spaceship. She had brought back a large amount of data, enough for the people of Izudar to make another great leap forward. Sitting in her room, Caroline was reading a report on the Sea Tribe, as well as the changes that had happened in recent years. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly. "Prepare for me. I want to pay a visit to the scientific civilization of the Sea Tribe." The people of Izudar around them did not understand. Why did they have to visit that self-proclaimed marine civilization? However, they still followed Caroline's wishes. Half a day later, Caroline saw Harland. She immediately noticed that Harland had changed his brain, but it didn't matter. She didn't care who was in his body. "What did you find?" Caroline asked. "A destined destruction. Do you still remember the human experiment you did back then?" Harland asked softly. "The perfect gene baby Adam, who went berserk and killed people?" Caroline's expression changed slightly. Adam was a baby created by the genetic editing project. Back then, during another experiment of the perfect human project, the perfect genetic sequence of the cyborgs had caused this baby to go berserk. Not only did he kill the entire laboratory, but he had also massacred a large number of humans. The king of the ocean, Hailandong, said slowly, "At that time, he must have exploded with incredible potential, right? He used his bare hands to tear through armors, or else he wouldn't have caused so much damage. You know?" Caroline's expression turned serious. At that time, Adam's combat strength had appeared, and he had turned into a non-human being. His body was covered in black mud and pus, and he had even grown a tail. It was as if he had returned to his apeman state. It was as if his genes had collapsed, and he had turned into a liquor monster that was crawling on the ground and climbing walls. Harlandong was extremely calm. He pointed at the sea creatures floating outside. "Life has potential." When an old man saw his grandson falling from the balcony, he would run faster than an athlete to catch the baby. A mother might lift a car with her bare hands and save her child. This was the potential of life. If he could unleash unimaginable power with his emotions, then where did his potential come from? Gene editing sequence in progress. When a human unlocked their genetic lock, their life genetic code would become unstable. They would completely follow the human's emotions and unleash their body's potential at will. Of course, at the same time, your genes will collapse and your lifespan will be reduced. This is the price. Was silent. Perhaps this was Adam's situation back then. "Caroline, for the sake of human morality, you've long since set up C++ language to edit the life genetic code in the human brain and seal off the human genetic constraint. Therefore, such situation has not occurred so far. You've also set a ban on any potential outburst. You're not allowed to research it, but you're not involved in it. Will the Adam incident never happen again?" Harlandong took off his clothes and pointed at the horrible wounds on his body. "Do you know why Finba is so scary? Including me, a total of 7 heavenly emperor-level Sia divine beasts besieged him to kill him. After studying it, I found that it has opened its gene lock and can perfectly control its potential. From then on, I knew what the Deadmire meant." "What do you mean by that?" Caroline's expression was grave. "You shut down the genetic constraint after you modified the new human being," Hailandong said. "You set up a C++ program to reject all visitors so that humans can't modify themselves as they wish. You are the only one in charge of the key to the genetic lock. But are there any people in Issadar who are 1 in 100 million like Levis, but are born with a lack of guilt mechanism? After all, this was also a nerve reflex written in the genetic DNA. It increased the guilt reaction in the human gene. Were there any humans who lacked this part of the guilt DNA? Killing people like killing pigs, without any guilt. You must know that in normal human society, as well as our Naga race society, there are also people who are born with a lack of emotions. They will turn into killing ghosts without any guilt, and they will not feel guilty when killing their own kind. Impossible. Carolyn continued. After the human being's first choice plan, every baby will undergo a strict test at birth to ensure that there are no genetic defects. Furthermore, they will not be able to do anything to themselves. Once they try to break through, a guilty death mechanism will be created. This is moral. Heh. Then, the day after tomorrow, due to some accident, he lost this part of his body. You should know that humans are very special animals. No one can say for sure what will happen if they are injured. Caroline's face turned completely cold. Every human is being monitored. If the limit is broken, the core monitoring system Skynet will report the abnormality of the person and arrest him. Will there really be feedback? Hailandong smiled and shrugged. Your civilization has developed to such a high level that the brain has no secrets. If I break the limit, I will be able to modify my brain at will. Naturally, I will be able to make the monitoring mechanism of my brain carry out false neural feedback signals and avoid the surveillance of the Skynet. You will think the computer is normal. Caroline was completely silent. She suddenly felt a chill down her spine. When a civilization developed to a high level, it also meant that many terrifying hidden dangers would be destroyed in an instant. If someone broke through the guilt mechanism she had set up, it would cause extremely terrifying harm. He had even broken free from the restrictions she had set, and was now at the same level as her. Only the people of Ishtar can destroy the people of Ishtar. Destroy them from the inside and self-destruct. Hailandong laughed. I wanted to start a war with you, but now I've chosen to run away. I've built a shelter to avoid being affected by you. I know that no matter how low the probability of something happening, as long as it is possible, then as time passes, it will definitely happen. Renobis. He took a step forward. You should know. Caroline, this is a destined destruction. The mechanical city of Velia. The exhibition of the Core Research Institute, Animal Hall. A cute creature, was Dales, and acting cute to the tourists. FGTK. This civilization is too terrifying. Shia Niming bellowed, screaming in his heart. He sprawled on the ground and twisted his butt, looking for an angle to look at the beautiful girls passing by. Mechanical armor, consciousness communication, and life control and modification. They're like a race of gods who have understood the genes and all the codes of life. Every human has a terrifying thinking and memory ability. They have the vast knowledge of an entire civilization and can modify and fabricate the memories of magical beasts and animals. When he spread the news to the forum, the entire forum was in an uproar. The racer of Mount Haruna, this was too exaggerated. Shocked. Mengme evolved into a dragon. This is alien technology. It's even more exaggerated than the alien movies on TV, but it's right in front of us. A detailed science fiction society. Even if it's just a zoo, it's still too terrifying. Drooling. Everyone felt this was outrageous. This kind of technological society was simply like the current society of Earth's humans. The most perfect form of technology in the future that he had envisioned. If he were to learn their knowledge, could he apply it to Earth? When they thought of this, their breathing became unnatural. Scare you 3000. Everyone, don't panic. This is a hell-level instance dungeon. It is a super large world, that is countless times larger than the previous ones. It has a very good advertising effect. My species has begun to enter families and become the pets of children. Also, I have a pretty good zookeeper friend. Screenshots. It was a black-haired girl called Jigsu. Those who could come to the research institute were either genius scientists or people who came to play with connection. Jigsu was the daughter of a high-level human and often came here to play. She had been deceived by him by acting cute. She even used her mouth to communicate with me. She taught me how to speak. She spoke the language of the Ishtar people, which was only used by ancient humans and has long been eliminated. I don't have to be blind when I talk to her. She even helped me keep our secret conversation a secret. GGA. When everyone heard this, they immediately called him shameless. The little girl is still too young. If she were a little older and knew that this cute balloon creature in front of her was a dirty and terrifying killer who killed you for 300 million and slaughtered countless of her own kind, she would definitely scared away. Doghead GPGA. Whoop! Trash like you is the dirtiest. They were everywhere in the school woods, the park, and so on. Serious face. Shia Niming's face immediately darkened. Who are you scolding? Those B-starred netizens above just couldn't stand seeing this player doing well. If it were up to me, he would definitely spend the rest of his life with the little girl, or even be rescued by her and raised as her most beloved pet. Shia Niming's face was immediately covered in tears. Finally, someone who could speak human language. However, the next second, the person said, not only will she treat you as a pet, but you'll also be there when she's with her husband in the future. You won't even try to hide it. Shia Niming was speechless. He was shocked and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was completely dumbfounded. Is this even human? It's so green. Wait, am I the one who cheated on her, or is it her husband? When this thought appeared in his mind, Shia Niming was instantly speechless. He had really been led astray by their thoughts. The skills of these sand sculptures had already reached the acme of perfection. He ignored the jealousy and continued, analyze, with the netizens. Although he knew this zookeeper and could secretly communicate with him, he would probably be unable to leave the zoo for the rest of his life. He could only come into contact with the entire science fiction society from here. It was a future technological society that was even more real and alive than those magnificent science fiction novels. After chatting for a while, he opened his eyes and saw a little girl feeding him. She was speaking the language of the Isidarian people and holding a bowl of rice as if she was feeding a puppy. Kitten, here you are. Come and eat. Although the language of the Isidalos was difficult to understand, he could learn it. Now that he had learned some simple vocabulary, it was better than others communicating with their minds. He was able to learn anything. This kind of life was quite good. Shia Niming laughed. He wasn't scheming against them. This society was highly civilized and full of trust between people. It was much friendlier than those stupid online users outside. As for whether it was a real world or a game world that was too real, it didn't matter to him. He was already very serious about treating it as a second life. I'm telling you, Lady Caroline has returned from another world. Duxu stroked the back of the kitten who was eating and muttered to herself as she did before. When I went to the coffee shop today, there was a boy who wanted to chase me. Humph. I guess he knows my parents and wants to use me to get to know them. Shia Niming listened quietly. He liked this kind of life very much. It was quiet, and as a pet, a little girl was chatting with you. It gave you a sense of peace and quiet. All of a sudden, there was a commotion. The zoo visitors in the distance were making a lot of noise. It was unknown what had happened. Suddenly, someone started to run away, but he was stabbed by a knife and fell down. A young man who was covered in blood walked out with a ferocious smile. Kill. Duexju suddenly turned her head and widened her eyes. This was something that she had never seen or heard of in human society since she was young. What demonic beast is it? A human-shaped magical beast? I've never seen him before. Murder. It seems that this young man is only at the 4th rank? Countless people were also panicking, and their minds were also transmitting information. Because they had never faced such a special situation before, they had no way to deal with it. This person was only an adult human with stage 4 strength. And he could actually kill so many people? In less than 20 seconds, the nearby guards arrived. After all, this was the human empire's central city and the core research area. They piloted their mechanical mechas and quickly landed. When the hatch opened, they saw the corpses on the ground and gritted their teeth. How has it been? How long had it been since a large number of people in Ishtar? Only 4th rank? A deep divine sense spread out, and a handsome middle-aged man, who was the leader of the group, walked out. His eyes were filled with anger, and his appearance caused the surrounding people to exclaim in surprise. It's Mr. Midal, with Tier 6 combat power. A 7-star general, a mech genius. I can't believe he's the one on patrol today. Countless people were excited. The young man just grinned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He picked up the bloodied knife and pulled it out of the corpse on the ground. He looked at him quietly, his mouth full of excitement and even joy. He felt no guilt. Those who can kill are not humans. Midal frowned and looked at the guards beside him. Kill him! He was an emperor-to-be with unrivaled combat power. He was considered a high-level combat power in the human mechanical world. A mere 4th rank, which was the average strength of an adult human in Isidar, could be easily crushed. However, the next second, he had only ordered his subordinates to attack, but his heart was already thumping wildly. The confidence who had followed him for more than 10 years slowly fell to the ground. This was people protected by the law? A human? Midal's eyes widened as he looked at the young man covered in blood. An unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. His combat strength was too strong, and the strong guilt mechanism rooted in the depths of his genes couldn't even kill him in an instant. He was just about to open his mouth and scream in fear to disperse the crowd. But the next second, a sharp knife pierced through his brain. His consciousness gradually blurred. I'm a 6th step quasi-emperor, but I was actually killed by a mere 4th step ordinary human. It turns out that killing a strong one isn't that boring. The young man was smiling as he slowly pulled out the bloodied blade. His eyes were as clear as a child's. The next second, the entire zoo was filled with screams. He's hiding his strength. He's definitely not just a tier 4. In an instant, he used some unknown method to slaughter the entire patrol team. That's Midal, the 7-star General Midal, he said. We're fleeing. Duexju, who was even further away, also started to panic. Little cat, it might be a 7th grade magical beast. If it intrudes, we'll be fine. Very soon, there will be important people coming to capture it. Even Duexju was the same as an ordinary person. Her first reaction was not to think that it was the guilt mechanism. When Xia Naiming saw this scene, endless fear quickly grew in him. He knelt on the side of the cage and roared, "That's the guilt mechanism. Guilt mechanism. He's a real human. Duexju, quickly run." What? Dukesu stood outside the cage, her innocent eyes wide open. "Let's go!" Xia Naiming screamed loudly. Fear and excitement mixed with tears as he shouted hysterically, "I told you to leave!" Ultimately, he was just an ordinary modern human. Even if a modern person saw a mutilated body from a car accident, they would be so scared that they would close their eyes and have a concussion. They had never seen such a terrible murder scene. When they were goblin tribes, they only hunted and killed wild beasts. They had never encountered such a terrifying situation. Killing. The ground was covered in blood, and a large number of humans had been slaughtered. He was as nervous as the ordinary people of Ishtar. This was human nature, but he still used his last bit of strength to shout for Dukesu to leave quickly. I. Dukesu was also in tears. She hesitated for a few seconds and ran away. "I will think of a way. Ta-ta-ta." She disappeared into the chaotic crowd. Hoo. Xia Naiming took a deep breath. She escaped, and I'm relieved. I secretly hid and pretended to be an ordinary animal in the zoo. It's my forte. I'm still a good man. The other Protoss could not detect it, and could not react at all. However, he had just heard Dukesu's explanation of the human race's mechanism, the laws written in the genes. Naturally, this his first reaction. Xia Naiming looked out of the cage. His scalp was completely numb, and his hair stood on end. It may seem like a beautiful and advanced social system, but if the future technological humans write laws directly into their genetic DNA, there will be no crimes, killings, and robberies that we, modern humans, can't control. However, once there are humans who walk outside the law and break free from the genetic constraints, then it will be a disaster. They won't have a team of guards to deal with such special cases. Once the team of guards has the authority to kill people at will, they themselves. It's also a human who can escape the guilty death mechanism and can kill humans on a large scale, causing a terrible disaster. This is a paradox. Once there are sanctions against abnormal teams, the guilty death mechanism will have no meaning to its existence. The more Xia Naiming thought about it, the more terrified he became. He looked at the young man who was killing non-stop. So no one can punish him. He doesn't have any guilt mechanism. I'm afraid he has already broken through the C++ in his brain. Xia Naiming was curled up in a corner, watching the massacre outside. Screams and howls, he heard the Isidarian's mouth open for the first time in a large area. It was not a word, but a heart-wrenching scream. Screams. I hope the big shots Odd can think of. Way to help. After he tried to send a picture out, he continued to hide and curl up. I will definitely survive. Gradually, the land outside the zoo was covered in blood. A young man holding a long knife strode over. You, an interesting animal. Are you talking to that little girl? The young man opened his mouth and spoke. Cha! A white light flashed. The cage with the highest level of defense mechanism in the entire research institute was instantly opened. The young strode in. Xia Naiming's hair stood on end. How did you? This is the institute's highest level of security. How did you open the zoo's cage? The young man just smiled and said with confidence, the highest level of protection mechanism. Here. As long as it's a program, there will come a day when it's broken, not to mention us people of Isidar. Every single one of us possesses terrifying supercomputing abilities and a supercomputer. Anosi. Given enough time, any ordinary Izudiarian would be able to break into the city and cause a huge social disaster. Shopping malls, banks, the internet. Therefore, the great human sage, Carolyn, foresaw this countless years ago. In order to maintain the peace of our God race civilization and restrict us from breaking through social security at will. She wrote a guilt mechanism into our genes to suppress the destructive power of the god race, forming a perfect society. Shia was silent. Any perfect system would have loopholes, and humans in a sci-fi society in the future were no exception, except for the dynamic key of the core firewall. It requires at least 100 humans to connect. I can't break through it alone, but I've already broken through the rest of the social mechanisms. The young laughed and looked down at the information. Dukes du, Father du Z, Mother Gladys, Mixed Blood, the head of Do Style Machinery International, sponsored the Research Institute in the Central Machinery City Villian, played around here since she was young, and made friends with any small animals and magical beasts. She's the little sweetheart of the Justice Research Institute. His home address is... The phone number is... It's a really cute girl. He stuck out his tongue and excitedly licked the blood on the edge of his lips, like a wolf seeing its prey. Make a choice, kitten, or... Little cutie, one must die. Die. One dead? Shia Niming crawled in the cage, his whole body quickly shaking. His pupils suddenly shrank, and like an ordinary person, he showed a fierce fear of struggling. I'm not really dead. An innocent girl who loved small animals flashed through his mind. He felt a burning pain in his throat because of fear. I choose kitten. It's really touching. He was stunned. He grabbed the trembling balloon fish with one hand and looked at him with hatred. I like the fear, struggle, powerlessness, and wailing in your eyes the most. They always make me excited. However, only kids make choices. I'm going to kill them all. After I kill you, I'll go kill the little cutie. You! Shia Niming roared. His face was filled with despair, fear, and excitement. His eyes flashed with unprecedented hatred and viciousness. The murderer's pupils expanded in excitement. With a bloody madness, he said hoarsely, I'm all looking forward to it. When I squat down and tell trembling little cutie to take out the screenshot of you being tortured to death and how you wanted to give up your life to save her before you died, what kind of expression will she have? First, his eyes were full of anticipation and desire, as if he was fantasizing about that scene. That expression, I can't wait. He raised his knife high. Stop! In the next second, Duxu's voice came from afar. Eh? He's actually back? The young man laughed strangely and turned his head to look. In a flash, he was about to stab Duxu's chest with his knife. Then there's no need to waste any more time. Please die. I want to see this stubborn balloon fish cry out in even more pain. Clang. A figure blocked his way. Duxu suddenly shouted, Damn murderer. I've called Aunt Viviana. You're dead! Shia Niming's entire body went numb. The president of the human race? The real target of the other party's massacre was... The young man stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look. He smiled faintly. The President of the United Nations, you actually took the initiative to appear? I just came back from the other world, and you were indeed in the Research Institute here. I wanted to enter the Research Institute last, but you ran out on your own. Young man, what should I call you? Viviana's expression was calm. She had the dignity and stability of a scientist. The young man thought for a while and said seriously, Do I still have to remember the Atom Cyborg project? A disaster caused by a rampage, or you can call me Atom, second generation, or should I say, the demon race. Viviana looked at him. Duxu, he has no restrictions and can do whatever he wants. He was prepared and hacked the entire Research Institute's signal. The outside world can't sense this place. Even the scientists in my research institute can't sense this place. Take my dynamic key and inform the scientists inside to destroy the mechanical computers in the research institute. This is his goal. His computing power alone is not enough, but the research institute still has a large number of mechanical computers that were eliminated back then. If those computers are connected, they can crack the dynamic key. Then the entire Izuda will be under his control. Duxu hesitated for a moment. His aunt was a non-combat scientist, only at the 5th rank. The 6th rank combat geniuses were all killed in an instant. I'll be fine. Take my dynamic key and go. He wanted to kill me, but he miscalculated. I'm the only president of the United Nations of the Human Empire of the East, and the Human Empires of the West. I'm the successor of Miss Caroline, the only person in the entire human society who has a dynamic key. The guilt mechanism also doesn't work on me. We're equal, so I can kill him. You go first, I'll settle this matter. Dark Vienna strode out. Duxu was instantly excited. She held the dynamic secret key and said, "This is the entire human race, the entire Izudardians." It was as if the authority of a crown had been handed to her. A strong sense of duty and heaviness made her almost unable to hold the silver box. This was the future of the people. Izudar. She calculated combat strength. Even if her aunt was a scientist, she was still at the 5th rank, while the other party was only at the 4th rank of an ordinary human. If they fought normally, they could win. In human society, only the Grand President can fight him. As expected, I knew that this high-leveled civilization definitely had a backup plan. Let's go. Xia Naiming suddenly turned into a balloon and called out to Duixu, "Let's go. There's no point in us staying here. Let's go destroy that computer and escape with the dynamic key." They strode forward. Good. Listen to Auntie, let's go. Duxu had unparalleled confidence. Her eyes were bright and filled with longing. Melina is a true human hero. She was the pride of the people of Izudar. She could always create miracles. No one could defeat her. She would not die. Any Izodane would believe her. Hearing Duxu's words, Xia Naiming's heart immediately relaxed. The president of the human race had established a terrifying prestige among the people of Izudar. She was the most intelligent human being, and no one could defeat her. She was a living legend. She came from the same generation as the great sage, Caroline. She was the great sage's right-hand man, the hope of the next generation of Izudar people, and then the next leader of this advanced science fiction civilization. He hurriedly took the opportunity when the crisis was over to communicate with the external network while he was lying on Duxu's back. With the screenshot he had just sent out, it had already caused a huge panic. What's going on? Why did such a murderous person appear? Is there a problem with the guilt mechanism? In the game forum, countless people were in an uproar. They were all guessing, and it was obvious that they had thought of something after seeing the scene. After all, they had heard Xia Naiming's description and knew how advanced this technological civilization was. When a civilization developed to a certain level, it was something that the people on Earth could not even imagine. At this time, Xia Naiming finally spoke. With a few simple words, he explained the overall situation. Suddenly, everyone was shocked and even felt that it was unbelievable. Heavens! Such a perfect high-tier sci-fi society will also face a terrible disaster. You're free? Originally, you were going to be locked up for the rest of your life. Now that humanity's most advanced research institute has been breached and we're facing a crisis, you, an experimental subject, can also escape? Everyone was shocked. This research institute was the core of the Izodians. Even the ancient gods had visited and studied space mechanical armors here. The target in front of them was naturally here. However, they became excited. Dynamic key! The future of mankind is in our hands. Run! We'll take them in. We'll protect them. Let's run. Right. Running away to save the aliens, this kind advanced civilization. We will save you. Someone quickly posted. FACK. Quickly destroy the mechanical computer to prevent it from being deciphered, then take the dynamic key and escape. This is the God's key, which opens the door to the forbidden zone of the world and controls the Sword of Damocles, the advanced science fiction civilization of the Protoss. As long as we get it, we'll be invincible. Everyone went crazy. This was an unprecedented opportunity. They had thought that they would never be able to get close to this unbelievable technological civilization in their lives. Because the gap between their civilizations was too big, they couldn't even communicate and could only be locked in the zoo for the rest of their lives. But now, the zoo was in chaos. An unprecedented opportunity had appeared, and it was extremely close to the supreme realm. Even the major research institutes on Earth were filled with hope from their despair. They were ecstatic and came out to speak and encourage Shia Niming. Shia Niming couldn't help but say, "We can't do it, can we? We're already at the end of our rope." Perhaps the human Grand President would not even last 3 seconds before he caught up. The entire research institute has been hacked by him. The door is closed and we can't go out. We can only play cat and mouse. The other party must have made sure that nothing goes wrong. He's too young. How can he create a miracle if he doesn't try? It is. Don't worry about the flow of time. We're no longer the same as we were in the past. We can enter the Magus community, and even the food industry, as well as the big shots of the universe, and have emergency think tanks. All of these can greatly reduce the time between us. That's right. You can say that we can't do anything else. But we're professionals in running away. The previous 12 ancestors of sorcery walked out of Ocean to destroy the world. What did we do? He would immediately run away with an entire world. The 12 ancestors of sorcery were dumbfounded. As long as the world runs fast enough, the apocalypse won't be able to catch up to me. Have some confidence, okay? Pick it up and run. No one can run faster than us. You dumbass, if you die, then you die. Sister Juju, let us save her. Shia Niming's heart trembled, and when he looked at these guys, he was immediately encouraged. His mind was filled with the fear and dominance brought by that terrifying murderer. He was so scared that he almost lost all hope, as if a huge black shadow was pressing down on his heart. As an ordinary person, he was so scared that he peed his pants. At this moment, his gaze gradually became determined. Even if we can't reverse the desperate situation, we'll be caught alive sooner or later if we play hide-and-seek in the research institute. We have to try our best to stall for time and make him pay the price. The young man watched them leave, then turned to look at Viviana with interest. Yes, you're the only one who can stop me here. Only you can attack me and delay me, letting someone take the dynamic key and escape. Staying here is the best choice, but do you really think you can stop me? My target is the dynamic key on you, and the mechanical computer in this research institute. The problem will be solved if I get one of them. I have already guessed that you have the dynamic key and can escape the Gelt mechanism. But will I be unprepared? Puchi. The young man's body flickered, and his aura suddenly bloomed. He slowly retracted his saber. It's very easy to plot against someone who isn't. Viviana lowered her head and looked at the wounds on her body in a daze. Blood kept flowing out. You've actually hidden your combat strength. It's not just tier 4. She looked at the murderer as her body collapsed and blood bloomed. Her mind was filled with deep dissatisfaction. She didn't know when this young man had discovered her guilt inhibition, because it was easy to find out in daily life. The guilt mechanism was a law written in the genes. Different degrees of punishment and restraint would be carried out according to different criminal acts, resulting in a heart-wrenching sense of guilt. Only when the two highest taboos of wanting to kill, wanting to brain's core, had begun to act would one directly die of guilt. He must have discovered her abnormality after committing the crime and secretly hacked into her brain to pretend to be a normal Trojan horse and virus. He had been secretly preparing for a long time to attack the research institute today. When the emperor is angry, millions of corpses will be buried. When an ordinary man was angry, blood would splatter 3 feet. As long as you're close enough, it's useless no matter how intelligent you are. The young man ignored the bodies on the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he had died with grievances. He turned his head and chased after the man, the great hero of the people of Ishtar, the iron-blooded human grand president. You shoulder the glory of the entire Izoden. You have a respectable spirit, but you are still a scientist. A weak hero, you can't stop me. I break the dynamic key. He turned and left. All of a sudden, the young man's back was filled with a strong sense of danger. He turned his head and saw that Viviana, who should have been dead, was slowly standing up like a living corpse. The red rotted flesh brought a strong and inexplicable shock. Do you think that this is the end? She stood in front of him, full of determination and extreme anger. A living corpse? What kind of terrifying will is it that keeps you from dying? This is clearly not your area of expertise. The murderer looked at the woman whose body was covered in pus. It was as if her genes had collapsed, just like Adam back then. There was also an irrepressible shock on his face. He had never thought that the weak and powerless human grand president, as a clerk who had never fought before, would burst out with such a terrifying aura. He was clearly injured to the point of death, but he still stood tall. The murderer's expression became calm again. You, who have unlocked the genetic constraint, have also allowed you to erupt with incredible potential with your emotions, just like the angry Adam back then. You're clearly in a fatal state, yet you can still stand up and become an unkillable monster. This is your trump card. Suddenly, his aura rose and his true cultivation erupted. He was a rank 6 emperor to be. No. This was not a trump card at all. You don't have the absolute confidence that you can take advantage of the instability of your unlocked genetic constraint with a strong will and unleash your potential. The Adam back then was an accident. You're not confident that you can become the second Adam and stop me for a while. I have it. She smiled with a strong sense of pride. Then, you'll die again. He waved his special alloy longsword coldly and dodged the attack. Clangs. He dodged it? His face was completely frozen as he saw the woman who dodged his attack. She was only at the 5th step. How did she dodge the attack of a 6th-step quasi-emperor? What kind of will made her burst out with such incredible potential? Young man, I don't know why you've come to this point. Adam II, are you hoping to become the second man-made Adam? Young man, why do you have such violent criminal thoughts? Because it's cool? To dominate the world? Or is it because you're lonely? To attract the attention of the humans. Prove your existence by killing. You still have a long way to go. Stop! Otherwise, you will never understand or experience the life of a normal person. You have lost the passion, determination, and stubbornness of the people of Ishtar. Speaking of Adam II, I'm the real Adam II now. Her whole body was rotting, and she grinned. You can only be the 3rd generation. What an unyielding will that's difficult to deal with. The murderer's expression was no longer calm. For the first time, he felt uneasy. This was a plan that he had planned for a long time. This surprise attack and the plan to assassinate the Grand President were foolproof, but he did not expect such an accident to happen. If she blocked it, Jigsu would have time to destroy the last batch of mechanical computers and leave with the dynamic key. In the future, he might not be able to. When he thought of this, his expression turned crazy for the first time. Lost. He waved his knife. Is there any use in you blocking me? Jigsu is too young. She may not be able to do such a complicated thing like destroying the mechanical computer. The entire science and technology park has been sealed by me. She doesn't have the authority to open the door. This was cat and mouse. She can't escape. Clang! Her bloodied and deformed blocked the way. Due to the collapse of its genes, it even had an inexplicable autism and began to grow a sticky tail. The unyielding flames in its eyes illuminated the pale and handsome face of the murderer. Don't get close to my people. I believe she can create miracles, just as she believes I can create miracles now. Viviana, you! He seemed to see a tall wall, and a true hero of mankind stood in front of it. The surroundings were quiet and surrounded by green trees. Duxtu was running with a balloon fish on her back, and the balloon fish on her back was talking madly in the Spore Evolution Game Forum. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and sighed. Although the netizens were working hard, the gap between the two civilizations was too big, and they were still not familiar with each other. They had already suffered a big loss before, and it was still unknown if they could turn the situation around this time. The course of action has been planned. First, we'll use the dynamic key to open Jigsu's firewall restrictions and let her break free from the law. She'll have the highest human authority and can kill people. She'll be able to invade various networks without any scruples and the confidence to fight against that monster. Then, we will destroy the batch of mechanical computers and let her illegally hack into the Research Institute's network. She will open the door that was forcibly closed and escape to the outside to seek help. This was a confrontation between two hackers. Even though Jigsu's combat power was too weak and her hacking ability was definitely not as good as the other parties, he still had to give it a try. However, when he used the dynamic key, a warning immediately appeared. There are only two people with supreme human authority over the dynamic key: the current wise man and the next heir. Before the two die, they refuse to inherit it. The authority that only two people could inherit after death? The Grand President was still fighting? His expression changed slightly. This was good news. Even if something unexpected happened, he could still deal with it with his powerful ability. It was simply too amazing. He could get Jigsu to find that batch of old-era mechanical computers and destroy them. Perhaps after we destroyed it, they had already sent us the news of victory. It was a close call, but no real danger. However, on the way, after tens of minutes, Jigsu suddenly looked at the small silver cube in her hand in a daze. A notification flashed on it. Do you want to inherit the dynamic key? Her mind went blank. Aunt Viviana, he's dead, the aquamarine great domain, Covidias. Caroline's heart ached. As if she had sensed something, she closed her eyes slightly at the bottom of the sea. Viliana. Started? Hailandong smiled. It's not a coincidence. I didn't just tell you about it, and he appeared. He was born a long time ago, and he has been waiting for a long time. Caroline took a deep breath, knowing what he meant. This was because they had just been out for 4 years. They had been constantly setting up and exploring for the murderers hidden in human society. They had invaded the network of the entire society and paved the way for today's murder. The moment she returned, Carolyn had gone to the Sea Tribe, while Viliana had been in the Research Institute, sorting out the information and data she had collected in the vacuum, giving the enemy best opportunity to assassinate her. Carolyn said, "I believe that they will be able to resolve all these crises. They will be able to escape from the humans who have died in shame. He's not invincible. I've calculated it countless times and guessed the birth of this possibility. Although we've suffered heavy losses, we can defeat him. I believe in the toughness of the Isidarian people. Just like the previous times, we'll overcome this crisis and obtain the final victory." Whoosh! A small storm swept past. All of a sudden, a handsome young man with a noble aura appeared in the sea. Ancient gods? Harlan Dong was shocked. His mind went blank. This mysterious, super-ancient human left a deep impression on him. He had killed the magical beast Finba, so he naturally had access to the memories of this god of magical beasts. In the distant ancient lava era, he had tamed the magical beast Finba, fed it, and rang its bell. He had treated it like a puppy that was reared by a domestic animal. It was more like he was doing some kind of life experiment. This made him extremely revere the ancient gods. Perhaps, not only humans, but magical beasts were also born through his hands? What exactly happened to the ancient civilization? What should destroyed? Are you here to witness the destruction of the Ishtar people? Harlandon asked. Xuji just smiled. He had some respect for the tough woman who had taken over her husband's body. He looked at Caroline and was extremely curious about this matter. What do you think? Caroline bowed slightly. Ancient God. We, the people of Izadar, should be able to get through this safely. The people of Izodane would never be destroyed. This was absolute confidence. Even without me, they can still operate on their own. I won't delete the guilt mechanism either, because the benefits of the guilt mechanism far outweigh the disadvantages. If they lose the guilt mechanism, it'll be like a human society with divine power. Without the law, they can do whatever they want. Every one of us is too powerful. We easily have the power to destroy civilization. Every one of us can break into shopping malls, banks, shops, and easily destroy the social structure. Caroline sighed. This is the drawback of a civilization that has developed to such an extreme extent. Such a human society has lost the restrictions in their genes. Can it be stopped? Only collapse. This was no longer a case of frequent crimes, destruction. This kind of god race had no moral or legal restrictions. Every member of this race had transcended the power of ethics, nature, and life. They could change and memories at will. That would be too terrifying. The powerful Isidarian people could enslave their own kind, modify their memories, program them, treat them like animals, and serve themselves. Entering a slave society would be a bloody dusk. The future would only be filled with corpses and eventually self-destruction. Xuji could only sigh. This might be inevitable in history. The Earth was still not as developed as they were, and it was still a low-tech society. If the future Earthlings were to develop to a similar stage of civilization like them, able to communicate with their minds and have brains as fast as computers, it was unknown whether they would face the same situation as them. Carolyn spoke up. The guilt-driven mechanism is a huge step forward for humanity. It's the act of writing down traditional laws into the depths of the human genes. It built a firewall and erased the high walls of the heart between people, eliminating barriers and defenses between each other. When a civilization doesn't have internal conflicts, that's how we can develop to such a terrifying extent. But this is also the opportunity for you to be destroyed. Hai Landong just stood there, with a smile. He and Carolyn were at loggerheads, the supreme leaders of the two races, scheming against each other in front of the ancient gods. Hai Landong. This is the reason why your civilization, as well as the various magical beasts, have stopped advancing. You were born with magic cores, said Caroline calmly. Magical beasts are born with magic cores, but we acquired magic cores after we awakened our pineal gland. We acquired magic cores many times later than you. Why is the civilization of the Isidarian people so much more advanced than yours? Because of the guilt of dying, we trust each other, unlike you who never dare to expose your brain in front of others, afraid that others will modify your memory, attack your brain, and treat you as slave. Our scientists can perform multiplayer and multicore deduction, which is the only reason why our civilization has developed so fast. Harlan Dong could not say anything. AI. Harlandon suddenly sighed. He had to admit that Caroline had great wisdom and foresight. Without her, Caroline, who had set up the guilty mechanism, the people of Isidar would not have been able to survive until today. The other members of the Sea Tribe and the other magical beasts were like computers that were not connected to the internet. They were isolated islands in the sea, and they were able to study their own things. On the other hand, the people of Izodane could connect at will to form a network and work together with their multi-core processors for deduction, using a firewall to replace the high wall between people's hearts. It's amazing, that's right. Harlan Dong praised. He was still not willing to admit defeat. The one who is at the peak now is the one who will win in the future. Let's compete in the history of civilization. They all had their own predictions for the future of their respective civilizations. What do you want to bet? Carolyn asked. She had just lost her most beloved disciple, who was also her future successor, and was filled with the smell of gunpowder. When a civilization is destroyed first, we must hand over all the wisdom of our civilization to the other civilization, and not let it disappear in history. Hai Landong said. Caroline only laughed. Although she knew the other party's intentions, and that he wanted to take advantage of her anger to guide her and obtain the accumulated wisdom of the people of Isidar, she still chose to gamble. In that case, may the gods witness the bet between our two races, she said. A super-intelligent civilization that also had a magic core. But was this the radical faction and the conservative faction? Xu Ji stood quietly to the side. He looked at the two high-level technological races that dominated the vast lava world and surpassed the Earth's civilization. They possessed black technology and inventions that even Xu Ji was dumbfounded by. He suddenly smiled and said, I will remember your bet in a corner of my memory. The two of them bowed slightly to thank him. Xu Ji into the distance. He did not know about the netizens and the crisis that the people of Isidar were in. He wanted to know what would happen, the future of civilization, and the future at this moment. Xia Niming looked at this scene and the news of the president's death. He didn't know how to comfort Xu, but he still forced himself to say, There's no time to be sad. The Grand President has spent an unimaginable price for every minute and every second she has delayed until now. Duexdu was silent for a moment. She actually nodded and accepted the management rights. Her eyes flickered with hatred as she ran quickly. Little cat, what should we do next? Xia Niming was stunned. The people of Isidara were truly brutal. Love and hate were clearly distinguished, and they were also very extreme. In desperate situations, they would not despair, but would instead fight to the death, arousing their resistance. After inheriting the new dynamic secret key, Dusu spoke of her discovery, and was immediately a little disappointed. The dynamic key is a safe. It's only half of the key. She and I had already guessed this the next morning. The key only allowed a person to have supreme authority and escape the law. This was already terrifying to the extreme. However, to completely modify it, the two keys had to be combined and a human conference of the two keys had to be held in order to revolutionize the core mechanism. At first, he had wanted to use the dynamic key to turn off the shameful access for everyone in the research institute, and then pilot the mech together to kill the other party. But obviously, this civilization had heavy shackles, and was not so easy to activate the completely modified human brain access. Duke Xu said, with a single key, we can use it as a breakthrough point to forcefully break through the authority. However, it will take a lot of time. I'm afraid it will take several months. It's impossible now. But the target is this key. It's useless in the short term, but it's a hot potato. Xia Niming took a deep breath, and the balloon fish started to move. We're faster than him. It wasn't that they didn't have the power to resist. In fact, he has lost the initiative since he failed to attack us. We have a strong initiative. As long as we enter the research institute, with the help of the scientists. Soon, they arrived at the Central Research Institute and informed the scientists inside. The scientists did not notice the situation outside at all. They had already been hacked into the internet and blocked from the outside world. After all, the presidential attack and assassination had only happened in a short half an hour. The Grand President already died for the country? When they heard the whole story, they were instantly extremely shocked. It was only when they saw Duke Xu's dynamic key and the inherited authority that they realized that it was not a lie. We've been locked up here by him and can't get out. Don't do anything to him. It'll kill you. This is an emergency. Let's destroy the computer first. The group of scientists started to move. They destroyed the old mechanical computer, which made Xia Niming heave a sigh of relief. The dynamic secret key in his hand was the only thing that the other party needed. Originally, he also wanted to destroy the dynamic key, but this thing could not be destroyed in a short time. We've already broken into his isolated network. We've never been prepared for the possibility of illegal intrusion. That's why he took advantage of us. He has already broken through our multi-person online computing by himself. Soon, a group of scientists went into a frenzy and broke through his line of defense, allowing him to communicate with the outside world. Lord Michael is in the capital. They had already come to help. We only need to block the attacks and prevent him from entering. The scientist said, just 15 minutes. Duke Xu heaved a sigh of relief, but her expression gradually stiffened. Uncle Michael, with the guilt mechanism, can you really stop him? In the current human society, was there really anyone who could stop the other party? Thump! 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 A loud noise came from outside. The murderer had already maneuvered his mecha to attack and break through the laboratory door. The other party was even more anxious than them. They were the attackers who wanted to fight to the death. They were almost crazy. He had ambushed and assassinated the president, seized the dynamic key and the mechanical computer. He was talking about swift and decisive action. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. At this moment, the flaws of the guilt mechanism were completely exposed. The entire research institute didn't have any protective mechanisms. The walls and doors weren't made of any special material. Once a disaster broke out, there was no way to resist. It's okay. We're professionals. Boom! After a while, the door was broken open. The murderer ignored the scientists. Viviana, an unbelievable miracle has delayed me. The second miracle can't happen in succession. Where can you escape to? I only need 3 minutes. The murderer was extremely deranged. His mental energy swept out, searching for the existence of Duxu and the dynamic key. Suddenly, his brows moved. Found it. He strode forward, smashed open a passage, and came to a vacuum mech. Duxu lay quietly in the window of the cockpit. Are you an ostrich? The latest mecha can protect you for a while, but do you think you'll be safe and sound? Bang! He drove the other mecha and attacked it madly, causing many dents to appear. Break! He growled. However, gradually, he felt that something was wrong. She's piloting the latest model of the vacuum mech. Although she doesn't have any piloting skills, she can at least escape. If she could delay for a while, why would she stay here? Not even moving. Fake! His expression turned serious, and he immediately wanted to leave. However, the next second, he turned back and thought that this might just be an empty city trick. After all, her aura was indeed there. The divine sense of a sixth-step emperor-to-be couldn't be easily deceived, let alone a simple girl. Is it true or false? His expression completely froze. Buhan! He continued to bombard the mecha. After spending some time, he finally shattered the mecha. He discovered that the real Duxu was indeed lying inside, in a dormant state. However, had long disappeared. There was a sentence written inside. Someone stole my brain, just like someone stole your heart. Damn it. His smile gradually froze. This was an insult to him for being heartless and not affected by the guilt mechanism. Izuda II, a miracle? In his mind, the words of the hero that stood tall and never fell flashed. I believe that she can create a miracle, just as she believes that I can create a miracle now. His face gradually stiffened, and he was extremely uneasy. Damn it. Where did he go? He frantically scanned the entire research institute, even the underground. Gradually, his brows twitched as he looked at the sky. That was the blind spot of his scanning. Sand coins. This is the golden cicada shedding its shell, understand? Xia Niming's body was filled with hydrogen, and he had already floated out of the window and was flying in the sky. A magic core and a small silver box were hanging under the hot air balloon. Duxu's body has already been frozen. As long as it doesn't take long, it will be stored back sooner or later. I'm just afraid that he will destroy his body in a moment of anger. But in this situation, who could care so much? At most, he could just change his body and undergo a brain transplant. In the sky, a machine flew up in anger and soared into the air, creating a terrifying wave of air. I'm a balloon. He can't see me, he can't see me. Xia Niming's scalp went numb. However, a voice filled with anger and cold-killing intent was heard. Damn balloon fish, I should have killed you back then. You've made me suffer. If it weren't for you, I would have gotten it long ago. The highest authority of the Ishtar people would have fallen into my hands. He twisted his head and looked into a pair of angry eyes. It was a murderous ghost. Duxu and Xia Niming revealed looks of despair. Suddenly, a pile of mechanical armors flew over from the distance. They had received a call from the outside world. Damn it, that criminal, stop! This was a group of powerful hunter mech armors, and they issued an order, surrender. We will imprison you. Boom! They quickly... The launch button. Many special hunting nets were thrown at him from all directions. After they made this action of imprisoning, their hearts ached madly, and their faces turned pale. One by one, the mechas quickly fell to the ground and smashed into a huge gray dust cloud. What? The murderer's expression changed. He quickly dodged the net and said with a heavy expression, "This race is too smart." The first thing they said was not to kill me but to imprison me. He has already found a way to deal with me. The shame mechanism was not invincible. It was written into the law of the guilt gene fragment. Just like the normal law, the degree of punishment would be different according thoughts and crimes. They want to imprison me. It's just that you've violated the 37th law of illegal imprisonment. Your heart stopped, and you instantly lost the ability to move. They didn't even dare to have the thought of injuring him. That was because the punishment mechanism was too heavy. The murderer looked at the mechas that had already lost their ability to resist because of their crimes. He didn't have any intention to take the opportunity to kill them because it was no longer important. They had already committed crimes and wouldn't be a threat in the short term. There was no need to waste energy. Destroying mechas was very physically exhausting. In the end, they still managed to react. The murderer took a deep breath. An assassination mission was supposed to be perfect and foolproof. When he first attacked the zoo of the Research Institute, the reason why he showed such a brutal and infuriating act of killing was to provoke the anger of the guards. He wanted to have the idea of killing this humanoid magical beast, not to capture and imprison it. As a result, his legal citizenship was protected. The moment they attacked, their highest level of guilt reaction was triggered. His legal citizenship could not be deprived because he was already a Trojan virus. He could also create a fake ID and enter the Citizen Protection Act to receive human rights protection. It was a perfect plan. Unexpectedly, the Grand President had created a miracle. No one knew how strong his will was, but he had managed to delay him for a while. Otherwise, regardless of whether he had obtained the dynamic key or the batch of mechanical computers, the core authority of humanity would have been in his hands, and the world would have belonged to him. Even so, he was able to quickly chase after her. He didn't expect you to play hide-and-seek again and delay for a period of time. This made him extremely angry. This is a battle of wits and courage. This is a battle of wits. There's still time. His expression froze as he looked at the first batch of mechas that had arrived. They still can't pose a threat to me. I only need to... He looked at the hydrogen balloon with a flash of anger. Catch him! The balloon fish's scalp went numb, and it flew away madly. Imprisonment. The mechanical armors that rushed over from the surroundings kept throwing out capture nets. They could only throw the gun once before falling to the ground and twitching. This was because they had violated the punishment. There's a one-time use tool helping us. Take the chance to run. Xia Naiming was shocked. There's still a way to deal with it, but a group of people taking the risk of committing a crime to catch a criminal, he suddenly didn't know how to describe it. Just as he relaxed, a roar came from behind him, and a terrifying aura spread out. The murderer's face was red and he had gone completely crazy. He broke through the mechanical armor and came. The murderer had gone completely mad. Those who block me will die. Boom! His laser cannon shot down, and the falling mech armors exploded. He tried to warn them with death, but it was useless. The Isidalos charged forward one after another. They roared and swarmed. They could only throw out their capture nets before falling to the ground and losing their ability to move. They were the elites of the Empire, and they had great combat power, but now they had died without knowing why. As the mechanical city of Villia escaped into the city, more and more humans were blocked off. Countless residents of the capital looked up at the sky, most of them holding their breaths as they quietly waited for the final result. Will our civilization be destroyed? Humans, the law, must be executed. The sky was in chaos. Countless meshes fell. Terrifying halos and lasers shook continuously, turning into dark red mushroom clouds that reached the sky. On the ground, the handsome Isidarian men and women were running away, squeezing together in a dark mass. Screams, roars, agonizing roars, and madness intertwined into one, forming a bloody battlefield in the entire mechanical city. It was like the end of civilization, a great omen of great misfortune. Little cat. A low voice came from Duke Su's magical core. He was extremely nervous. This was a tragic massacre. It'll be fine. You people of Isidar have never lost a battle. Shia Niming forced out a smile. He was like a Native American who was locked up in a cage, appearing in this unfamiliar, high-tech sci-fi city for the first time. He looked at this girl from an advanced civilization. You still have the human guardian god, the strongest existence on Earth, Michael. Yes, Uncle Michael will definitely come to punish him. Duke Su boosted her confidence. Although Uncle is usually a rascal and mischievous, he is very reliable. However, Shia Niming clearly understood that although the guilt mechanism was not absolute, it brought too much pressure. Now, just because of one person's turmoil, the Ishodans had lost their loved ones and countless elites had died. If he could, the dynamic key, civilization, would be destroyed. The tragedy behind them continued to happen, but in the next second, a golden dragon, Michael, whose body was covered with colorful magic cores, appeared in front of them. Human, stop. The entire land was excited because their hero had arrived. It was the second time that Michael, who had saved the people of Isidar, had appeared. They had no doubt that the strongest Lord of Heaven on earth would not be able to defeat this terrifying enemy. We can win. Countless people walked out of the streets and looked up at the sky. They felt a chill all over their bodies. The only thing they could pray for in their hearts was for Michael to win. This was a battle that would determine the survival of the world, the continuation of civilization and race. Suddenly, there was a faint fluctuation of consciousness in the air. It was the divine will of the people of Isidar. It had actually gathered into a voice and appeared in the air in the form of sound, turning into a miracle. If the god dies today, the people of Isidar will live until 3 days later. To tell the life of the god to other races, we will proudly tell the story of our Lord with the powerful charm of technology. Like the whistling of the wind, the hearts of all living beings gathered. They had no choice but to pray softly to the god of science, Livis. Michael was furious. He held the broken body of Viliana like a dragon prince holding a dead princess. Michael bent down and slowly put down the body. He looked at the young man who was covered in blood and holding a butcher's knife. He laughed nervously. If you take another step forward, I don't mind making you suffer. I might even FTK you to death. The murderer was shocked. You think I've the shame control? No. Michael suddenly became extremely calm. No, that's a privilege that only 2 people have. I'm just saying it, I'm a keyboard man, you know? It was the kind of person who had posted on Weibo back then, saying that he wanted to destroy 18 generations of your ancestors, but in his heart, he had no intention of doing so. I'm like a young man with a vulgarity full of FKU, but I don't have such intentions at all. After all, FKU, it's illegal. The murderous ghost's face gradually turned cold. Michael's face turned cold. Young man, I'm not one of those innocent people from Azadar. I don't mean what I say. I'm cunning. I'm a man of my words. I can control my killing intent. I'm going to FTK you. It suddenly smiled brightly, like a spring breeze. Look, nothing happened, right? The murderer was only in a daze. He suppressed his anger and turned his head. This person is crazy. He completely ignored this special mutant, Michael. It was undeniable that he was the strongest celestial emperor of the Isodare, the guardian lava dragon. If he was not suppressed, he could kill him with a single slap. But now, he could only... his mouth. They didn't even dare to think of attacking him. He chased after Jugzu. If she tried to stop him and had the intention to harm him, she would definitely destroy herself. Bang! The next second, the murderer crashed into a wall. The huge impact made him spit out blood. He raised his head slightly and saw a giant dragon. "Young man, what are you doing? Are you deliberately bumping into me? You hurt people on purpose. That's against the law." Michael's mouth was wide open in shock. "Oh, I forgot. You're a human who walks outside the law." The murderer looked at him and quickly turned around to chase after Jugsu. Bang! He hit a wall again, and Michael looked at him with pity. "You don't feel guilty. You're a person who will never feel happiness." The murderer was completely enraged as he roared. "A malicious collision on the street." It was indeed the lowest punishment. You did find a loophole, but how many times can you last? No matter how low the punishments, you won't be able to take it even if you have to endure more, right? Who knows? My dragon heart isn't like those weak humans. I have a big heart that can withstand painful execution. I have people I want to protect, and you have nothing. The killer turned around. Bang. A youth like you should be burned in hell. Bang. Do you feel sin has climbed up your back? Bang. The murderer was completely enraged. This kind of mockery had completely enraged him, but he kept hitting a wall and crashed into a strong body. He clearly knew that the other party had no intention of killing him. As long as he could block him and stall for time, he would win. The longer he delayed, the faster he would lose. Sooner or later, he would die of exhaustion and be imprisoned. "You're looking for death!" The murderous ghost was completely enraged. He drew his saber and blasted it towards the fat figure in front of him. A terrifying aura erupted and turned into a white light. Voila! Michael dodged and smiled. "Young man? Do you really think I'll just stand there and take a beating? The law doesn't allow me to stand there and get beaten up. Although I smoke, drink, get tattoos, and swear, but I'm a law-abiding citizen." The murderous ghost's face gradually stiffened. He brandished his long knife and rushed over in anger. The rage of the incompetent. Michael was still smiling at him like a smiling face, which was indescribably strange. "Do you really like to wield that sword that kills your own kind? Did you use this knife to kill Viviana?" He was a true hero of humanity. She had dedicated her entire life to mankind. She had no private life, no marriage, no love, only science. Humans had no reason to kill her. I don't know what kind of childhood experience you had. Do you like to solve any problems you encounter with violence? The murderous ghost was covered in blood and was trembling. Viviana had already dealt him a heavy blow, and now he was covered in injuries. He even had to be ridiculed by a giant dragon and blocked his way. The other party couldn't attack him, but his words were extremely lethal. "Young man, you have to learn to back off in the face of difficulties." "Stop!" Michael's face also gradually turned pale. It was not as easy as he appeared to be for the most powerful celestial emperor to stop the other party. But a water mirror appeared. "Look, this is the expression of a person who has collapsed. You. Hysterical you. Sweating like rain you." His face twitched. "Do you still remember the humans you killed? If you like to see them struggle and despair before death, I think you will also like your current desperate expression, crying bitterly. How touching. You're like those lonely teenagers on the street who abuse kittens and like to do killing experiments. This is the abnormal mentality of an immature teenager. As if she had turned into a lunatic, Michael laughed as he spoke. There were even tears in his eyes. I suddenly hate Carolyn. When morality and law bind me, do I even have to endure the hatred of killing my enemies? This lunatic! I will die. I will die. I will die. The murderer's expression began to turn unsettled. He started to retreat. He looked at Michael. Furious. Why? Another lunatic who was not afraid of death. I'm being blocked now. If you delay, I'll definitely be imprisoned. It was clearly a plan that was foolproof. However, they were reversed in an unbelievable manner time and time again. What chance do I have to turn the tables? There must be. If the other party can create miracles, why can't I? He roared in his heart, and his chest was filled with a monstrous hatred that was about to break out. The murderer suddenly grinned and raised his sword in front of his stomach. He was completely enraged. Then the Grand President, I'll also take a gamble that you can live. I can also live. I also have a strong determination. Do you think I'm not cruel? If you want to kill someone, kill yourself first. He forward. Clang. Garci instantly blocked in front of him. Pucci. Due to inertia, the long blade was ruthlessly driven into the chest of the murderous ghost. Commit suicide. All of the Ishtar people were stunned and confused. On the other side, Michael looked at the long blade that he had knocked into the chest of the murderous ghost and felt a sharp pain in his heart. His face turned pale and his body swayed. Ha 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 ha! As expected, great heavenly emperor, you are indirectly killing people. He laughed cruelly, full of madness and pride. We're just competing to see who's crazier. His chest had clearly been pierced and he did not have long to live. But a terrifying flame was spreading. His body was covered in gray mud, as if his cells were broken and flowing mud. As expected, I also succeeded. The moment I committed suicide, I felt the strong resentment and unwillingness. My determination. Awakened? Michael's expression was completely solemn, his body was shaking, and his face was full of shock and confusion. It's awakening. It's also determination. The murderer was ferocious, and his voice seemed to be hoarse from the intense pain. When a normal person's genetic lock is closed, no matter how angry he is, it is difficult for the potential deep in his body to erupt. This is a human self-protection mechanism. However, after the genetic lock is opened, the genetic chain is extremely unstable. As long as you have a strong determination and an unyielding will, you can awaken your emotional power, unlocking the genetic lock, consciousness affecting the genes that determine the body. I call this ability determination. As long as one's heart doesn't give up and there will perseveres like a mad demon, the body will be able to continuously unleash its potential. Only when the potential of every cell in the body is squeezed dry, and the cell fluid has dried up, will the body be completely destroyed. This flame of life, the powerful explosion caused by the collapse of genes. Will you feel the feeling of every inch of your cells being broken and flowing with pus? The collapse of genes. That is the world's most powerful torture. To be able to endure this pain and persist in your will. That is determination. Do you still remember Viviana? I killed her 7 times before she died. Her determination allowed her to burst out her life potential and force herself to live, holding on like a walking corpse. He seemed to have turned into a monster. His body began to resemble that of an ape. His nails became sharp. His 4 feet were on the ground, and he even grew a disgusting tail. Orangutan. Is this atavism? In the distance, Duzu had heard that awakened humans could trace back the memories of their ancestors and see the beginning. And now, this human had also awakened? Did he trace the DNA of his ancestors, monkeys, orangutan, and apemen, and become an unknown monster? No, his genetic chain was in chaos, and was collapsing. However, there was no doubt that his entire body flickered with an aura of rage, which was extremely terrifying, as if he was a man-eating beast. This was a suicide-type, explosive method. The price of breaking through the forbidden zone of life in exchange for power. At the same time, one had to be determined to endure the most intense pain in the world. Boom! The killer turned into a monster, and his aura soared from the Emperor to realm to the peak of the heavenly Emperor realm. No wonder you're a dragon, the most powerful heavenly emperor on the ground. Even if you didn't kill directly or indirectly, you should have fallen to the ground. How can you still move freely? Your willpower is amazing. He grinned and slowly pulled out the long knife that was inserted into his body. Stop from trying again. He grinned and rushed forward with a fierce look. Clank. Once again, Michael blocked in front of him. Poochie. The murderer's long knife ruthlessly stabbed into his lower abdomen again. He lowered his head and was in a daze. He didn't expect that Michael would dare to come again. He couldn't help but roar hysterically, "You don't want to live anymore. Hey, you want me to leave? However, I refuse." Michael opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was full of pride and was on the verge of collapsing. Let's see how your will compares to mine. Can your strong will withstand the second blow to your body? Our Grand President managed to resist it 7 times. The murderer was stunned. He suddenly roared loudly and looked down at his chest. Thick black cell fluid was flowing all over his body. He was in so much pain that black tears spurted out. "I die." "No!" he roared, enduring the intense pain, as if he was giving himself enough confidence in this way. "As long as my will doesn't die, my body won't die. If my consciousness tells me that my body won't die, I won't die. I won't die. I won't." He roared again, and his broken body took the blow again. "I won. I finally won. The dragon guardian of the humans, Michael. You can't take it anymore. What kind of crazy belief and determination is this?" Michael's mind went black. It was as if he saw a demon through and through. He didn't care about life and death, and he was a killing animal born to kill. Whew! He was sweating all over, and he couldn't take it anymore. In fact, he was already on the verge of dying after his first indirect murder. Michael's sweat gradually turned bright red, turning into blood all over his body. He suddenly looked at the young man in the distance. "I know young people like you very well. You are very determined, have great determination, and always have a clear goal. You will never be lost. You're the kind of person who won't turn back even if you run into a wall. You're a fierce and ambitious person. So you madly broke through the desperate situation that I've restricted for you and wanted to kill your way out. You've endured the world's most unbearable pain, and your determination has pushed you to this point. At this moment, if you ask me, what is the most determined thing you can do now?" Michael showed a gentle smile. His body was breaking, and he no longer had the smile from before. The murderer was stunned. Now, the most determined thing? Michael's was bright. "You must have struggled for a long time, this plan, right? At this moment, the most determined thing is to choose to give up, turn around, leave that extreme road of no return, and return to the life of a normal person." The murderer was silent for a moment. Poochie. However, the only reply to Michael was a slash. "I also want to be normal. I used to want to treat everyone well, but my heart, gradually, I grew tired of it. I realized that killing makes me happy, and I have no reason to refuse." Michael was stunned. He looked down at the knife on his body, and then at Viviana's body in the distance. Suddenly, his expression changed. Young man, someone once said that we are not the only ones in the world. The light of the other worlds does not come from the golden lava river on the ground, but from a golden fireball made of lava floating in the sky. Do you think it's possible for a golden fireball made of lava to hang in the sky? You won't believe it, right? But just because I don't believe it doesn't mean he doesn't exist, because I've seen it with my own eyes, young man. There's more than just killing in this world. There are still many beautiful things that are looking forward to. I couldn't help you take revenge, so I want to go see the vacuum with you again. With a wave of heat, Michael slowly fell from the sky. With a loud bang, he created a huge dust storm. The strongest guardian of the Ishtar people and the strongest ruler of the Stonewall region had finally fallen in the mechanical city of Vilya. Whoa. The entire world was crying, wailing, and wailing hysterically. This was the fall of the Ishtar people's era. Their grand president was dead, their guardian was dead, all because of a young man who had an abnormal emotion that led to crazy killing. However, that abnormal being can't hold on for much longer. Someone shouted, "Our two powerhouses have dealt him a fatal blow." Indeed, the murderous ghost's body had completely collapsed and was melting. He looked at the mechanical armors that had been delayed and surrounded him, and laughed bitterly. "People of Isudar, you are a bunch of lunatics. Even so, you can still stop me. I'm going to die too, but I won't let you guys have an easy time. Originally, what I wanted was the authority to rule. Since that's the case, I'll spread the virus program I'm researching and invade your brains. If I can't get it, I'll destroy it. Even I don't know how terrifying this thing is." His entire body was covered in blood, and he rapidly fell as he rotted. In his mind, a silent telepathic thought spread out, and the surrounding mechanical armors stopped in their tracks. It was as if they had been invaded by some unknown virus program, a virus that targeted C++. We won. The person who has escaped the law is finally dead. We've finally punished him. After all, the shame mechanism is not invincible. Some people wailed and fell to the ground, almost losing their voices. This was a disaster that could not be wiped out in 100 years. It was difficult to recover. But the next second, in the ruins of the city, the people of Izudil stood up one by one. Their eyes glowed red like wild beasts as they pounced on the others. Heavens! It's that man's final counterattack before his death. Quickly shut off your divine sense. The brain waves connected to the network. This is a virus. It's invading and infecting our external network, paralyzing our brains, causing a crash, brain death, and only animal instincts are left. Someone growled, his expression mournful. Countless people began to turn off their brain waves. However, the red-eyed Isudarian pounced on the other Isudarans and bit them on the neck. Gradually, those who were bitten fell to the ground and twitched, but they slowly stood up. They can also carry out infection by biting. Growled. Let's go. Run. Some people. Hysterically. Let's go. The world was being destroyed. Find a shelter to prevent infection. Shia Niming watched as the virus spread like crazy. People fell to the ground one after another, and the streets and alleys were filled with people who were constantly bitten. There was chaos, disaster, destruction, and doomsday. This is a hacker's invasion. The virus is spreading. Shia Niming looked at the destruction of the entire mechanical sci-fi city. Couple screamed and exploded. His mind went blank. A tide of zombies? Boom. Anguished wails, pitch-black darkness, smoke, mechanical spaceships, and mechanical war chariots filled the sky as they fled the mechanical city of Vilya. There are no victors, in this era. At this moment, he looked at the city full of fiction machines and the chaotic crowd. It was as if he had seen the giant wheel of a century rolling and the end of an era with his own eyes. It was full of the taste of destiny, and he could no longer tell dream from reality, grew in the cradle of science, walked alone on the plains of life, climbed the peaks of the mountains of the code, of origin, and pulled the door of God. And before that, we never let go of our pride. There were people running, being devoured, and prostrating on the ground in prayer. In the sky, infected Isidarian soldiers were attacking. Many people were screaming, explosions were heard, and red rain fell from the sky. Run. Vivilia. In order to prevent infection, they cut off all access to the internet and began to communicate in languages. How sad! It was the first time I heard the language exchange of an entire civilization. The noise and clamor of the urban society was actually the moment of destruction. I wonder if there will be a tomorrow in the future. Xia Niming took a deep breath and brought Yuxu's brain with him as he quickly fled the city that was in the midst of doomsday. His heart was complicated. He's going to be severely injured. He had been locked up for a few months. He thought he'd be locked up in the zoo for the rest of his life. He did not expect that this era would be destroyed. What would his future hold? He did not know if the people of Isidar could survive. We, the people of Isidar, will never be destroyed. No one can kill us, Yuxu said firmly. But it's the apocalypse. Xia Niming opened his mouth wide. He was so smart that he had already guessed the future. As someone who had watched countless zombie movies, he knew that it was definitely not as simple as he thought. It was as easy as the difficulties he had encountered before. They were flying in the sky like a hot air balloon. It's too chaotic. He didn't dare to ask for help in a hurry. It would be troublesome if he were to encounter an infected person. He had to find a way to hide and find a shelter to prevent being infected. Also, break through the zombie horde, find a hospital, and find a body for Yuxu to stay in. No matter what, I have to save Yuxu. She still holds the highest authority of the human race. He could no longer return to the Central Research Institute. This battle had been too brutal. They called themselves the Celestials. They were still mortals. When the sky fell and the earth collapsed, the proud city of the Ishtar people, Vilia, was destroyed, and only a few people could escape. Even the people who had escaped were curled up in the corners, struggling to survive. They would face a terrifying virus infection, and the zombies walking on the streets would infect them. Diseases, viruses, plagues, and infections had long since become distant words with the renewal of civilization's technology and medical methods. But today, they had reappeared in front of their eyes, giving this highly developed civilization the most primitive and terrifying energy. He thought for a while and posted on the internet. What if the zombie virus breaks out in the sci-fi world? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. The players were speechless. How long has it been since you've been here? How did you suddenly become so powerful? The sea region. Bubbles slowly rolled and erupted from the magnificent underwater temple. The beautiful luminous pearls and corals were laid out in gorgeous decorations. Everyone stood in front of the palace, their eyes focused on the huge curved screen on the table. Oh yes, sir. It clearly showed the terrifying changes in the mechanical city of Vilia. The epileptic disaster was like a heavy black shadow that pressed down on everyone's heart. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was silent. Carolyn was already unable to make it back in time. She also clearly knew that what was the point of rushing back? She was just a scientist like Viviana. She did not have her own combat power. The entire civilization's combat power was already there. Even without her, it could be fully utilized. The Isidar people could also operate on their own. The people of Isidar will still return. A setback is just a necessary step. Carolyn closed her eyes. There is no civilization with high intelligence. Even if they live peacefully, they will still fall. We are the same. Have we lost this bet? Hai Landong asked. Caroline did not answer him. Instead, she softly murmured the words of Mr. Levis. No matter how dark it is, we will still believe in science, just like we believe in the dawn of the future of mankind. Caroline slowly walked in front of Suji and put down a cup. I still remember that day, that street, that milk tea shop, and the dream I told you about. She hesitated for a moment before letting go of the thing she was holding in her hand. Then, she turned around and left. Suji lowered his head and looked at the things Caroline had put down. It was a transparent plastic milk teacup that had long been crumpled. It was unknown how long it had been kept, but it was full of the traces of time, like her determination. A terrible disaster broke out. Carolyn had already returned with her subordinates in a hurry. This disaster was much greater than they had imagined. The destruction of the Ishtar people seemed inevitable, and pushing down the Gunot card was usually just a light blow. It's very difficult for her to turn the tide. The dark red coral reefs were beautiful, and the bubbles of the sea were rolling. Harlan's face was calm, and he was somewhat sad. The unified brain's protective barrier, Plifpa's language, constituted the Izodan's life programming code. The establishment of a guilty mechanism is perfect. But the research of targeted viruses will paralyze the brain and also kill the civilization. On the other hand, we are different. Each of our brains has its own unique firewall. It won't cause such a large-scale infection. Xuji's expression was natural when he heard that. Each of you is an isolated island. There are pros and cons to this. The Ishtar people have a high level of civilization because of this. You envy them? Yes. Harlan Dong did not deny it. He smiled. I envy them, but I don't dare to be them. I admire their courage. This race is hot as lava. The pace of pursuing the world's science is so radical and intense, I dare not. He was very honest about his timidity and cowardice. Perhaps this was the difference between the races living at the edge of the lava and those living in the ocean. One was radical, romantic, and passionate, while the other was quiet, calm, and conservative. From the same starting point, they had developed completely different civilizations, leading to a world of difference. So, I chose to speak. Hai Landong continued. I built firewalls to prevent heart-to-heart communication, to create barriers between people in civilization, and to wait for the virus to break out. I built a shelter for our race, because I knew that breaking away from the guilt mechanism and being difficult to kill was not the most terrible thing. It was that he could create viruses that targeted his own race. My policy for the Sea Tribe is not really conservative. It's the most reliable way to success. When the Isidarian race is extinct, we will accept the crystallization of their civilization without any effort. Naturally, we will stand at their height. Thank you, ancient god, for bearing witness to our bet. Xuji was stunned. These leaders of a civilization were not easy to deal with. In fact, he had seen a lot of people secretly learning this kind of trick, and he was one of them. However, it was rare to see someone who could say it in such a fresh and refined way, and it was premeditated. And this one was obviously an outstanding one. His IQ wasn't high enough, so he was quick-witted. Perhaps, inheriting the inheritance and tearing down the second generation was the fastest way to reach the peak of wealth in life. However, The Ishtar people are a race that creates miracles. No one knows if they can survive this virus outbreak. Hai Landong laughed and said, "If there's a need, I'll think of a way to not only accept their civilization, but also marry Carolyn in exchange for protecting their people. After all, her wisdom alone is enough to have a far-reaching impact." Harlan Dong suddenly stared at Xuji with a half-smile and blinked. "I wonder what you think, ancient god? Can I marry Carolyn and form an alliance between our two races? If you're interested, I won't fight with you." Xuji looked at him with a strange look. If he remembered correctly, the real king of the ocean, Harlandon, had died long ago. In the body in front of him was his wife, the Naga princess Miko, who was also the real mastermind behind the scenes who supported Harlandon. A woman? Marrying a woman? Are you cheating on your husband? Wrong! You're using your husband's body to marry Carolyn. Are you cheating on yourself? Who is it? Who did he make green? It's me, I'm being cuckolded. It's even a double green. Xu Ji felt very speechless in his heart. This was a philosophical question, and the style of the question was completely wrong. Harland smiled and said, "The ruler of the ocean, Harland, who rules over tens of millions of creatures in the entire aquamarine region, the heroic, just, and perfect ocean monarch, and the great sage of the Isidar. Caroline, that is the greatest glory of the sea race. I'm carrying my husband's mission forward, so what's wrong with marrying a new empress?" Xu Jihei had a strange look on his face, but he was no longer conflicted. Compared to a normal person like Carolyn, Harlan Dong, an abnormal person who loved her husband deeply, a sickly girl who had taken over her husband's body after her husband's death, was now going to take her husband's place in getting married. He turned around and left. "Ancient god, where are you going?" Harlan Dong suddenly asked. Xu Ji did not hide anything. "I'm going to the city of Isidar to take a look." He naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. He wanted to see what kind of terrifying situation had broken out, and whether it was called a world-ending disaster. This was a major event. One could even say it was unprecedented. He could clearly feel that the destructive energy was surging wildly. It was more than any of the previous major apocalypses. After all, the Isidarian civilization was highly developed, and the average adult was a rank 4. This was too terrifying. Moreover, the entire world was much more vast than before. Now, just as the extinction was activated, he could feel the energy of two gods returning to him, bringing his realm close to the peak of the 6th rank emperor to be. It was another huge step forward for him, and a huge harvest. "You want to go to the city of Isidar? May I travel with the ancient gods?" Harlandon asked. He stretched out his hand, and a marine race-style disc, flying saucer stopped in front of him. Human Empire. Year 391 April. Adam's second incident broke out. A murderous teenager of unknown origins broke through the guilt mechanism and broke into the Core Research Institute. He killed the Grand President, Viliana, and perished together with the Guardian, Michael, destroying the mechanical city of Vilia. Broke out. The pride of the Isodales, Vilia, had been turned into a city of death, infecting millions of people in the city. It was known as the greatest and most evil despair incident in history. The virus was only effective against C++, and it would destroy the defense mechanism of the Isidarian people. Other sea tribes and magical beasts would not be affected. It was difficult for adult Isidarian people to change their C++ language. Even if they obtained permission, it was deeply rooted in their brains. They needed to undergo a complicated brain surgery, which was impossible to implement in the zombie tide. Empire Year 91 May. 13 cities at the edge of Vilia fell quickly, and Caroline could no longer turn the tide. She gathered a small number of elite Isodar scientists and moved them to the outer region, starting the Human Arc Plan. We will come back. Just like how they had escaped the ancient land of lava, they had once again left their homes. However, most of the people of Isodar were forced to stay in the city and were unable to evacuate. They had no complaints and waited for Lady Caroline to lead the human elites to start their research and find a way to crack the virus so that they could come back and save them. They believed in their god, just like how they believed in Levis. The surviving Isodarian people began to shut down their spiritual communication to prevent the virus from spreading. They resumed the language transmission of ancient times and shut down the information network satellites to prevent the virus from spreading through the internet. Without the internet and using language to communicate, humans had returned to the era of primitive society. On the streets, there were many walking dead. The survivors of the city were in the basement, shops, and residential areas, risking their lives to drive mechanical armors and motorcycles to look for food. The wastelands era of machinery had arrived. In a dilapidated mechanical city in the south, a young magus in a black magus robe and a muscular man without a shirt, who was wearing white pearl earrings and a necklace with the heart of the ocean, walked over. The streets were old and dilapidated. Garbage and blood were strewn all over the place. There were also a group of brain-dead Isodarian people wandering around. The eyes of these living corpses were pale and lifeless, but they were handsome. Their clothes were ragged, and some even revealed their good figures. Suddenly, they turned their heads, and their eyes exploded with scarlet red, like the madness of wild beasts. Voila! Poor life. In just a month, you've become a beast without intelligence. Harlandong showed a hint of pity. He raised his hand, and a protective barrier appeared. All the zombies wandering on the street suddenly lost their target and aura, and began to wander around. Xuji just looked at this scene curiously. It seemed to be no different from those zombie movies. It was indeed a virus, but it was a computer virus, in the true sense. He suddenly felt that the sandbox world in front of him was somewhat similar to the wasteland sci-fi style, such as the famous representative works, Land of No King, and Radiation. Xuzuji entered a shop and arranged an alchemy table. He reached out and touched the table, and bottles and cans appeared in front of him. He took a drop of dried black blood from the zombie on the ground and shook it to produce the reagent. Harlan Dong's expression was as he stared at Xuzuji's ring with a hint of disbelief. This is an interspatial storage. It's from a super ancient civilization. In this world, the people of Isodar relied on technology, but they had not yet developed to the level of creating space. The scientific space technology might be a little later, or it might not have been developed in this area. After a while, Xuji was a little surprised. He looked at the test results of the reagent and said, "He's brain dead." It's as if they're level 4 and level 5 magic beasts that don't have their own intelligence. Of course, there are some higher-level magic beasts that didn't completely destroy their brains. Although they still don't have intelligence, the magic spells written in their memories, such as running and jumping, have become their memory instincts and are still there. Xuji looked at some of the special zombies. One of them was a strong, 4th-tier male zombie. He was a special type of zombie that moved very quickly and had wind-type spells on him. He was a very special existence. He stretched out his palm and pinched in the air. The zombie's head exploded, and a brain nucleus with white mucus flew out and landed in his hand. He continued to study it. Half a day later, the streets were filled with zombies. They were moving like a fast-forward projector. Harlandong stood guard beside them. He was curious about the unknown. Suji ignored him and suddenly let out a breath, realizing the seriousness of the problem. The virus is already very scary. A third generation of the virus has already appeared, and it's still spreading on a large scale. Third generation? A virus? Hailandong was confused. Suji said, "Through the calculations of the human brain, it's mutating madly and turning into a mutated Tron virus. This is also the main reason for the widespread infection of humans. Countless cities have fallen and turned into areas of zombies." That's amazing. Hailandong sighed. That's a quick analysis. Suji's expression was calm. In terms of combat power, he was far inferior to this top-tier heavenly emperor who had killed Finba. He was only at the 6th tier after all. Even if this mass extinction could push him to the level of emperor-to-be, he was still a traditional sorcerer. He had once cultivated for decades in the Sorcerer World's library, and had communicated with Medusa for so long. He had long developed the philosophy of sorcerers, with the wisdom and knowledge of a sorcerer. In addition to the wisdom of this civilization, the brain of a supercomputer was simply a perfect combination. For example, it was equivalent to a sorcerer with a smart chip. The virus is evolving. Even Carolyn is unable to control its destruction. It's just like a variant of a Trojan horse that cannot be contained. Suji to wander around. He collected some special zombies' genetic templates for research. He was curious about the principles behind them. After all, even if their brains were digitized, their structures were still complicated. There were even some parts that he couldn't understand. Hailandong followed behind. He was getting more and more curious. Suji kept sorting out his conclusions. Over the past few days, I've discovered something very terrifying. Hailandong's eyes widened. I've said it before, Suji said. The forbidden zone of life is a very terrifying thing. Once the genetic lock is opened, this was what was happening right now. The virus was evolving, which was equivalent to a program evolving continuously. Will it develop its own intelligence one day? You're saying this virus program is like the evolution of life. Heading towards the unknown? Yes, Hailandong said. We've been restricting this aspect and not letting the program develop on its own. But now, he's heading into an unknown territory. The Isudarian's body is now empty. This is a good opportunity. Would it be replaced by another new race that had gained wisdom? Do you think that's possible? I don't know. Suji answered with a calm expression. He and Hailandong continued on their way. Whether it was a new era or whether the Ishtar people had gone extinct was still uncertain. And even if a brand new era were to appear, the group of survivors led by Carolyn would still be able to continue their race. It was just that they might be replaced as the Overlord. But who knew what the future would be like? The future was filled with endless possibilities. Perhaps it's a different kind of creation? He walked through the ruins of a sci-fi city, broken shops, streets, public facilities, fences, and all the walking dead. Occasionally, he would stop and take out an experimental platform to conduct various experiments, testing the potential of a zombie, the birth of a new life. Hailandong looked at the possibilities. His mind suddenly went blank. He recalled the scene that he had seen from the eyes of the magical beast Finba. If Carolyn had seen the origin of humans, then he had undoubtedly seen the origin of magical beasts that belonged to his side. He suddenly had an unbelievable thought as he looked at the young man in the wizard's robe. Could it be that the magical beasts and humans back then were also this mysterious ancient god who traveled the land and used some unknown technology to observe, guide, and collect data like today? In fact, he was already close to the truth to a certain extent. They moved forward and crossed the ruins of the once prosperous city of Izidar. Suddenly, a cry came from a window in the distance. "Help!" Xuji looked up and saw a survivor girl curled up by the window of the toilet on the third floor of the high-rise building. She was shaking her arms and shouting with her mouth. He had no idea how long she had been hungry, and she was extremely thin. Xuji reached out, broke through the window wall, and brought her in front of him. The zombies around them roared a few times, but after being blocked by Harlanden's spirit shield, they stopped talking. "Xuji, here's some water and bread." "Thank you! Thank you, lords." She was overjoyed. "What happened?" Landong asked. The girl said, "Doomsday has arrived. All the neighbors in the unit buildings of the whole of the Yujin district have been communicating with each other using their spiritual sense. Many of them have been infected. Now, everyone is shielding themselves and can only communicate with words. A week ago, my parents went to the supermarket outside, and in the end, she looked like she was about to cry. Xus was speechless. She revealed everything the moment she opened her mouth. She didn't have any sense of defense and seemed a little innocent, but this was common sense. The biggest difference between this apocalyptic world and the other apocalyptic worlds was that there were no schemes and plots here. The sinister human nature was reflected in this world, and they were still restricted by the guilt of dying. They could help each other and endure hardships together. This also made them feel much more comfortable, and they did not go extinct so quickly. We believe that the rescue team will come. The country will calm chaos and restore the glory of the Izudearian people. The girl was extremely determined, and every person in Isidar seemed to believe that. Xuji felt as if he was looking at a small wave of the people of this era. He thought about it and asked, "Did anything special happen?" The girl immediately started exchanging information. Previously, there was a lucky convoy that passed by and told me that a few cities near the mechanical city of Villia have been turned into a land of death. Terrifying monsters have appeared, and those who couldn't escape in time are all dead. Dead? Harlandong was startled. He looked into the city. The girl replied, "It's said that a special virus has been mutated and infected, showing signs of atavism, just like the murderer in the previous legend. It's muddy all over, flowing with cell fluid, has a long and narrow tongue, a tail, and part of a monkey's body. It's extremely powerful, and the survivors call it a liquor." A zombie had opened its genetic lock and entered the state of determination. Awakened, the corners of Xuji's mouth curled up, and he was full of curiosity. In the previous worlds, there was no such method. It's considered a suicidal explosive method, similar to the demonic dissolution in novels. It's brutal, but the side effects are too great. It's also accompanied by unprecedented pain. Open the human genetic lock? The consciousness squeezing out the body's potential? It's quite interesting to study life up to this point. Xuji suddenly thought of something and took out the alchemy table. He did an experiment while he was thinking and began to study their genetic strands, observing their gene fragments. As expected, the people of Izidar had once opened their genetic locks, and now they had sealed them again. Now, there was no restriction at all. This was also the reason why these abnormal creatures were prone to mutation. Of course, most mutations were negative. It will cause a genetic breakdown. Xuji's computer had the code from the human genome, so he'd naturally see that some of fragments had already mutated and had even begun to fuse to turn into other creatures. In a sense, This could be considered the creation of the century, the rapid evolution of new species. Of course, there were man-made elements in this, and it was far from as complete as the evolution of nature over tens of thousands of years. It could easily cause the collapse of life form, and there were many flaws. The girl next to him looked at the alchemy table that appeared out of thin air and the young man in a wizard's robe who placed it in the middle of the street for his experiment. Her eyes widened. A super ancient god? Her legs went soft and she looked at the handsome man beside her. She seemed to have thought of something. You are the overlord of the merfolk, Harlandon? Harlan. Hung nodded. Over the past few days, he seemed to have gotten used to the practice of the ancient gods. The girl was shocked. After long time, she let out a sigh and looked at the wizard who was setting up the alchemy table. She whispered, "What a strange man. Strange god. But when he's studying it seriously, he's very charming. He's very handsome, his chest is very strong, he smells very good, and he's very warm." Harlan Dong's face darkened slightly. His first reaction when he saw the legendary being was that of a young girl in love, a young girl who was born in a peaceful and kind society and had never experienced any hardships or setbacks, was unexpectedly reckless. He didn't even know what to say. Under such circumstances, after being starved for several days and on the verge of death, an ordinary person would be in despair and crazy. "My lords, can you take me away?" The young girl was a little nervous. The survivors' fleet was going to take us, but my parents and I were unwilling to leave home. But my parents have already... I'm now... Her fair and beautiful face twisted as she looked at Xuji. "I'm very well behaved. What do you think? Do you want to bring her along?" Helen Dong looked calm. A girl as weak as a parasite like her could only rely on the strong to survive. He would normally ignore her. But now it was up to the ancient gods. Mika was once the first princess of the Naga race. She knew that a supreme being like her could get any beautiful woman he wanted. Even the leader of the Sea tribe had hundreds of beautiful wives and concubines. He would bring them back to tribe whenever he liked. Mika's husband was different. He only married Mika. Mika had also hinted to Harlan to take a concubine. After all, the great lord of the sea only had one woman. It was too embarrassing. However, he never listened to her. Perhaps it was because of this Heilan Dong, who was upright and full of charm, that she was able to get to where she was today. They were together, and they were willing to give up their lives for each other. Run all Bei. If you want to follow, then follow me. Xuji cast a glance at the girl and put away the alchemy table. He was very indifferent. It was fate that they met, and he would say if he could. This was a very simple principle. The girl's name was Zhao Shiru. She was 72 years old, and was 8 years away from adulthood, but she was already a rank 5. She was quite talented and famous in the city, but talent was one thing, and whether she could fight was another. The people of Isidar were the same as ordinary human society. Some joined the army, some wanted to work, and some wanted to be housewives. Zhao Shiru wanted to be a housewife. When he heard that Zhao Shiru was not in danger, but accidentally killed 7 Phase 4 zombies in the corridor with her small fists, Hai Landong was a little shocked. "You have the ability to run out and find food to survive." Harlandong's expression was strange. He went to check the body. "You have a great talent for fighting. Ultra-fast computing was one thing, but it meant that you had a sub-brain with you. However, wisdom, talent, and talent were still very different from each other." Zhao Shiru lowered her head and timidly rubbed her sleeves. "I don't dare. They're so scary. But I'm so hungry. If the 2 lords didn't show up, I might have gone out." Harlan Dong came back to his senses immediately. At the end of the day, she was just a young lady from an ordinary family, playing games online with a doll, and watching TV shows. Even though was a level 5. A rank 5 in his 70s, and he's never deliberately trained. With this kind of talent, if he worked hard, he would definitely have the chance to become a level 7 heavenly emperor. If he was in our sea tribe, he would definitely be trained to become a leader and treated as a treasure. As for the Isodelans, they do not look at talent, but at personal will. They are indeed a proud race. Harlan Dong took a deep breath and looked at the ruins. They deserve to be destroyed for their pride. I can Key King kill the people of Isidar. With this kind of aptitude, he respected his own dreams. Want to be a housewife? Beat her up and she'll have no more dreams. Heartbroken. If he was the one in charge of this civilization, there would definitely be more than that many celestial emperors. There would be at least 10 times more celestial emperors. Human rights are of no use. They were all forced to recruit soldiers. However, on second thought, he realized that he was just a talker. It was the pride of the Isodales that had brought them to where they were today. Rank 5 seemed very powerful. But in an environment where the average level of zombies was the lowest, rank 4, they were still at the mercy of others when they were surrounded. However, the girl was still very good at cooking and all kinds of skills. She had the determination to become a housewife and served the two very well. Due to the influence of the environment, the girl quickly believed the two of them and told them everything. Even Juji could not help but praise them. This civilization was perfect. There were no barriers between people, no lies, and no tricks. It was a perfect society, but it had also encountered the virus because of this. Xuji could also see the girl's lustful thoughts, but he had seen this kind of look too many times. Life would turn to dust over the long years, and not everyone could stand out and walk towards eternity. This? A liquor? 3 days later, Xuji came to a ruined shopping mall and studied it for a while. It seemed to be some kind of disease that was extremely powerful. It had indeed opened its genetic lock, but its genes were unstable and its lifespan was extremely short. Furthermore, it was constantly suffering the pain of a crazy collapse, which made them extremely violent. What do you think? Harlan Dong was curious. This kind of abnormality will be eliminated. Xuji thought for a moment and said, unless, of course, an even more optimized individual appears, it can enter and exit the awakened form on its own. Who knew what kind of zombies would be produced in the future? Xuji was just speechless. If the program had been suppressed before, could the Trojan virus keep mutating and create a new race with the Izudaarian's body and the massive number of computers as a carrier? Xuji, on the other hand, was very much looking forward to the way he would develop. At this moment, he was still harvesting energy because the starting point of this world was too high. The average level was rank 4, which was 1 rank higher than the average level before. It was a world of difference. I'm leaving, Xuji said. Aren't you taking her with you? Harlan Dong could not help but sigh. Xuji, his head. You are truly a god, worthy of admiration. He was stunned for a few seconds before he realized that he was really just saving someone. He didn't even ask the girl to pay a reward. Previously, he had always thought that the grace given to Carolyn by the ancient god was due to the special close relationship between the two of them. However, that was clearly not the case. Then, Harlan Dong took the initiative to take Shiru away, thinking that he had found a treasure. Since you don't want it, I'll take it. I've already fallen in love with this race. How should I put it? I can trust him. As his trusted aide, he can help me deal with some things. I know it's funny that I can't trust my own sea race, but I trust an outsider. Zhao Shiru was trembling. Her mind was filled with the words she had said earlier. This kind of talent respects one's dreams. Want to be a housewife? Beat her up and she'll have no more dreams. I want to get married. I don't want to be beaten. She looked at Ixuji pitifully, wanting to ask the deity to take her away. It's easy to control. Harland whispered, It's easy to control someone with power. It's just that she seems to care a lot about you and has feelings for you. I'll help you keep it. Xuji could not help but laugh as he stared at Hai Landong. This person was too sly. He had clearly taken a fancy to her talent. Yet she still wanted to express her goodwill in passing. Xuji opened his eyes slightly in the living room. In fact, this great catastrophe came at the right time. The people of Isidar were powerful at the bottom, but there had been no gods so far. It was because they were too harmonious internally. No one died, and they didn't like to wage war on the outside world. All the scientists were doing their best to stay at home and do research. Without a catastrophe, there would be no gods. Now, just for a period of time when it exploded, it has already given back the energy of two gods. This is not collected by the person himself. It is scattered among various creatures and powerful zombies. The people inside are being honed by the disasters. Those who are originally standing at the top should seize the opportunity and break through very quickly. Disasters, foretold opportunities. The times were about to surge. Gods would soon appear in those ruins, and there would be quite a number of them. After all, that piece of land was simply too vast. It was 100 times the size of the primordial world. On the Spore Evolution forum, the players' expressions were quite interesting. Why did the scene change so suddenly? Zombie biochemical virus. Doomsday junkyard. Did you transmigrate or did we transmigrate? Screenshots. 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 It was a picture of the ruins. It was the ruins of a vast sci-fi world. The walls were in ruins, and the streets were filled with walking corpses. The huge black mechanical spaceship crashed into the tall buildings like a huge black whale that was hundreds of meters long that was stranded on a slope. It gave people an extremely strong visual impact and a sense of history. Looking at the cinematics poster, that was more realistic than any science fiction movie on Earth. They had a headaches. This is toxic. He hadn't been happy for long, and the technology hadn't even been in his hands. How could it be gone? No more. The major research institutes were even more anxious and felt very uncomfortable. They were only one step away, a small step on Earth, a big step for mankind. However, there were still some people who were more optimistic and expressed their opinions on the internet. Don't worry, this is a new life for you. Your era is coming. You can not only drive your mech armor to fight zombies, he could also train his body. This was as a game to dismantle a Gundam with his bare hands. To realize a man's romance, and with the destruction of civilization, it was a good time for civilization to steal technology. This is a future with infinite possibilities. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made a lot of sense. He could tap into the technology tree and develop whatever he wanted. After all, there was everything in the ruins. Someone expressed his opinion. The era of the King of Junk is coming. Go! Raise your sail and grab your snakeskin bag. The treasure is buried there. Charge. 666. The surrounding people suddenly felt that it was very impressive. Shia, Niming laughed. He liked people like you who had ignited hope. Cough, cough, cough. Let me give you a little bit more information. The internet has been destroyed, and people have begun to communicate in languages. They have returned to the primitive times. The top scientists are all gathered in a few core research institutes, and now they've been taken away by Caroline. Therefore, the core manufacturing information and blueprints are not something that ordinary citizens will have. We can only disassemble and research it ourselves. Everyone vomited blood. You want to tear one down for me to see? The span of civilization was too great. Even if an alien flying saucer was placed in front of you, you would still need a long time to study it. Moreover, this magic machinery civilization used magic crystals as its energy source. It was a combination of machinery and extraordinary power. So there were very few technologies that could be used as references. Xianheiming was still smiling. He had no interest in those technologies as long as he could use mechas. Why did he want to study the principles behind his motorcycle? Xianheiming suddenly felt proud. He was such a serious person, and he was almost led astray by these guys before. But he was still serious and did not change his original heart. Mechanical armors. Now every broken one means one less. I guess not many people can fix it. In fact, it's not that there are no ordinary scientists and research assistants, and it's impossible to take all of them away, but it's rare to meet one. If we meet one, we can ask him to transfer his knowledge to us. Then, we can repair our mechas and become mechanics on average. Everyone still had a glimmer of hope. In the apocalypse, people were the most important. Moreover, although the people of Isidar had turned off their own connection, they could still connect their memories, as long as they prevented the other party from being infected with the virus. They could learn the technology in the other party's brain. The advantage of this advanced civilization still existed, and knowledge could be exchanged without barriers. Everyone, I took Duxu and escaped, but Carolyn didn't take us with her. As the next successor, Duxu is very strong-willed and said that she doesn't know how to do research and wants to stay behind to help the survivors. Waiting for Carolyn's return, and this is also what want. If I'm brought there, I'll probably still end up in the zoo. Now, we're still in the ruins, undergoing doomsday survival. The farming business has begun. Is there anyone who can help us get the bloodline fusion potion? I don't have a brain core, so I can only walk the extraordinary path from before and start cultivating the extraordinary system. I can see that the magical beasts are similar to the evil eyes. Also, did anyone teach you how to build an doomsday shelter? He felt relieved, by the way. Zombies don't need to use the condom, my group is safe. I want to transform and marry Duxu, San Dun JHBG. His words immediately aroused the interest of everyone. Originally, everyone had planned to help discuss it directly, but what did he mean by this? Dumbass retreat. Is it that I, fat tiger, can't hold the knife anymore? Are you, the Xiong? You want to transform? Marry Duxu? After absorbing so much essence of the sun and moon, he had finally reached this step. Touched. Xianheiming was stunned. He felt that something was wrong. Then, whose child is it? When Xianheiming saw this sentence, it was obvious that something was wrong. It's just that my species is being domesticated. What does it have to do? I don't have any green grass above me. How hateful! You used to be a big boss with a project worth hundreds of millions. Why did it suddenly disappear? Beating chest and stomping feet. AI. Killing one person was a crime. Killing 10,000 people was a hero. Killing 1 million was a hero among heroes. Killing tens of billions of people is just a trap. As a hero who has killed countless people, it's time for you to leave. Heart-H. Xianheiming was speechless. His teeth hurt. He felt that he was in a difficult position and couldn't help but say, "Can't you speak like a human? I think you should stop pursuing Duxu." Someone said immediately, "She's not worthy of you at all." Xianheiming was obviously shocked. Finally, someone who could speak. Although he was a transmigrator and led a group of people that looked very trashy, he would reach the peak of his life sooner or later and become the most powerful existence in the world. However, Jigzu was not bad either. She was pure and kind, and she had the supreme human authority. Xia Niming immediately said, "You're overpraising me. I still think she's worthy of me." Fist salute DGPG. No, no, no. She's still not good enough for you, because you're ambitious. Xia Niming immediately beamed with joy. This was a normal person. It was too rare. If you can talk, then say more. How can I not have great ambitions? Which time traveler doesn't want to reach the peak of life? Dominate the other world? You have great ambitions, because you are a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Xia was speechless. You are crazy. Xia Niming's expression instantly froze. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This was clearly a forum that loved to learn. It made people bald and their hairlines moved up. But these fools did not learn. Instead, they chatted wildly. Their skills were much more mature than before. He was dominated and had the illusion that the world had become abnormal. The surrounding people were instantly amused. Did he stop talking? Was he starting to doubt his life? This operation was amazing. This was a big move, showing off so much that his scalp went numb. Coach, I want to be a joker. Hiss. Sand sculpture had profound cultivation and had reached the perfection of martial arts. It was unknown how many 60-year cycles it had cultivated. It was terrifying. We must not provoke them. Although many people were making a fuss, they were all peripheral netizens who could not participate or help. They were just passing the time out of boredom. Others who could help had already put their hands into action. The research institutes were the fastest to act. Their first reaction was to let this player survive in the Doomsday Wasteland, then find some mechanical armors, dismantle them, and send them screenshots for research. Although they might not be able to gain much knowledge from it, since magical machinery was powered by magical energy, the lack of technology was enough to tempt them. Furthermore, the best way was to find in some wasteland, find a scientist in mechanical engineering, and obtain the principles from his memory. Begin analyzing the released images of the species and the information. Find a magical beast that can fuse with bloodlines and create a genetic fusion potion. And, under the white light, countless people walked, waiting in formation. On the other hand, the matter of cultivation was still on the agenda. After all, it would be difficult to complete it in a short period of time. Xia Niming was still very weak, and he was currently relying on Duxu to gain a foothold. Inside a fallen mechanical spaceship, half of it had collapsed and sunk into the soil. However, it was still a temporary camp for dozens of survivors. Duxu was looking at the report. In the camp, the current occupation distribution is 1 healer, 1 all-rounded mech operator, 1 all-rounded combat specialist, 1 all-rounded spellcaster. Although skills could be transmitted, the capacity of each person's brain was limited. It was impossible to instill too many professions. It was best for each person to take on a single profession and divide the work. The brain was also different from person to person. Most of them were third-class citizens who had to modify 3 routes to activate their pineal gland. Not only were their computing powers low, but their natural brain capacity could only accommodate 1 professional proficiency. It sounded like only 1 person's brain could learn 1 profession, and the capacity of the human brain was very small. However, that wasn't the case. Profession proficiency was the pinnacle of a field, and it required at least 100 years of normal learning to possess such a vast amount of knowledge. For example, medical proficiency was equivalent to the top medical experts in Isodar, including surgery, internal medicine, orthopedic. Every domain was extremely profound and had a terrifying amount of savings. Naturally, it could squeeze your brain until it exploded. Moreover, it was impossible for one's brain to be fully filled with knowledge, as that would be a warning of insufficient computer memory. According to the law, at least 80% of the remaining memory space in the brain must be retained. As for second-class and first-class citizens, their innate internal storage qualifications were naturally better. They were fast, had high internal storage, and could cultivate in multiple professions. For example, Shi Duxu was a first-class citizen. In Kitten's words, it's like playing an RPG wasteland management game. Every character has qualifications. First-class citizens have 3 skill slots, second-class citizens have 2 skill slots, and first class has 1 skill slot. Also, each of your team members has a different ability. It's up to you to add points to them. What kind of skill? She was calculating the distribution of professions in the team. The new Mizar is quite talented in medicine. Maybe he can learn medical proficiency. It's so hard to find an outstanding survivor. Professional skills weren't something that could be learned by force. Anyone could do it. For example, if someone had medical skills, but you inserted the knowledge of Mesha control proficiency into his brain, the effect would naturally be very low, and he wouldn't be able to use it at. In fact, she wanted to find a mechanic who could repair meshas and obtain the machinery specialization knowledge from him. Then, some people in the camp could copy it and learn it, and they would have an additional mechanic profession. If our camp had a mechanic class that could repair meshas, it would be much more comfortable. She pressed her forehead with difficulty and gradually had the aura of a leader. I haven't found such survivors in the other survivor camps nearby. Now that the internet is cut off, we could download anything we want in the past, so no one was worried about this. To this day, more than 95% of the entire human race had been infected. Mechanics who could repair mechas were rare to begin with, and it was difficult to find one. If there were too many survivors gathered together, it would cause a tide of zombies. Therefore, it was impossible for them to live together. In the entire city of Noni, there were 17 survivor groups of various sizes. She also did not reveal that she had a dynamic key, that she had the highest authority, and that she was a person who walked outside the law. She lowered her head and looked at the knowledge in her brain. It was the 3 skills of fighting and magic. Kitten, let me develop the ability of determination, awakened, which can be opened and closed freely. She closed her eyes and felt that it was getting more and more difficult, as if she was struggling to survive in a desperate situation. I heard that it's not just the lickers. In the depths of the disaster, a tyrant appeared. It had a huge body and had the body of an ape. Furthermore, there seems to be a mastermind behind the recent corpse tide, driving them away. The mastermind? Was it a special zombie or some other living creature that could control zombies? The catastrophe of the world continued to spread. At the same time, in another part of the ruins outside the camp, a balloon was flying in the sky to investigate. It looked down at the roaring zombies below. Young people, unless you've reached level 6, you can't fly. Your intelligence is not enough to fly a plane. As for the Phase 6 zombie, he didn't think he was that unlucky. Those were monsters that only appeared in the depths of the central area, Velia. As he flew, he looked at his side. They were quietly approaching a fountain square. A black liquor-covered puss and rotting, with a long and thin tongue. He picked up the old-fashioned walkie-talkie and commanded, "That's right. This is a 4th-rank bootlicker. He's sneakily approaching him from behind, and his butt is his biggest weakness. A group of people used stealth to approach quietly. A fierce man operated his mecha and suddenly pressed down. Hey, we caught it. It's struggling hard. FTK. It broke free. Quick, main tank, keep up and pull the aggro of this lackey. Right. Don't get licked. That's you, mechanical tank. Taunt and pull monsters. These guys don't have any intelligence. Mage. Pup. Mud to restrict movement. Retreat. Retreat. Kating, you know. Male mages don't attack. You don't have to join the battle. You're responsible for shielding the battle aura around us to avoid a zombie tide. You will all die here. After a few minutes of intense fighting, they successfully took down the other party without any losses. He won. The dog can't be called a winner. Xia Niming was very satisfied. Team fight? Playing games? This professional. Suddenly, Duxu's walkie-talkie called, and Xia Niming's voice immediately softened. Dear, what's the matter? But in the next second, his face gradually stiffened. The range of the walkie-talkie should not be so wide. This was already more than 800 meters. Then who was nearby, secretly contacting me? The walkie-talkie needed to be connected. How could the other party? A hoarse voice came from the other side. A mysterious creature. We should have a talk. Zombies. Xia Niming's mind went blank as he turned his head to look at the surrounding streets and buildings. The voice sounded in his mind again. If you don't come, I'll kill all the lives on the scene. Xia Niming's entire body trembled as he looked around. What's wrong? One of the team members asked. It's nothing. Xia Niming put down the walkie-talkie. You guys can go back first. I'll stay here and continue to investigate. No one in the surroundings was suspicious. After all, the balloon fish often flew around to investigate, and they returned one after another. Xia Niming followed the voice in his mind and gradually arrived at the 5th unit in the district. He walked up the desolate stairs and entered Unit 503. He passed through the living room and came to a room. He saw a delicately sculpted little girl with an oriental temperament. She was covered in blood. One could still tell that she was dressed up like a delicate and cute doll in a pleated dress. She looked like she came from a wealthy family. The most striking thing, that there was a red cherry blossom tied to her hair, and she was holding a pink umbrella behind her. Before being infected, he must have been born in a rich family. Xia Niming looked at the umbrella. This was made of the latest type of vacuum mechanical armor material. It had not even entered the civilian market yet, and he had actually gotten it to make an umbrella for his daughter. The little girl grinned. Don't worry, you're not a human. I won't eat your brain. Oh, God. He really can talk. Xia Niming roared in his heart. He was a little shaken. He knew what would happen when a high-level zombie gained intelligence. Netizens, save me. He wanted to call for help, but it was useless now. Mr. Zombie! I don't have a brain. Don't eat me. Xia Niming quickly expressed that his brain was filled with air and had no brain core. The little zombie girl was speechless. This was the first time she had seen a creature without any backbone. Don't worry, I won't chase after those humans just now, because I've already eaten a lot of humans, probably. I'm very satisfied with 31 people. The little ignored him and smiled, exuding the aura of an emperor-to-be. So, I don't need to eat people now, unless I meet special people. Special person? Xia Niming was shocked. Even zombies have weird tastes? She tilted her head and thought about it seriously. It's a person with special skills in his head. In your words, it's just like an online game. You're just walking skill books. When you kill monsters, you can drop skill books, machinery. The battle, medical treatment. The equipment? Xia Niming felt his hair stand on end. Did zombies eat human brains to gain their experiences, skills, and memories? She knew about online games because she had eaten human brains and obtained the social experience and civilization of the past. When I was born with my memories, I could no longer remember who I was before I died, what family I was born into, and whether I had parents who loved me. Our infected zombies are equivalent to brain. It's just like a computer that forcibly crashed and reformatted. Perhaps there are still some fragmented memory fragments left. The little girl calmly looked out of the window. There were ruins below and zombies wandering back and forth. I'm already another life. The independent life programming language that was naturally formed in my brain is no longer C++, but it still has an astonishing infection. I was born under an umbrella. You can call me Umbrella, girl, or I'm wearing a cherry blossom on my head, and you can call me Cherry Blossom. The little girl looked at Xia Niming curiously. What do you think my name should be? Xia Niming felt a bone-piercing cold. This new life had enough wisdom to start thinking about its own life and try think about itself. Where life came from, where death would go, and even tried to come into contact with their humans. Of course, he was using himself as the medium. You're called Cherry Blossoms, right? That's pretty good. Xia Niming laughed dryly. The other party was exploring, curious, and might kill him at any time. Then I'll be called Sakura? She muttered to herself. People like you? How many are left? Xia Niming was stunned. There are many core areas in Velia, and the ruins are pitch black. There are more than 10 of them, and they're all very powerful. They're all in different shapes and sizes, and they're fighting for territory. New ones are also being born from the vast horde of zombies, but they're split into 2 factions. Cherry Blossom said. Which 2 factions? Xia Niming couldn't help asking. The first faction is the Slaughter faction. They kill and exterminate humans, eating their brains. They realize the fearsomeness of the Ishtar people, and are afraid that they will come back and exterminate the race. The second faction is the Animal faction. They rear humans and eat their brains like raising pigs. They walk the path of sustainable development. Xia's scalp was completely numb. You're the second sect? She didn't kill humans directly, but came here to communicate. She probably wanted to keep humans in captivity. His camp was in danger. No, I'm from the third faction, the human-friendly faction. Cherry Blossoms smiled and looked at the shattered streets outside. She said indifferently, I don't eat humans. I want to use the remaining ancient humans as my think tank, provide them with the best living environment, restore their previous beautiful lives, give them human rights and citizen treatment, and develop technology. It's precisely because I know how terrifying their brains are that I want to use them to develop a civilization. Xia Niming looked at her with an inexplicable, overbearing aura. He was like a formidable man with the temperament of someone who had in power for a long time. At this moment, his body was not trembling out of fear, but because of these words. Come, take me to talk to your leader. Cherry Blossom said, It's because of all of you. You have no other choice. If I want to kill you all, I can do it with a thought. For camp. Duke Zhu looked at the terrifying Cherry Blossoms and fell silent after hearing the story. You want our tribe to submit to you and then pledge our loyalty to you? Duke Zhu gritted her teeth and nodded. Sure. You're lying. Cherry Blossoms held an umbrella and smiled. The guilt mechanism and law are for humans. The people of Ishodar had no mercy towards outsiders. There were no laws or rules, or how could they have been the overlords before? You can betray me at any time. This is just a temporary measure, isn't it? Trembled. She was extremely intelligent, But before she could grow up, she encountered such a terrifying monster. Cherry Blossoms continued to smile. I know. You have the supreme authority of humans' dynamic secret key. I specifically went to the periphery and traveled through the cities. I've been looking for you for far too long. Duxu. Ident. Bang. Duxu's aura instantly swelled, and a huge killing intent spread. Her entire body was covered in pus, and a long, sticky tail grew out. She was like a black monkey in mud, and her aura was terrifying as she reached out to grab. Lickers? Cherry Blossoms hung upside down and dodged with an umbrella. She was also shocked. Uninfected. A licker? Her mouth. Then, a look at my form. Boom! Cherry Blossom's body suddenly grew taller as her clothes burst open inch by inch. She transformed into a terrifying tyrant. Her muscles contorted as mucus dripped from her body. Sorry, I'm a tyrant. Voila. Nbaspi. A licker and a tyrant faced each other, their terrifying auras spreading. Duxu revealed a look of despair. As long as the other party touched her even a little, she would be infected. There was no possibility of winning at all. Had this newly born race already reached such a level? She retracted and returned to her normal form. The little girl also returned to her human form. You're very smart. You know how to stop. You have underestimated the virus's evolution by not entering the core area. Our high-end zombies have no firewall and can basically enter the gene lock form. They can control their emotions and unleash their potential to transform. But it will hurt the body. Duke was silent for a moment. How did you know that I have a dynamic key? Unfortunately, I ate some of the memories of the scientists at the Central Research Institute and have memory fragments. Cherry Blossoms said calmly, You have the highest authority of the people of Isidar. You have the right to represent the people of Isidar in negotiations with me. I ask you to forcefully break through the authority of the key and make me a citizen in the Ishtar People's Guild. Mechanisms. Duxu, that her, and knew what she meant. If she was listed as a citizen, no one else could lay a hand on her. She would be protected like the murderer from before and could not betray her. But however, she could still kill as she pleased, which was equivalent to the entire Isidar people becoming her slaves. In fact, over the past few days, she had already forcefully cracked the dynamic secret key, but she still did not do anything. This was because the guilt mechanism could still allow the survivors to trust each other and resist the disaster together. There was no need for them to be suspicious of each other, and they could still build a survivor camp. The probability of a murderer was extremely low. Only one would be born out of hundreds of millions of people in Ishtar. No other choice. It's the best choice for you, Cherry Blossom said. I've seen the civilization of the Isidarian people. I choose to protect you, not eat you, and you humans serve me. Furthermore, you're struggling at death's door. Weren't you all waiting for Carolyn to return and rescue you? Under the hands of a zombie, you can live a better life and wait for Carolyn's rescue in the future. Your god has returned. Perhaps you can kill me, can't you? It's the best choice for both you and me. A man-eating zombie actually asked for human protection. Dux silent for a moment. She was just the murderer from before. She could infect and kill humans, but that was her last choice. Like a murderer, she wanted to have the authority of the Ishtar people and enslave them, not kill them. All right, I'll change, Duxu said. She took out a dynamic key and changed it under Cherry Blossom's supervision. Duxu explained, originally, the network would be connected through the Skynet and cover every citizen of Ishtar. But now, the network is cut off, and everyone has turned off their external network. We can only contact their brains one by one and slowly transform the survivors in our camp. Duke Stu brought cherry blossoms to the survivor camp and instantly caused quite a stir, but it eventually subsided. Everyone's citizenship rights were changed, and cherry blossoms was included in their civil laws. The people of Izudar could not have any ill intentions towards her. Give me the dynamic key, otherwise you'll delete it in private. Cherry blossoms extended her hand. His expression changed. Cherry blossoms' face shrank. Don't worry, I need you. I respect intelligent life like you as the mother who gave birth to us zombies. Otherwise, I would have just killed you guys a long time ago. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Cherry blossoms took the key and pouted. I'm also a living being. I'll be lonely, and I long for social life and friendship. Even though you are my food, I will suppress the urge to eat you. I am already an intelligent life. Outside, on the internet, everyone was stunned. This is virus. It's even more exaggerated than we thought. Such a monster appeared so quickly. This advanced civilization was too terrifying. From the beginning to the end, it wasn't like other primitive societies, which were led by the Earthlings. Instead, even if a group of them worked together, they would still be beaten up. This advanced hell mode dungeon was too difficult. After all, the other party's level of civilization was higher than that of the Earthlings. He was the one who was more primitive. Heavens! He's starting to doubt his life. FSTK, even zombies have such terrifying intelligence. Is there no time for us Earthlings to get up? I thought Earth Online was already hell-level instance dungeon, creating record of more than 7 billion people online at the same time. They were born without equipment, went primary school, junior high school instance dungeons, leveled up with all kinds of baldies, and were beaten up by rich second-generation players. I didn't expect that even aliens would have such a difficult life. However, someone suggested, get her. Although she has intelligence, she's still a young girl who doesn't understand love. Get her heart, but she only in her teens. She's not even a teenager, she's no longer herself. She's just a new life born in her body, and the virus has taken over her body. She'll still grow up and die of old age. Don't worry. In another 80 years, she'll be a slim, elegant young girl. The one above crazy. Zombie lolly cultivation plan? FSTK. It's still possible because other people don't dare to get close for fear of being infected, but the balloon fish is different. He has no brain and isn't a computer at all, so he's not afraid of being infected. After Shia Niming heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Am I going to be a scumbag? But to save the world, I'd only go on a date. Soon, with the help of a group of netizens, the big date war, Xia tried to knock on the other party's door and tried to flatter him, but he did not get a good look and made no progress. He couldn't help but cry. These idiotic players tried to harm me. You tricked me into being a bootlicker. He always had an umbrella with him and had already told me. If you can't get up. To think that I came here to be the goddess's bootlicker, she has already rejected me. He was heartbroken and felt that he had been played again. 6 years after the Great Calamity, hundreds of millions of zombies were still wandering around, and infected people with intelligence began to appear one after another. They had battle forms and began to call themselves the zombie race. New Human. Cherry Blossoms gathered a large number of survivors. She set up a camp in Noni City as a stronghold and used her own mental waves to drive away the tide of zombies. She also built walls to protect humans. This is the home of humans. Her voice began to gain the trust of the people of Izudar. Sometimes, they even forgot that she was a zombie. The people of Izudar, like them, seemed to be restricted by the guilt mechanism and respected human rights and the law. Mechanical armors, medical treatment, technology, and various civilizations were rapidly restored. The Sakura survivor camp's strength increased greatly. Under the leadership of Sakura, the people of Ishtar used mechas to encircle and annihilate several celestial emperor zombies of the same level as them. They quickly killed them. Cherry Blossoms had eaten their brain cores, and her strength had increased greatly. She was originally weak and was only an emperor to be, but now she broke through to become a heavenly emperor and became one of the strongest zombies. Damn it! Umbrella Girl Cherry Blossoms, you've subdued those low-level food and joined forces with them to hunt us down. In an instant, countless infected zombies, tyrants, queens, and foragers all felt threatened. Without any subordinates, they began to imitate Cherry Blossoms and set up their own survival camps. This is the general trend. The ancient human civilization is still something we drool over. Cherry Blossoms said indifferently. 7 years. The Great Catastrophe. The man-eating faction was almost extinct. The Raise All Humans faction rapidly increased. The high-level zombies began to shelter the survivors of the Izududeardians, helping them resist the zombie tide. They even killed the low-level zombies, built a colony, made them submit to them, and developed technology and civilization. However, the tyranny and enslavement of the high-level zombies had caused many Izodarian people to stab them in the back, and stab them in the back. Their human rights were limited to the same race, and they felt no guilt towards outsiders. Only the Sakura Island survivor camp did not have such concerns. Cherry Blossoms could even use her authority to completely enslave the people of Ishtar. But she still gave them extremely high human rights and freedom. She became the guardian god of humanity, which attracted more and more survivors to come and join her. 8 years after the Great Calamity, most of the high-level zombies were still eliminated. Some of them were even backstabbed and attacked in secret because they helped the development of mankind. They even subverted their own rule. After the humans in the survivor camps defeated the high-level zombie that controlled them, they took his brain and started to surrender to the Cherry Blossom camp. This is giving the other party manpower. Countless high-leveled zombies vomited blood. They had been killed, and not only had they given their brain cores to the other party, but their manpower had also been transferred to their side. Shameless, sinister, and cunning. That damned Umbrella Girl Cherry Blossoms. Most of them had been eliminated. Only a small number of high-level zombie camps had the will of the zombies, their friendly actions, and their sincere treatment. They had completely conquered the trust of humans and were still standing on the vast land of zombies. The structure of the world is very strange. High-level zombies built shelters to protect humans and fight against low-level zombies for them. They also brought their own camp survivors, drove mecha, and searched for a large number of supplies in supermarkets, shops, and factories on the wasteland. They attacked each other's high-level zombies. This is too strange. In the Doomsday Wasteland era, no matter how humans survived, they still entered a primitive society where the strong preyed on the weak. 47 years after the Great Calamity, one by one, powerful celestial emperor zombies were born. They were the corpses of the top celestial emperors of the Izodaians, and after being infected, their consciousness was born. An era of power struggle had begun. The small number of survivors in Isodar gradually became the logistics and survived. 57 years after the Great Calamity, Emperor Hylandung of the Sea Tribe, who was hiding in the ocean and watching the ruins, finally made his move and suppressed the zombie celestial emperors in the ruins. The civilization of the overlord of the sea tribe, the Kavias civilization, had completely opened. This was an era of advanced ocean civilization, and the major zombie powerhouses had to pay tributes regularly no matter how much internal strife they had. Carolyn, did you see that? As long as you live, you will one day become an overlord of an era. Harlandong smiled. 61 years after the Great Calamity. Brothers, I've been cultivating for more than 60 years since I came to this world. I've finally reached the 5th step. I can be said to be gifted. Xia Niming felt very uncomfortable. This hell mode dungeon was too scary. It was already very difficult to survive. Furthermore, as the Isodar camp began to stabilize, and they began to produce condoms again, he could not help but cry. Screenshots. Screenshots. Get lost. Continue to live. A weakling. Secretly develop. Don't be reckless. We can win. The Earthlings will definitely win. 63rd year. The Great Calamity. The death of a large number of Ishtar people had pushed this era forward. Countless amounts of energy filled the air as they gathered it, wanting to use it to break through the solid door that was stuck in the next realm. At this time, the top heavenly emperors had reached the demigod realm. There were 13 of them, but they still couldn't see their future. Is there a Tao path above the heavenly emperor? May I ask if there's a god realm in the world? The energy collected by the 13 people might be enough, but they could not find the way to find the gods. In the past, when one became a god in the sorcerer world, they had to prove the heaven and earth by themselves, opening up a world of the underworld and living in it to become a god. After that, when one became a god in the primordial world, they placed the Tao fruit in the virtual sky. A Tao fruit primordial spirit lived in the virtual sky and was immortal. It was of a sage. However, no matter what, he had to make use of a small space to greatly compress and intensely compress his energy, causing a qualitative change and advancing to become a god. As for this world, it seemed that the space-folding technology had not appeared. There were no space items either. Gradually, the most talented ancient celestial emperor, Hai Landong, deduced the way to become a god and sensed something. Perhaps I need a small space to compress it. The earth and heaven energy in this land is too poor. You can't become a god. Harlandon's mind went blank when he remembered the spring he saw when he followed the ancient god to the ruins. The opportunity to become a god is there. Only now did he have a complicated expression on his face, and he finally realized what he had missed. To a god, it was just a storage item. To the strongest heavenly emperor in the world, it was the only treasure that could help him become a god. It was priceless. The great ancient god, Harlandon wants to see you. In the past few years, the entire sea tribe had quickly built altars and a magnificent sea temple. A statue of an ancient god was sitting in the sea. Countless times, they had opened the sacrificial ceremony, presented treasures, and even presented Zhao Shiru, who had already become the heavenly emperor, but they still could not wait. Hai Landong was silent, looking at his own face that was gradually aging, dispirited like an old man. He looked at Zhao Shiru next to him. God's heart, I still can't guess it. 67th year of the Great Calamity. As soon as this disturbance appeared, the entire land was in an uproar. The corpse race's celestial thirsts in the ruined camp began to fall silent and frown. They also began to look for the ancient god and obtain the space ring of the god. They paid all the price, but it was difficult to find it. Don't tell me the path ahead has come to an end. Some of the corpse race's heavenly emperors felt bitter. However, someone suddenly thought of something. The people of Isodar might be able to develop the technology of space folding they had, and their hearts rippled. They wanted to make use of this once highly developed civilization. The destruction of the Isodar people had not even been years, and the survivors were still living on this land. If they wanted them to restart their technology. However, the remaining survivors had long lost their core, top-tier technology, and only civil machinery technology was left. The top scientists had already been taken away by Carolyn. It's almost impossible for the current Isudardians to develop to that level again. At the very least, they can restore their population to hundreds of millions, just like they were in their prime. We can't wait, and we can't indulge in this, one of the tyrant heavenly emperors said coldly. Back then, the great sage of Isodar, Caroline, took away the former Isodar people. All of them are currently researching core technology that has not been announced to the public. Find her, and perhaps she can study space technology. One by one, the celestial emperors began to search for the lost civilization, the people of Isodar. However, the land was too vast, and it was difficult for them to find it. However, they still searched for it. They had no choice. This was their only hope of breaking through. They all stood at the top of the world, and there was no future them. Immortality was what every celestial search wanted. Soon, 7 or 8 years had passed. Finally, someone had found a secret research institute. It was the ruins of the Isodane. Upon entering, they found that it was the same group of people that Carolyn had brought with her. They were all dead. All the scientists in the research institute had died without exception. Even Carolyn could be clearly seen lying on the ground as a corpse. It was unknown how long she had been dead. This research institute had died from infection. When the news spread, all the Isodar survivors had already collapsed. The reason why they chose to serve the undead race was because they believed that their god, Carolyn, would lead the elites of the human race to research the antidote to the virus and return to this land to restore their prosperity. However, at this moment, their hope had already been shattered. They couldn't but wail. Is our civilization, the glory of the people of Ishtar, really gone? The world? No more god race. Madame Carolyn was unable to develop an antidote for the virus, even at her death. After all, the virus is mutating wildly and spreading through our brains. Our brains of hundreds of millions of people calculate that the mutation rate is too fast. It's an unprecedented, unknown program that gave birth to the incredible new race. Cries could be heard from many survivor camps. Meanwhile, the celestial emperors of the corpse race arrived at the research institute one by one, frowning as they speculated. He died from infection. Did the research go wrong and cause the virus to break out in the research institute? They'll all be annihilated in the end? Perhaps that's the case. It's not that she couldn't escape. Carolyn could still escape, but she still chose to stay in the research institute. That's because the last hope of mankind's scientists had been destroyed. After all the researchers died, she chose to live and die together. They sighed and admired this former civilization. Of course, there was another theory. Perhaps someone was one step ahead of us. A long, long time ago, when no one had ever thought of becoming a god, they had already planned it. They had been thinking about such things, searching for the last civilization of the Isodians, entering their research facilities, plundering their wisdom, infecting them, and then destroying the last seeds. This was a terrifying guess. If it was just a guess, it would be fine. But if it was true, it would be too terrifying. Who would have thought of this in advance? Logically speaking, no one would have thought so far ahead, But you've forgotten that the previous one had also found the Isidarian in advance. The umbrella girl cherry blossoms? The fact that the cherry blossom empress was terrifying might not be true. Who would dare to find trouble with her? That's possible. If I were her and occupied the largest camp, I would secretly search for Caroline and destroy her. The current Isudar people would lose their last hope, and could only rely on her to exist. Even the white-haired ocean monarch, the emperor of the most ancient era, Helen, fell back on his throne when he heard the news. His turbid eyes became even more turbid. Caroline, this is not your style. Have you forgotten our bet? It's not like you to break your promise. The pride and stubbornness that would rather die than submit. The determined look in that woman's eyes flashed through his mind. He didn't expect that his departure back would be an eternal farewell. 70 years to the calamity. As Harlan Dong grew older, he wasn't far from death. His combat power began to decline, and a new age of the undead began. Cherry Empress. This term came from the Sakura Island survivor camp, where dozens of undead elites were gathered and built a shelter. It gradually spread and became the largest human camp. She activated her cultivation technique, transforming into her battle form and using martial techniques. Previously, the old humans, demonic beasts, and talented people were different. Now that I've started on the path of cultivation, coupled with my talent, I can go further. Without the tempering of one's heart, it's ultimately very difficult to reach the highest point. She had perfected the cultivation system and had a profound influence on the entire corpse race. 10 years later, the people of Isudar had built shelters and stabilized their population, but they still could not flourish and their civilization could not return to its peak. However, the mechanical armors could still make them a decent combat force. There were billions of zombies on the entire land. Even though they had killed many, it was still a number that made their scalps tingle. Even the evolved human zombies that had gained intelligence felt their scalps tingle. Above the heavenly emperor is God. It seems impossible to break through to God, but on this day, the Cherry Blossom Empress began to calculate the path to becoming a god. In the previous world civilizations, there were many ways to become a god, but they all hid in their inner worlds. Without an inner world, how could one become a god? 80 years. The Great Catastrophe. A terrifying aura was born between heaven and earth. The wind blew and clouds churned. The entire earth seemed to be suffocating as it trembled. It was as vast as the ocean, as if some terrifying life had been born. 80 years. I've just come of age, so it's just right for me to be called a god. The Cherry Blossom Empress simply stood at the peak of the mountain, while the countless undead below prostrated themselves. A god was born. She was shockingly talented, and no one knew what kind of incredible method she had used to become a god. She had pried open that door and became the first god in this world. The Sea Tribe civilization should come and surrender. The Cherry Blossom Press announced, Holy Sakura Dynasty. Instantly, the entire land was in a state of chaos. A living god of the present age. Countless celestial emperors were shaken. Their might and prestige were at their peak, and that terrifying aura could easily crush them to death. Previously, many celestial emperors had deduced that the method to become a god had been cut off, and it was absolutely impossible for them to become one at the moment. However, the Cherry Blossom Emperor had broken through the restriction before their eyes, so he clearly had a huge secret on him. How did she... a god? This was impossible. According to the deduction, one had to enter space to become a god. After Cheng Fei ascended to a higher space, it would be difficult for a god to descend into the mortal world. As for Emperor Cherry Blossom, it seems that he has been living in the mortal world for a long time. This was something that was hard to imagine. According to the deductions of the celestial emperors, the existence of gods was too terrifying. It was difficult for this world to accommodate them, and they couldn't easily appear. As for Emperor Cherry Blossom, he could easily descend into the mortal world and interfere with the affairs of the mortal world. This clearly isn't the way to become a god, by living in a space. It's hard to imagine. What kind of unique method did he develop to become a god? It's said that ancient gods can also walk in the mortal world. Many people guessed that there were 3 possibilities. The first possibility was that the umbrella girl Cherry Blossoms was shockingly talented and terrifying to the extreme. She had deduced a method to become a god that had all paths and imaginations. However, the probability of this was too low. Even the celestial emperors could not do it. It was very difficult for her aptitude to be exaggerated to such an extent. The second possibility was that the umbrella girl Cherry Blossoms had killed Carolyn and the others, obtaining all of the research results of the Ishtar people. The crystallization of the wisdom of an advanced civilization would naturally be able to do this. The third possibility was that it was bestowed by the ancient gods. But no matter what, seeing a living god descend to the world, he could only silently put away his ambition and bow his head. The first year of the Holy Sakura dynasty. The Holy Sakura Emperor's ascension to the throne and coming-of-age ceremony shook the world. The sea race, the corpse race, and the Ishtar people all presented gifts. Ranoibi. It's hard to imagine that one will become a god when they become an adult. Everyone looked over and saw a peerless young lady holding a red umbrella. Her eyes were chaotic as she stood above the city's palace. She was filled with dominance, looking down on the world and everything. Everyone, since you've come to offer your congratulations, you must offer a small gift. Emperor Cherry Blossom lowered his gaze. How about offering up the energy you've collected to become a god? As soon as he said this, all the celestial emperors who had come to offer their congratulations were in an uproar. Originally, Celestial Emperor Cherry Blossom had the same status as them. He had collected a portion of the energy needed to become a god, and had spent countless amounts of blood. Now, Cherry Blossoms wanted them to offer up all their savings. This was cutting off their path to becoming gods. One of the corpse race's heavenly emperors could not help but speak up. Since you've become a god, you should be our leader. You should be the master of this era. You should be benevolent, and all living beings should be your people. Emperor Cherry Blossom's eyes widened. You're teaching me how to do things? A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, and flames spread out. It was as if he was the only true god looking down on the world, and his flames burned the heavens. Ah! The heavenly emperor shrieked in pain and fell to the ground. His terrifying aura swept across the world, and the wind whistled, suppressing all the heavenly emperors. What did you just say? Say it again. The Cherry Blossom Emperor smiled gently. I will listen to the will of all living beings. The will of all living beings is to offer congratulatory gifts. I'm willing to offer you a congratulatory gift. The Celestial Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood as he kneeled on the ground and kowtowed frantically, screaming in pain. The surrounding Celestial Emperor's hair stood on end as their hearts trembled. The Cherry Blossom Emperor was a zombie tyrant through and through. Just like the murderer from back then, he enjoyed killing people. His personality was extremely flawed, and he was not to be provoked. The first year of the Holy Sakura dynasty. The cherry blossom emperor suppressed all of the celestial emperors in the world and collected 12 portions of their energy to become a god. He advanced by leaps and bounds and became a mid-level god. 7th year of the Holy Blossom Dynasty. The Cherry Blossom Emperor was a wise and strategic person. He influenced the land and made the feudal lords the celestial emperor. They paid tributes regularly and ordered them to enter the zombie area at regular intervals to bring out the newly intelligent tribesmen. In fact, high-level zombies could also hunt low-level zombies and obtain their brain nuclei to improve their cultivation. After all, there were too few humans. They were more used to the skills in their minds. However, once this system was implemented, the ordinary zombies that evolved into high-leveled ones would gain intelligence and become citizens. They would be protected, and other high-leveled zombies could not be killed. Thus, the corpse race began to flourish. The corpse clan's men and women gradually reproduced with each other, giving birth to the next generation of newborns. Breaking away from the primitive world and refusing to kill each other is a necessary experience for a race, Emperor Cherry Blossom said. Otherwise, how are we going to reproduce? Her intelligence was still unfathomable. In the same year, she ordered people to build the wall of Villia in the central city for the Ishtar people to live and reproduce. Of course, they also had to provide the corresponding technology and civilization for the undead. Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty, Year 11. The corpse race's population began to flourish, gradually reaching several 100,000. The Cherry Blossom Emperor was a tyrant whose emotions were unpredictable. She ruled by herself and had never attended morning court sessions. She had never held a meeting before, and she would personally make decisions. But her wisdom, talent, and foresight gradually convinced the corpse race. Year 12 of the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty. The vassal race. The merfolk had sent news that Harlanden was about to die. The most ancient emperor was about to leave, which symbolized the end of the era of the Ishtar people. However, being unable to become a god and dying of old age was the inevitable outcome for all heavenly emperors. No one knew how Emperor Cherry Blossom had become a god. He couldn't tell anyone. Oof. The royal city of the ocean, Covidia. The former overlord of the ocean, Harlanden, was already an old man. For beings like him, their bodies could be replaced, but that the aging of their brains was the real, unavoidable factor. He felt his mind aging, and his consciousness blurring. She thought back to her childhood when she met her true love, Harlandong. They met the most beautiful love in their best years. He told her that they must protect the glory of the sea tribe. Without him, what's the point of living? Harlandong chuckled. He was reminiscing about the past. I'd rather be him than him. She was very glad that she didn't die with her husband, because she had encountered many interesting things. Carolyn had also met the ancient gods. Only then did she understand that the beauty of life wasn't limited to love. For example, Carolyn and the ancient gods had never stopped because of these things. Many things happened after that. He witnessed the destruction of a great civilization with his own eyes. His persistence was right, and he eventually led the civilization to the top. The marine civilization, Covidias, ruled the world for a period of time. However, not long after, it was eventually replaced by a new civilization because of the appearance of gods. On the side, Zhao Shiru closed her eyes bitterly. Ancient God, why did you refuse our request? The will of the ancient gods is not something we can figure out. Harlandong sighed. We are all suffering the pain of time. Neither the people of Isidar nor us can stop the flow of time. Suddenly, in a daze, he saw a shadow slowly walking towards him. Harlandong, you want to see me? Hailan Dong's cloudy eyes suddenly opened wide. He stumbled and struggled on the throne. You're finally here. I want to fulfill the bet we made back then. A bet? Xuji was stunned. That's right, the bet. The bet, Hailan Dong said with a trembling voice. In the end, Caroline died, and she did not have the time to hand everything over to me. I would like to ask the ancient gods to be the witnesses of the bet. Hand over the Isodar civilization to me. Xuji understood. Harlandon had always wanted to see him. Not only did he want his dimensional ring, but he also wanted to use the technology of the Ishodans to become a god. Many of the Ishodans' technologies had not been publicly announced, and it was very likely that they had semi-finished space technology. I'm here this time, Xuji said with a chuckle. I'm indeed here for the travel bet. Hailan Dong's face lit up. His voice was filled with excitement and hope. I knew a long time ago that once the virus spreads, it can't be cured, because it could mutate through the human brain. No matter how powerful the scientists that Carolyn brought with her are, they can't possibly go against the computing power of hundreds of millions of brains. The degree of mutation is uncountable. The ancient god has returned to witness the result of the bet. But you didn't win, Harlandon. A beautiful woman with an umbrella and a cherry blossom on her head slowly came to this land. Her beautiful bare feet stepped on the seashell street as she looked at a white-haired old man. Umbrella girl, Emperor Cherry Blossom. Harlan's eyes widened as if he had just seen something unbelievable. Whoosh. The deep blue palace swelled with bubbles, and the night pearls emitted a soft light. It was a beautiful sight. Harlandon would never have thought that the great sage of the Ishtar people, Caroline, had already become a female undead. She became the first true god of the undead red race, ruling the entire race. If this news were to spread, the entire world would be shaken. However, if one looked at it from another perspective, it was also a matter of course, even inevitable. If it was the secret intervention of a higher civilization, then this new race that had yet to rise, a group of natives, would naturally stand at the highest point among them and even possess the method god. Cherry Blossoms smiled. She could tell that he was confused. Hailan Dong, you're right. You're right. Back then, I studied it for a long time, and we, the people of Isodar, discovered a shocking fact. We will be destroyed. This was unavoidable. The virus cannot be defeated. Thus, for the continuation of our race, we made a very exaggerated decision. What decision? Hailan Dong's voice was hoarse. If I can't defeat it, then I'll become it. Boom! Hailan Dong's mind went blank. His old body started shaking. Cherry Blossoms smiled. Yes, I turned myself into a zombie. At that moment, I ate all the scientists in the research institute, a total of 1731 people. It ate 31 people. This was the whole truth behind the death of the entire research institute. Hailan Dong's went blank. The people of Isodar were truly a crazy race. She had fled with the most elite backbone of humanity, equivalent to the last spark of civilization. She should have tried her best to survive, even giving up the survivors in the cities and modifying her own brain programming language. This was the most rational way of doing things. After all, this was only targeted at the C++ virus. It could be used to eliminate its infection. But she had actually been so crazy to make such an extremely irrational decision, almost led to mutual destruction. He would stake everything on one throw and go back to save the entire race. In order to live up to the people of Isodar who believed in them, a zombie named Cherry Blossoms returned. She was the last hope of the people of Isodar. In this post-apocalyptic world, She divided the last piece of pure land for her people and ensured the continuation of the race. Really? He's crazy. Harlandon shuddered and closed his eyes. You could have risen again. As long as you gave up on the Isodales who were struggling in the zombie horde, changed the core language in your brain, and became a new human being, you could have eliminated the targeted virus. Instead, you chose to go back and destroy yourself. However, I refuse, the cherry blossom empress smiled. Hell was shocked. He remembered that when Levis died, the entire Isodar people started a war, and nearly half of the population was killed or injured. If the god dies today, the people of Isodar will live until 3 days later. To tell the life of the god to other races, we will proudly tell the story of our Lord with the powerful charm of technology. They were extreme to the extreme, crazy to the extreme. This was an almost unreasonable race. However, Cherry Blossoms did it. She became the new leader of the undead. She protected the survivors of the Ishtar people in the midst of the undead horde, carving out a difficult space for them to survive. Then, did I win the bet of civilization? Cherry Blossoms asked. Hai Dong was silent. Indeed, Carolyn had won. That was because she was still standing at the highest point of the world and had unified it. On the other hand, the sea race was about to come to an end with her death. In fact, as long as Carolyn wanted to, she could easily destroy the sea race. The power over the life and death of the sea race had long fallen into her hands. You did beat me. Did you really win? Even if you stand at the top of the undead race, you can't restore the glory of the people of Ishtar, Harlan said in a hoarse voice. There are still more than 1 billion zombies all over the land. There are simply too many of them. All you can do is to use the high-level undead to protect the people of Isodar and build the last piece of land for them. The vast tide of history is still unstoppable. Harlandon did not say anything. The time of the Isodalans is over, just as our time has passed. Really? Can't we return to the glory of the people of Isodar? She smiled and looked into the distance. Don't underestimate the determination of the people of Isodar. No one can destroy the Protoss, and no one can destroy our... We're the only ones here. Harlan Dong was surprised. As the price of the bet, the intelligence of your entire will be mine. She continued to smile. The entire sea tribe, 1.1 billion people, let me eat them all. As a reward, I will make you a god. Cherry Blossoms raised her arm high, causing circular ripples to rapidly spread out. Come, let the sea race be exterminated, just like the people of Isodar. Become a memory in my mind. A terrifying halo swept across the entire ocean. In the Naga tribe of the sea race, in the cities and towns, countless people walked out of the streets. The elderly, children, and the others looked at the sky in a daze. The terrifying power swept over, and everywhere it went, there were corpses. It was inevitable. Hylandung's eyes dimmed. She struggled to get up at the last moment. Her brain was like a supercomputer, and she finally thought of an incredible way to become a god. You've already... flittered. The day passed, and the entire ocean was deathly still. Some of the corpse race could feel the terrifying aura fluctuation from a large domain away. They rushed up to the sky and went to investigate. To their horror, they discovered that the entire sea race was filled with corpses. They were densely packed and floating on the water surface, swollen. See, this is an overlord race. None of them survived. They were infected by the virus, just like what had happened at the Isodar Research Institute. Even the overlord of the sea, Hylandun, was lying on the throne, dead. The umbrella-wielding cherry blossom emperor returned, and she continued to sit on her throne. She held a red umbrella and smiled quietly, as if she were the only god who held the crimson sword of the king, looking down on the entire universe. "Who should I kill next?" She laughed. Countless people felt their blood run cold when they heard this. Someone noticed. Her realm had actually reached the level of an incredible high-level god. The Cherry Blossom Emperor is the most terrifying tyrant in history. She went alone and annihilated the entire sea race. Harlandong was just about to grow old, and she went to the Sea Tribe alone. That's more than 1 billion members of the Sea Tribe. It was a total of over 1 billion. The population of the Isodar civilization back then was just like this. Back then, the murderers' massacre of the world was already shocking enough. And now, this. How tyrannical was this? She directly killed several billion people and collected a massive amount of life force, increasing her power to an extremely terrifying level. Shh! A low voice. The walls have ears. In the Holy Sakura dynasty, a tyrant god descended from the heavens with a might that could make one tremble in fear. Year 92 of the Great Catastrophe, Year 12 of the Holy Sakura dynasty, the emperor of the sea race, Hylandung, passed away. He descended upon Covidia and massacred billions of people in the sea region. The sea race was exterminated. In the distance was a river of lava. Xuji accompanied Zhao Shiru as they walked down the ruined streets, just like they had been in the past. Back then, the people of Isidar, too large and prosperous. They ruled over countless magical beast races and tribes, such as dragons, hydra, chimeras. At its peak, the territory had already reached 40% of the entire world, which was equivalent to the terrifyingly vast area of 40 primordial worlds. The vastness of the land was unimaginable. They were an extremely advanced civilization that had developed to the peak. They had a population of more than 1 billion, and they were all unimaginable elites. On average, they were rank 4 to rank 5. Even if they were underage, there were countless rank 1 to rank 3. It was because of this that the number of zombies wandering around the land was too high, almost impossible to destroy. Even after 100 years, after so many massacres, they still don't seem to have decreased in number. Xuji walked through the ruins of the main street and looked at the wandering horde of zombies, which had already become a part of the world. Emperor Cherry Blossom, you really are? Is it Madame Caroline? Zhao Shiru was in a daze, her face full of disbelief. Why would Madame Caroline destroy the entire sea race, including Emperor Hylandong? That was more than 1 billion lives. They had family, relatives, and children. Madame Caroline was the person who had created the genetic law. She respected life and built a perfect society. Who knows? People change. She laughed and felt a little emotional. Do you want to hear a story? A story about the history of development of an ancient civilization, his rise and fall. I'm willing to listen to the stories of the gods. Zhao Shiru lowered her voice respectfully. Xuji walked in front and spoke in the ruins. A long, long time ago, there was a race that lived on the edge of the lava. They had unparalleled wisdom. The moment Zhao Shiru heard it, she knew that the ancient god was talking about the past glory of the Isodarian people. They advanced their technology like crazy. In the end, each of them possessed great power, knowledge as vast as the sea, and perfect looks. They could even download the corresponding knowledge they wanted from the internet and become omnipotent people. They call themselves the God race, and every one of them is proficient in the divine sea language. They can modify the genes and memories of other life forms, and they possess great power comparable to the gods. If they were to be placed in the outer realms, They could destroy and rule a magical beast race. In fact, they only need to send one citizen to the outer region to unify the huge lava region. Conquering and ruling the world is meaningless to them. They already have enough land. For a civilization to develop to this extent, it's already unimaginable. If there are no restrictions, they can also hack into their social network with just one citizen, causing their own civilization to be paralyzed. When every member of a race has the power to easily destroy their own race and destroy the order, if we don't restrict our clansmen, they will be destroyed. At this point, Xuji looked at Zhao Shiru. So, what should we use to restrict them? The law on paper? Self-discipline? Morale? Zhao Shiru was silent. There was almost nothing that could limit their actions. For example, the written social laws of the ancient society with television, computers, and the internet, the establishment of the Security Bureau, the patrolling of the government, and the arrest of the criminals, were no longer able to restrict them. The destructive power they could cause alone was too terrifying, and they were well hidden. Attacking shopping malls, websites, and shops was enough to paralyze an entire province. This was the inevitable trend of the development of civilization to such a high level. This is an interesting civilization story. Zhao Shiru was silent for a moment. I guess the only way for them to stop their self-destruction is to write the law in the depths of their genes and set up a guilty death mechanism. This is the only way to make them follow the law, like the humans of the previous society. Yes, you're very smart. Xuji smiled and continued to walk through the ruins of the street. Suddenly, he sat down on a wooden bench in a park's fountain square. Looking from afar, it was as if he was reminiscing the ancient glory of this land. Setting up a guilt mechanism is the only choice for this civilization. They are still the same to the outside world, but there are no internal conflicts. They have begun to move towards happiness, harmony, kindness, law-abiding, no distrust, and the firewall has also allowed them to remove the high wall between people. They work together, and as a result, their civilization developed even more terrifyingly, and their technology was updated to an unimaginable level. However, no civilization has a perfect system. Because of this, they have three unavoidable weaknesses. First, it's written in the depths of the genes. There's always the possibility of a person with a genetic defect appearing. Although it's avoided with all efforts, the probability is 1 in 100 million, so there's still a possibility of it happening. As long as there was a possibility, it would definitely appear. With the passage of time, this is the fearsome nature of time. Any small probability event will become an inevitable event. Zhao Shiru was silent. This, indeed, unsolvable. The scary thing about a murderer was not that he could go around killing people. After all, no matter how big an individual disaster was, it could not destroy a civilization. Just like before, he had paid a huge price to take him down. The real horror of the murderer was that he could be a top hacker. After breaking through the guilty death limit, he was free and could directly research his own firewall and create a virus to invade. This was unavoidable. The birth of the murderer could not be monitored by Skynet, because every Protoss was too powerful. The moment they left, they were not bound by the law and could directly send normal instructions to hide in Skynet's surveillance. He only needed to hide for a few decades and study the corresponding virus. This is the first fatal flaw. Suji laughed. Secondly, as a law, there must be someone who holds the key. As the sword holder, his good and evil will destroy the entire civilization. If one of the successors of a certain generation has evil intentions, it will be inevitable. Suji interjected a short story for Zhao Shiru. It was the story of Chengxin, the sword wielder, in the three-body. When the button for civilization was pressed, the mentality of the person in charge would determine the continuation and destruction of civilization. Zhao Shiru, silent. There was absolutely no problem with the character of Madame Caroline and her successor, Viviana. But what about the future? Generation after generation of heirs, perhaps there would come a day when there would be a problem. As long as there was a possibility, he would definitely be born as time passed. Zhao Shiru was terrified and couldn't help but ask excitedly. The person who is responsible for standing at the top of society, controlling and modifying the law. This is the second flaw. Then, what is the third flaw? She had always known about these two flaws. In fact, all the people of Isidar knew about them. The third flaw is that the people of Isidar cannot become gods. Xu Zhi said lightly. What? Zhao. Eyes widened. She instantly reacted. Yes. There had been no gods before, and the people of Isidar had not considered this. At that time, there was no concept of level 8 gods. However, as soon as the Isidarian people were destroyed, the god appeared so quickly, while the Isidarian people did not appear before. This? Illogical. It was as if the people of Isidar were deliberately suppressing the appearance of the gods. Xu Zhi sighed. The civilization of the Isidarian people has long reached an extremely terrifying height. Were they unable to become gods? No. They have already met the technical requirements. That's because once a living being becomes a god, they will no longer be restricted by the Gelt mechanism. Caroline's dream is to create a perfect and equal world where everyone is a god, and everyone possesses great power. However, when a true god appears, it will definitely not be equal, and might enslave commoners. That would not be in line with her dreams, and she would end up as a powerhouse of the latter, just like in the extraordinary world, where the strong preyed on the weak and destroyed the structure of the entire civilization. They've already developed the space technology, but they don't dare to announce it to the public, afraid that other life forms will use it to become gods. If other beings become gods, the Isidarian civilization might be destroyed by the gods. Zhao Shiru's hair stood on end, and she had goosebumps all over. This was the real reason why there had never been a god in the vast era of advanced civilization of Ishtar. No wonder. Zhao Shiru's mind went blank. Was this the truth of history? She closed her eyes. Her eyelids were trembling, and her long eyelashes were fluttering. How sad, she said. The ancient civilization called themselves the god race, but they restricted their people from becoming gods. This is the third weakness. If a race and civilization is forever limited to rank 7, they will inevitably be eliminated in the future. This is also the inevitability of time. Smiled faintly. These 3 vital points, the birth of a murderous ghost, the disloyalty of the sword wielder, and the civilization's eternal stagnation at level 7. If any of the fatal factors were to break out, they would almost certainly be destroyed. Is our destruction inevitable? From the very beginning, our perfect and happy social form was the wrong path. Zhao Shiru took a deep breath. It was hard to imagine that the truth was so cruel. These 3 problems are enough to be fatal. Therefore, Caroline has been thinking of ways to solve it. Even with her think tank and scientists, they were unable to solve it. In her deductions, destruction seemed to be inevitable. As time passed, at a certain point in time, as long as one of the 3 vital points explodes, it will be instantly destroyed. She's an extreme person, Xu Zhi said. Since the people of Isidar are bound to die, what can she do to save them from death? So, She thought of a terrible plan, the civilization everlasting plan, also known as the God Race Eternal plan. When the people of Isidar were facing destruction, they would activate this final plan. She had thought that when she exploded, it might be the next generation of Viviana. I didn't expect it to come early. When Zhao Shiru heard this, terrifying waves hit her. He didn't expect that such a big secret was hidden under the ice mountain. Yet, this ancient god had witnessed the rise and fall of the Ishtar civilization. It was as if he was standing there, watching the torrent of history. Was this what a god was? One generation after another, he would stand at the top and look on indifferently, forever remembered. She had been cultivating passively all this time, and now she suddenly wanted to become stronger. Once the people of Isidar are destroyed because of those three problems, they will start the plan for the gods' eternal life and realize the continuation of the gods. What is the plan? When Zhao Shiru heard this name, she felt terrible, as if she was a madman. Xu Ji laughed. Do you think that a civilization and a race can exist forever? He asked in return. NBSB. Zhao Shiru was stunned. This was a question about the eternity of civilization. After thinking about it seriously, she replied respectfully, a civilization cannot last forever. Alternation, destruction, and rise are inevitable. Yeah. Xu Ji sighed faintly, and then said in a cold voice, such a delusional idea is impossible to achieve. From that moment on, Carolyn knew that it was impossible to have a truly perfect and blissful society in this world. That only exists in the land of dreams. That's right, unless you're living in a dream, why don't you go and have a good dream? There was everything in the dream. Everything exists. In a dream. Zhao Shiru trembled, goosebumps rising all over her body. Xu Ji continued to stride forward and walked through the ruins. He asked, no civilization can last forever, just like no life can last forever. As for life, what do you think is the way to achieve eternal life? Zhao Shiru was silent again, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. Eternal life? There should be no life that could exist forever. Those that would not die of old age would be killed. True immortality might be in another form. For example, how did one define a person's true death? Perhaps if people had forgotten about him and stopped talking about him, he would really be dead. Mr. Levis, to a certain extent, he is still alive, because he will always live in our hearts, in a corner of our memories. Xu Ji sighed in admiration. That's right. When the dead are remembered by people, when civilization is recorded in the annals of history, living in people's memories and in other people's dreams is also another kind of eternal life. In my memory, Zhao Shiru was silent for a moment, and her mind suddenly thought of an extremely incredible thing. Xu Ji suddenly smiled faintly. The Protos Eternal Life Plan, however, does not allow for eternal life. This is a paradox, because as long as one is alive, they will be killed and destroyed. Perhaps only the dead Protoss will be able to survive. Only then can you walk towards eternal life. Zhao Shiru's eyes widened. The last plan to deal with the extinction of a civilization, the Protoss Eternal Plan, is eternal life. As long as one lived, one would die. Only dead gods, the Grim Reaper, could walk towards true immortality. It seemed to be a very absurd fallacy, even extremely illogical. But at this time, Zhao Shiru's body was trembling, silent and trembling. Only dead gods could walk eternal life. Such a civilization was destined to be destroyed. It was impossible for such a utopia to appear in reality. They could only live in dreams and memories. This was the Izudiarians' final plan to deal with extinction. Thoughts collided and gathered together. Her mind gradually cleared up, and an incredible thought was born. The Protoss Eternal Life Plan is actually an alternative way of achieving immortality through death. But while it looks like a plan to save humanity, it's actually a special method of becoming a god that the Aesidarian scientists have developed, right? Zhao Shiru was excited. Xu Ji looked at her. Zhao Shiru seemed to have been affirmed and shouted excitedly. I should have guessed it. It was impossible for the people of Isidar to give up on the idea of reaching grade 8. He must be studying it in secret, trying to become a god and maintain the balance in some way. This is a special way to become a god. Our brain is a computer that can program and draw online games, circuit boards, memory chips, and they can be assembled into a world. Zhao Shiru walked back and forth in the ruins. She kept thinking, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. If I'm not wrong, the Cherry Blossom Emperor's brain is now an online game world, a real online game similar to the Mechanical Revolution. In it, countless people of the Isudarian race live. This is the for the shelter. Xu laughed. With the development of Isidar technology, virtual online games could no longer be distinguished between reality and virtual. The online game world was so real that people couldn't even sense that it was fake. That's a crazy idea. In the time of destruction, let a trustworthy Ishodar become a god, build a shelter in the brain, and continue the civilization of Ishodar. Zhao Shiru continued to think seriously. With her brain, build an online game world, collect survivors, live in it, become a sanctuary, start to live in her memory, become a part of her dream mind. In that dream society, all hidden dangers will be completely eliminated, and this perfect society can be realized. The utopia is indeed only a dream. She was almost incoherent as she exclaimed loudly. This is the Isudarians' final plan, to deal with the destruction of the three questions. Miss Carolyn, by eating the thing 31 top elites of the Research Institute, she was actually just sucking the soul of the scientist into her brain, living in the online game world in her brain. In that virtual online game world, the over 1,000 people in the Research Institute were still giving her advice. Hai Lan Dong and the billions of people of the Sea Tribe were also swallowed into the online game and became the billions of residents there, becoming a part of her memory. I'm afraid that lady Carolyn already has a bold and crazy plan. In her mind, she's going to create an identical ancient lava continent and absorb all the living beings in the world. It seems to grant death, but in reality, it grants eternal life. This is the eternal life of the Grim Reaper. Those people became energy and merged into her brain, becoming a part of her body. They increased her cultivation to become a god, and also became the little people in her dream, continuing to live in another virtual world. Xuji smiled and nodded. This was indeed a special method to become a god, and it was simply inconceivable. It was equivalent to a computer host becoming a god. She could kill people outside, turn them into a string of data, and absorb them into her computer program. This was living in the online game world, in her brain. A world in a flower, a Bodhi in a leaf. It was simply amazing. This was a kind of virtual reality technique that had evolved into a god. The Isodale's method of becoming a god was a mixture of technology and extraordinary. It was equivalent to a circuit board directly in the brain. Their own computer created an online game world, and then they used it to become a god. This is eternal life of the Grim Reaper. Zhao Shiru's face was serious. But the Isidar who died before they became gods. And now Madame Carolyn's brain is the mainframe of a computer for godhood. It is the beginning of a new and perfect social system. Her eyes were intoxicated, as if she was immersed in the reopened future. No one knows that a huge human civilization lives in the mind of the cherry blossom empress. She is the tomb keeper of the entire civilization. We were originally computers, some kind of program. We're just gathered together. This could be considered as a form of destruction after a great disaster. Was it a dimensional upgrade? The entire Izudearian people have moved to a higher dimension. Zhao Shiru praised. Perhaps this was the beginning of the true perfection of the Isudar civilization. She had created a heaven for the living when she was alive. After she died, she helped the dead avoid hell. The god of the undead race, Caroline, the tomb keeper of the entire Ishtar civilization. The cherry blossom empress, the first god born from the undead race, protects the corpses of the previous civilization and lives in a corner of her memories. Xuji's expression was a little calm, but he found it very interesting, as if it was destined. He laughed and said, "It may seem as if the entire civilization has died and perished, but in fact, it has become a thought in the brain in some form. Was it really a memory? Which was real? Reality or a dream?" Xuji suddenly sighed with emotion. This was some kind of special idealism that had become a divine technique. On Earth, were those characters in online games really fake? Was it really virtual? Who could tell what was real? What was fake? Who could be sure he was Zhuangzhu's dream butterfly? But no matter what, this was a brand new path to becoming a god. Even Xuji could not help but exclaim in surprise. He was extremely surprised. The terrifying wisdom of the Izudearian civilization had developed unimaginable things. The method to become a god had infinite potential. This path to godhood is simply ridiculous. A world is just a corner of his memory. All the living beings in this world are just a dream in his mind. Xuji was silent. This path to godhood would not be lower than the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, or the evil god of Cthulhu. Its potential might even be greater. In fact, this is a path for a creator to become a god, even though it's not a physical body, similar to an online game world. In his brain, he could create worlds and nurture all living beings. He could still provide incense and become stronger continuously. This was a continuous cycle, a path that could provide energy on its own, just like how the 9 revolutions' mysterious art could feed living creatures in the body. Perhaps Caroline's path to becoming a god was meant to nurture an entire civilization. It can be called raising all of humanity. Xuji was stunned. He was a master of creation, but he now had another master of creation under his command. It was really bizarre, in some sense. The terrifying race of Isudar had developed to the point of creation. This powerful advanced technology civilization had predicted the end of their race many years ago. The Isodans could not continue to live in this world. They were too powerful and would destroy themselves. Thus, the Protoss Eternal Life Plan was established and countermeasures were made. It looked like they were escaping, and were forced to enter the sanctuary to protect the continuation of their race. But it was not a new beginning. Even though that world seemed to be in its infancy, when all the data and even the rules of calculation were accurate to the quantum level, then how could one prove which world was fake? Most of the time, truth and falsehood, if not absolute. Xuji's eyes were full of smiles. He had evolved this huge sandbox of civilization, and in the magnificent and vast historical poems, he had obtained the results he had expected, and even surpassed it. Xuji strode across the ruins. The golden afterglow of the lava river in the distance was like the setting sun, sprinkling on his body. They're like a story from a science fiction world, magnificent and epic. Rise, shine, collapse, perdition. The development of their civilization. The Industrial Revolution, the electric machinery era, the internet media era, the genetic revolution, and the virtual eternal life era. Xuji could not help but think. The humans on Earth might be entering the era of the genetic revolution in the near future. Back on Earth, the Human Genome Project, the Human Genius Project, was proposed a long time ago in 1985, and much of it had been analyzed by now. Although Earthlings were not as intelligent as the people of Ishtar, with the passage of time, the genetic DNA code might not be a secret in the future, and humans would also completely understand their own life code. Moreover, there were already experiments on cloning. This seems to be the inevitable course of history. He could not help but calm down. Some of the conclusions might even come true on Earth in the future. The civilization on Earth might have taken a similar path to the Ishtar people. Perhaps, when a technological civilization is so developed that it surpasses common sense, what awaits them is the destruction of their own society. Becoming strong is also the beginning of self-destruction. This is an inevitable process that any civilization must face. In fact, just like the current countries, the nuclear reserves of each powerful country could easily destroy the Earth countless times. What would the next world war be like? No one knew. This could be considered as a powerful civilization, with powerful weapons that could destroy their own society at any time. And this was only the current civilization. What would happen if it developed a little longer? This chain of destruction that led to level 8 civilizations seemed to exist in any civilization. Although the extraordinary civilizations from before and the current technological civilizations were different in form, they would all face a huge test of mass extinction in order to reach level 8. If they could endure it, they would then be able to reach the next stage. Perhaps the solution to this is to create a world and hide in it? Let the civilization enter the era of quantum immortality and virtual immortality? Shuji finally smiled. It seems that the intelligent subbrain has said before that some high-level technological civilizations will choose to hide in space. Of course, this high probability is not the only option. It was interesting to think about this. The science and technology side and the extraordinary side were two completely different systems. In fact, the development of this batch of Isudarians had given him a lot of data, and learning from the experiences accumulated in the development of civilization in the sandbox world was exactly what Xuji wanted. He could see the path to explore the future. Although this was a development path, on the technological side, he had obtained precious experimental data. Ishtar Research Institute. More than 1,000 scientists in white coats were still frantically calculating in front of their computers. They were extremely nervous. If someone had been to the Deathrich Institute from before and seen their appearance, they would know that they were the most elite group of scientists who had died of a bizarre infection and were taken away by Carolyn. Although they were dead, they were not dead. Perhaps it was because of death that they could welcome eternal life of the god of death. Only dead celestials could walk towards eternity. The data flood has been guided. 1.10791 Intelligent life forms. Using mass energy. Using the sandbox world that has already been established in the aquamarine Great Domain to fully simulate the real environment. Launching. Quantum simulation in progress. Using mode to molecular movement. Transferring consciousness and soul. Entered the cherry blossom empress's brain's virtual memory. Voila! Water rolled. With the Research Institute's preparations, all the sea tribes people quickly appeared on this land. Why do I feel something just happened? It's so strange. My head trembled. The world is exactly the same, but it seems a little strange. Is this déjà vu? They appeared in the houses, on the streets, the elderly, children, women holding babies, and strong men. They were stunned for a moment, feeling that something had just happened. But nothing had happened. They were busy with their own business. They didn't notice their deaths, because he died too quickly. Harlan Dong appeared in front of the screens in the research center. He looked terrified. He was so scared, he was a little stunned. At that moment, a scientist, Caroline, who was wearing a white coat and exuding the aura of a god, stood beside him. Harlandon, what do you think of the shelter built by us, the people of Isdar, and this world? Hai Lan Dong was silent, trying to digest the information. He silently felt his entire body. Every touch felt real. He still had the power of a top heavenly emperor. The vast power of his every move was beyond his imagination. Had the technology of the Ishodans reached such a terrifying level? It's real. Your current strength is real. It's not virtual. The power of every living being here is real. You still have the vast power of a heavenly emperor. Even if I release you out again, you will still have the mighty power you have now. Harlan Dong was silent for a moment before he interrupted her. Tell me, are you Caroline or Cherry Blossoms? I'm Carolyn. The person outside is Cherry Blossoms. Carolyn suddenly smiled in a somewhat strange manner as she sighed with emotion. The real Carolyn, isn't she already dead? Carolyn could only live in a corner of her memories, forever remembered by her. Carolyn, it's just how Cherry Blossoms recorded a piece of ancient history and read the story of a woman named Carol from a book. Her words were a bit zen, but Harlan Dong could understand what she meant. This method of becoming a god, the god of death's eternal life. It was an idealistic path, to begin with, a virtual quantum world. Caroline smiled and showed him around the research institute. Do you know the picture? The pixels of the colorful squares determine the realism of the image. The same goes for the world. When the virtual units of the world are made up of rotating molecules and atoms, can you tell what is real and what is fake? Caroline brought Harlandon to observe the microscope in the laboratory. They actually saw molecular movement. How can there be such a large amount of calculation? Hailan Dong looked at the image under the microscope and was extremely surprised. At this level, he couldn't find the flaw that this world was a virtual one. Caroline could see the shock in Harlandon's eyes. She smiled and explained, the computer, after becoming a god, has a huge amount of computing power. It is beyond anything that humans could imagine. It's impossible to calculate every single molecule in real time. It's just a set of specific rules, and the molecules are the basic units for him to derive. Harlan Dong held his breath and looked around the research institute. In a sense, this place had become a creation research institute. They studied the data of the creation of the world, set the rules and regulations of the world, and calculated the equations. Look at the people of the Sea Tribe. They can't tell that this is a real online game. They can have children and create life with the same rules as reality. When a dream reaches this level, you still say it's fake? It's already real to a certain extent, and you can even say that we've entered a parallel universe in an instant. Carolyn. A parallel universe? Harlan's eyes widened. Yes, but the rules of this universe are set by us, and we can't just imagine and create them at will. Creating land requires a large amount of energy. Trees, sand, soil, rivers, we call them energy. That's why I plundered all the energy of the Celestials outside to become gods. It's also very difficult for me to create life with complete self-intelligence out of thin air. At the moment, I can only pull in life from the outside to enrich the diversity of species. In our settings, this world is the same as before. You can kill each other, have grudges, become stronger, and pursue your own dreams. There is no difference at all, Carolyn said. Although it can be set up perfectly without any disputes or killing, a perfect social structure will respond to. It's a dull and boring world. Where are you people of Isidar? Hailandong asked. We're no longer living on the ancient lava continent. I only created this world after the apocalypse and I became a god. There are very few Isidar survivors who have just moved in. In the future, said Carolyn, they will live in another space-time, as beautiful and kind as before. Occasionally, they will descend to the mortal world as rulers, true god races. They will guide and correct the development of low-leveled civilizations in your worlds. It was in his brain. The people of Isidar were still the rulers. The civilization had clearly been destroyed, yet he still wanted to be an overlord, just to dream of a beautiful dream? Hailandong's face froze. He suddenly smiled and said, I can have my own pursuits here, and I can become a god. Yes, you can become a god here. As long as you have enough energy, you can choose to kill, cause a mass extinction, or even kill your people. Caroline's words Harlan's stiffen. She continued, in fact, in this place, gods can easily descend to the mortal world. Humans can live with gods without being separated by space. After all, the rules of the world are decided by us. In the world of dreams, there are now 3 gods among the people of Isidar. I'm one of them and you can be one too. Hailandong was silent. Becoming a god was his goal. However, in this place, what am I to you? Said Hailandong. You are a piece of memory in my mind, a corner of a memory stored in my mind, a golden millet dream. Carol replied in an incomparably direct manner. Her voice was filled with decisiveness as she said, You are a fragment that forms a part of my memories. Hailandong's face was bitter. I'm just your... Yes, in a sense, that's true. I still don't have any combat power, said Carolyn with a smile. I'm still a scientist from back then. I'm still very weak. I can't fight. But it can summon you gods raised in the brain to descend to the outside world and fight. It looks like I'm a high-level god, but in fact they're just the energy that makes up the entire world. Flowers, grass, trees, wood, and 3 low-level gods. It's just a combination of auras. Hailandong was silent for a moment, trying to understand the terrifying amount of information. This is a path to the supreme. We have combined the system of science and to deduce everything in the world in our brains. Caroline smiled. This female scientist in a white coat was leading him to see the experimental results in the research institute. According to our deduction, in the future, we will sooner or later become the greatest existence in the world. He slept with his eyes closed for an entire night. The emission of his thoughts was a big bang of the universe. The endless worlds were evolving, thriving, declining, destroying, and perishing. He opened his eyes that were pretending to be asleep. And the collection of his thoughts was the end of the world and the destruction of the endless universe. He nurtures all of humanity, the endless universe, life, time, and space, any living creature. The opening and closing of his eyes is the unit of measurement for one cosmic epoch. Time, space, and dimensions in his eyes are meaningless. There could be multiple dreams in his mind, turning into the multiverse and countless parallel dimensions. Caroline smiled as she explained the future of this path to Harland. As he grew stronger, the terrifying amount of calculations would also increase. It wasn't just the lava continent alone, but countless other worlds would be born in his brain. The rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and destruction of species, all of them would become a corner of his memory. He's the center of the universe, the source of the Big Bang, the God of beginning and end. The world exists in his dreams, and life can't distinguish between real and fake. The entire world will become a part of his memory. Helandong's scalp went numb. He could no longer suppress his fear. He yelled, "What kind of path did you Izudeardians take to become gods?" "Who knows?" Caroline laughed. "But that was a distant future. Right now I'm still too weak. Level 8 just now is the theoretical limit of the Izodians, who didn't know how to brag and make assumptions. After all, anyone could dream. According to our speculations, each Dao path will not be too weak when it reaches the final realm. Don't think too highly of this path, but I think it's still one of the most powerful paths among the ultimate entities." Harlan Dong was completely shocked. The people of Isidar, the god race. In the living room, Xuji's mind suddenly jolted. As he sat on the black sofa and ate his dinner, he suddenly raised his head and looked out the window in the distance, as he had sensed something. A mechanical voice came faintly. "Another Bug Tribe hero has been born, the second person who could become the Zerg hero?" Stunned. This Dao path was indeed extremely terrifying. An advanced civilization working together to help a god cherry blossoms deduce her own cultivation path, create a virtual world, and carry out reproduction energy. It was equivalent to the power of an entire civilization being superimposed on a god. He could indeed become a hero of the Zerg. The second Zerg hero has indeed been born. Xuji is not intoxicated by the beautiful blueprint for the future Caroline had drawn up. That was the ultimate level that the people of Isidar had envisioned. It was still unknown if they could become Zerg heroes, let alone reach the height of the end of their lives. Although he has the potential to be a Zerg hero in each era, there are often many people with qualifications and potential. There is not 1 in 100 who can really turn potential into an actual realm. Shuji thought for a moment. But the convergence of a civilization is worth looking forward to. However, was he a non-combat god? A god of scientists who was a farmer? Shuji was dumbfounded. Which god had not been a battle maniac in the past? All of them were peerless geniuses who could challenge those of a higher level. This was the first time he had seen research science god who could not fight in person. However, the gods have also gone towards diversity. This is what I want. The Holy Sakura Dynasty, year 14. It had been 2 years since 1.1 billion people of the Sea Tribe died. Emperor Cherry Blossom created a cultivation system, remolded the era of city-states, and erected high walls to allow the new undead race to live together. She established a marriage system and pushed for monogamy, completely bidding farewell to the system of the strong being respected, and the powerful corpse clan occupying many women. The weak were also allowed to marry and have free marriage. However, although the corpse race had sexual desires, they were ultimately unable to give birth due to a certain genetic defect, and were able to give birth to new babies. Since there are newborns, we can only give birth to new intelligent people among the hundreds of millions of zombies. Then we can't kill each other. The Cherry Blossom Great Empress created laws and policies. The strong could enslave the weak, but they couldn't kill them. The undead race had a situation where the strong and the weak coexisted, and the population rapidly increased without killing each other. Holy Sakura Dynasty, year 15. Hundreds of millions of zombies were still spreading the virus. It was equivalent to borrowing the crazy calculations of billions of supercomputers. The virus was still evolving towards the fear of the unknown. A new piece of news reached the central corpse city. A new 17th generation has appeared in the north of the Naming region. A faint voice came from the depths of the godly palace. Sent to investigate. This was a brand new variant of the virus that had undergone an unknown qualitative change. It was extremely inconceivable. It could start to infect other life forms, other than the C+ language of the Isodales, breaking through the firewall of their brains. The sea race, the dragon race, the hydra, the beasts. Entire world was in a state of panic. If the previous world catastrophe was a specific virus that invaded the territory of the Isidarian people, then now the remaining 60% had also begun to break out in terrible natural disasters. The great catastrophe had completely begun. What a terrifying virus! Not only the people of Isidar, even we. Wow. It's all because there are too many people in Isidar. Their brains are too powerful, their computing power is terrifying, and they mutate too quickly. They have almost infinite possibilities. The world is going to be destroyed because the people of Isidar have violated the taboo of God. They are not the only ones who have been destroyed. Even we will be exterminated. The entire world will become a zombie ruin. In many large regions, the powerful magical beast races started to wail. This was the pain of their race being exterminated. They had already thought about how the continuous mutation of the virus would be like opening Pandora's box and releasing the most terrifying demon in the world. They would also be infected and become the walking dead. Earlier than I expected. The undead race is too terrifying. If this world's living beings are like computers, they are the nemesis of all living beings. They are a race of viruses, and their infection power is too strong. The world will sooner or later be reduced to ruins, and the undead race will be the only species left. The Cherry Blossom Emperor was holding an umbrella. She sat on the throne, holding a red umbrella, and smiling quietly. It was as if she was holding the crimson sword of the king as it looked down at the world. It's a good thing we dealt with the sea tribe first. There were too many of them, or else. She held her chin, her face expressionless. This world will eventually be destroyed. Wind Dragon, Great Domain. Black Cliff. Rather than waiting for death, why don't I kill you first? You must know that only the dead can prevent being killed and infected. Only the dead can live. Emperor Cherry Blossom said to the dragon clan leader. You! A tyrant god. He used this logic to massacre the entire aquamarine Great Domain? The dragon's mind went blank as it listened to this nonsense. It was furious and could not believe this nonsense. Cherry Blossoms raised her hand high. You don't understand the true meaning of the world. Death, eternal life. Puff. The dragon tribe was covered in blood. Whoosh! La la la. On top of the ruined city of corpses, the Cherry Blossom Empress held a bright red umbrella as she returned gracefully. It was as if she was riding on a transparent breeze, and one couldn't help but marvel at the beauty and elegance of this scene. Who should I kill next? She smiled as she sat on the throne. Countless in the palace felt their blood run cold when they heard this. In the hearts of many undead who had gained intelligence, the Cherry Blossom Emperor was extremely brutal, even though he was heroic. She had destroyed one powerful race after another. In just 2 years, she wandered through the cracks and mezzanine of the world and found the living space of the Dragon Clan, Hydra Clan, and Chimera Clan, which were also suppressed by zombies and were struggling on their last breaths. She killed them one by one and exterminated a large number of them. Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty Year 16. The Cherry Blossom Empress roamed the lava region and exterminated 37 races. The world was in shock. This was simply brutal to the point being unreasonable. Even in the later generations, the Cherry Blossom Emperor was known as the most brutal tyrant in the long history of civilization. He had a habit of killing, slaughtering all living beings in the world to collect energy. Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty, Year 20. The Cherry Blossom Emperor is a man of great talent and strategy. He's the tyrant of the other races, and also the first wise sovereign of our corpse race. Those races will be infected sooner or later, but although they're recycling trash, they're still lives. The high-level undead race that had intelligence and the low-level undead race that had no intelligence were two different species. The high-level corpse race had gained intelligence and could think about life. There were also people with different personalities, and among them, there were kind-hearted people who couldn't bear to do so. Although the spread of the virus and their continuous evolution were not something they could control. She must have exterminated so many races to collect energy. She's already unparalleled in the world, and everyone kneels to her. Don't tell me. A terrifying thought appeared in the minds of some experts. Hiss! Emperor Cherry Blossom's ambition was too great. She has the ambition to challenge the ancient gods? How bold! However, she is still the first empress of our race. She fought against the heavens and wanted to kill the ancient gods. I wonder if she can win? If it wasn't for the fact that the Isodaeans still have some use for us and can help us develop technology, we might have destroyed them as well. In fact, when they become useless, it will be the time when their clan is exterminated. Some clansmen muttered. This was quite unbelievable, but the Cherry Blossom Emperor was still gathering energy. The only way to become stronger was to challenge the ancient gods. Holy Sakura Dynasty, Year 23. The world suddenly returned to peace. All the lives that could be infected had already been infected. In the entire ancient lava land, in the entire world, only the walking dead were left. They were all infected by the virus and became brain dead. They had turned into the most primitive beasts, only left with the instinct to eat and drink. The dragons, 9-headed serpents, and 1 billion members of the sea tribe had also been infected by the Cherry Blossom Emperor, and many of them had wobbled to their feet and gained intelligence. Corpse dragon, corpse naga, corpse 9-headed snake, they appeared continuously. The world is still destroyed. At the peak of the corpse city, Emperor Cherry Blossom's eyes were in of chaos. He stood on the mountain peak and looked down at the vast land. All he could see were wandering zombies. As expected, if I can't defeat it, I can only become it. I'm the only one who survived in this world. He became the guardian of our ancient civilization and all species. She closed her eyes. They live in my memories, becoming a corner of my eternal memories. Suddenly, she looked at the Isodaelian who was the last one to be protected and lived behind the wall. All of you, go to hell. You don't belong to this era anymore. It's useless to force you to stay. Carolyn's expression was calm. She had once thought that she would struggle and hesitate, but she did not expect that at this moment, she would be extremely calm. The entire wall turned into bones. She looked at Jigzu and the balloon, who had already left quietly with the last group of people. She sighed and said, "This is your choice." No one knew that there were survivors. There was a cold scene recorded in history. Year 23 of the Holy Sakura Dynasty, the great catastrophe ended. The entire world was infected, and there were no living creatures left. Everywhere you see, it's the undead race. Holy Sakura Dynasty, year 30. The Cherry Blossom Emperor had never attended court before, and he was a dictator. However, at this moment, he had gathered all the celestial emperors of the corpse race to come and have an audience with this great god. Emperor Cherry Blossom sat in the temple. Do you know? We are the only ones left in the world. The surrounding heavenly emperors held their breaths, and our race was just born on corpses. We gained intelligence through their bodies, but we can't reproduce on our own. We can only wait for the newborn to gain intelligence from hundreds of millions of infected low-level zombies. This is not good. The Cherry Blossom Emperor continued, when a race is unable to reproduce, they are extremely close to extinction. Great God, what do you have in mind? The surrounding experts asked. They also realized the horror of this. I ordered the people of Isidar to study our fertility problem and successfully solved it. The Cherry Blossom Empress said. The surrounding people were shocked. As it turned out, the Cherry Blossom Empress had long planned for the sake of the corpse race and had already considered things to this extent. However, they suddenly decided to kill the donkey after it was done. It was shocking that they had suddenly killed all the people of Ishtar. Although they would be infected sooner or later, such behavior was too vile. After all, the Cherry Blossom Emperor had relied on the people of Ishtar to defeat the other emperors. Now that he had killed them all, it was too chilling. We still need to study the details. Whether the corpse race can give birth or not, we still need to observe. The Cherry Blossom Empress sat on her throne, and a chaotic aura surrounded her. Yes, Your Majesty Sakura. Countless people prostrated themselves. Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty Year 32. The Cherry Blossom Empress walked through the palace's garden. The flowers bloomed in an unusually bright and beautiful manner. It's too scary. This virus is even more terrifying than I imagined. Even some plants have been infected. You didn't have a magic core, but you developed a magic core, and then you were infected by force. The entire world is becoming unbelievable. It's becoming extremely beautiful. Like a fairyland, colorful plants, trees, and flowers are everywhere. The walking dead are wandering around as if we've returned to the primitive forest, but it also gives people a kind of horror. Corpse Clan. It was a terrifying, unknown race. The potential was unimaginable. Their virus was still evolving. This world, I don't know to what extent it has developed. The Cherry Blossom Emperor walked through the fresh garden with an umbrella in his hand, his bare feet stepping on the grass. It was a beautiful sight. I'll guide them on the right path, and then we can leave. The world and people of our old era should have disappeared. The new era belongs to them. After all, they have destroyed the world so much that they are the only ones left. Our ancient land of lava is already in another parallel universe. 3 hours later, the Cherry Blossom Empress arrived at a forest. There was a pregnant woman lying on the grass, accompanied by a painful cry. After a long time, 2 newborns were born. He appeared. Cherry Blossoms immediately smiled. It was a sincere smile that she had not had for a long time. She held the 2 babies up high. They were black and furry, and they were crying. She suddenly spoke in the Aesodar language. Hope you will walk to a new future, the origin of new human life. I give you the most sincere blessings. Holla. This scene seemed to be engraved into eternity. A mysterious woman in an exquisite and bright long dress stood in the beautiful garden, holding 2 gorilla babies high in her hands. Her whole body was bathed in gold, as if she held up the magnificent brilliance of the whole world. She was sacred, glorious, and vast, or the god mural of an ancient religion. Wait a minute. This scene. They seemed familiar. Cherry Blossom's eyes widened. In the past, the corpse clan didn't have parents to pass down their knowledge. However, the current corpse clan could reproduce. It meant that from this moment on, their memories could be passed down. If their descendants were strong enough, they could trace back their most distant memories and see their ancestors and a mysterious god holding two babies high. She put the baby down and suddenly turned to leave. I'm the other ancient god? It was the exact same scene. She seemed to be reenacting the ancient times, like the most ancient fate. Everything had returned to the beginning when the people of Isidar were first born, except that it replaced his image and became the last living creature of the previous civilization living in the world as the tomb keeper of the previous civilization. Voila! Is there a civilization in your body? Her body was shaking, and her eyes were gray, as if she was breaking her faith. The flowers, trees, and grass around her were decaying and withering with her mood. This was unimaginable. A high-level god had unfathomable divine power. She was a person with an extremely firm heart who would do anything for her own beliefs. She had experienced too many desperate situations before and faced death countless times, but she had never felt as lost as she was today. She planned to go to a place and ask someone to find an answer she had not received for a long time. What did the words she had said back then mean to the two oldest human babies? Is our world a cycle of reincarnation? Civilization? I'm repeating the same mistakes. Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty Year 33. The Cherry Blossom Emperor's body was surrounded by terrifying flames as she roamed the land. She stepped into the deathly silent mountains, rivers, oceans, lava, and deserts. She wandered through the ruins and a beautiful world blooming flowers. She wanted to find something, but she could not find anything. The world was empty, and it had become extremely strange. The ancient gods seemed to have disappeared from the world, just like Hailandong in the past. He was getting old, and how hard he tried, he couldn't find the ancient existence. Perhaps he will appear at a suitable time, and not now. At this time, this great god would also stop at the peak of the mountain, by the shore, holding a bright red umbrella, and looking down at the vast land. He would not move, and would stand there for several months. She was waiting for the chance encounter of her final fate. She had a premonition, and was looking forward to its arrival. She had too many questions. I gathered the calculations of an entire world and separated that sentence in 876 fragments, according to the changes in emotion and syllables. I let the most elite scientists of mankind analyze it. In this sentence, I heard 7 changes in emotion: happy, free, easy, delighted, relieved, delighted. But in the end, I can't read his mind. The emotional changes in the book might be like what I said before. It's a blessing for new life, free and easy, joy. It's the same context as mine. But ultimately, I have a vague premonition that the meaning is completely different. What he's going to say will completely shock us. Caroline could only sigh as she recalled her conversation with Harlandon. The two of them had seen the beginning of the world. On behalf of the human race, I saw the ancient origins of the human race. I traced back the memories of the human race and saw a god holding 2 babies and speaking a mysterious language. Harlandon represents magical beasts. He killed the god of magical beasts, Finba, and traced back to the ancestral memories of the magical beasts. He also saw a god who raised powerful magical beasts, including Finba, as if he was training his pets. He rang bells, held a plate, and trained The origin of humans was already difficult to fathom, and with the origin of magical beasts mixed together, the mystery of the two origins became even more shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see. The truth. History. Holy Sakura Dynasty, year 34. The Cherry Blossom Empress seemed to have let go of her dictatorship and left the matters of the undead red race. She continued to wander the mountains and rivers, still looking for something. Some people said that she was looking for the path to become a god. After all, she was already a high-level god. Some people said that she was very lonely. This feeling of being invincible was something that no living being could understand. It was a kind of loss and loneliness. However, more people were whispering. She was looking for the mysterious god in the legend, the super-ancient god that existed in the civilization before the one before. She wanted to challenge that god, which was in line with her tyrant, murderous, and wreaking havoc personality. However, no one knew what the Cherry Blossom Empress was thinking, and no one dared to ask her about it. She was too terrifying, and she was bloodthirsty by nature. Someone had calculated that she had probably killed more than a billion people from various races. This ancient land of lava. With her obvious deferment of power, some heavenly emperors began to scheme against each other to seize the power of the corpse race. Holy Sakura Dynasty, year 36. The civilization was still developing in the ruins. One by one, the celestial emperors came to seek an audience and reporting to God, the number of newborns in our corpse race is decreasing day by day among billions of walking corpses. It should be very difficult for the rest to appear. We've passed the outbreak period of our clan's newborns. Reporting to the gods, our corpse race has already reproduced on our own and become the main source of population birth. It's far better than waiting for the accidental birth in the corpse group. On the divine throne, she held an umbrella and closed her eyes slightly. This was a matter of course. A race's self-reproduction and offspring were a stable source of replenishment for the race. It would be too unstable to wait for the zombies in the sea of people to occasionally give birth to new lives to join them. Even though the corpse race was born from the vast corpse sea, they were equivalent to the ancestors of the corpse race and were extremely talented. 2 years passed. In the throne palace, the Cherry Blossom Empress still had her eyes closed. Her gaze pierced through the palace and into the distant sky. "Are you still not coming?" she asked. She was waiting for a chance encounter, like a heavy rain in her life. She already wanted to leave the days of ruling the corpse race like this. As the only existence of the old, she wanted to let go of this new world completely. "Is it not the time to meet me yet?" A faint sigh from the godly palace. She felt a deep sense of loneliness, as if she had been rejected by this world, and everything had become extremely strange. Another year had passed. Time was passing by. Another heavenly emperor reported some matters. Reporting to the gods, the dozens of celestial emperors have discussed and agreed that the corpse race should establish order. Order? Cherry Blossom smiled and asked, "What order should we establish?" She was still curious how they would develop. We've read through history and looked at the ancient civilizations, Izodar and the Naga Siren. We understand that if a race wants to develop, it must break away from the tribal life of wild beasts. Nbesbi. A liquor celestial emperor stepped forward. "We zombies eat each other, and we are actually used to it. This is simply an incredible race." He nodded. In the apocalypse wasteland, other than eating and infecting people, zombies also ate their own kind. It was simply common sense. "Then what should I do?" Cherry Blossoms asked again as she sat on her divine throne and looked down. She said indifferently, "In this vast land, only our corpse clan is left. There's no other life. If we don't eat each other, how can we continue the species? Are you going to starve to death? However, because of that, we will be cannibals after all. We will not be on the right track of civilization," a celestial emperor said. "If this goes on, the civilization that feeds on its own race will be destroyed sooner or later." Cherry Blossoms smiled again as she looked down at the experts below. The zombie race was indeed far-sighted. The zombie race was originally an incomplete race. If they developed like this, they would definitely be destroyed. He had already thought of a way for them to reproduce, but this was not enough. At this time, another celestial emperor spoke. "We have eaten the memories of the people of Ishtar. Although there is not much, we have compiled a genetic modification ability. It may be useful, and can change their appearance." "Change my appearance? Does changing one's appearance work?" Cherry Blossoms was immediately curious. She held the umbrella like a supreme monarch holding an emperor's sword. There was a supreme might lingering around her, making it impossible for people to see her divine face clearly. One of the celestial emperors spoke. "By changing the appearance of those ordinary zombies, we can prevent the intelligent high-level zombies from eating them. It might seem like we are deceiving ourselves, but there is only one way." Another heavenly monarch stepped forward and said, "Yes, we can't change and crack the virus, but we can implant a new virus to change the appearance of the species' dominant genes, and thus change the appearance. Our technology isn't strong, but the undead race's genes have already collapsed, so they're relatively easy to modify. The zombies now have no consciousness and are like wild beasts. If we use the genetic technology of the Isodarian people to write the skin gene into the zombies, making them furry, writing the scale skin gene, writing the nail growth gene, he will become a real beast." Another celestial emperor stepped forward and said confidently, "If they look different, they are natural animals, and we can eat them with peace of mind. There wouldn't be such immoral, evil things like killing fellow clansmen. They are an animal?" Yinghua was stunned for a moment, but she smiled again. One of the heavenly monarchs opened his mouth and shouted again, "That's right. There were only high-level and low-level zombies left in the world, and they could only be eaten. Their body size is different from ours. It's not infectious, and it has the intelligence of a wild beast in the natural world. No matter what, it's an animal." Cherry Blossoms fell silent for a moment. She knew that this was inevitable, and it was also the most correct way for the corpse race to rise. "Yes," she said, indifferently. The undead race's dominant gene plan was officially launched for the future of the undead race. This was a war without a reason. Just a virus had destroyed an era. Not only did it bring pain and memories to the common people, but it also the corpse race indelible pain and memories. The first thing they saw when they came to the world was a vast wasteland. They ate the first human and obtained their memories. It was the Isodarian race, the hot-blooded race that was respected and admired. They had destroyed the proud and perfect civilization, destroyed the human race that had walked forward with determination, earned their heartfelt admiration, and believed that no other race would dare hostile to them. And what about after this new race? They were born because of a huge mistake. They were not the people of Isodar, but ordinary people. They searched through the ruins, trying to rebuild and survive. This would be a difficult time. Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty, Year 40. Under the rational research of countless heavenly powerhouses, A virus known as the dominant skin modification virus gradually spread and began to infect the walking dead in the ruins. Villia City, begin deployment. Aquamarine region, begin. The virus. In the city of mechanical ruins, there were countless zombies, handsome men and women wandering on the streets, and even the infected magical beasts, dragons and hydra in the forest. It was as if they had a skin disease. Their skin became rough, and they began to grow sharp teeth. Their bodies were also covered in hair. Virus. It would eventually mutate. As the dominant skin modification virus spread, the brains of billions of zombies constantly calculated and evolved, producing a variety of mutated virus forms and countless virus branches. Some of the zombies started to transform into black furry beasts, with their forelimbs on the ground and sharp teeth growing out of them as they walked on the grass. Some zombies grew fish scales and entered the sea, turning into marine animals. Some of the zombies grew feathers and flew into the sky. On a field full of flowers, in a garden surrounded by a fence, there's one last modification that needs my help. Cherry Blossom's expression was calm, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Solve the problem of ordinary zombies' reproduction, so that they can also start to reproduce normally. She lowered her head and looked at a man who used to be an Aesodar. After all, the majority of zombies were humans. Before this, she must have been a very beautiful woman, kind and gentle, who treated people with sincerity and could trust others without any barriers. Now, she was covered in furry black skin and was on all fours, like a black wild boar without a mind, only knowing how to eat, drink, and shash tt. This zombie was a special type of wind-type zombie. It was a level 5 zombie when it was alive, but now it seemed to have turned into a level 5 wind-type pig-like demon beast. Cherry Blossoms laughed in a strange manner, her face gradually filled with bitterness. She finally understood the truth of the world. Most of her memories are lost, but she can inherit wind-type spells. Part of her cultivation genes are still strong, and her offspring will also inherit it. In the future, her offspring will have a 4th grade spell when they become adults. A powerful transcendent magical beast. 3 days later, the wild boar demon beast gave birth to a new batch of babies. Their skin had also become exactly the same as their mother's. They were small wild boars with dark hair. Cherry Blossom's expression returned to normal. She turned into a gentle and kind breeder. In the past few months, she began to use bells and rice bowls to train these small wild boars, observing their growth to restore the ecological balance. Finba. On this day, she stopped walking. It was as if she saw a man with a gentle face, who was a god from ancient times. He was holding a bell and raising a magical beast indifferently. He was holding a basin, as if he was feeding this cute domestic animal. It was exactly the same again. Isn't the beast trapped in the cage also a person trapped in a cage? The world is a cycle, and we are all beasts trapped in the cycle. The god slowly put down the rice bowl and drove a few happy black-skinned, small wild boars into the cage. He returned to a simple wooden house and looked at the text hanging on the wall. God's day after heaven. If the god dies today, the people of Aesodar will live until 3 days later. To tell the life of the god to other races, we will proudly tell the story of our Lord with the powerful charm of technology. She just smiled, picked up the pen, hesitated for a moment, and wrote, God's yesterday, under the glorious story. We grew up in the cradle of science, set foot on the plains of life and walked alone, climbed the peaks of the mountains of the code of origin, and pulled the door of the gods. And before that, fate was already decided yesterday. I don't know how many travelers have been like us in the past. Any arrogant person who tries to step into the race of gods and pry open the key to life will eventually be cursed by God. The past is the future. The god stopped writing and blew the ink dry like a mortal. He stood up and hung on the wall of the thatched house seriously. He smiled gently and whispered, "I'd rather let you hang in the dust of the world than let you hang in a corner of my memory. As long as someone remembers you, it's eternal life. Death, eternal life." She hung a black mural on the wall and looked out of the window at the flowers that covered the ruins and a group of snorting little pigs. It was as if a brand new world had been pulled over. The bright and beautiful magma light fell on her beautiful face, as if she was seeing another ancient god. "I finally understand what you mean. The glory of the world is just a reincarnation." This scene was eventually forgotten in the wind and dust. When future archaeologists found the black stone slab, they were puzzled as to why the Ishtar people, who had once been a super ancient civilization, did not write their history on the hard disk they were so proud of. Instead, they wrote it on the most primitive stone slab. They were clearly standing at the end of the advanced civilization, and legends said that they had unimaginable technology. They were like ancient, primitive people who had left childlike graffiti on the stone slabs. People began to doubt if the ancient civilization was really so frivolous, and if the technology of the ancient civilization existed. However, no matter how the later generations questioned it, time would eventually wash away everything that had once been glorious and glorious. No one would remember the wheel of time of the past. Humans of the new era would only write down the things that happened in the past year in history. Year 41 of the Holy Cherry Blossom Empire, year 121 of the catastrophe. The surviving humans began to reproduce again and raised the magical beasts that survived the catastrophe. Peace and civilization were restored, and the era of farming and livestock was once again ushered in. Emperor Cherry Blossom strode forward. "The world is a ring. We have returned to the beginning. If the civilization of Isidar is a dream in my memory, then we have returned to the place where the dream began." A parallel universe had already appeared in his brain. This supercomputer that had already become a god constructed a vast virtual network world with flowers, trees, insects, birds, and beasts. At this time, it was equivalent to most of the lives in the ancient lava land had migrated here. The energy gathered here, apart from the 1.1 billion sea tribe, had also slaughtered 37 high-level demon beast races. It had long surpassed the energy of ordinary high-level gods. They recuperated here, born, grew up, died of old age, and became stronger. The more people they had, the more prosperous the online game world in their dreams was, and the more memories they had, the stronger the cherry blossom would be. For this path, one only needed to rest and dream to become stronger. One could create 3,000 worlds in their dreams to cultivate. It was equivalent to another kind of meditation, herding all living beings in the brain. The more they were raised, the more powerful the brain was, and the stronger it would be, just as it was about to match the taunting sentence, "Want to become stronger?" In your dreams. There was everything in the dream. It was just what he wanted. In the Research Institute, a group of top Isodarian scientists in white coats looked at the data. Their faces were no longer calm. They were extremely shocked and even screamed loudly. "Heavens! This is the reason for the destruction of the ancient civilization? Could it be that we, the people of Isidar, are also undead from the previous era?" Next to him, Harlandon, who had become a god, was also sweating. His pupils dilated. His breathing was rapid and low. This is the truth of the world. In the era of the ancient gods, there might not be any other living beings other than zombies. At that time, Finba was originally an infected human. He should have been forcibly turned to a magical beast. He was also being raised, trained, and then thrown back into the ecosystem. His expression changed, and his thoughts almost fell into a state of stagnation. After a long time, he took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. So, the Naga race was once a human. Harlan Dong came to a conclusion. So, my dragon clan is also a human? A dragon's eyes widened. I, the nine-headed snake overlord, am actually a human. The nine-headed sea beast's mouth was opened into an O shape. The celestial thirsts of the other races rushed over after hearing the news, and they were extremely shocked. This was truly terrifying. They had been subverted by their life and world view since they were young, to the point that they could not even imagine the truth and the most chilling and unexpected ending. Then, what did the ancient god mean by that sentence? Harlan Dong couldn't help but whisper. The magical beasts in the surroundings held their breaths. Is this still important? Carolyn sighed faintly. Harlan Dong took deep breath and calmed down. That's it. Now that they knew the whole truth, that sentence was no longer important. Ranch. In the distance, the lava river glowed slightly, and the slightly scorching afterglow was like the setting sun. The ruins of the tombs were everywhere, and the steam-powered windmill in the distance was damaged, causing a slight breeze to blow across the entire withered yellow prairie. I've thought about where to end this and bury the eternal rest of an ancient civilization, and I finally thought of this. The cherry blossom emperor stood in front of the gravestone, holding a red umbrella and a bottle of wine. He would take a sip from time to time. This is the origin of everything, the origin of you, and the origin of the electricity era. It's also the origin of technology for the people of Izadar. Livis. The gravestone had 3 simple words. There was no introduction to his life or the number of years he lived or died. Just these 3 words represented all his past glory. There was not a single person in Isidar who did not know this name. This name represented everything. If you had lived until now, what would you have done? Caroline took a sip of wine and looked at the lonely tombstone. Suddenly, her mood became exceptionally calm. Mr. Levis' talent was too terrifying, far beyond hers. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to live anymore, he could have led the civilization to develop and live to this day, even to the point of eternity. There was no need to hand over the authority of the civilization. Caroline could also understand Mr. Levis' feelings. The burden of civilization was on his shoulders, like a traveler carrying a huge sandbag in the desert. The heavy sense of destiny, sweat, and fatigue were all pressing on his nerves. If he made a wrong decision, his race would be destroyed. It was hard for people who didn't experience it personally to understand. And it was so oppressive that they couldn't breathe. Just like Mr. Levis, she had given up her love, time, and self. She had also dedicated her life to the people of Izadar. When she came back to her senses, she suddenly realized that she had not enjoyed anything that an ordinary girl should have. Many times, for countless nights, she felt like she was someone who was drowning in the deep sea. It was dark and gloomy, with countless seaweed wrapped around her, pulling you into the abyss in circles. She was so nervous that she was suffocating. When she opened her eyes, she had to reveal her confidence and calmness for all the people in the world to see. Levis might have been a true god, but he was too tired. However, she, Carolyn, was an ordinary person who could not be considered a genius. That kind of nervousness and sense of duty had almost caused her to collapse as she stood in that position. In the end, she was just an ordinary person, with ambitions and dreams. He stood in that position humbly, trying to make himself look like a second Levis. This is of destruction. As long as you touch the forbidden zone of life and open the brain's code, it will be difficult to escape the virus. Sometimes, I still think that if you were still alive, you would be the one to guide the progress of the entire civilization. It might be different. She took a sip of wine, and her face was flushed red. She seemed to be mumbling to herself. She had been sitting there for 3 hours. Her body was shaking as if she was little drunk. The world is a cycle, and it goes on and on. Just like how a person's life has new lives and old lives. This is a natural cycle. It's the same for our civilization, buried in the memories of the past, and a new civilization is rising. Their past is already a dream in my mind. And whose dream is this? She couldn't help but recall the words of the ancient god. Was the young man who appeared gentle and calm the same as him? Had he experienced the pressure of time after time, the hardships of life, the loneliness of countless disciples and friends leaving him, and could only accompany civilization and be neighbors with? Had he finally become the last survivor of the old civilization at the moment of his civilization's destruction, allowing the entire civilization of the past to be integrated into his memories, and had become a lonely tomb guardian of an ancient civilization? In this world, all life would die with time. Only death could walk towards eternal life. This Mikiya graveyard is the beginning of our civilization, and also our end. I'm going to be buried here too. I'll take all my past memories with me and rest here. She bent slightly. A black gravestone belonging to Carolyn appeared beside him. I'll sleep with you forever, all alone. Truly, it's terrifying. Shuji shook his head. He had not thought of the words he had casually left behind at the time. Because he had just created the joy of mankind, he wanted to relax and play a game or two. It had actually evolved to such an extent. However, evidence kept appearing, and they all seemed to point in the same direction. The origin of humans and the origin of magical beasts. Even Hilandon was starting to suspect that Kana was once a human. Magical beasts and humans were originally the same kind of life. The magical beasts were once ancient humans with skin, scales, and fangs. I don't know if it's reincarnation or not, but perhaps we'll develop into a new reincarnation in the future. After all, when a civilization develops to a certain extent, they will study their own genes, just like the Izodeans in the past. They will begin to modify themselves and eventually develop viruses. Tsuji turned his head to look, and found that the balloon fish and the others were still fooling around. His expression turned strange. The era of the Ishtar people is over. I don't know if you can get up. Maybe you can come out and make some trouble in the next undead civilization. The catastrophe had only lasted for a short time, and the Holy Cherry Blossom dynasty had only been established for about 40 years. How could this salted fish affect the general trend of the world, when he was 1 or 2 levels above him? In such an exaggerated high-level world, he had cultivated for 70 to 80 years, and now he had finally reached level 6. Only then did he barely qualify to walk on the stage. It was normal for people in their 70s to 80s to leave the mountain. The alchemy monarch, as well as the other evil gods, such as the racer of Mount Haruna, and the others who had learned for nothing, had all been poisoned until they were 70 or 80 years old and had reached level 5 or 6 before they started to stir up trouble. However, the era of catastrophes had happened too quickly. Or perhaps the development of the Izodal civilization was too terrifying. Counting their entire civilization, It had only been 5 days. 500 years. It was simply exaggerated to the extreme. Before the players had time to grow, they were already dead. It was like watching a brilliant firework, and they could only grow in the ruins of a civilization. It's only been 5 days, but I feel like 10,000 years have passed. The next civilization of the Isodaeans should have a large number of gods. Now, they have appeared in large numbers and have 4 gods in their heads. Shuji thought about it for a moment, looked at the cherry blossoms, and put down his chopsticks in the living room. It's good that the world is so large. It's easier to collect energy with a large base, not to mention that there's a parallel universe that's even bigger. Forget it. She's planning to fall into a deep sleep. I'll go and see her. With this in mind, a young man in a black wizard's robe silently passed through the underground teleportation circle and appeared on the entire land. He walked towards the Makia farm, where everything started, ended. High-level god was already the highest realm in the entire sandbox at present. Although Dikuhai and Ermin were already medium-level gods, this was the highest level. After countless nirvana reincarnations, she was close to the level of high-level gods, and would soon become a high-level god. However, there was no doubt that after eating more than half of the ancient lava land's living beings, Carolyn had already reached the highest realm. Although Carolyn was a high-level god, she wasn't a combat type. She wasn't the kind of person who could fight, but a scientist. This was the sandbox. At the same time, this was also the terrifying part of the Aesodar race. Their average strength was between the 4th and 5th stage, and they had a population of 1.1 billion. It was so exaggerated that it was hard to imagine. This high-level god already had 50 to 60 portions of energy that an ordinary god could use to become. After all, it was comparable to an ancient world that was 100 times larger, so the energy that was born was naturally 100 times more. The reason why there weren't 100 was because most of the zombies were still alive on this land. They hadn't even collected half of them, so it wasn't a true mass extinction. The only legacy created by a civilization that was once so brilliant that it called itself the god race, a high-level god. Xuji strolled along the prairie. This is an advancement that transcends time. What kind of mighty power would a high-level god possess? After the higher level is the peak. I'll try to break through the legendary 9th rank and see the truth of that realm. The 9th level was still relatively far away. That was the unknown path of cultivation that cute little white mice on the sandbox were trying to explore for Xuji. At that moment, Xuji's real body was sitting in the living room outside, silently sensing the surging energy and making the final breakthrough to the new realm. He was breaking through to the 7th stage Heavenly Emperor realm, which he had deduced long ago. He was already a rank 6 Kazi Emperor, and the energy in his body was surging rapidly. This was the feedback of the mass extinction energy. That was enough to become a high-level god. It filled the huge energy gap and pried open the next level of life, the new door of a rank 7 Heavenly Emperor. Boom! A huge amount surged over. A total of 50 to 60 portions of energy for ordinary gods to become gods turned into a tsunami in his body, constantly impacting and rolling up a huge energy tide. Fortunately, I'm well prepared. I've already broken through to the path of the Heavenly Emperor of body cultivation once before. Although I don't have a Dao heart that has comprehended the path of the magic system, I can first break through to the Heavenly Emperor level of the path of body cultivation. In the living room, Xuji sat quietly, with his legs crossed. He was sensing the energy within his body, and was constantly deducing and organizing the 9 revolutions mysterious art within him. The threshold of breaking through to the 7th level of Heavenly Emperor was somewhat dangerous, and it was no small matter. In the sandbox, Xuji had seen too many cases of emperors dying when they were about to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. There were many emperors to be in each extraordinary world, but there were very few Heavenly Emperors. This showed how dangerous it was to break through. It was like a single log bridge. Once you fell, you would be crushed to pieces. Longevity was a cruel single-plank bridge. Countless travelers on the bridge fell into the bottomless abyss. If I fail to break through to the Heavenly Emperor stage and die from the backlash, that would be a joke. He took deep breath. As time passed, the amount of energy from the mass extinction domain in his body gradually decreased and weakened. In the end, he used the last of his energy to open the level 7 Heavenly Emperor gate. I've succeeded. Fortunately, I've used Messiah to break through before. Now that I've finally broken through to the 7th step, I've actually been stuck for half a month. He silenced his body. It was a terrifying energy that had undergone a qualitative change. Xuji suddenly laughed bitterly as well, feeling a headache coming on. That's 60 to 70 portions of the energy needed to become a god. He had just broken through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Previously, Ermin, Emperor Ki, and Phoenix only had the energy of 6 or 7 gods, but they had allowed me to reach the level of a level 6 Emperor to be from level 1. But now, with a total of 60 to 70 portions of energy to become a god and the birth of a high-level god, I was barely able to break through from Emperor to be rank 7. The difference was too great. Even though Xuji had been mentally prepared for this, he was still dumbfounded. Breaking through to the 7th step already required so much energy. And what about the future? It had grown by multiple times. Although Ermin, Jikihi, Phoenix, and the others were already mid-level gods, even close to high positions, it wasn't much different from the Cherry Blossom Emperor's energy, but it wasn't calculated that way. They wouldn't give back to him. This was because after they became gods, they no longer went for the mass extinction. The energy that they cultivated day and night did not share with Xuji either. Only the energy from the mass extinctions was shared with Xuji. Only by killing would he be able to gain something. It even made Xuji have the urge to fatten these gods up and wait for them to break through to the middle and high positions before killing them and taking their experience. Of course, the idea of draining the pond to catch fish had to be curbed. Medusa, Ermin, and Diki would all be part of the Zerg's team in the future. But I've finally reached the 7th step, the power of a Heavenly Emperor. Xuji sighed slightly. The reason why he had not gone to meet Carolyn before was because he was busy absorbing the massive amount of energy from the mass extinction domain and could not free himself. In the world of gourmet food, inside his body, FKA, the heavens are falling and the earth is cracking. The world is changing. Countless people looked at the world that was expanding crazily. They were dumbfounded at the changes in the world. The game development team is so domineering. They didn't even tell us about the new version. I blew it up. Brothers, liver, and ranch. The air in the ruins was dead silent. The reinforced concrete of the ruins left behind by the city was covered with flowers and vines. The Cherry Blossom Emperor squatted down and gently touched one of Caroline's tombstones, digging out a rectangular tomb. This was where she had fallen into eternal rest, and her tomb was next to Leva's tomb. Her movements were very, very slow. Her face was gentle and quiet, just like an ordinary mortal who swept the grave to pay tribute. She began to wipe Mr. Liviv's grave, remove the weeds, and offer flowers. His actions were extremely solemn and heavy. Levi's tomb meant too much. She seemed to be waiting for something in this way. She unconsciously tidied up the grave. Looking at the empty cemetery, she felt a faint sense of loneliness. Her eyes were filled with a dead gray. She was too tired. They were eager to find someone to prove that they were not the only one, that they still had companions in this civilization's reincarnation, and that there was the existence of another civilization's gravekeeper, but he still couldn't find him. I look forward to a beautiful death. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew. Suddenly, a voice came from far away, empty and distant. Caroline's body trembled, and her eyes widened. Turning her head, she saw a hazy young magus walking over, as if he was riding on a shadow. A long time ago, during my free time, I kept thinking of a scene. I will wear a black suit, lie quietly in the coffin, put my hands together, and enjoy the eternal sleep of life. I'm actually looking forward to it, and even I can't understand that feeling. Xu stopped in his tracks and was silent for a moment. He then said to her, "Livis, from back then, he once said to me here, I didn't expect that you would take this step today." He built a grave for himself. He looked at the cemetery and felt a little emotional. Time was the cruelest weapon in the world. Caroline had also become the Levis of the past. She clearly could not have died, but she wanted to bury herself, leave the era that she should have dominated, and fall into eternal rest. Perhaps, to a certain extent, fate was indeed our reincarnation. Caroline's eyes started to show some hope. "What do you want from me?" Xu chuckled. Caroline was startled, and suddenly stood in a daze on the spot, her listless eyes flashing with confusion. "That's right. What do I need to do if I want to find a super ancient god?" She had been frantically searching for the ancient gods. She had traveled all over the mountains and rivers in order to find the truth behind the destruction of the ancient civilization. However, the truth had already been found from another perspective. So there was no need to continue searching for the ancient gods. However, it was precisely because she knew the truth of reincarnation that her desire to find the ancient gods grew stronger. When she came back to her senses and faced him for real, she realized that she had no real reason to look for him. "What for? Are you going to treat to milk tea again?" Xu laughed. Caroline's numb eyes were in a daze, unable to react. The young man was still standing there, lazily and leisurely. It was as if he had received her call and came to her room to see her old self. He had said the exact same words. "You don't recognize me. It's me." Xu laughed and said the same words as he had said back then, without missing a single word. "Are you a recorder? Why are you saying the exact same words as back then?" Caroline's originally extremely depressed mood suddenly turned into a smile through her tears. She couldn't help but say the next sentence that she had said in the past. "Why are you still speaking in this way? I still can't believe that you're an ancient god," Caroline said with a smile. Her eyes gradually became wet, and they flickered with memories of the past. It was still the same words from years ago, but the shock brought by the different context made her lose her mind again. Everything had returned to the beginning. At the very beginning, he had taken out the magical beast contract and obtained the approval of God. He had been kissed on the forehead by God, and the beginning of his rise to power. Her mind was filled with endless loneliness. She kept running and running in this new world, trying to escape from this world, and even enter the cemetery to sleep forever. That feeling was too uncomfortable. She had to carry the cemetery of an entire civilization on her own and protect their past. Why can't I believe it? Are an ancient god now? Also, don't call for you, I'm calling for you. Xuji said very calmly, "You're very strong now. You should have confidence." The identity of the god of creation made him feel a lot of restrictions. Most of the time, he preferred the identity of the all-knowing scholar, who could communicate with people on equal footing. He really did not like the high and mighty god of creation. Not only was his body huge, but it was also difficult to communicate with him. He had to hold people in his hands when he spoke. "Call you?" Karen was startled. Xuji stretched out his hand and a table appeared. There were 2 cups of milk tea on the table. He said indifferently, "Just as you Izudeardians said, gods are also humans, just powerful ones." "You..." She was stunned as she looked at the lazy young man in front of her. He just chuckled. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into a bright golden sun that had melted ice and snow. The depression that she had suppressed earlier instantly melted away. She suddenly remembered that the other ancient god had experienced more than her. As the tomb keeper of another era, he had obviously suffered more pain than her. Even as the tomb keeper of the first reincarnation, he had no one kind and walked alone in the world. However, he still smiled gently and lazily. He had clearly experienced so much suffering. His friends and family had all been turned into the dust of history, buried in his own memories, and become the tomb keeper of civilization. Rano yit. He was so indifferent, but she, why not? Her entire body trembled violently for a moment, but she calmed down in an instant. It's still the same taste. She smiled and suddenly put down her bright red umbrella. Like the ancient god, she stood at the edge of the tombstone and took a sip from a cup with a straw. She didn't look like the cruelest tyrant emperor in history, just like an ordinary girl. Xuji just smiled and sat opposite him, drinking his milk tea. The 2 of them were like ordinary friends. As they sat opposite each other, Carolyn's ashen eyes and slightly numb body slowly recovered. Xuji did not say a word, and just quietly accompanied her to drink her drink. 1 day, 2 days, 10 had passed. The surrounding trees were blown by the wind, and cups were everywhere. I can say, the 2 of us, the gravekeepers of the old era, are drinking at the same table. In the future, can we watch the passing of time and the passing of the world together? Carolyn asked with a trembling voice, filled with anxiety. Yes, I can. Xuji answered as he sat opposite her. Carolyn's eyes gradually lit up. Xuji knew very well what Caroline needed. She was very good at hiding her emotions. She had an extremely strong character, bigoted, stubborn, and radical. She was a typical Izodar person. Even if she knew the terrifying truth of the world at this time, her beliefs had collapsed because of the samsara of fate, and she was extremely depressed and broken down. She did not need. She only needed another version of herself, the company of the tomb keeper of another era, so that she would not be lonely. It was just like how he had known that Medusa needed a battle to verify her lost heart back then. And he had given her a battle to see the flow of time around her and the passage of time. It was just like how he knew that Diki needed a higher dream. So he gave him a dream, see the mystery of the heaven and earth, perform the Mahayana sect, be meticulous and have all kinds of skills. 109,601 era. Just today. What Carolyn needed wasn't the first 2. All she needed was someone to quietly accompany her, sitting beside her, and watching the lava river in the distance. In fact, she didn't even need to say anything in order to restore her Dao heart. We're going to another place, Xuji said. Where to? She picked up the umbrella, her fair face a little nervous. The milk tea shop from before. Eyes lit up. Good. Voila. In a flash, he returned to the ruins. The entire shop was in ruins, half of it had collapsed, and it was covered in moss and flowers. In the distance, there were magical beasts wandering on the street in strange shapes. They pushed aside the ashes and fallen on the table and sat down again. She seemed to have come back to her senses. Another ancient god has come. Am I receiving the same great glory as Mr. Levis before he died? It can be considered so, Xu Ji said. Caroline smiled and sucked on the straw of her milk tea. She stared into Xu Ji's eyes for a while and sighed. You didn't expect this, did you? When young man kissed me on the forehead and said that he would give me some time, I was able to get to where I am today. I didn't expect it. Xu Ji responded with a smile and a little emotional. A seed I planted at random the time could actually grow into such a flower. The two of them were like ordinary friends who had just sat down to eat. They exchanged the most common pleasantries. May I ask where you have been all these years? Caroline seemed to have recovered and was chatting like an old friend. However, her 3 sentences were still related to science. She asked, another world? Or a vacuum world? What is that vacuum? It's the ancient civilization that belongs to you in your dream. Or is it a real world? I guess it's a real world, Xu Ji replied. Probably. No one in this world knows if the world they live in is real and not a dream of others. If they knew the truth, if it's fake, then maybe it'll collapse just like you, Xu Ji replied. Perhaps the world was a cage, and the world outside the cage was also a cage. In any case, it was indeed the case for Xu Ji. Caroline was silent for a moment. How old are you? 20-something. Xu Ji replied very directly. What? You've taken a fancy to me and want to go on a blind date? I'm lacking a maid at home. You know me. I've never thought about this. Caroline suddenly laughed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. 20-something. What kind of ancient unit of measurement was this? More than 20 eras? Or something else? I think our age gap is too big. I'm only 300 years old in my 2 lives. A high-level deity who is over 300 years old is indeed very powerful. Xu Ji smiled and raised his milk tea. There's indeed quite a big age gap between us. Caroline also raised her cup of milk tea and clinked it against his. Do you need thousands of years to reach this level? I believe that we, the people of Izudaros, have left quickly, just like how our destruction is quick. M&H'd. About 2 months. Xu Ji gave it some serious thought. Gee. Caroline couldn't help but laugh out loud once again. What unit of measurement is this? What a strange ancient civilization. I'm even looking forward to it. She put down the cup. The scene was a little bizarre. 2 ancient gods and 2 cemetery guards of ancient civilizations were drinking milk tea in the ruins. They were not drinking and chatting. It was a little weird and childish. She looked at the handsome young man in a wizard's robe and smiled bitterly. I'm impressed. I can't be that calm. Thank you for reminding me. As the guardian of a civilization, he was faced with eternal loneliness. However, it was not easy to be so relaxed and calm. Loneliness was the greatest fear in life. Xu Ji thought for a moment and laughed. Actually, you've dedicated the first half of your life to civilization and science, so it's only natural that you're lost now. But there are many times in life that there's more than one thing to pursue. There are more interesting things in life. The first half of your life is over, but there's still the second half of your life. You can set sail again and pursue higher dreams. There's a saying that goes like this. I hope that you'll still be a teenager when you return. Upon hearing this, Caroline's eyes immediately lit up. They were especially bright as she looked straight at the god sitting opposite her. Xu Ji was a little stiff from her fiery gaze. That's what another civilization said. It had to be said that some of the phrases on Earth were still elegant and artistic. The people of Isidar, on the other hand, had lost too much of their literary field. They developed too quickly and focused on mechanical romance, resulting in a lack of cultural heritage. Another civilization? Caroline thought for a moment and found it very interesting. She suddenly stood up, bent down, and made a gesture of invitation from the Isidarian. "Do you know how to dance?" Xuji, stunned. "I don't know how to do it either, but don't you want to try new things? Civilization has been destroyed, and I'm all alone. Maybe it's good to try to be an ordinary girl. It's a novel experience. You can write down the dance skill in your mind. I'll send you the data." She put down the bright red umbrella. Soothing music rang out around them, and it turned into a dance floor. There were pairs of men and women dancing around them, and in the distance, there was a gentleman in a black suit playing the piano. "Mr. Deity, may I have a dance with you?" She stretched out her slender hand. Xuji did not refuse. He stood up, took her hand, and entered the dance floor. As the cherry blossom empress grew stronger over the years, she was slowly becoming more and more similar to the Caroline of the past. She had long, light golden hair, alluring curves, and deep, dark red eyes, giving off a heroic feeling. The divine sense transmission technique was indeed amazing. In addition, the two's realm was extremely high. Even if they had never danced before, they could instantly take on extremely elegant steps and walk back and forth. The atmosphere seemed a little ambiguous. "Now, can you tell me who was the giant that touched us in that vacuum?" Caroline smiled and continued to chat while dancing. "Hualala!" Red fell one after another. In the distance, there were blurry pianists dancing with men and women. The two of them were in the ruins where flowers bloomed. Towering and mighty magical beasts walked past them from time to time. As they danced, they seemed unusually elegant and romantic. "Ancient gods, I have a big question. We are the gravekeepers of two civilizations. All living beings are our dreams, a part of our lives in our memories. And are we also a dream for others?" "Maybe." Suji did not answer. He walked forward elegantly, a pile of yellow fallen leaves under his feet. Perhaps that giant was the god of creation, and we were all in his dream. Every time he opened and closed his eyes, it was the birth and destruction of an era. Who knows? Life is just a dream, and you still have to walk on. She was stunned for a moment, but she still smiled as if she had completely walked out of the shadow. "Thank you for coming, but I still have to sleep. This era no longer belongs to us. My path is in my dream. It's a brand new dream world that's constantly becoming stronger and wider. Perhaps by then, I'll be able to truly understand the truth of the world. I hope that in the future, you can bring me to the vacuum again." Suji smiled and did not answer. He then talked about other things. Caroline gradually drew closer to him, almost sticking to him as they spoke. He could feel her soft breath, and with her elegant dance steps, she emitted a very pleasant, natural fragrance. Perhaps she was currently anticipating something. Her beautiful face even became a little nervous, and her cheeks and neck were dyed with a rose-like blush. Suji said, "I should get going." A look of disappointment appeared on the cherry blossom empress face. After a moment of hesitation, her eyes seemed to be in a daze. As she danced, she suddenly leaned in and said, "Don't you think that I'm very weak right now? There's a lot of room for you to take advantage of, right? You're just like those ordinary girls who get drunk after falling out of in bars. All you need is a round of sweet talk and a round of comfort, and you can have some interesting encounters." "I've thought of it," Xuji answered seriously. "Is it because I'm not charming enough?" She was a little disappointed. Xuji shook his head. "All the boys in Ishodar once regarded you as the goddess of their dreams. You're very beautiful, But the Empress's heroic spirit and courage, her killing and decisiveness, are what moved them the most. The cherry blossom Empress was taken aback. You should know that a person like me rarely gives others the opportunity to enjoy the life of an ordinary girl. You won't be able to find such a time in the future. I will set sail again and continue to pursue my dreams. You may regret it. Xu Ji looked at the ruins in the distance and said, "But you don't love me. You just want to have sex with me." She was stunned, and her wine-red eyes widened. Carolyn instantly laughed so hard that she couldn't even straighten her back. She was extremely charming, and the pressure she had felt before completely dissipated. She elegantly took 2 steps back, picked up the red umbrella, and stood in front of the old shop. She laughed heartily. "You're really not like an ancient god. I hope to be as free and easy as you, and the future will be the same. No matter what we experience, we'll still maintain our brave original heart." He left home for half his life and returned as a teenager. "Go on." Xu Ji looked at her. Xu Ji was a smart person, and so was Caroline. Caroline knew that the words of the ancient gods were to let her relax and walk out of the shadow of the destruction of civilization towards the future. Xu Ji was also well aware of Caroline's confusion at this moment. She wanted to indulge herself for a night, enjoy the love of an ordinary person, and try to experience the day that an ordinary girl should have. But at this moment, her heart was weak. Perhaps it would not appear again in the future. Even if beautiful memories were birthed, her steps would not stop for anyone. She would lay down her path, marry someone else, raise children, and enjoy the time of an ordinary girl. Even as the grave keeper of the previous era, she would continue to advance for the entire civilization, even if it was in her memory. The ancient god is really a good person who doesn't take advantage of others when they are in danger. You are still mysterious, hazy, and unpredictable. Thank you for your enlightenment. Carolyn suddenly looked towards the distant ruins and strode away. The steps from her back were once again firm as she waved her hand and said with a smile, "Back to sleep. You can wake me up if there's anything, maybe." This was a truly interesting day, and it was more worth it because it was just an elegant dance and not a more passionate memory. It's an aftertaste. In the ruins of the milk tea shop, the pianists and the male and female dancers had disappeared. It was empty, with dead branches and fallen leaves everywhere, as well as blooming flowers. It seemed a little lonely. You're not alone. You're the grave of all living beings of an era, the divine tomb of the Isodar celestial race. Xu Ji looked in the direction in which the cherry blossom emperor had disappeared, as if he was witnessing the end of an era. The shock he felt was still great, not to mention that he had in such a special and shocking way. As the gravekeeper, you will bury the ancient civilization and history of the Isodarian people in your mind. The young, hot-blooded, machine-obsessed god who likes to refuse. Xu Ji smiled and touched his nose as he recalled the scene just now. Previously, I was rejected by this race in the way of, but I refuses a few times. It meant that it was clearly better and happier to do so, but I refused. Is this also me using their characters to reject her? Whoops. A wind blew, and it was as if time and space were flowing in the wind. The beautiful back of the cherry blossom emperor, who was holding a red umbrella, was gradually twisting. In the Mikiya ranch, a coffin covered with delicate cherry blossom patterns was slowly covered. The soil slowly swept across the ground, and a tombstone with the words, Caroline, was slowly erected on it. Just like the tomb of Levis next to it, there was no introduction, or year of birth or death. The 2 gravestones sat in the middle of the desolate cemetery. They looked ancient, as if they had stood in the river of time, and had become eternal. It was the end of an ancient civilization that was rotten to the extreme. Slowly distorted. The trees, the land, and the sky seemed to have turned into an inverted, slow vortex. It was as if the land of the ranches had been destroyed. This legendary, Mikia ranches, had completely disappeared in the ancient lava land. Just a thought leaked out from a sleeping dream in my mind has turned into a storm of thoughts in the entire vicinity. Distorting time and space so that people can't see this land? Xi looked at the piece of land, and his expression began to turn grave. Was this the power of a high-level god? His visit this time was also to see how ridiculous the battle prowess of this realm was. After all, it was his first time seeing it. So he naturally had to enter the sandbox to measure and observe it. At this time, just this move alone was incredible. He didn't use his own ability at all, just the passive overflow of brainstorming in his brain. Hua! A gentle breeze blew past his ears. Xu Ji did not leave. He continued to sit on the chair in the ruins, and his expression became calm. He was counting his gains, and the losses of the end of civilization. There's no doubt that death is immortal. This path is terrifying and innovative. It's simply shocking. Evolving the world in the dream and the mind, creating a real online world, and letting all the people of Ishtar live in it to avoid extinction. Not to mention the others, even when he had personally created this race back then, and loaded them with silicon-based brains, he still felt that the current development was too terrifying. She let the living beings cultivate and become stronger in her brain. It's equivalent to her own cultivation of spiritual power. After all, every living being is a memory stored in her computer's internal storage. As long as the living beings grow and cultivate, she will continue to meditate to become stronger. She doesn't have much combat power. All her energy has been transformed into the flowers, insect, fish, mountains, and rivers in her brain. They are scattered among the powerful creatures in the world of her mind, and are mainly divided by the 4 gods in her head. But her fighting method was to summon the gods in her mind to fight. After all, she's a world consciousness, and all her energy is in the living beings in her brain. Compared to the 9 revolutions, mysterious art's internal space, hers was a special kind of internal space that could house all living beings. The creation summoning style? Summoning a creature from the fantasy world in your mind. Xu Ji kept organizing his thoughts. He suddenly realized that this new path, derived by this civilization, was simply a blessing for otakus. He could create an anime world in his mind. He didn't have to do anything. He could become stronger by hiding in his room and sleeping. He could just watch TV shows, and even summon the fantasy 2D creature in his body when he had nothing to do. Cute girl, just to serve himself? Why did it seem so similar, the more he thought about it? The hot-blooded, passionate, and hospitable people of Izudardians had actually created such a dirty, salted fish, and useless way to become a god? Even he, a little envious. There was no other reason, but this path was simply too convenient. However, it was impossible for him to cultivate this eternal life of the Grim Reaper cultivation technique to become a god now. Even if he fused with the system's genes, the starting point was too high. He could only cultivate it when he became a god. He was still too far away from it. It seemed like he had already entered level 7 Heavenly Emperor, and was only 1 level away from level 8 Mythical. In fact, this was the real starting point of crossing the threshold. The future road was unimaginable. In fact, this path might be the same as the original wizard system. The essence of a sorcerer was to meditate in the mind. By visualizing some things in the brain, one could expand one's spiritual force and cultivate one's own body, not the world. It was completely different from how the primordial and star systems absorbed external energy. This path to godhood, which was the crystallization of the wisdom of countless Isodaians, was also meditating in one's mind. One would meditate on a world in one's mind, constantly visualize it, and expand one's spiritual power. It was also a way to cultivate one's body. The two civilization systems are both meditating in the mind and visualizing things, but they are different in essence. He kept organizing his thoughts, even picked up a pen and paper to write down some speculations. This was a thinking habit he had developed a long time ago, using powerful spiritual energy to create a world in the brain. Xu Ji kept thinking, but this is something that traditional wizards can't do, because they don't have a chip in their brains. It's impossible for them to do it so meticulously. This is a cultivation system that only the Isodaians can cultivate. It combines the wizard's meditation among the transcendence and the internet of technology. It had to be said that this extraordinary power and technology had achieved a perfect combination. This civilization of magical machines had indeed opened up the research results that Xu Ji had wanted. The way to become a god in online games. The new choice of internet humans. He would create an online game in his mind, and the online game would be a new world. Without a doubt, this is a great harvest. Xu Ji's eyes were sparkling. Great harvest was not even enough to describe it. This was simply, it was a huge profit. What did he get? First, the mechanical armor system, as well as the vacuum mech that was tailor-made for him. This was also a technology that far exceeded Earth's technological civilization. With this technology, as long as he wanted to, he could even rapidly develop it on Earth. These technologies, genetic technology, and mechanical technology were far ahead of the people on Earth by hundreds of years. Second, a special method to become a god. It could nurture all living beings and create an online game in the mind. It was the path to becoming a god, to become god of creation. It could be said to be the previous method of becoming a god. Only the 9 revolutions mysterious art and the evil god of Cthulhu could match its potential. After all, the ultimate realm of the 9 revolutions mysterious art was to transform into Pengu and have a physical universe in one's body. Cthulhu, on the other hand, was the strongest and purest combat power. It was born for slaughter. More than 29,000 god organizations turned their bodies into an era. It was very in line with Medusa, who was a pure battle maniac. Of course, neither of the above 2 paths could be considered as the path of the god of creation. The one in front of him was. Third, the energy from a total of 50 to 60 godhood experts. That terrifying amount of energy instantly pushed him to the next level, the level 7 Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, he was finally not considered a weakling. This kind of feeling was still very happy, just like the joy of a farmer after planting a field of wheat and carefully taking care of it, and having a big harvest. But no matter what, the era of a civilization is over. It's time to start learning all the wisdom of this civilization. Xu Ji looked at Hermes' clone, the heartless learning machine, far away in the sorcerer's world. I'll leave everything to you again. Holy Cherry Blossom Empire, year 43. Emperor Cherry Blossom had disappeared from the dynasty for 2 years. At first, everyone thought that they had traveled the earth, but there was no news for 2 years. Gradually, more and more daring celestial emperors secretly entered the Cherry Blossom God Palace. The violent Cherry Blossom Emperor did not appear, and if it was in the past, the Celestial Emperor would have been heavily injured and imprisoned for countless years. Don't tell me. A terrifying thought emerged in everyone's mind. However, that obstinate, self-opinionated, brutal, and vicious tyrant's figure still crushed everyone's hearts, forming an indescribable psychological shadow. There were still some people who didn't dare to act rashly and challenge the authority of that terrifying supreme in existence. That was a monster that had killed billions of lives. Finally, another celestial emperor sneaked in and sat on the divine throne. There was no response, and on this day, the corpse race confirmed that Emperor Cherry Blossom had disappeared or even died. The entire country was boiling. The tyrant had actually fallen. The Cherry Blossom god is a god, and a high-grade god at that. There's almost no one in this world who can kill her, unless, in the end, she went to provoke the ancient god. She longed to fight with him and bathe in blood. But after this battle, this god might have already... Many experts were sighing. This was unexpected and shocking to everyone, but it made sense. The Cherry Blossom Empress had become invincible after becoming a god, but she still wanted to become even more powerful. She had slaughtered 1.1 billion members of the Sea Tribe and more than 30 high-level magical beast races, and she had greatly reduced her power in order to continue increasing her cultivation level. Everyone had their own guesses as to what she was doing. After that, he held a red umbrella and walked through the entire land, as if he was looking for someone. Many people were even more certain. Now that he had died, it made sense. Such a tyrant, he deserves it. Some people were cheering. The terrifying shadow that had been pressing down on their heads had disappeared. They felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. They felt incomparably relaxed, and they could sleep in peace. They were afraid that one day this ruthless tyrant would also kill them, how he had wiped out the Sea Tribe's 1.1 billion people in one day. Oh yes, sir. But there were also people who said, although the Cherry Blossom Emperor was brutal and killed all the races, he didn't kill our corpse race and collect the energy of our race. In fact, it's only because of our hard work that we're today. You didn't dare to say it when you were alive, but now you're mocking me after you die. That's what you mean. Without a doubt, even though the Cherry Blossom Emperor did not act like a tyrant to other races, he has made great contributions to our race. He has never hurt us in the slightest. Or the merits and demerits of the matters before death were left for future generations to judge. No one knew the truth or who the Cherry Blossom Emperor was, because Carolyn's actions had indeed perfectly covered up the truth and could be explained in another way. In the later historical records, the Cherry Blossom Emperor was the first god of this era. She had unrivaled talent and wisdom, stunning the world and suppressing an entire great era. The heavenly emperors of this most ancient era were all extremely talented. It could even be said that this was the era with the most terrifying monsters. Even at this time, there were many unknown heavenly emperors and stage 6 powerhouses whose names would make people tremble with fear in the later generations, suppressed for countless years. There was value in this era. The experts were all the first-generation corpse ancestors that were born from corpses. They were known as the primitive humans, the first intelligent life forms that were born in the world. Their bloodlines were thick, and their talents were terrifying. However, after the Cherry Blossom Emperor had suppressed the world, he had only been on the throne for a mere 40 years or so. He had been the most brutal tyrant in history, and had killed the most. He had also created a great era, but after laying down his foundation, he had mysteriously fallen. The Cherry Blossom God was the most mysterious person in history, and even in the subsequent eras, he had still been analyzed and talked about with great relish by many. Even in the later generations, the great gods still had lingering fears when they talked about the most ancient god. The fear and shadow that had once suppressed their hearts had accompanied them for their entire lives. Even the gods of this era had collectively stepped onto the corpse race's era of body cultivation because their Tao hearts were obstructed. They had used this path to become gods and started a golden age of body cultivation. In the later generations, a god who was above all living beings said with emotion, in her life, she suppressed the world and was unrivaled. She dared to challenge the supreme ancient existences. After her death, she could influence the gods of the future. In this world, only the holy cherry blossom dynasty's tyrant cherry blossom can do it. The Holy Sakura Empire had only existed for 43 years, but it had become the most mysterious ancient dynasty. The Holy Sakura Emperor has fallen, and his dynasty has fallen. Many heroes are fighting for supremacy. His rule has lasted 43 years, and it is the shortest dynasty in history. The era of the Holy Sakura dynasty had been severed, and the feudal vassals fought for hegemony, thus entering a chaotic era once again. Some people continued to search for the secrets of the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor, trying to find her path to godhood. In the end, someone found the secret key to the space hidden beneath her cherry blossom divine palace, and obtained the spatial forging method. This left behind by Carolyn. Xuzi's expression was calm. She was really serious about helping this civilization. She wanted them to break away from the era of primitive savagery and only leave after they had completed the preliminary development of their civilization. She even deliberately left behind space technology, which could be considered as giving them infinite possibilities for self-development. This race had once destroyed the people of Izadar. However, there was no hatred in Carolyn's heart. In fact, she felt guilty. The pride of the Izadar people had caused this race to be born into this world as a mistake. The destruction of the people of Ishtar. Their pride did not make them hate anyone. They knew that they were destroying themselves, and that they had created all the consequences. A new era had begun. The chaotic world lasted for 3 years, and these were the most terrifying and bloody 3 years. In order to compete for the spatial technology to become a god, heavenly emperors kept dying. A group of top heavenly emperors obtained the spatial technology and opened the forging space. This was a race against time. Whoever obtained space first and became a true god would be able to rule the next era. NBSP. In the end, a liquor celestial emperor was the first to break through and become a god, suppressing the world. This was a man with an eastern face. After all, humans were divided into the east and the west. They had inherited the corpses of the humans, and naturally, they were divided into the east and the west. I am Li Mei. We should suppress the world and establish a happy dynasty. This supreme existence's true god body lived in a small space and couldn't easily descend to the mortal world. His mortal body was still a heavenly monarch. He sat on the throne with a majestic aura and spoke with ease. I am a heavenly deity, titled Great Joy Monarch. I will build the 12 king cities and take in all the women in the world as my concubines. No woman in the world will be left outside the king palace. Someone knelt on the ground in fear and asked in a trembling voice, the women of the human race are all concubines of gods. Then, doesn't that mean that the other men can't get married and have no descendants? It's enough for the men in the world to be alone for their entire lives. They don't need a wife or descendants. It's ridiculous for an ancient god like cherry blossoms to be a wife for the weak. The weak don't have a wife or children, so there's no need to continue the bloodline of the weak. He said indifferently, Tyrant! A heavenly emperor cursed and was instantly killed, both in body and soul. In my era, I do things according to my own wishes. I said that if he dies, he can't be born. I said that if there is a clear sky tomorrow, there can't be a dark sky. From today on, all men in the world will live together, and all women in the world will come to my 12 royal cities to give birth to my children and continue my bloodline. The rumbling sound turned into a sound wave that resounded through the world. The weak have no offspring, and the mortals have no bloodline. This era has changed several times. The world is my son. As soon as his voice fell, the whole world was shocked and silent. The weak have no offspring, and the mortals have no bloodline. This era has changed several times. The world is my son. As soon as these words came out, the entire world fell silent. These words were too overbearing and strong. The meaning behind it was too terrifying. He wanted to forcibly separate the married men and women in all the cities in the world and send his wife to the 12 palaces to serve this god. And ordinary men didn't even have the right to have women. They were destined to be alone for the rest of their lives, and their bloodline being cut off was the best outcome. In the future, all the women in the world can only be given to the great Joy Emperor. For a time, the world was in an uproar, and the emotions of the people were stirred. If Emperor Cherry Blossom's brutality was based on the memories of the Ishtar people, then this was the true ancient brutality of a beast, a primitive barbarian, and a savage. The first year of the Great Joy Dynasty, the Great Joy Emperor ascended the throne and built 12 famous cities. This was the prelude to the Dark Age, the first god's dynasty in history. After that, ordinary men had never seen women again. Men lived in the same city, and it seemed that women were extinct in the world. Tyrant. This is a tyrant. Countless people growled. The third year of the Great Joy Dynasty. Although the Great Joy Emperor had killed the other heavenly emperors who had obtained the spatial information back then, it was still left behind and spread outside. Some heavenly emperors had used the secret spatial technology to create a space and become gods in it. They then sneaked in and attacked. Tyrant, I'll kill you. It was a tall man. He jumped up, and his eyes were burning with fire. As the heavenly emperor, his wife had also been taken into the 12 cities. He could only work hard in secret, hoping that when he came to save her, this brutal and licentious tyrant had not touched his wife. This wasn't just him. This was also the thought of the other heavenly emperors and many other powerful cultivators. They wanted to use this hatred to take revenge and continuously become stronger, wanting to save their wife, who was trapped in the high wall. You want to kill me? The Great Joy Emperor smiled. His entire body was gorgeous, and he sat on the throne with bright gems hanging from it. Divine light surrounded him, making it impossible to see his face clearly. He sat on the throne without moving, and he had the aura of looking down on all living beings. Great Joy Emperor! The heavenly god roared. You are tyrannical and tyrannical. Please die. Very good, he said. The Great Joy Emperor said. Good? The god of heaven was stunned. The Great Joy Emperor was still sitting on his throne, but he suddenly stood up and looked down at the gods below the palace. The weak are not worthy of a wife and children. Their bloodlines are all dregs, and there is no need to keep them. But you have become a god, which is enough to prove that you have the blood of a strong man, like me, in your body. I can give it to one city, and allow your wife to return. This heavenly deity revealed a look of anger. Don't even think about roping me in. Emperor Great Joy sat on the throne and waved the sleeves of his golden robe. He smiled and said, I will return your wife to you, and give you 1/12 of the women in the world. Power, wealth, everything will belong to you. In the future, the world will be our son. What do you think? The heavenly was stunned. It seemed He was a little moved. In my life, I've been pursuing the word joy. You know. What is joy? The Emperor of Great Joy smiled, his voice heavy and full of temptation. Happy? The heavenly god was stunned. Emperor Great Joy's gaze was as calm as an ancient well. He said indifferently, "The descent of life is accompanied by crying. Crying is to find the joy of the world. As a person, we should not care about the eyes of others. What we need to do is to make ourselves happy and do as we please. If killing makes me happy, I'll kill 1,000,000 people and slaughter all living beings. If a woman makes me happy, I'll marry all living beings and include them in my harem. If the clear sky makes me happy, there will be no more darkness in this world. I was born to climb the highest mountain, see the most beautiful scenery, pick up the most beautiful women, drink the strongest wine, and fight the strongest enemies. I acted willfully and did whatever I thought, good or evil, as long as it could make me happy. I wanted a woman, so I did it. It was a huge project and very exaggerated, but I was also very happy and found it very interesting. I enjoyed the roars and struggles of weak men. I was very happy." Emperor Great Joy stared at the god below. He was trembling as if he was moved. He said indifferently, "I also know that there are many celestial emperors working together behind you. You are the most talented one among them, and they want you to overthrow my rule and save their wives and children. Do we really have to do this? I'll give you a city, return my wife and children, and even—" The god suddenly hesitated and showed a struggling expression. The Great Joy Emperor, looked at him with a smile. "I can consider it." He was silent for a moment. "You're really going to give me a city?" "Yes," the Great Joy Emperor said. "Then I agree," the god said. He was calculating in his heart. This was a violent madman and not a normal person. People who did not have any rules in their hearts and acted recklessly were the most terrifying. However, he could plan for the long term. He wanted a city first to save his wife and the wives of his other friends. Good. Good. The Great Joy Emperor's expression immediately brightened up, and he became even happier. He even clapped his hands and laughed. "You're really a treasure, you make me happy. But after the joy, I still have to kill you." "You!" The god's expression changed drastically. "You're going back on your word? This man, a lunatic. No, you think I'm stupid because I don't know the true meaning of joy." The Great Joy Emperor stood up slowly, and the terrifying flames around his body surged. His voice was undoubtedly domineering. "I'm teasing you because I think this will be very interesting. The betrayal of a hero and the expression of shock and anger will make me very happy. However, I won't really let anyone share a woman with me. If there's someone who stands on the same level as me and shares power and beauty with me, I won't be that happy. As I said, I will stand at the highest position and face the strongest enemy." He suddenly stood up. "You're making fun of me." The god's expression changed drastically. This battle cracked the entire capital, and the sky turned dark. After a full 3 days, this godly spirit fell. His blood splattered across the entire land, and a terrifying aura scattered across the world. This was the first time a god had fallen. It was the first death of a god in the history of several sandbox worlds. The heavenly god's corpse was nailed to the wall. The Great Joy Emperor was covered in blood as he stood on the city wall. His gorgeous golden robe was stained with blood. He pointed at the top of the wall and said, "This is a madman. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've already heard my source, and my strength has been greatly reduced. You're welcome to kill me. A good time." He spread his arms and looked down at the people below. "A long time ago, I've heard of the legend of a hero fighting an evil dragon from the fairy tales of the Ishtar people. In order to save his kidnapped loved ones, the hero would challenge the rich and powerful evil dragon. I think it's good to be an evil dragon. I'll take the most beautiful women, enjoy the best life, and just wait at home, and fight the strongest enemy. He turned to leave, and smiled. I welcome you all to kill me. If a man wants to snatch my woman, he must be prepared to be beaten to death by me, hanging corpses on the wall. As for the female celestial emperors who have secretly cultivated to become gods in the 12 cities, I have never killed women. I will beat them up and continue to be my wife. This is just a sentiment between you and me. So I welcome you all. The whole world was shocked. The 7th year of the Great Joy Dynasty. Some female gods had successfully broken through and came to challenge him. But they were beaten into submission by the Great Joy Emperor. In the end, they became the queen again. The 13th year of the Great Joy Dynasty. The 2 hidden gods who had broken through worked together with the queen who had already become a god to attack Emperor Great Joy in secret. Emperor of Great Joy was outnumbered and escaped with heavy injuries. He looked at the 3 gods and laughed. I'm not a good person. If you want to blame someone, blame me for being too talented. Fate is not on your good side. I happen to be the first one to become a god. As soon as I ascend to the throne, don't expect an evil person like me to become a wise lord and bless the common people and benefit mankind. I have no regrets in my life now. Although it's only 13 years, I have no regrets enjoying the days of being an emperor. If you want this land, I'll leave it to you. I've had enough fun. When you help me restore my prosperity, I've already visited 37 million women and am about to break through to become a mid-level god. I'll be back. Rule the world again. Help me take care of my women. The world will be my son in the future. His loud laughter resounded through the heavens and earth, causing the scalps of countless people to tingle. The 14th year of the Great Joy Dynasty. The Great Joy Emperor's whereabouts were unknown, and the dynasty was split. Gods were born one after another, but the era of the Great Joy Emperor was not over. The terrifying madman and the heavy shadow of the green grassland still lingered in the hearts of every man in the world. Stonewall region. As the ruins of the Isodar people, this place was no longer the central region of the new humans. The Stonewall region was originally a remote corner of the ancient lava land. It became the center of the world because it was the origin of the Isodar people. At this moment, magical beasts were running amok in the ruins. The dense forest of flowers was a beautiful scene of nature. Many strange and mysterious events had even occurred in these remote places. Some of the plants that did not have magic nuclei seemed to have been infected by a virus that had multiplied to an unimaginable level. Forcefully possessing a magic core seemed to have given birth to intelligence. Hualala, a powerful magic beast, was walking on the green grass by the river. This was an emperor-to-be level demonic beast that had already unlocked its own intelligence. After all, it was originally a zombie and naturally had the intelligence of a zombie. It was essentially the first generation of the Corpse clan, but its appearance was changed into a high-level demonic beast. What a terrifying living being. It seems like a god has been born. Some of our clansmen have already been captured and used as mounts. This demon beast, which was as red as a fox, had calm eyes and could already think of many things. I heard that a terrifying Great Joy Emperor appeared over there. This god who disturbed the world is extremely terrifying. And when will our race be able to give birth to a god? Suddenly, a white puppy-like demonic beast walked out. He had the aura of an emperor too. Demonic beast, do you want to join our organization? We have the method to break through to the heavenly emperor realm and the secret to becoming a god. We have the lost technology of the ancient civilization. We have a long history beyond your imagination. We even run through the entire civilization of the new and old era. Is this true? The fox-like demonic beast blinked, and an expression of disbelief and shock appeared on its face. It had a talent that could distinguish lies and roughly sense whether the other party was lying or not. So no one had ever been able to lie to it. It knew that the other party was not lying to it. There was a mysterious underground force that had the mystery of breaking through the celestial emperor and becoming a god. They had ancient technology and even penetrated the ancient Izodar civilization. They had been hidden in the long river of history. This was too terrifying. It also noticed something even more terrifying. This white puppy-like emperor-to-be didn't have a brain. He didn't have a monster core, but he had such a powerful realm. How did he do it? Do you think the Great Joy Emperor is terrifying enough? Asked the white puppy. However, we are even more terrifying. In the long history of our race, the number of women who have slept with us is more than 30 million, and even hundreds of millions. How was this? Emperor B. Fox's eyes widened, and his pupils rapidly contracted. On the contrary, the next sentence made it tremble even more. It heard, "Do you think that Emperor Cherry Blossom is terrifying enough? However, we are even more terrifying. Our race has killed more than 1 billion living beings in the long history of time. It's hard to estimate the number of lives we have killed." Emperor-to-be Fox, completely stunned. What kind of power is this? There was actually a terrifying hidden force that had been passed down from the previous civilization era to the present, and it was influencing the era in secret every moment. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the foundation of this force was. "You want me to join your faction?" The fox-like magical beast suddenly spoke. "Yes, I believe you won't refuse." The snowy white puppy stretched out its hand and said courteously, "Our company spans across every ancient era and is even related to the zombies of the past. We have unimaginable technology. You can call us the Umbrella Corporation." The fox-like demonic beast sucked in a breath of cold air, and its heart was as in turmoil. It couldn't help but swallow its saliva. Protect the Umbrella Corporation? There were some vague fragments of memories in its mind. The ancient word company seemed to have appeared in the Ishtar civilization. An umbrella. What did this name mean? It hesitated in its heart, feeling that there was a deeper meaning to it. The little white dog looked at it deeply and explained indifferently. Umbrella is the most domineering word in history. It's read as an umbrella, but written as an umbrella that covers the sky. Cover the sky? The fox demon beast was shocked. This is the heaven-covering race? This little white dog suddenly floated in the air like a balloon and opened its mouth indifferently. The word umbrella means a huge umbrella that covers the sky. It covers the entire sky of the world, and cuts across the entire long years since ancient times. Continued. The word protect means that since it can slaughter all living beings, it can also protect all lives in the world. Our race slept with countless women, far more than the joyous emperor, and has killed trillions of lives, far more than the cherry blossom emperor. The zombies of the ancient era are related to us, and we travel to the edge of the world, hiding in every era, and live forever. We have mastered science and technology that ordinary creatures can't even imagine. The fox-like magical beast's eyes flickered, and it was both shocked and terrified. Indeed, the protective umbrella covers the sky and covers the sun. It does cover the sky. Just these 3 words alone are enough to show how domineering it is. In the old era, he was an ancient existence who had slept with countless women and killed hundreds of millions of them. He was an unbelievable hero. This kind of existence was hard to imagine. It must have caused a world-shaking catastrophe and might in the ancient civilization. Was it going to be revived in the ancient times today? Moreover, any random person from this race who came out to invite their clansmen would be a rank 6 Kazi emperor. Emperor-to-be Fox hesitated for a moment. I'm willing to join. All right. The balloon fish was ecstatic. I've finally managed to trick a powerful magical beast. This emperor-to-be was the most powerful one in the entire demonic beast forest. Half a day later, the fox-like magical beast was brought to a secret underground base. There was a red and black umbrella icon engraved on a high-tech magical silver metal door. After entering, one would see modern facilities and some complicated magical machinery. It had discovered many powerful magical beasts, and they were already among them. There was even a ferocious-looking Type 5 old wolf that was already sitting in front of some strange screen machines, saying to it, "The higher-ups gave me a mission to guide a newbie, so I came. To guide you." Old Wolf patted its shoulder. "Brother, you're the first Tier 6 member of the Umbrella Branch Company in Stonewall region. You're also an emperor-to-be. There's only one thing you need to do to join our Umbrella Company, and that's to learn how to run dungeons." Emperor-to-be Fox was speechless. "What?" "Instance dungeon." Old Wolf pointed to a common triangular electrical plug on the table, which was connected to a black wire at the back. Every home on Earth had this thing. He said proudly, "Do you know what this is?" Emperor-to-be Fox had never seen such a thing before and couldn't help but shake his head. "This called a plug," Old Wolf explained, proudly showing off. "In the ancient civilization, the people of Izadar used this to communicate with the internet." "Arr! A plug?" The fox was shocked. It picked it up and studied it, thinking that it was a very high-tech ancient civilization. After all, the people of Izadar had gone extinct. There were no living humans to feed these newly intelligent zombies and absorb their memories. "How does it work?" it asked. "As the name suggests, it's a plug that is plugged into the back of one's head." The old wolf was speechless. It looked at him as if he was an idiot. Then it patted him on the shoulder with pity. "Newbie, have a good experience. The civilization of the ancient Izadar people is just so terrifying." Insert plug. The hell? The fox-like magical beast was shocked. So the people of Izadar all connect to the internet with plugs? They stuck in their heads? It began to feel a little uneasy and felt that something was wrong. It was clearly in pain. It struggled internally. He had been cultivating in peace until today. He was talented and had run amok in the demonic beast mountain range. He was called the King and Ancestor. He had not suffered any injuries and was very afraid of pain. Old Wolf continued, "It'll hurt a little the first time, but this is the triangular mark of the members of the Umbrella Corporation. It's like a stamp totem. Every member has this mark on the back of their heads. Ordinary low-level magical beasts would not stand a chance. This is our honor." The fox was silent for a moment. Perhaps the vitality of low-level magical beasts was too weak, and they died after being plugged in. It imagined that scene and felt that it was very terrifying. "Why? I'll be waiting for you in the creator space," Old Wolf said. Emperor-to-be Fox was stunned. He picked up the mysterious triangular plug. The end of the plug was like 3 sharp snow-white blades. He gritted his teeth and stabbed it into the back of his head. It was a mess of flesh and blood, The other end of the plug seemed to be connected to something, communicating with the magic nucleus in its brain. It entered a vast white space of consciousness, which seemed very simple. There were many pedestrians in the space, and the old wolf from earlier was also beside them. This was too powerful. Is this the ancient technology of the esoteric communication of the consciousness network? It wasn't that Emperor-to-be Fox didn't know that this was the most powerful technology of the Esoterian people. They had created a special network, which was also the reason for their destruction. The creation of the network would also cause the spread of the virus. It's fine. We're a new type of virus, the old wolf demon beast at the side said, and it's still changing. It said that it's already the 38th generation and is constantly stabilizing. We can't even change or invade our brains. As long as our population is large enough, no one will be able to crack our brains. Even we can't crack it. Quasi-Emperor Fox nodded. If it wasn't for its own divine sense, it wouldn't have been able to come in through the plug. Their lives were still evolving, and their brains were still evolving. They were still in primitive era, and even they were not sure what they would become in the future. The terrifying virus even mutated together with the mutation. The surrounding plants began to forcibly possess magic nuclei and were infected. The world was becoming creepy, and the new humans were getting stronger. They also had internal worries. The Great Joy Emperor. There were too many dangers, which was why it chose to join the umbrella. Looked around curiously. In the vast white space, experts were discussing among themselves. The average cultivation level was only at the 3rd or 4th stage, and it could sweep through all of them by itself. AI! He just went to the Shushan dungeon. It was indeed a difficult single-player dungeon. It was too difficult. My linger. Next time, I'm going to practice the sword control technique at the 10-mile slope of the novice village and become the sword god of the 10-mile slope. Then, I'll be able to sweep through everything. Is he that hardcore? Someone muttered. How can I not be hardcore? He had learned this skill from the liquor sword immortal in the dungeon hundreds of times before it appeared. The sword control technique is now at 1%. Someone muttered. After all, it's already very difficult to invade our brains, and it's impossible to change our existing memories. Even if we open up our brains voluntarily and allow data from the outside to be transmitted in, it'll still become extremely difficult. We have to try a few more times. Hardcore. What was the meaning of this? Emperor-to-be Fox was in a daze. It felt very strange. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Happy Emperor Dungeon! Anyone want to form a party?" I'm not going. It was a 5-person scenario that was randomly released. The 5 of us were F.I. King released into the 12 cities, turned into women, and were constantly cultivating. In the end, we just happened to be fancied by the Great Joy Emperor. And in an instant, a tall, wild boar demonic beast sent a breath of cold air. The penalty for failure is too heavy, as expected of a hell-level instance dungeon. If it wasn't for the skill physical cultivation specialization that dropped inside, I wouldn't have gone there. Quasi-Emperor Fox looked at the jubilant and enthusiastic atmosphere and was shocked. Skill? Training? Dungeon? Create? Space? The words from the earth were constantly attacking it. It was attacking the world view of this primitive, magical beast native. And it was starting to shatter. What's an instance dungeon? It asked with its mouth wide open. Big brother, instance dungeons are good stuff. There are many hidden reward skills in there. After clearing the instance dungeon, you will be rewarded with even more powerful skills based on your completion rate. You will know the benefits of this after you go down. However, Clearing dungeons required points, and there were many ways to exchange points. For example, you could hand in your special skills or fill in the Umbrella Corporation's database. For example, you can hand in precious materials and magic cores to complete the mission issued by the Umbrella Corporation. In theory, the Umbrella Corporation is completely free, Old Wolf continued. But once you betray them or do something that disappoints them, don't blame them for issuing a mission to accumulate points and putting you on the wanted list. Emperor-to-be Fox shivered and got goosebumps all over. This system was very scary. For the sake of profit, all the experts of the Umbrella Company would probably dismember the traitors. I'll if some points. The Fox Emperor-to-be thought for a moment and took out some 5th and 6th grade monster cores. These, you can enter the Resident Evil instance. Old Wolf calculated and said meaningfully, "This is a good opportunity to learn more about the history of our Umbrella Corporation. The difficulty level is not too high for newcomers, and you are very strong." For a while, a message appeared. His eyes. Resident Evil. Loading. When it came back to its senses, it found itself in an open space. It had turned into an ordinary man with a pistol. "You're finally awake?" A person next to him, who called themselves Alice, Ryan, and Matt, told him that they were going to kill their way out of the zombie horde and meet the hive of the Umbrella Corporation's biological laboratory. They were going to stop the biochemical virus from spreading outside and infecting all humans. Ding! At the same time, a mission notification appeared before his eyes. Assist Alice and the others in completing the mission and protect Alice. The mission will be graded based on the completion rate. If the completion rate is above 90%, Resident Evil Dungeon will be opened. The Umbrella Corporation? Beehive? Spreading the biochemical virus? The Fox Emperor-to-be's hair stood on end. Was this the terrifying truth of the Umbrella Corporation in the previous civilization era? What kind of terrorist organization did I join? Quasi-Emperor Fox's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He almost bit off his tongue as he looked at the scene in disbelief. It began to explore Pocket Dimension and learned about the history of the Umbrella Company. He had finally managed to trick one. The balloon fish looked at a certain magical beast in the world of Resident Evil and was overjoyed. "This is indeed a cultivation game, my brothers." The natives of this post-apocalyptic world had never seen any instance dungeons before. Creator's space? The game world? The people of Isidar are too lazy to develop this younger brother's technology. But I'm different. I've mastered part of the Izodal people's internet magic technology. Although the means are crude, bloody, it's good that it can be used, but it's still so difficult. The world instance of Resident Evil is easy to do. Every brain core is an AI. When connected together, it becomes a virtual world. He looked at the pile of octahedron brains. More than 100 magic nuclei formed into crystallized bodies. These were the more than 100 internal characters of the bioevolution. The main characters, like Alice, were the powerful rank 6 magic nuclei. It was to ensure that every character in the game had their own brain and logic. There were rewards and learning in the instance dungeon. Moreover, bosses in the dungeon were all very difficult and there were many fights. It was equivalent to a virtual training ground where they could cultivate, learn skills, and become proficient. If they were killed in the dungeon, they would only lose points. It's like they don't need to experience real battles. They can just sit here and get stronger. Resident Evil 1 is a small laboratory-inst dungeon, so it doesn't need many people. However, there are many people in the great world, and they need too many magic cores. I have to continue squeezing them." He was speechless. After completing the daily maintenance, sitting in front of the computer room, Xia Niming finally had a flash of understanding. He felt that it was really not easy for him. It had been 70 to 80 years, and he had finally reached the 6th step of the Emperor to be realm. This speed wasn't fast, and it was far from being comparable to those man-eating big shots. However, he was already very satisfied. "Now, it's my turn to rise." His expression was calm. In this world, everyone has their own way of rising up and their own talent. I am not strong, but I can adapt to the times and find opportunities. Only then will I be the winner. Before he came in, he had taken the initiative to transform into a balloon fish. He firmly believed that he couldn't change the era of creation and could only look for opportunities. Thus, he had transformed into a ghost to adapt to that era in the 3 realms. In this world, the times make heroes. The tide of the times is pushing the emergence of heroes. His expression became determined again. He had always been a steady person, so he decided that this time, he would not lead the idiotic players astray again. Of course, he did not dare to provoke those guys again. He told them to retreat, so that he would not be fooled again. It's been many years since I last contacted those guys outside. After all, to them, only 2 to 3 hours have passed. He thought for a while and saw that he didn't need to do things on his own, so he could relax for a while. He went out to the internet and looked at the bustling forum. He posted a post. Shocking! A certain earthling transmigrated to another world to become a Lord God and establish my Lord God space. Lord God space construction flow. In the Spore Evolution game forum, although Xuji's eyes were focused on Caroline and the Cherry Blossom Emperor, for the netizens on the other side, time did not stop. They had already been busy with many things, but their eyes were still focused on a certain balloon player. He had been beaten up by society many times. They landed in the goblin tribe, were instantly locked in the zoo, and had a zombie outbreak. They thought that they would rise from the disaster, but they were instantly beaten up by the zombies. In the forum, someone was listing the most tragic situation of this player in history. A post titled, "Society Hits Me Again," had already been pushed to the top, and the number of replies had reached the peak. Tragic, tragic, tragic. Although it's very tragic and very pitiful, I still can't help but want to laugh. Hateful. At the same time, the group of people had witnessed an era. The magnificent and vast destruction, the prosperity and decline of a civilization, made them excited and emotional. Some strange discussions began on the forum. Is this the opening cinematics of this new world? Bewildered. GGIE. I don't know, but I think it's the destruction of an era. The players have to participate in it and experience the beating of the tide, beating, of the era before the story officially begins. Don't ask. If you do, you'll just be bragging. The one who keeps getting beaten is the traditional hardcore. The overwhelming posts were all discussions. They had only been in it for less than a day, and the pace had been taken up. After all, it was too tragic. Countless onlookers watched the show crazily, and some even expressed that they wanted to see how terrible it would be. However, it's been a while since this guy appeared. That's right. Although it's only been 3 or 4 hours, it should have been decades over there, right? Just as everyone was discussing, this post appeared. Shocking! A certain earthling transmigrated to another world to become a Lord God, and established my Lord God space. Lord God space construction flow. Ev was shocked. Did we transmigrate? Or did you transmigrate again? Why was it that every time he came out, there was a sudden change? Previously, it was a future technological society, and in the blink of an eye, it had become an apocalyptic zombie world. Now, in a flash, it had become a main god spatial flow. It had only been a short day. Emotional science fiction, doomsday infinite element. Did he have to go through all the novels with each subject? Cough, cough, cough. Scare you 3000. You may not know this, but after we ran away, Jigzu and a dozen other people secretly built a shelter. We hid for another era. Now, the Holy Sakura dynasty is over. The God is dead. As soon as these words were said, there was no doubt that it caused a tsunami on the forum. It's only been 3 or 4 hours? How get cold? That was a level 8 god. And a high-level god at that. According to everyone's speculations, people like Medusa Ermin and Taoist Cheng Sheng had at least ruled for thousands of years, right? Yes. Screenshots. 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 Screenshots of the destruction of the Cherry Blossom Dynasty were released. Scare you 3000. It's so cold to provoke a super ancient god. A high-level god is so cold. This world is more mysterious than we thought. The water is too deep. It's a super ancient god, and it might be a level 9 above level 8. Now that the Great Joy Dynasty has risen, the Great Joy Emperor is an unscrupulous monster. He began to briefly narrate some of his deeds, and everyone's minds went blank after listening to him. One person suppressed the world. Even though the Great Joy Emperor was defeated, he still cast a shadow on everyone. The terrifying green grassland was still hovering in the sky, like thick dark clouds, so heavy that all the strong people in the world could not breathe. They were afraid that he would break through and make people remember the dark fear of being dominated by the Great Joy Emperor again. This is 1,000 times more powerful than the fear the Cthulhu evil god brought to the people when it was about to awaken. Trembling. I'm a Shi Nyingji Pai. Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. Terrifying. The scripture of great joy is definitely a peerless divine skill that can sweep it across the universe. I want to learn. Serious face. Jig. Also said. However, this person is really impressive. He seems to be a little domineering, even more domineering than the sentence, don't you think? Let me think. Help me take care of my woman. This world will, my son, in the future. Help me take care of my woman. This world will be my son in the future, too. Everyone, speechless. He was indeed overbearing and arrogant. This seemed a new internet celebrity quote. The world is full of my sons. Someone laughed. He was indeed very arrogant. To make the Green Hat Emperor so terrifying, these words were really coquettish and elegant. As the Dark Emperor, he suppressed an era and brought endless shadows. Of course, there are also people who expressed their anger. My God, a woman of a race is forcibly taken into the harem. I'm both shocked and angry. How can there be such a dark-hearted person in this world? When I thought of the 12 cities he built to satisfy his selfish desires, tears of anger flowed down from the corner of my mouth. Angry, great Judge BPG. This kind of scum is disgusting. He's the public enemy of all men. He's never seen the anger of us male chauvinists. Brothers, let's discuss this and kill him. Help the Umbrella Brothers. Shia Niming was speechless. What? They talking about? We were just talking about the situation, and now you're changing the topic? The more they chatted, the higher they got. You also said that you wanted to kill the last Izodar, and then the Cherry Blossom Emperor said that you wanted to kill her. In the end, we were all dead. He couldn't be bothered with these idiots who shouted their slogans first. It didn't matter if they could win or not, they couldn't lose their momentum. He continued to speak about his next move. During the Great Joy Emperor era, he had taken advantage of the human civil strife and began to secretly develop his forces. Now, he had chosen to break through, and he had chosen to attack the magical beasts in the remote areas. Screenshots. Was shocked. The tall and mighty demonic beasts were sitting on chairs that looked like internet cafes. There was a plug connected the back of their heads with black wires, and the socket of the plug was still bleeding. Everyone was confused. It was originally tall and mighty, but now that it was connected by a string, it looked like a doll and actually seemed a little cute. This brother's operation was too awesome. High-level magical beasts had strong vitality, and normal level 1 or 2 magical beasts would be killed by that attack. But of course, since he couldn't use his spiritual sense, could only do this kind of brain bridge surgery. Scare you 3000. I used magic cores, which are also like their CPU brains, as NPCs to create a few virtual online games. As the creator's space, I currently have 3, The Legend of the Sword and Fairy Furna, Resident Evil 1, and the 12 Imperial Cities of Joy. It's not bad. Most of the skills in it are skills of the people of Ishtar. But of course, there are some skills that I created myself. For example, the sword control technique of the Legend of the Sword and Fairy comes from Mount Shu in the ancient world. There are already a group of people. I've successfully spent more than 100 times to clear the dungeon and have learned something. Screenshots. Inside was a one-armed giant bird holding a heavy sword. Everyone was silent. Their teeth badly. You really? This was too coquettish. This was a trick to trick people into cutting off their arms. Each of them becoming one-armed magical beasts. The heavy sword has no edge, great skill is useless. Go air. Bah, Joir, is that you? Hello everyone, I'm Brother Condor. I've lost an arm and practiced the recondate Stevie sword. I've married my aunt and have a mount called Yango. Go ahead. Shia Niming ignored them and continued to explain. These guys are too hardworking. I said it so hard, but they still managed to do it. I feel like I can't keep up with the world's update speed. What if they find out that there are no heavens and realms? Crying. As for the zombie transformation skill provided by Resident Evil 1, it was a berserk method to unlock the genetic lock, and all undead could do it. As for Duxu, she was one of the earliest to be researched and modified to reduce the side effects. She can transform into the tyrant, liquor, and avenging goddess forms. Everyone was shocked again. The vengeful goddess? Shia Niming explained. This was an even more difficult transformation that allowed one to completely control the genetic constraint. One's appearance would not turn into a zombie, and one's cells would not fester, nor would one's genes collapse and decay. Not only would one's combat strength increase, but the side effects would also be reduced. Shia Niming continued to explain. As for the Great Joy King's dungeon, it's dungeon created to fit the actual situation of the natives. Of course, it's not the real Great Joy King. It's just a tier 6 combat power and skin. And it doesn't know the Great Joy King's Great Joy Sutra. However, if he could kill the Great Joy Emperor in the future and use his brain to create this world, he would become the true Great Joy Emperor NPC. That would be awesome. Of course, this was only my current dream. It would be too wasteful to use the magic core of a level 8 god. However, in the future, my dream is to be the umbrella company. We'll truly create dungeons of each era and secretly influence and can control the tide of the era. The proud emperors and gods all come from here and sign contracts with our umbrella. Their brain cores will remain here after they die. Using one's own brain as an NPC when one was alive. As for the gods who were not dead, they also had to turn part of their combat power and part of their incomplete divine cultivation methods into their own combat NPCs and leave them in the dungeon world of their own era. After all, they've left behind a portion of their inheritance, so we can also choose a disciple with terrifying talent for them. Everyone, a deep breath. This brother sure has a big goal. However, everyone calmed down again. Which transmigrator didn't have a big goal? Look at the cute girl who ruled the heavens with the dragon vein. Look at the alchemy emperor who suppressed an era and searched for the land of the gods. One more arrogant than the other who didn't have dreams? Could it come true? Whether or not it could be realized was a problem. Shia Niming spoke again. Back to the main topic. This great joy emperor's pocket dimension only included the primordial world's physical cultivation technique, which is the cultivation form of the ancestor of sorcery's true body. After all, I personally feel that the ancestor of sorcery's true body, which has 3 heads and 6 arms, is somewhat similar to the corpse race's genetic lock opening and transformation. Everyone was very calm. The true body of the wizard ancestor was the cultivation method of the wizard ancestor's bloodline. It was not a big deal to pass on the profound ones, but the ordinary ones. After all, Shia Niming would not be so stupid as to give out all the good things to others. At this time, Meng Mei jumped out. Then, that great joy emperor is going to break through to become a mid-level god in the future. You guys are probably going to die. Do you have a way to punish him? Fred. There are. Shia Niming's answer surprised everyone. I've thought of a way to get rid of him. It's a special and powerful method to become a god that belongs to the corpse race. It can make use of the corpse race's strongest advantage. And it's also very feasible. Was shocked. Could it make an ordinary hit a middle-level god? What did he do this time? Shia Niming replied, Do you think that I created the main god's space worlds of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy 1, Resident Evil 1, and the 12 Cities of Great Joy for no reason? I'm actually using the 3 skills mentioned in these 3 worlds to merge into a new powerful profession, Corpse Sword Immortal, also known as the sword that brings the head. Everyone was silent. Why did this person have so many tricks up his sleeve? What kind of stupid idea did he have now? The zombie sword immortal was a sword at the head. He felt that it was a little special. In fact, at this point, everyone could see that this player was particularly good at hiding. He had some real skills. Putting aside his other cultivation abilities, he had a good eye for the current situation and the tide of history. Even this was his strength. To be able to survive the tide of destruction of 3 eras, to survive in troubled times, was something that ordinary people could not do. After suffering such a beating from society, most of them would die on the spot. In the beginning, he wanted to use the balloon fish to take advantage of the strange disaster of the 3 realms and enter to fight for an opportunity. Although he had entered the wrong world, he tried his best to find opportunities with the tide of the times. He took the path of creating heroes with the times and rose with the tide of the times. Combat talent and cultivation talent were only one of the important factors that affected one's strength. They could not be the decisive factors. One's heart and wisdom were the most important. This person's aptitude was average, but he could really climb up. Some people were hiding in the dark, thinking about it, and having some ideas. Cough, cough, cough. First of all, let me introduce my cultivation path to encourage everyone. Please listen to me. It's just like the 3 cultivation paths I've mentioned. Sword Immortal, Ancestor of Sorcery True Body, Gene Lock Zombified Transformation. First of all, the true body of the wizard ancestor and zombified transformation were both transformation-type combat techniques. The special characteristics of the true body of the wizard ancestor were that it could regenerate continuously and had a strong life force. Zombified transformation burned one's life force and destroyed every cell in the body, forcing them to release energy, causing the cell fluid to break and the body to be covered in pus. Then the question was, could one regenerate cells and one burn cells be perfectly combined? It's like a generator. One is responsible for adding fuel, and the other is responsible for burning fuel. When everyone heard this analysis, they were stunned. Two words came to their minds: hardcore. The racer of Mount Haruna, cough, cough, cough. It's indeed a perfect combination. If the zombies cultivate the path of physical cultivation and learn the combat form of the ancestor of sorcery's true form, they can really offset the side effects of zombified and using determination. It won't hurt my body so much anymore. Everyone felt that it was right. But how could the two transformation divine powers be combined with the sword immortal lineage? Sword immortals entered the Tao with weapons, while body cultivators tempered the body. The two seemed to be in conflict. Did you guys notice that the sword immortal and the two transformation forms have the same characteristic? Scared You Life continued. What special characteristics? Someone asked. Explosive force. It's all instantaneous, he answered in all seriousness. Everyone thought about it. This was true. The two transformation forms already consumed a lot of energy, and the sword immortal was even more so. It was a three-pronged attack. Scaredy cat, 3000, so I came up with an idea. The combination of three explosive skills can kill the enemy in an instant. One was to regenerate cells, while the other was to burn cells to provide energy. Sword immortals used energy to attack in an instant, which was equivalent to add fuel burn fuel Lisa's sword skill cannonball. Everyone was silent. Was this a process? This person was awesome. Everyone was a little impressed. Some people once again pondered the truth contained in this game. Sure enough, learning makes me strong. I'm not strong enough because I've learned little? Shia Naiming continued to speak with fervor and assurance. As for the explosive power of a sword immortal, there's no need to talk about it, right? We still have an advantage that the Mount Shu sword immortal doesn't have. The undead race has strong vitality. After unlocking the gene lock, as long as they are determined, they won't die immediately even if they are cut off from their heads or at the waist. So our swords have more choices, and they don't have to cut off the arm. Everyone asked, then where should I forge the sword? This is a new way to ensure that the body is not crippled. Shia Naiming said, you know, sword immortals are assassins. What are the essentials of an assassin? A one-hit kill. The sword must be very well hidden. 1 second before the attack, you can't let the opponent know where you hide your sword. This made a lot of sense. Many people began to seriously discuss where to hide the sword. Could it be that he was refining his head into a sword? Don't tell me you're using your head. It was indeed good to have a magic core in the head and use the head as a flying sword, but that was no longer a sword. Instead, it was more like a flying head. It's a spell of the tame head sorcerer. Flying heads to kill? That's called the heaven flipping seal, right? No, it's called a chamber pot. The internet was very excited. Shia Naiming continued to shake his head. How could I be so easily guessed by you? If you can guess it, why would I hide my sword? I wonder if anyone has seen the corpse vein in Naruto. Everyone expressed that they had seen it before. It was the kind of bone that could pull out skin and flesh. There were even some people who had never seen it before, and they were asking about it. There were also a few screenshots of the anime, Kimaru, as a form of popular science. Shia Niming said, "My corpse sword immortal is also called white bone sword, and it uses white bones as a sword. I've already managed to let people cultivate to a certain level. The following scenes are too novel. Minors, please do not watch." Screenshots. A screenshot was released. In the picture, there seemed to be a black bear, standing straight like a human. Its eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, like a terrifying swordsman, staring at a skunk in front of it. Started to comment, "It has the sword intent of a swordsman. He should have mastered it. His aura is similar to some of the weaker sword immortals from Mount Shi." Everyone was curious. He had all 4 limbs and did not bring a sword. Where was his sword? The next screenshot was sent. It was a series of moving pictures. The black bear slowly stretched out his hands, grabbed his neck with both hands, and pulled up. A white bone sword was pulled out along with the bear's head, and the entire bear turned into a headless swordsman. This headless swordsman held the neck of his white bone sword with the bear's head, and an incredible aura burst out from his body as he lightly charged forward. Whoosh! The skunk in front of him died instantly. His blood was sucked dry by the white bone sword, and he turned into a withered corpse. The long sword was thrown into the sky. A cold light flashed, and the sharp sword returned to its sheath. Wild Bear held his neck with both hands and twisted it like a tap. The black bear floated away like a passerby, leaving behind only his back. He had the feeling of a sword immortal who could kill people with his weapon hidden in his sleeve. He was so happy that he could escape immediately after killing people. You're hiding the sword again?" The world was dead silent. It was as if no sound. They were all stunned. They had thought that the Sword Society would be hiding there, and what kind of terrifying explosion it would have. Who knew that it would be such a bizarre scene that subverted everyone's 3 views? He was stunned for a few seconds. FTK. Man and sword as one. FTK. Sword immortal white bone. FTK. A sword to the head. The entire forum was in unison, and everyone's mouths were open in an O shape. This bear was simply invincible. He instantly understood the essence of the phrase, "Raise your head, and the sword will come." Everyone felt that their brains had been subverted. This kind of reversal was simply too excellent. Give her a seat. It's a little scary, but it's also inexplicably cool. It's a little cool, but the main thing is that this bear is too domineering. As expected, only Bramble and Bramble can fight with the bald Superman. This shows how strong he is. He's a F-kicking tyrant. He was holding the Dragon Vein Sword. Wind Cloud Conqueror the World Daich BG. It's mainly because of that sword. It's too beautiful and too rotten. It turned the spine into a peerless white jade longsword with a sharp edge on both sides. 666. The headless sword its head up, formed sword seals with both hands, and controlled the flying sword to dance around, killing enemies from thousands of miles away. It was inexplicably exciting just thinking about it. I really suspect that he got the inspiration from the sorcerer. The discussion burst out like a flood. As expected, someone who scared you to death. This player had originally planned to transform into a balloon fish and become a professional horror and prank expert. But the system in front of him was full of personal style. This is a horror movie. It was a good thing that it wasn't placed in the 3 realms, or else it would really be the top dog of the strange realm. Plug, head to sea. They felt that they could no longer face these words. This person's operations were endless. The internet was abuzz with discussions and excitement. Xu Ji, who was in the living room, had just broken through to the 6th level of the quasi-emperor realm and entered the realm of a 7th-level heavenly emperor. He was still silently stabilizing his realm and sensing the energy in his body. At this time, he also saw the scene on him. He was a little dumbfounded and helpless. Perhaps this person, it's a little slutty. She had thought that he was going to stir up trouble, but she did not expect his imagination to be so terrifying. He was a creative swordsman. He also didn't realize that while he was busy with the matters of Carolyn and the Cherry Blossom Emperor, he wasn't just sitting around idly, madly preparing for his next move. However, it might bring a new storm to that new world. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Xu Zi's mouth. After all, the old civilization had ended. The Isudarian and the Cherry Blossom Emperor had left, bringing the new era to a standstill. New systems and new seeds of hope had been put in, bringing about a different view to the world. At this moment, the other big shots were also surprised. They all expressed their goodwill and felt that this brother had a bright future. The racer of Mount Haruna. Little brother, your driving posture is starting to resemble mine. Cute girl evolved into a dragon. Little brother, your posture is a bit like mine. The system distributor didn't know how to speak. Your posture when you try your best is very similar to mine. The atmosphere instantly became joyous and harmonious. The onlookers instantly felt their teeth hurt. Were these big shots complimenting them? However, he really did mention the advantages of his style, not mentioning the first two. My tooth hurts. Only the one who had just entered the system was still a more serious girl. She was hardworking, hot-blooded, and hardworking. It was just that her aesthetic was a little distorted. A daughter should be self-reliant. She actually brought a group of cute girls to train her muscles. It was simply insane. On the other hand, Xia Niming was happy. The atmosphere between these big bosses is very harmonious. After all, although each of them has their own talent, the common baldness and hardcore makes us have a common language. Xia Niming continued speaking and started his performance. You think it's just to scare people? This was the most logical design. Previously, it was said there were 3 berserk skills. They provided fuel, burned the fuel, and used the sword to release explosive damage. It was done in one go. Instant assassination. Bring out the extreme characteristics of the Mount Sword sect to the extreme. Secondly, this is the highest technique of man and sword becoming one. Using man as sword. Screenshots. He posted a picture. It was a pencil sketch, drawn casually, with a long sword in a scabbard. The strange thing was that there were 2 hands and 2 feet on the scabbard, as if the sword had been transformed into a human card. In short, it was like a walking scabbard with hands and feet, and the long sword was stored in this scabbard. Xia Niming said, "Look, this bear, doesn't it look like this structure? This is the true unity of man and sword, separating the person into a sword, and the scabbard is the skin and the 4 limbs." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It made sense, but it was so serious that it felt like he was talking nonsense. This person was poisonous. Xia Niming chuckled and said, "Third, look at this screenshot. The white bone spine sword has been forged into a sharp, snow-white sword body. The method is similar to the previous Mount Shu sword Immortal. However, one is to put the arm into the forging furnace, while the other is to put the spine into the forging furnace. It was equivalent to transforming one's body into a true human weapon. Of course, pulling out the spine, turning into a headless blacksmith, and swinging a hammer outside the furnace to forge. Only zombies with unlocked genetic constraints and determination can be so exaggerated. Ordinary people would have died long ago. This is a system that only they can practice. Everyone was a little shocked. The moment he heard, it seemed to be perfect. Screenshots. Xia Niming continued to post a screenshot of the bear's skeleton structure. Look, the spine has turned into a sword, and the ribs around it have been reforged into a ring. It can be perfectly sheathed for protection. Doesn't it look like a sword rack? He really like one. The netizens were completely dumbfounded. This person, so coquettish. This wasn't a flirtatious tone in his words. It was a serious explanation, and there was an invisible flirtatiousness in his flirtatious thoughts. Many people mumbled, "This is an unimaginably coquettish temperament." Xia Niming continued, "There's another great advantage of hiding a sword in one's body. It can hide the aura of the sword with the aura of one's own flesh and blood. Furthermore, this white bone sword can absorb the other party's flesh and energy. It can be said that killing people to nurture the sword. It's equivalent to turning myself into a sword. The body isn't the vital part, but the sword part is. In terms of position, the magic core is just right on the hilt." Everyone immediately understood what he meant, and felt their teeth ache. Not only did this person want to scare you, but he also wanted to seriously explain why he was scaring you. Boss, your analysis is impeccable. You've developed an absolutely powerful system. Forge yourself into a walking sword in human form. It's just like little life-flying dagger. No one knows where his sword is hidden, because those who have seen his sword are all dead. Terrifying. Xia Niming immediately smiled. He had announced the corpse sword cultivation system that he had developed so that everyone could help to perfect it. After all, one person was not enough to complete a system quickly. It required countless wisdom. Furthermore, he still had a very big problem that he wanted to seek everyone's opinion on. There are 10,000 advantages to this system, but the only weakness is that I can't cultivate it, Xia Niming said. Everyone speechless. They finally realized that balloon fish did not have magic cores. As boneless mollusks, they did not have spines. Xia Niming continued. It's worth mentioning, Du Juxu is already a celestial emperor and is currently in seclusion. She might even step into the threshold of a god soon. We are already collecting energy. I'm hesitating whether to make my lover become so terrifying and cultivate the path that I've opened up. What do you guys think? You all your wife? Everyone speechless. However, Juxu was extremely talented to begin with. He was already at the peak of the 6th rank a long time ago. Now that the era of the Great Joy Emperor was over, it was normal for him to be at the 7th rank. After all, a certain salted fish was already a 6th rank quasi-emperor, which was a little slow for Juxu. Look at the first group, there were already many who had become gods. After all, there was no lack of energy for becoming gods in this world. As long as one's realm was reached, there would be a large number of 3rd and 4th rank magical beasts. This was probably also because of Xia Niming's mentality of holding back and developing, which had implicated Juxu. He was afraid that something would happen to her, so he didn't let her take risks. Otherwise, with her talent, if she went out to experience life and death a few times, she would probably belong to the peak of this era's experts, and might even become a god. I get it. You don't want your wife to be so frightened. Brother! You're even scarier, all right? A balloon fish with a human sword, perfect. Go ahead. Genevieve. Of course, someone seriously suggested, it's a little scary every time you pull off your head. You're turning your wife into Sadako. Why don't you just use your spine to forge? It's only a spine, but he's able to execute a sword art and ride a flying sword, turning into a stream of light and killing everywhere. What's the point of not bringing his head? This was a good suggestion, and it didn't have the disadvantage of having limbs missing. It could return to the center of the body at any time to recuperate. But someone asked, where did the white bone sword come from? From the other direction. Could it be his butt? Everyone was stunned. It was a bit insulting to pull out a sword and launch a sneak attack from there. They imagined it and didn't dare to look at it. I think that's fine too. I'm just afraid that my sword might accidentally fall into the pit when I'm squatting down and pooping. Manual dog head JPG. Shia Niming looked through the comments one by one with tears streaming down his face. I'm very touched by your serious consideration and help me find a solution, but can you not be so creative? However, one of the comments did wake him up. Without the hilt above the neck, it's possible to use only the white bone sword. Raise your head, fly out from the neck, and cover your head after flying out. It's like holding a UTO in a thermos cup that can be unscrewed at any time. What kind of god-level metaphor was this? Shia Niming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, this did wake him up. Without a demon core, his combat power would drop a little, but he felt a little better in his heart. He believed that Duxu would be able to accept it reluctantly. Moreover, the advantage of not bringing a demon core was that although his combat power was low, it was not so extreme. He would not die as soon as his sword destroyed him. Duxu had been quietly cultivating in seclusion and was about to approach the level of God. And to become a god, one had to have their own cultivation system and technique, which was why Shia Niming had racked his brains to create this corpse sword immortal. He had no way of cultivating it himself. He made this thing mainly for Duxu. After all, the two of them had survived through many eras and countless deaths. They could already be considered to be relying on each other. No matter from which point of view, this was very suitable for this zombie. In fact, only zombies could cultivate, and this was already the limit of his current knowledge. Many years ago, before the establishment of the Umbrella Company, Duxu and the remaining Isidarian people had secretly completed zombization and retained their consciousness through special means. They had no intention of changing the C++ language of their firewall to resist the virus invasion. After escaping, in order to avoid being forcibly infected sooner or later, they directly accepted the virus and became zombies. Sigh, the Isidarian race is completely extinct. Shia Niming sighed, his heart still palpitating with fear. Even now, he still felt terrified. After all, this virus is too terrifying. No one can stop it. Even if a new language is developed, it will be broken sooner or later, just like the giant dragon and Hydra. Even now, it's still mutating in a terrifying and unknown way. Although the sea race had already made preparations in advance, and everyone had their own firewall, even if they hadn't been exterminated by the Cherry Blossom Emperor, there was an 80 to 90% chance that they wouldn't have been able to stop it. The more infected brains there were, the stronger their mutated calculation abilities would be, and it was only a matter of time before the Sea Tribe fell. This era was unprecedented. After all, there were billions of computers calculating the mutation of intelligent AI race virus programs. How many generations of variants would there be in the future? Everyone. That. In other words, the world was still in the evolutionary stage of the biological Big Bang. It was unknown when the ecosystem would stabilize. The entire world is still becoming more terrifying, silently changing in the dark. After some ordinary plants were infected, a tumor was forcibly born a magic core. Then, I'll infect you by force. This was simply too overbearing. Originally, the biochemical virus could only infect the people of Isidar. Later on, it evolved to infect all creatures with magic nuclei, such as the Sea Clan, giant dragons. Now it can force a creature without a magic nucleus to grow one and infect you. It was updating itself like crazy. When a virus could infect an unintelligent life race and turn them into tens of millions of zombies, it was possible for the primitive undead race to develop intelligence among them and embark on the path of cultivation. What kind of terrifying scene would that be? What now? This high-level great world far surpassed all the previous worlds. It was too horrifying. Natural disaster. Infection. It involved the life code of opening the gods' forbidden zone, an unknown world-destroying, divine virus. Many times, Xia Naiming even felt that he had cultivated too early. If he was still a level 1 or 0 creature, he might have been infected by it and forcefully possessed a magic core. This was because some of his ordinary balloon fish species were already in an extremely terrifying state. Tumors were growing in their brains, and they seemed to be on the verge of becoming magic nuclei. Perhaps after a while, the virus will become even more terrifying. Even I, an emperor too, be without magic core, will be infected and force a magic core to be produced. That way, I can do a lot of things, he kept thinking. However, was it a blessing to possess a magic nucleus, become a zombie balloon fish, and be infected and become a zombie? Or some kind of terrifying hidden danger? Right or wrong, no one knew. This virus has given you great power and assimilated you into a creature of the magic core system, but the side effects are unknown. At this moment, Xia Naiming spoke to the forum. I'll try to improve it. It won't be as shocking as pulling out the head. After all, Zhu has been resisting it before. Thinking that it's very scary, I might be able to accept it now. The players on the forum nodded silently. It would be a wonder if the girl was willing to accept such a bad taste. Someone said, but this is equivalent to a flip lighter? Your wife flipped her head open with a bang, and flames came out. After the sword, he closed his head with a bang. Shh! Naiming was speechless. He felt that he couldn't communicate with these Shiware. He ignored it silently and continued to talk about the next matter. Everyone, please help me take a look at the perfection of this cultivation system. There's another thing. The creation of the creator space and the new world. Everyone, think of a way to do it. Farming, creating a virtual world, and so on. I want as few NPCs as possible, but they are special and powerful, and can help me cheat points. After all, there aren't that many magic cores for NPCs. The crowd was suddenly interested. The creator space, the endless stream squad, and the movie worlds. This Umbrella Corporation was using this to recruit talents. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. The creator space's farming style. Someone said, it's not that there aren't many, but they can do some enjoyment-related things. It's not a fight, and the members will also pay for it. For example, in the small budget world that we're very familiar with, there's usually only one room, and 2 or 3 people can finish a good show, and then a few hundred million at a time. That kind of fight the landlord's small room. Sudden change in style. Some people were also very serious, and said that they would help find interesting worlds, and find ways to reduce the cost of AI. Xia Naiming talked about the construction of the creator space, and then said, I don't know when the Great Joy Emperor will return, and I don't know when I can defeat him. A mid-god is still very scary. Perhaps when Zhu became a god who specialized in assassination, with the help of a few ordinary gods, she might be able to launch a sudden attack and succeed. When the time comes, I'll broadcast it live for everyone. This period of time shouldn't be too long for all of you. About half a day, which is about 20 to 30 years. This is a hidden danger within the human race. Other aspects are also becoming strange. Do you think that the zombie era has ended with the entire world being infected and assimilated? No! No, the virus is still mutating and full of unknown. Screenshots. Screenshots. It was a plant that forcefully grew a magic core, a flower. The entire ancient land of lava had become beautiful. Every piece of land was filled with flowers and colorful trees. It was as if they were in a fairyland from a fairy tale, but it was so beautiful that it made people feel creepy. This world was too beautiful. She was so beautiful that she felt unnatural. Shia Niming looked at the comments on the internet and filtered through them again. After extracting the essence, he quietly exited the forum and let these bastards continue to discuss. Shia Niming left, but no one stopped. Awesome! This corpse sword immortal is too creative. What do you think will happen to this high-level world after it is infected by the virus? The crowd shook their heads, finding it hard to imagine. If this virus were to spread to the three realms and the ancient tree world, it would probably end the world as well, right? That's impossible. This virus can only infect creatures with magic nuclei. Can't it infect creatures without magic nuclei? Young! Now that they had evolved to the point where they had no magic cores, they would forcefully grow a magic core for them to infect. It was extremely overbearing. This balloon fish has a high life level and strong resistance. But if the virus spreads for a few more generations, it will probably be forced to grow a magic nucleus and turn him into a zombie. Balloon fish. This is scary. If we were in the primordial world, those ancestors of sorcery, I'm afraid that if I'm bitten, I'll be infected by the virus and forcibly transform into a magic core type creature, turning into a walking corpse that has lost its consciousness, or a zombie witch. Everyone imagined that the voodoo race members had turned into zombies and were wandering on the streets. It was terrifying. The zombie Mount Shu sword immortal? Zombie scholar? Zombie dragon vein? A zombie wizard? The zombie Medusa? Zombie Taoist immortality? Zombie ermine? What's written on it is too exaggerated. It should be impossible for gods to be infected, but the celestial Thurch, I can't be sure, was shocked. The previous Magus world and the ancient world were too small. They were considered barren small worlds, and it was difficult for them to even give birth to a god. However, the lava world in front of them was 100 times larger than them, and it was very easy for gods to be born. This was the difference. This high-level grand world had been destroyed. If this virus were to spread to other worlds, it would probably. However, we have obtained some mechanical mana technology. It's still valuable for reference. Everyone, don't panic. In any case, we'll probably be done in 5 to 6 hours. Let's sit in front of the computer and watch a movie. We'll have a chat, and I'm sure they'll tell us more about the situation inside. Everyone couldn't hold it in anymore and started chatting. They planned to wait for this player for half a day. After all, it was the weekend, and many people didn't have to go to work, so they didn't have much time. Xu Ji was also watching all of this in silence, constantly familiarizing himself with the heavenly emperor realm that he had just broken through to. I'll also accompany these cloud users and wait for 6 to 7 hours. After all, it's not a long time. He sat down on the spot, but he was also very curious about whether Zuzu could become a god. If she became a god, what kind of sword at the head would it be? What kind of world situation would it be after the great Joy Emperor returned? That virus is indeed too terrifying. I can't even control it. It's an unprecedented virus that's a mixture of silicon-based computer viruses, carbon-based biological cell viruses. It forcibly transforms any living creature into a half-silicon, half-carbon life, which is a flesh and blood life with magic core chips. I'd like to see what it'll become in the future. If I can control it, it'll be of great significance. It'll be equivalent to holding the divine. And even if it's not under my control, it can't do anything. After all, everything it has is based on the virus of the Zerg. Of course, just because he was waiting did not mean that he would be idle. I've already broken through to the 7th rank. It's just in time to start making my own vacuum mecha. Shuji stretched out his hand, and a Rubik's Cube pet from the orchard came in. With a bang, it broke into pieces on the ground and turned into small black parts. Very quickly, the blueprint of the mechanical armor that Carolyn had tailored for him appeared in the room in intelligent subbrain. Find out the genetic characteristics of this fusion creature, Xuji said, after some thought. He was originally quite calm, but at this moment, he actually felt a little excited. After all, it was his own mechanical armor, and Gundam was a man's romance. This feeling was like a car lover getting an 8 million limited edition super sports car. Furthermore, from this moment on, Xuji had his own personal weapon, an armor in the form of Cthulhu's evil god. If there were no accidents, this weapon would probably accompany him for the rest of his life. After all, Cthulhu could be disassembled and turned into a mechanical armor, a long sword, a meteor hammer, and all kinds of weapons. In the future, its combat power would not be inferior to Medusa's. Frayne said. For doubt. A light blue virtual screen appeared before his eyes. The attributes were as follows: Land of the Gods, Achilles, genetic characteristics, spike shell, body change, rebirth from a drop of blood, longevity, level, rank 7 Heavenly Emperor, unlimited growth, potential unknown. Not bad, but the name Land of the Gods, Achilles, might have to be changed. After all, plans can't keep up with changes, and there's no need for the Land of all gods anymore. They've already made up their own settings, and there's no loophole in their worldview. Xu said indifferently. The Rubik's Cube was the hard work of the 3 million players in the wizard community. They were helping him build his own personal weapon. He had already created a Bug Clan Queen elite guard team. This was his personal force. When these cells gathered together, they currently had the combat strength of a Heavenly Emperor, although it was only an ordinary Heavenly Emperor. It's about 8,000 fourth-order Rubik's Cubes. Xuji lowered his head and looked at the disassembled small black Rubik's Cube on the ground. It looked like a pile of exquisite parts assembled from children's toys. After the 4th rank, they've gained simple intelligence and are able to meditate robotically. The first batch of Rubik's Cube already turned into a 5th-order Rubik's Cube after I activated it for years per day. However, their aptitude is still too low. If they were normal cultivators, they would probably be 6th-order Rubik's Cubes. However, it's normal that they aren't strong individually. They are part of Cthulhu's body tissue, and their fusion is the strongest. He began to count the Rubik's Cube parts he had obtained in the past 2 months, as well as the gains and losses from the battle of wits with the players. He piled the Rubik's Cubes on the table, which was about enough to fill 2 wash basins. At most, he could make a mechanical Gundam that could sit a baby, which was a toy mechanical armor that was half a person's size. There are nearly 2,000 finished Rubik's Cubes. Looks like it's far from enough. We still need to reproduce. He was a little speechless and went out for a while. About a minute later, he took out 30 bags of rice from his spatial ring. He had bought them in batches from the rice shops in the nearby towns and cities. The white grains covered the roof and the ground, making for a spectacular scene. Subbrain, Bring out the gene bank and reproduce the Rubik's Cube race. Shuji's heart stirred. A mechanical was heard. The gene bank. It's reproducing. The spores were released one by one, and under the terrifying division on the roof, they grew at a visible crazy speed. After eating the energy and water provided by the rice grains, they grew rapidly, turning into Rubik's Cube particle creatures. As Shuji was reproducing, he stood on the roof and looked down at the vast sandbox of the sorcerer world in the orchard in the distance. The gloomy atmosphere seemed to shroud the sky. It's getting gloomier and gloomier, like a graveyard. He was a little helpless. More than 500 years have passed, and the ancient land of lava has already given birth to and destroyed an Isodar civilization. Their bizarreness is still intensifying, growing, and becoming a part of the world. However, it was only natural. The development of the three realms had always been relatively peaceful. The further a world went, the more mature and stable it would become. The time needed for transformation would also be longer. Even in the later stages, I have to look at it once a week. But now, it's estimated that it has been intensified to the limit, and a strange god should be born soon. In a day or two, the world will undergo a great change. Shuji looked at the 100-acre surface of the sorcerer world. There were indeed no major changes at the moment, but the shadows had already gathered, and the strange vortex of the world had already pressed down on the sky. Even the gods were beginning to feel breathless. He looked out of the orchard, and then looked down at the change in the roof. 30,000 Rubik's Cubes. Hualalala. Like a parasite eating away at the white rice, the entire roof was like a plate for bacteria cultivation. A large number of rice grains were quickly cleared out, and the metal monster's larvae, which were smaller than ants, were writhing in it. Soon, more than 5,000 Rubik's Cubes began to fall to the ground, piling up into a 3-meter-tall black hill, emitting a strange aura. These Rubik's Cubes should be enough. Shuji silently stopped reproducing and looked at all of this curiously. Then, let's start the combination. Whoosh! He reached out his hand, and the pile of exquisite Rubik's Cubes made a crisp sound of metal colliding. They turned into a black storm, floating in the air and sweeping up. They began to assemble quickly according to the grooves in the Rubik's Cube, like Lego blocks. Let's think about it. This place should be done like this. He seemed to be standing in a black mechanical storm. The surrounding scenery was blurred, and in the center of the vortex, exquisite parts were floating. Let's blow the head first. Some of the floating parts suddenly shrank and began to assemble. Even though he had asked Hermes to help him study the mechanical blueprints, he still encountered many problems. The vacuum mechanical armor was a weapon concept that had been developed a week ago. Shuji had accompanied Caroline on a trip to the vacuum to conduct a space exploration that lasted 3 to 4 years. They had also come up with a complete and mature product. Of course, he did not ask the high-tech magic civilization of Isodar to help build it. After all, the difference in size was too big, and he could only create a mechanical design. The entire mechanical armor was made up of 17 large body parts, and the precision of each body was extremely terrifying, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. Each limb part had its own corresponding precise structure and plan design. This was the masterpiece of the people of Isodar. After all, they encountered a disaster as soon as they returned, and they began to walk toward destruction. This warframe could even absorb heat and radiation energy in the vacuum, and convert them into energy at a relatively high efficiency. After all, the people of Isodar were very familiar with this since they relied on the heat-based lava generator. 100 years a day. Tsuji silently activated time acceleration. The clouds, the sun, the light, and the wind and grass in the sky seemed to have stopped moving for a moment. He had an eternal talent, so he was not afraid of consuming his lifespan. He began to sleep and wake up continuously. It took a full 7 days to completely assemble a mechanical armor. Then, using the method of accelerated evolution, he made some parts of the Rubik's Cube undergo microfusion, adjusted the shape, and completely fused them into a part that could be disassembled. After 7 days, it's finally done. My personal weapon and personal guards. I've been farming for more than 2 months, and I've finally made some decent results. Xuth looked up. He was more than 4 meters tall and had a black mirror-like, streamlined metal mechanical body. He was handsome, well-proportioned, and slender. He carried 2 black overlapping long blades that could be changed at will. Just by standing there, he gave off a domineering and murderous aura. The chaotic and indescribable black pressure made people tremble and kneel. Also gave people a feeling of a magical futuristic science fiction. This Gundam has the aura of an expert, as if it's a divine weapon used by the gods. After all, it's a very terrifying Cthulhu evil god. Not to mention that the core parts are 4th and 5th order Rubik's Cubes. Xi raised his head and measured it in silence. There's even a storage function inside. After all, there's a Rubik's Cube in there. This was a special, mechanical armor. It didn't even have an engine in the traditional sense, because a living thing, a living collective, composed of more than 5,000 phallus cells, providing energy for movement. Therefore, the drawing of the vacuum armor had to be tailor-made. It is another form of Medusa, another Cthulhu evil god. Shuji opened the hatch and got into the pilot's seat. There was no steering wheel or operation interface. He only communicated with the mechanical armor, his consciousness, and entered the control mode. Guard. A wave of energy surrounded the magic mechanical armor. It's very stable. Xuji rose into the air slightly, away from the earth, and entered the white clouds. Wah-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. The surroundings were as fast as lightning, and the clouds were hazy. There were mountains and rice fields below. Occasionally, he could see some farmers' houses. Further away, there were some towns and cities. It gave one a sense of vastness, as if one was driving a super sports car. It gave one a feeling of a satisfying cross-country racing. As he sat in the driver's seat, he suddenly understood the mechanical romance of the Isodalans, the culture of the Bizarros. This was so cool! After flying in the sky for a full half an hour, Xuji quietly piloted his mechanical armor down and strode through the human streets, shuttling back and forth in an extremely agile manner. Office workers, couples, the people, the surrounding clothing stores and small shops. No one saw the mech armor, the exquisite Gundam body. If it was seen by others, it would definitely cause the entire media to exclaim, and even cause a storm in countless countries. The people of Izidar have arrived on Earth. The Earth was going to be destroyed again. This is the sent extraterrestrial civilization to descend upon Earth after you, Tao Lord. Xuji was helpless. He could already imagine their exclamations and excitement. The other higher civilizations did know, but Xuji would not be so free as to pay them any attention. After walking around the modern city and racing with the cars on the highway, he didn't have the intention to stir up trouble like DQI and returned to the orchard directly. He didn't go to the vacuum space, because he couldn't go to the vacuum space at the moment. This mechanical suit was just for show. Most of the Rubik's Cubes were not even level 1 wizards. They were just ordinary life forms. When they were put together, they would be crushed to death by the vacuum. Currently, the mechanical armor mainly relied on the 2000 Rubik's cubes of the 4th and 5th order. It's great to have a personal warframe. I'll have a vehicle when I leave the orchard. In the future, it will definitely be a monster with a spiky outer shell. It can reflect damage and regenerate from a drop of blood continuously. It can simply kill its opponent. It has thick skin and thick flesh. Xu Ji thought about it silently and was very satisfied. He smiled and said, "This is an exclusive weapon, the thickest armor, and the most poisonous attack." It was indeed very difficult for it to revive from a single drop of blood in battle. However, it could only be done in the future. The Cthulhu evil god that had taken form was very terrifying, and it could really be reborn from a drop of blood. Look at Medusa. She was already in her complete form. She, who was close to 4,000 years old, had cultivated with the crazy help of generations of strong demonic cultivators. The evil god's organs that had been fused with her through rise, death, and fusion had returned to Medusa's body. She currently had more than 129,000 organizations. Among them, 1,000 more organizations had reached the 6th step. Among them, over 10,000 organizations had reached level 7 Heavenly Emperor stage. 2 of the organizations had reached mythical level rank 8. What would happen if she lost over 100 cells in battle? With the help of 100,000 6th grade wizards, 10 celestial emperors, and 2 gods, it could meditate and improve its realm in less than a few minutes. It could cultivate from the 1st grade to the 4th grade and 5th grade again, without affecting the structure too much. This is the terrifying power of Cthulhu. Every cell in its body is a particle of life and consciousness. It can cultivate and use all kinds of sorcery. No matter how many heaven-defying cultivation techniques appear in the future, it will still be one of the strongest. He turned around and looked at the snake-haired banshee, who was curled up in the pond on the sorcerer's sandbox. Cthulhu developed to the top level. His body was already like a normal person's. In fact, there was nothing unusual about it. A part of his skin and flesh was damaged, but he could recover very quickly. It could be considered a true blood rebirth. Of course, it's just like a normal person. The more it loses, the more serious its injuries are, and the slower its recovery. This is a simple calculation. After all, if you lose half of the 1,000 organizations, the remaining 6,000 celestial emperors will be very few. It'll naturally be very slow if you help them meditate and cultivate again. If you only lose a small number of them, you'll naturally recover very quickly. Medusa is a pervert now. The Snow effect is too crazy. With the help of 1,000 wizards of the 6th step, 10 celestial emperors, and 2 gods, there's a wizard of the 6th step breaking through to the 7th step almost every day. The energy of 1 heavenly emperor a day. This was 2FF King exaggerated. This energy production speed was comparable to the energy production speed of Ermin, a mid-level god. In a day of cultivation, the energy produced by a creature that wasn't even a god was comparable to that of a terrifying mid-level god. Simply heaven-defying. She could create 360 heavenly emperors in a year. At this rate, in less than a few hundred years, all of them would go from stage 6 to 29,000 stage 7 heavenly emperors. This snowball of hers is rolling. It makes me want to kill my Medusa once in a while to gain some wool. Xu Ji sighed and looked at the short and delicate girl, who was curled up and sleeping in the pond. He murmured, "Perhaps, when she has 12,000 celestial emperor cells and works with 2 divine cells, she will have complete qualitative change. She will be able to beat all ordinary gods in the world." When a part of her little finger becomes a god, it will be formed by hundreds of divine cells. This evil god's finger will be able to crush all mid-level gods. At the same level, Cthulhu was indeed a pure and invincible combat power that surpassed everything at the same level. Emperor Qi's Dalio Heaven Sutra, Dao Chang Sheng's Pangu True Form, Caroline's Death God Eternal Life, and Ah Chu's Three-Body Severing. If these powerful and heaven-defying cultivation systems fought with her, they would have to call her father. Of course, this was purely in terms of combat power. Cthulhu's combat power could be infinitely high in the same realm, and no one could defeat it. However, it had a huge flaw, and its cultivation speed was incredibly slow. Ermin, who was 2 generations younger than Medusa, was now a mid-level god, almost a high-level god. What about Medusa? At this moment, close to 3,000 years had passed. She still had the same combat strength as she had at the end of the wizard era. She was an invincible level 7 heavenly emperor, and she was so embarrassed that she could be killed by a level 8 god with a single slap. She was the oldest person on Xuji's sandbox. The others were all very fast, but she was still the one with the lowest cultivation level. If it wasn't for Ermin's protection, how could such a big fat sheep produce such terrifying energy without the combat power of an ordinary god? She would have been killed and eaten a long time ago. How could she have for her to grow up? Furthermore, if she had not obtained the talent for longevity, she would have died long ago. There was no time for her to dawdle. Medusa, you're so far away. The Cthulhu evil god system, which was exaggerated to the extreme, was definitely the strongest late stage in history. Having evil god armor also has unlimited potential for me. Xuji took a deep breath. After all, Medusa was a tool in the demonic world, and he had the wizarding community as a tool as well. Eyes flickered. Now, since there are nearly 600,000 cell organizations, it's time to launch the open beta of the wizard community again, and let another group of people into the wizard community to help with meditation. Although he had resigned in the real world and started farming in the orchard for only 2 months, his development was still going on in an orderly manner. He was already a level 7 heavenly emperor, but this was only the beginning. In the future, mid-stage rank 7, peak rank 7, demigod. The amount of energy required for each realm was countless times more than before. The sandpan of the 3 realms and the lava world both needed to continuously develop. During this period of time, he would also need to create his own personal guard team, a core force directly under his command. There's a long way to go. Xuji sat silently in front of the chair, in front of the yard's entrance, and ate an apple. He stopped his mount in the small warehouse next to him and watched the strange life form on the small evolutionary sandbox. Without a doubt, a Cthulhu evil god in the late stage is the best choice. Even though it's a bottomless pit, there's nothing to be afraid of since a group of people have livercirrhosis. Xuji lowered his head slightly and sorted out the announcement. After taking another bite of the apple, he quickly sent it out. Ding! Spore evolution announcement. Independent Dungeon has updated wizard community. Thank you all for your support to the Spore Evolution Game Company. This update is as follows. 1. The number of game character slots has been expanded from 500 to 3,000. The character VIP application system will soon be opened. Each character can accommodate 1,000 slots. After an hour, you can freely apply for them. 2. The land of the food industry has been expanded by 31 times. In every PvP fighting competition, the top 30 will be qualified to enter the food industry. Different benefits and preferential treatment will be provided according to the ranking. Note: If you die in the food industry, you will be directly ejected from the world. 3. Expand the space of the wizard community to 3 times its original size. To accommodate new players, the direction of expansion is underground. Players are welcome to dig and build their own urban community to enjoy the fun of DIY. 4. Use meditation coins to expand the number of redeemable materials and redeeming the existing discovered worlds. 3 realms: ancient wood world, lava world, gourmet world, and other low-end materials. You can make and refine them as you wish to broaden your mind and use your brush and ink as much as you want. 5. After the 4 update announcements were made, the internet exploded with discussions. There was nothing else. This was definitely the strongest new benefit update in history, and there was no other. Even the wizard community was the game with the largest volume in the Spore Evolution game, where everyone could log in. The original maximum daily player capacity was 3 million. Now that it had been tripled, the maximum daily player capacity was 9 million. What kind of concept was this? This number was too terrifying. This volume was comparable to the most popular online game at the moment, suddenly expanding to 3,000 characters? The game team's conscience: we've blown it up. Also, the gourmet world has been expanded by 31 times, and the wizard community has been expanded by 3 times. It's simply indescribable. This was the common view of people. They felt it was very inconceivable that he had suddenly become generous, and extremely generous. T. King knew it. The last time the food industry suddenly expanded for no reason, we haven't even explored the edge of it yet. It's so big that it's exaggerated. It turns out that it has already expanded 31 times. I guess that there was a conspiracy. As expected, they're here. Countless people shouted in excitement, planning to snatch the spots. They had been chatting for a few hours during the weekend. They had planned to wait for 5 or 6 hours to see what the balloon fish would say when they came out. Fine! Instantly had something to do. The game production team just doesn't want us to be idle. Countless people from the video game media and video game network companies reported about it, and the amount of information was overwhelming. Some of the foreign netizens were also very excited. Damn it, why did they suddenly release an update announcement? We haven't had the time to organize people to come and grab the spots. Why is it only released in China? What about the European server? What about the American server? What about the Olympic server? What about the Japanese clothes? Some people protested crazily. You guys don't want these markets. He's too cold. Their faces were covered in tears, and they were about to cry out loud. They had 100,000 whys in their hearts. It was also a rich country. Just look at the other online games, which one of them didn't want to expand their overseas market? However, this game had been completely ignored. Since it had been launched, there had not been a single advertisement. Many well-known foreign manufacturers had secretly sent private messages to talk about the agency, but they had all fallen into the sea. The foreign countries immediately organized it, and someone took the lead. Being hardcore isn't just chatting for a day. He's so cold that I can't get close to him. Hurry up! Now they could even organize people to climb over the wall and snatch it. We can't let the Chinese players monopolize it. We'll snatch as much as we can. The Chinese players were also extremely excited. Out of the 1,000 servers, a few of them had been taken by foreigners. They started to take action quickly and organized people to fight for the slots. More people? Let's see who has faster hand speed. Who's afraid of who? We're in our own country anyway. Some Chinese netizens commented. The Western players immediately said in pain, "My brothers, don't be like this. If you let us live, we can all play games together. It'll be great to have a global exchange. Shaking hands. Another foreign player jumped out. We, the netizens from all over the world, are one family. In terms of the skills of the dumbass, we can also compare notes and have fun together, winking winning. GBKs. Everyone, speechless. They were shocked. They widened their eyes. These foreign netizens even wanted to sneak into our netizen camp? Get lost. We're very serious. We're not as idiotic as you guys. Someone said with a serious face. Welp, we can't court death like you. There's a saying. Every time we produce a moving map, we will lose a foreigner who is courting death. There will be no harm if there is no business. The foreign netizens were speechless. What the hell was this? They were dumbfounded. All of a sudden, a group of people was about to fight for the spots. It's quite crazy. Xu Ji continued to munch on the apple, and he was just looking for a time to open the sandbox. Whatever trouble they caused was none of his business. As long as they could stay up late and work hard, it would be fine. It did not matter if they were baldies from China or Europe. Although the time was short, it was estimated that there were not many people who could climb over the wall and obtain the quota in a short time. When the quota in China was full, perhaps the European or American servers would really open in the future and squeeze them dry. He glanced at the wizarding community and was speechless. They've started digging so quickly, while the players outside were still fighting for the spots. The players in the wizard community had already started to dig the floor. They were very enthusiastic. Brothers, work hard. Dig through the ground. Today, you and I, both digging chickens. Only 3 times. Are they looking down on us? Expanding it by 10,000 times and digging 10,000 layers to the Earth's core is a matter of minutes. I'm willing to buy a piece of land here for 300,000 yuan per square meter. The land's property rights will last for 60 years. Buy as much as you have. Bias. Xu Ji suddenly realized that the price of his orchard had risen. 1 square meter of land, which was at most the size of a fingernail, was actually worth 3,000 yuan. At this moment, the entire wizarding community was exquisitely decorated. The streets were well arranged and had a very modern style. They had exchanged for materials, including some metals and materials, build modern facilities, and create the feeling of a modern city. There were also some floating hydrogen balloon spaceships in the sky, with exquisite billboards hanging on them. It was as if every inch of land had utilized to the limit. On the streets, there were bicycles and even alchemy cars. There was even a road on Mount Akina for the players to race. It was a game of sorts. That's fine. You can play however you want in the wizard community. Just remember to meditate. Xu Ji cast a glance at it and did not bother about it anymore. The wizard community was the kind of community that was not loved by anyone. They had almost ignored it from the beginning to the end. It was already very impressive. They could create 2,004 Rubik's Cubes. However, he believed that the players would not let him down. After a few glances, he set his eyes on the ancient land of lava. While the mysterious virus was still evolving, the Great Joy Emperor had already appeared. The shadow that had once hovered over the heads of all living beings in the world had descended once again